Chapter 1, 0 in actual combat, and F-class useless. Next candidate, Lin Ke. The loud voice echoed through the entire Jiangcheng 3rd Beastmaster High School's massive beast fighting arena. In an instant, the previously noisy audience and candidates' seats fell eerily silent. Countless gazes turned sharply toward the entrance of the candidates' passage. Lin Ke. This name was famous in Jiangcheng 3rd High and even among all the fresh candidates in Jiangcheng. Not because he had contracted a powerful beast, nor because of his prestigious family background. On the contrary, he was just a kid from an ordinary family. He became famous because of his theoretical results. In this era of spiritual energy revival, where beastmasters are revered and bloodlines rule, while written exam results are important, they pale in comparison to actual combat. Yet Lin Ke took theory to the extreme. In the National Beastmaster Entrance Exam, he scored a terrifying 749 points, just 1 point shy of a perfect score, and became the national top scorer. Everything about beasts' origins, evolutionary branches, basic genetic sequence identification, attribute counters, tactical theories, he mastered them all. Teachers called him a walking beastmaster encyclopedia, while classmates jokingly referred to him as theoretical god. However, today was the practical exam, the one that would decide his fate. In front of the ironclad rule of bloodlines first, how much value does theory truly have? Under everyone's watchful eyes, a slim young boy slowly walked out of the passage. His face was clean, his gaze calm, as if the chaos of the outside world had nothing to do with him. Look, the theoretical god is here. I wonder what kind of beast he contracted. With such impressive theory, the beast's bloodline should be pretty high, right? At least a D class? I guess it's a C class. Otherwise, how could he be the national top scorer? The candidates' seats buzzed with chatter, many with curiosity and anticipation. However, when Lin Ke reached the center of the arena and faced the cold, indifferent examiner who looked like an ancient ice mountain, everyone held their breath. The examiner scanned the materials in his hand expressionlessly, his voice devoid of any emotion. Lin Ke, national top scorer in the written exam. Very good. Now, summon your contracted beast. Lin Ke took a deep breath and raised his right hand. A pale blue hexagram magic circle appeared in front of him, glowing as it spun. This was the spatial passage between a beastmaster and their contracted beast. Here it comes. The moment that would decide his fate. Everyone craned their necks, even the parents and spectators in the stands who had come to observe were wide-eyed. They all wanted to see if this god of theory would be a dragon or a worm in reality. The light flickered, and a small, green, wriggling figure appeared at the center of the magic circle. It was no bigger than the size of a palm, entirely green, with tiny black eyes, curiously observing the strange world around it. It even shook its head in a friendly manner and spat out a thin thread. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Put. Someone couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. This seemed to act as a signal, instantly igniting the entire arena. Ha 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 ha. Am I seeing this right? Is that a green caterpillar? F-class beast, a green caterpillar? The lowest potential, no combat power at all? You could feed it to chickens, and even the chickens would reject it for being too weak. My god, the theoretical god contracted a green caterpillar? What kind of hellish joke is this? Is he planning to talk his opponent to death with theory knowledge? This is killing me, my stomach hurts from laughing. I thought he was some hidden big shot, but it turns out he's a joke character. The laughter of the entire arena swept through like a tsunami, with mocking, derisive, and contemptuous looks piercing towards the lonely figure in the center. Even the examiner, known for his seriousness, had his mouth twitch slightly, and the last trace of expectation in his eyes turned into disappointment and indifference. F-class bloodline, potential exhausted, destined to never break through to E-class in their lifetime. This is the very definition of a useless person. No matter how high the theory, it's just a castle in the air. Lin Ke clenched his fist, his nails deeply embedded in his palm. He looked down at the helpless green caterpillar at his feet. It was the lowest level contract beast his parents had bought for him after selling their house to scrape together enough money. He ignored the surrounding mockery and simply raised his head calmly, saying to the examiner, "Examiner, you can begin." Poof. The examiner snorted coldly, as if even saying another word was a waste of time. He raised his hand, and a sea-level contract formation, several times larger than Lin Ke's, suddenly exploded into being. Awah! A wolf's howl filled with oppressive force echoed through the entire arena, and a giant wolf with a muscular build, its fur like steel needles and surrounded by a faint blue wind spiral, appeared. Sea-level beastmaster, Stormwind Wolf. The moment it appeared, a terrifying pressure, originating from the depths of its bloodline, spread out like a tide. This was the absolute suppression of high-level bloodlines over low-level ones. The laughter from the crowd stopped abruptly, and everyone felt a momentary sense of suffocation. The aura of a sea-level beastmaster was still overwhelming for these students, most of whom only had D or E-level beasts. And at the center of this pressure was the poor green caterpillar. Gug! The green caterpillar's innocent black eyes were immediately filled with fear, its whole body froze in place, trembling uncontrollably, not even daring to move. It seemed to see a fierce god from ancient times, its soul trembling. The Stormwind wolf didn't even bother to look directly at it, only sneering as it bared its sharp white fangs, a low growl vibrating from its throat. The pressure suddenly increased. G. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Lin Ke's green caterpillar couldn't hold on for even a second. Its body jerked, its eyes rolled back, a stream of white foam spilling from its mouth as it collapsed to the ground, fainting. From start to finish, the sea-level Stormwind wolf never moved a single step. This was the gap in bloodlines. F-level beasts had no qualification to be opponents in front of a sea-level. A battle? No, this couldn't even be called a battle, this was just a one-sided execution. Lin Ke's face turned pale, and he quickly stepped forward, carefully cradling the unconscious green caterpillar in his hands, sending it back into the contract space. His mind was filled with evolution paths, tactical coordination, and attribute weaknesses. At this moment, everything seemed so powerless. In the face of absolute bloodline suppression, all theories were nothing but nonsense. Lin Ke, practical exam, 0 points. The examiner's cold voice rang out, with no sympathy, as if pronouncing the death sentence of a criminal. He recalled the Stormwind wolf and turned to write the glaring number on the record board. 0 points. The crowd erupted into even louder mockery than before. 0-point champion. Truly making history. Not even a battle happened, just scared into fainting. That 0 points is well deserved. A theoretical genius? More like a theoretical joke. Amidst the harsh laughter, Lin Ke silently turned and walked off the stage. He could feel countless gazes slicing into his back like knives, burning with pain. His gaze unintentionally swept across a certain spot in the front row of the student seating. There sat a young man in designer clothes, his expression arrogant. It was the school director's son, Gao Tianhao. At this moment, Gao Tianhao was lounging with his legs crossed, a smug, undisguised sneer on his face. He looked at Lin Ke with eyes full of mockery and disdain, as if seeing an ant by the roadside. It seemed to say, a worthless piece of trash, no matter how perfect his theory, is still trash. Lin Ke averted his gaze, his clenched fist trembling slightly from the effort. Humiliation, like a tidal wave, engulfed him. At this moment, the examiner's loud and emotionless voice rang out again, shifting the focus of the entire arena away from the failure that was him. Next candidate, Gao Tianhao. With the examiner's call, Gao Tianhao stood up amidst a wave of low exclamations. He straightened his expensive combat suit, slightly lifted his chin, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, and walked confidently onto the stage. He stood in stark contrast to Lin Ke, who had just been disgracefully eliminated. One was a prince surrounded by stars, and the other a useless dog with no home. Gao Tianhao, his beast master, is one of the best among C-grade bloodlines. I heard his father spent a lot of money to get him a fire dog with a very high bloodline purity. Fire dog against wind wolf, fire versus wind, with a bonus to the attributes. This is going to be a great show. The students in the examination seats, who had been mocking Lin Ke earlier, now wore expressions of envy and jealousy. This was reality. The strong were always pursued, no matter where they went. Gao Tianhao stood in the center of the stage, the corner of his mouth curling into a confident arc. He didn't immediately summon his beast, but instead, his gaze swept over the crowd and locked onto a beautiful figure in the front row of the audience. It was Sumuyu, the school beauty from Jiangqing Third High. She was wearing a light blue dress today, her long hair flowing over her shoulders, with an aura as cool as the moon. She was the goddess in the hearts of countless boys. Lin Ke naturally saw her as well, and his heart tightened. He had once been one of the many admirers, though he had hidden his feelings deeply. Feeling Gao Tianhao's burning gaze, Sumuyu merely nodded politely, but her eyes subconsciously drifted towards Lin Ke, and a trace of subtle disappointment flashed in her clear eyes. She had once admired Lin Ke's profound knowledge, but reality was so cruel. Gao Tianhao saw Sumuyu looking at Lin Ke, and his expression darkened in an instant. He snorted coldly, raised his hand, and the C-grade contract formation unfolded in a dazzling display. Roar! A deafening roar echoed throughout the arena. A giant dog, nearly 2 meters tall, its entire body engulfed in fierce flames, larger than the previous windwolf, appeared on the stage. C-grade beast, fire dog. It planted its forepaws firmly on the ground, leaving scorched marks behind. The air itself warped from the intense heat radiating off it. The brutal aura it gave off was even more violent than the windwolf. Come on! Gao Tianhao confidently pointed at the examiner across from him. The examiner remained expressionless, summoning the C-grade windwolf once again. Battle begins. With the command, the battle erupted instantly. Fire dog, flame spray. Gao Tianhao shouted loudly. The fire dog opened its massive mouth, and a thick crimson fire pillar shot out like an angry fire dragon, roaring towards the wind wolf. The wind wolf was not to be outdone, opening its mouth to unleash a series of green wind blades. However, the wind only fueled the fire, and the moment the wind blades made contact with the fire pillar, they were consumed, making the flames burn even fiercer. Boom! The fire pillar struck the wind wolf directly, causing it to emit a miserable howl. It rolled several times on the ground before the flames on its body were extinguished, already suffering significant injuries. Now, fire charge. Gao Tianhao pressed the attack. The fire dog's 4 legs exploded with power, transforming into a burning comet that slammed into the wind wolf with incredible force. Bang! With a dull crash, the wind wolf was sent flying like a broken sack, soaring through the air in an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. It twitched twice and then lost its ability to fight. One-hit kill. Another one-hit kill. But this time, it was a crushing victory, C-grade versus C-grade. Gao Tianhao, 90 points. The examiner's voice finally showed a hint of emotion, and the look in his eyes towards Gao Tianhao carried a touch of approval. Wow! The whole arena erupted in thunderous cheers and applause. Everyone was stunned by the overwhelming strength of the fire dog. Gao Tianhao proudly withdrew his beast, enjoying the treatment of a hero. As he came down, he deliberately took a detour, walking in front of Lin Ke. He looked down on Lin Ke from above, a victorious smile on his face, his tone full of undisguised mockery. Lin, the university god, did you see that? This is real combat. What use are those theories you wrote on paper? He paused, leaned close to Lin Ke's ear, and with a voice only the two of them could hear, he disdainfully said, "Your little green caterpillar is not even fit to be a snack for my flame dog. Useless trash should look like useless trash." After saying that, he laughed loudly and turned away, leaving Lin Ke with an arrogant back. Lin Ke's body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from anger. He stared at Gao Tianhao, his calm eyes replaced by overwhelming humiliation. He saw the gaze of the school beauty, Su Muyue, falling on Gao Tianhao, and for the first time, her beautiful eyes showed admiration and praise. But when her gaze swept past him, that admiration quickly cooled, leaving only pure disappointment. At that moment, Lin Ke felt as if his heart had been tightly clenched by an invisible large hand, hurting so much that he couldn't breathe. The exam ended, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Lin Ke's 0-point top scorer story spread like wings throughout the school, even reaching the outside world through the internet. He became the biggest laughingstock of this year's college entrance exam in Jiangcheng. He walked out of the exam hall in a daze, not even daring to look at his glaring name on the ranking list. Buzz. The communicator on his wrist vibrated. It was a call from his parents. Lin Ke's heart sank sharply, and after hesitating for a long time, he tremblingly answered the call. The light screen lit up, showing the faces of his parents, weathered yet full of love. Behind them, it seemed like not their familiar home, but a somewhat shabby rented house. "Son." His mother's voice was a little excited, with a touch of cautious expectation. "The exam's over, right? How did you do?" His father, standing beside her, gave a simple smile, rubbing his hands and adding, "Don't feel pressured, just do your best. By the way, your mom and I have something to tell you. We sold the house in your hometown and used the money to get you a contract green caterpillar. There's still a bit left, enough for your living expenses in college. From now on, go ahead and take the plunge." Boom! His father's words sounded like thunder, exploding in Lin Ke's mind. Sold the house in their hometown? That was their family's only route. He looked at his parents' hopeful eyes, seeing them cut off their last retreat for him. A huge wave of guilt and pain instantly overwhelmed him. They had given everything, only to receive his disgraceful 0 points in return. "Son, why aren't you saying anything? Did you not do well on the exam?" His mother noticed his silence and her tone grew worried. Lin Ke's lips trembled, his throat felt like it was blocked with cotton, and he couldn't say a word. He wanted to say, "I messed up," wanted to say, "I'm sorry," wanted to say, "I've let down all your expectations." But he couldn't say it. He couldn't imagine how his parents would feel when they heard the 2 words 0 points. He tightly clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, blood dripping through his fingers, yet he felt no pain. All hope turned to dust at this moment. The villain's arrogance, the goddess's disappointment, the classmates' ridicule, and the overwhelming expectations of his parents. Mountains upon mountains, pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. He no longer had the courage to reply to his parents with "I messed up." He silently ended the communication, letting the tears well up in his eyes. He raised his head, looking at the gray sky, his heart filled with nothing but cold, hopeless despair. Am I really out of hope? Chapter 3, The Global Chi Tide. S+ level talent. Night falls, the city lights rise. Jiang City is enveloped in a sea of neon lights, bustling and prosperous. But all the hustle and bustle of this world has nothing to do with Lin Ke. He dare not return home. He cannot face the eyes of his parents, filled with sorrow after their expectations are shattered. He is like a lost soul, wandering aimlessly on the streets, repeatedly replaying the humiliating scene in his mind from the exam earlier that day. The image of the green caterpillar fainting, Gao Tianhao's sneering laughter, Su Muyu's disappointed eyes, and his parents' faces full of hope in the communication screen, one scene after another, stabbing at his heart like a sharp knife. Bloodline supremacy. Does an F-level bloodline really mean a life of uselessness? Lin Ke is unwilling. His brain, filled with countless theoretical knowledge, is now working furiously. He refuses to believe there is not even a sliver of possibility. Evolution. Yes, evolution. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. The Beastmaster's bloodline is not fixed. Theoretically, any beast can evolve, even F-level ones. As long as it can evolve, even if only to an E-level, there is still a chance for the future. This thought was like a lifeline, reigniting a spark of hope in the nearly hopeless Lin Ke. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze landing on the brightly lit university library not far away. There lies the most complete Beastmaster data library in all of Jiang City. He almost ran into the library, heading straight for the ancient book section of the Beastmaster area. He wanted to find every bit of information on the evolution of F-level Beastmasters, even if it was just a tiny success story, it would give him hope. However, reality slapped him again. He frantically flipped through one heavy book after another, tracing the Beastmaster bloodlines, exploring the evolution possibilities of low-level Beastmasters, the ultimate forms of 100 F-level Beastmasters. Green Caterpillar, Lepidoptera, F-level bloodline. Gene chain stable, evolution potential completely exhausted during youth, no known evolution path. Carp, aquatic species, F-level bloodline. Gene lock stubborn, cannot be broken by conventional means, no possibility of evolution. Earth dog, canine family, F-level bloodline. Mixed bloodline, potential exhausted, no evolutionary value. Lines of cold words, like buckets of cold water, kept dousing the small flame of hope that had just sparked in his heart. All the information, all the authoritative conclusions, pointed to one despairing conclusion: F-level Beastmasters are born useless, their potential exhausted, with no chance of evolution. Lin Ke's hands trembled, he leaned weakly against the bookshelf, surrounded by open books. The densely packed words on the pages seemed to mock his audacity. Potential exhausted, no possibility of evolution. He muttered, the light in his eyes gradually dimming, until it was completely extinguished. It's over. The last hope is shattered. Just as Lin Ke was on the brink of despair, feeling that the whole world had abandoned him, something extraordinary happened. Woo woo woo. The sharp, piercing alarm sound suddenly rang through the night sky of Jiang City. It was a high-pitched, urgent sound, signaling the highest level of alert. In the library, everyone was startled by the sudden alarm and hurriedly looked toward the windows. What's going on? Did a forbidden zone beast attack the city? No. Look at your phones. It's the global spiritual energy tide warning. Urgent notice, the strongest global spiritual energy tide of the year will reach in 30 seconds. The spiritual energy concentration will peak. All citizens must immediately enter indoor shelter, and Beastmasters must recall their beasts immediately, avoid exposure to the tide to prevent uncontrollable mutations. The red warning message popping up on everyone's phones caused the entire library to fall into chaos. Global spiritual energy tide. Once a month, a continuous stream of spiritual energy erupts from the cracks in space, sweeping across the world. This is a feast for the Beastmasters to increase their power, but it is also a disaster for humans and low-tier beasts. High concentrations of spiritual energy, for fragile creatures, are no different from lethal radioactive poison. Quick! Close the windows. Don't panic. Hide behind the bookshelves. The librarian shouted loudly, and the people became a chaotic mess. Lin Ke, however, seemed to hear nothing. He remained dumbly leaning against the bookshelf, lost in his own despair. Spiritual tide? The strongest? What does this have to do with him, a useless person? At this moment, the world outside seemed to be pressed on slow motion. He saw, in the air, blue light spots began to appear, like fireflies on a summer night. The light spots grew more and more, brighter and brighter, until they gathered into a vast blue light river, rushing, roaring, sweeping through the entire city. Boom! An indescribable, overwhelming energy burst through the library's walls, flooding in violently. Books on the shelves rustled, tables and chairs began to shake slightly, and the lights flickered crazily, as if they would go out at any moment. Everyone felt a tremendous pressure, and their breathing became difficult. However, amidst the chaos, no one noticed that in the most secluded and oldest corner of the bookshelf next to Lin Ke, a dusty, damaged ancient book, Ancient Gene Map, was emitting a faint glow. This book had been lying here for how many years, no one knew, untouched, even the librarian had forgotten its existence. At this moment, with the influx of spiritual energy from the outside tide, the ancient and obscure runes on the pages seemed to come alive, lighting up one after another. Pure tidal energy, as if drawn by some mysterious force, crazily gathered toward this ancient book. The glow of the book became brighter and brighter, from faint fluorescence to a dazzling orb of light. Buzz. A hum, as if from the ancient primordial chaos, rang out deep in Lin Ke's soul. He jolted, waking up from his despair. Before he could react to what was happening, the ancient gene map, bursting with brilliant light, turned into a streak of light, defying the laws of space and physics, at an incomprehensible speed, whoosh, and slammed directly into his forehead. Ah! An indescribable, excruciating pain instantly engulfed Lin Ke's entire body. He felt as though his head was being torn apart, countless massive, profound, and vast flows of information surged into his mind like a bursting dam. These were incredibly precise, incredibly complex three-dimensional structures, the source code of life, the ultimate secrets of all things, gene maps. His vision went black, and he lost consciousness completely. Outside, the violent spiritual tide came quickly and left just as fast. A few minutes later, everything returned to calm, leaving behind only the air filled with spiritual energy, several times denser than usual. The people in the library stood up, still shaken, thankful to have escaped disaster. No one noticed that in the secluded corner, a young man had just experienced an encounter that could overturn the world. No one knew how long had passed when Lin Ke's fingers twitched slightly. He slowly opened his eyes, the intense pain gone, replaced by an unprecedented sense of clarity. His brain seemed to have turned into a supercomputer, with thinking speed more than 100 times faster than before. What happened to me? He shook his still groggy head and struggled to sit up. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. Just as he was in confusion, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice sounded directly in his mind. Detection of soul adaptation. Energy replenishment complete. System binding begins. 10%, 30%, 70%, 100%. Ding. S+ level talent gene cube. Binding successful. Lin Ke suddenly widened his eyes, his entire body frozen. Bind. Binding successful? Chapter 4, Gene Cube, Reading Green Caterpillar. Binding successful? These 4 words were like thunder, exploding in Lin Ke's dead silent heart lake, creating a vast storm. He was completely stunned, sitting there blankly, wondering if he was hallucinating due to extreme despair. S+ level talent? What does this even mean? In this era, humans can form contracts with beasts and become beast masters because, at the beginning of the spiritual chi revival, human genes were stimulated and awakened various talents. Talent levels range from F to S, the higher the level, the greater the potential and rarity. S-level talent is already a legendary existence, and in the entire Huaxia Federation, fewer than 10 are publicly recorded, each one a national-level giant. An S+ level. That's an existence that only exists in theoretical deduction, a god-level talent that has never appeared before. I awakened an S+ level talent? Lin Ke pinched his thigh hard, and the clear pain told him that this was not a dream. He suppressed the wild joy and excitement in his heart pounding, feeling like he might pass out from happiness. From hell to heaven, it was only the distance of a single light. He looked around, the people in the library had returned to order, and no one noticed the anomaly in this corner. To avoid attracting attention, he quickly picked up the books scattered all over the floor, and then sneaked out of the library like a thief. At this moment, it was already late at night, and there was no one on campus. Lin Ke ran all the way to a quiet small forest behind the school, a perfect place to test his new abilities. He nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, calming his excited emotions, and then extended his right hand, summoning his beast. A faint blue light flashed, and the green caterpillar, which had been knocked out in the exam room earlier, appeared again in front of him. At this moment, it had already awakened, but its spirit was still sluggish, lying listlessly on the ground, not even interested in nibbling on its favorite tender leaves, obviously deeply traumatized by the bloodline pressure of the sea-level Gale wolf. Looking at its pitiful appearance, Lin Ke not only didn't feel disgust, but his eyes were filled with unprecedented heat and anticipation. If that voice was real, if the S+ level talent really existed, then my fate, and your fate, Green Caterpillar, might be completely rewritten from this moment on. Gene Cube. How should I use it? Lin Ke silently muttered this name in his heart. As if responding to his thoughts, a semi-transparent, sci-fi-style virtual interface suddenly appeared on his retina. The interface was extremely simple, with only 3 three-dimensional icons flashing with dim light. Read. Write. Simulate. Read, write, simulate. Lin Ke's heartbeat sped up again. The meaning represented by these 3 words made him, the theoretical genius, instantly understand the heavenly nature of this talent. This was simply the ability of the creator. He couldn't wait to focus his gaze on the green caterpillar lying on the ground, silently muttering in his heart, activate reading. Target locked, F-level beast, green caterpillar. Begin reading genetic sequence. Reading 1%, 15%, 55%, 100%. Reading successful. Almost as soon as the prompt sound rang, a huge and unimaginable torrent of information rushed into his mind. Boom! In front of Lin Ke, the dark little forest was no longer visible. Instead, it had turned into an incredibly vast and deep microscopic universe. A double helix structure made of countless light spots and runes, glowing with a faint green light, like a giant dragon crossing the universe, coiled in front of him. It was complex. Precision, mysterious, every arrangement and combination of runes contains the ultimate code of life. This is the complete three-dimensional genetic sequence map of the green hairworm. Lin Ke was completely shocked. The crude, simple, two-dimensional genetic maps in textbooks, compared to this, were nothing but primitive drawings. This is the true form of life. He greedily read this genetic chain, as countless pieces of information were automatically analyzed and translated in his mind. Race, green hairworm. Bloodline level, F. Core sequence, 0.8%, crawling, digestion, movement. Junk sequence, 92.7%, redundant information, useless segments. Restrictive shackles, 6.5%, growth limitations, evolution blockade, psychic conduction disruption. When Lin Ke saw the last two pieces of information, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his breath stopped. Junk sequence. Restrictive shackles? What did he see? In the genetic chain of the green hairworm, the truly useful core sequence was less than 1%. The remaining over 99% was either useless junk information or shackles that tightly bound its potential. The so-called exhausted potential, the so-called no possibility of evolution, was nothing but a huge lie. This was not a waste. This was clearly a treasure wrapped layer by layer in countless junk and chains. Those authoritative experts in textbooks, those so-called beast scholars, because of their outdated observation methods, could only see the most superficial things. They had no idea about the truth of F-level beastmasters. So it's like this. Lin Ke trembled with excitement, a current of electricity shot from his tailbone to the top of his head. He finally understood why his theoretical knowledge was so weak in the face of reality. Because all the theories were built on a wrong foundation. F-level beastmasters didn't lack potential, it was just that their potential was locked. As long as these shackles could be unlocked. The moment this thought arose, he was shocked to discover that beside the gray runes representing restrictive shackles on the spiraling genetic dragon, there actually appeared an option that was glowing faintly. Editable. Lin Ke's heart almost leaped out of his throat. Editable. This meant, not only could he see these chains, but he could also personally cut them off. At this moment, all the humiliation of a zero score in the college entrance examination, all the ridicule from Gao Tianhao, all the disappointment from Su Muyue, were thrown far out of his mind. He saw it. He saw a brand new, broad path leading to the supreme throne. Calm down. Calm down. Lin Ke forced himself to calm down, but his mouth uncontrollably curled up wildly. He knew that now was not the time to be happy, just unlocking the shackles was not enough, he also needed to find a correct evolutionary path for the green hairworm. Editing requires corresponding genetic segments as materials. He quickly browsed through the basic information provided by the gene cube and soon found the answer. It was like wanting to open a window in a house, you first needed the window material. He immediately began searching through the ancient gene database in the gene cube. This gene database was vast, with most of it in gray, unusable status, clearly requiring him to unlock and collect it himself. But fortunately, at the very bottom of the gene database, he found a few glowing, low-level genetic segments. F-level slime worm acidic slime. F-level burrowing earthworm burrowing. F-level hardshell insect hardening. When Lin Ke saw the last genetic segment, his eyes suddenly brightened. Hardening. This was a defense-type genetic segment. Although it was only F-level, for the almost defenseless green hairworm, it was like a timely gift in the snow. A crazy and bold idea. A thought sprouted in his mind. He looked at the incredibly detailed and easily scalable genetic map in his vision, then glanced at the gene fragment called hardening in the gene bank. If I copy and paste this hardening gene onto the green caterpillar's gene chain, what would happen? Chapter 5, Edit failed. The limitations of S+ level talent. The moment this thought appeared, it spread like a wildfire, instantly burning through Lin Ke's entire body. He could no longer hold back his excitement, his eyes shining as he stared at the still-dazed green caterpillar on the ground, his expression like a man who hadn't eaten in 3 days, staring at a table full of food. Paste. I must try this right away. If successful, his green caterpillar would possess the hardening ability. Though still F-level, this would be a qualitative leap. From a defenseless, fragile creature to one with some defense, a hard shell. Let's do it. Lin Ke's blood surged, completely intoxicated by this groundbreaking ability. He took a deep breath, focused all his energy, and issued the command to the F-level hard shell worm hardening gene segment in his retinal interface. Copy. Gene segment hardening has been copied to the clipboard. Then, his gaze shifted to the massive gene sequence map of the green caterpillar, where he found the most perfect interface at the end of a junk sequence. Without hesitation, he issued the second command. Paste. Command confirmed, executing paste hardening gene operation. Warning. Instability detected in the operating environment, energy reserves insufficient, lacking biological catalysts. A series of red warnings flashed wildly on Lin Ke's retinal display, but at this moment, he was too excited to care about any of it. What about insufficient energy? My spirit is perfectly fine. What about an unstable environment? The small forest is dark and quiet, perfect. What about the catalysts? Even my spit is a catalyst. Force execution. Lin Ke gritted his teeth and issued the final command. Force execution starting. The mechanical voice seemed to carry a hint of helplessness. The next moment, a mutation occurred. Gurgle. A terrifyingly sharp screech exploded from the green caterpillar's mouth. Its body arched violently, like a shrimp thrown into boiling water, convulsing wildly. Lin Ke stared in horror as the green caterpillar's once smooth, green skin began to show tiny cracks, like porcelain about to break. Strands of green blood seeped from the cracks, looking incredibly horrifying. At the same time, an irresistible, terrifying suction force came from the contract link between him and the green caterpillar. Boom! Lin Ke felt as if a giant pump had violently poked into his head, and his mental power, the spiritual energy of this world, was instantly drained by more than half. Ugh! He groaned, stars flashing before his eyes, the world spinning, his legs weakening, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. This is mental energy backlash. Gene chain is collapsing. Severe energy shortage. Paste failed. Warning. Host's mental energy is about to be depleted. Contract beast on the brink of death. The cold, mechanical voice echoed like a death knell in his mind. Lin Ke's heart sank in terror. He wanted to stop the operation immediately, but found himself powerless. Once this process began, it couldn't be interrupted. He watched helplessly as more and more cracks appeared on the green caterpillar's body, its breath growing weaker, while his brain was pierced by waves of stabbing pain, his consciousness beginning to blur. No, please. He reached out his hand, wanting to grab something, but only grasped at empty air. At the moment when the last bit of spiritual energy was drained, Lin Ke's vision went black, his body went limp, and he fell backward, completely losing consciousness. The night grew deeper. In the small forest, one person and one caterpillar lay silently on the cold ground. Life and death unknown. Not knowing how much time had passed, Lin Ke slowly woke up amidst a severe headache. Hiss. He groaned, feeling as if his head had been crushed repeatedly by dozens of large trucks, dizzy and heavy, with a tearing pain. He struggled to sit up, noticing that the sky was already turning pale. He and the green caterpillar had been lying here for several hours. Green caterpillar. He suddenly remembered something and scrambled over to the green caterpillar. Fortunately, although the green caterpillar's breath was extremely weak, and the cracks on its body had disappeared, it still clung to life, not dead yet. Lin Ke let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, his back soaked in cold sweat. He had almost killed his only beast himself. Why did I fail? With lingering fear, he opened the genetic cube interface and began to check the operation logs from earlier. The cold data rows clearly appeared in front of him, instantly making him understand the reason for his failure. Failure reason analysis. 1. Energy shortage. Genetic editing is a heaven-defying alteration of fate, requiring a massive amount of spiritual energy as the basic fuel. The current amount of spiritual energy available to the host is insufficient to support even the lowest level F-grade gene splicing. 2. Environmental pollution. The precision of gene manipulation exceeds imagination. Bacteria, viruses, and impure spiritual energy in the real-world environment are fatal contaminants for exposed gene chains, causing genetic sequence disorder. Operational requirement: P5 level ultra-clean sterile laboratory environment. 3. Lack of adhesive. The fusion of gene fragments is not a simple copy-paste. It requires specific biological enzymes and catalysts as adhesives to ensure stable recombination of gene chains. Looking at these reasons for failure, Lin Ke's face turned whiter and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. He understood. He understood it all. He had the genetic cube, this heaven-defying blueprint, but lacked the ability to build the factory. He was like a primitive man who had the full set of aircraft carrier blueprints but couldn't make a single screw. A vast amount of spiritual energy, P5 level ultra-clean laboratories, various rare biological catalysts, which of these could a poor student like him obtain? Forget P5 labs, he didn't even know which way the door of a P1 lab opened. The huge sense of loss and helplessness overwhelmed him once again like a tidal wave. He thought that with the golden finger, he would soar to the heavens, stepping on the rich and handsome, marrying the white and beautiful, and reaching the peak of life. Reality, however, told him, young man, you're thinking too much. The cheat is good, but you need to pay to unlock it. Without money, what can you do with it? Damn. Lin Ke punched the ground fiercely, his heart full of unwillingness almost overflowing. The treasure mountain was right in front of him, but he was empty-handed, without even a shovel to dig for treasure. I need a laboratory. I need huge resources and computing power. I need a factory. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palm again, his eyes filled with longing for power and resources. Only by having his own factory could he turn all the countless heaven-defying ideas in his mind into reality. But where could he get a factory? Should he steal one? Don't joke, he couldn't even defeat Gao Tianhao's fire dog now. Just as Lin Ke was overwhelmed with confusion, falling into a new predicament. Buzz. Buzz. His phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. So late, who could it be? His parents? Lin Ke took out his phone in confusion, and saw that an unfamiliar number was displayed on the screen. After hesitating for a moment, he pressed the answer button. As soon as the call was connected, an arrogant, mocking, and disdainful voice came from the receiver. Hello, is this Lin the university god? Arrogance laced with pride, Lin Ke only heard half of the sentence before his brow furrowed deeply. It was Gao Tianhao. What's the matter? Lin Ke's voice turned cold. He was already annoyed and had no time to waste with this guy who only looked down on others. On the other end of the phone, Gao Tianhao seemed surprised by Lin Ke's cold attitude. He paused for a moment, then let out a sneer. Oh, the zero-score genius still has quite the temper. Fine, I won't waste time with you, let's get straight to the point. He cleared his throat and spoke in a tone of condescension. Lin Ke, I heard about your family's rundown house in the old district? My dad is involved in real estate development, and he just happened to see that land. Name your price, and if I'm in a good mood, I'll throw in an extra 30 or 50,000. That'll be enough for your parents to rent a place for a few years. Lin Ke's pupils shrank sharply. The house in the old district? Though old and small, it was the only root his family had in this city. It was also the only place left after his parents sold their ancestral home back in their hometown. He and Gao Tianhao had no grudges, no personal issues, at most, there was some academic rivalry. He couldn't understand why Gao Tianhao would suddenly target his family. Gao Tianhao, what do you mean? Lin Ke's voice turned icy, the anger in it nearly boiling over. What do I mean? Ha ha ha. Gao Tianhao laughed as if hearing the biggest joke. Isn't it obvious? I want your family's house. If you're smart, just take the money and get out of the way. Dream on. Lin Ke refused outright without hesitation. Dream on? Gao Tianhao's laughter suddenly stopped, and his tone turned cold as ice. Lin Ke, don't you realize your own situation? You're a good-for-nothing with a zero in practical skills, you won't even get into Beastmaster University. What do you think you have to fight against me? Let me tell you why. Gao Tianhao's voice was filled with jealousy and resentment. You think your little bit of theoretical knowledge is impressive? Su Muyue came to ask you a few questions, and you really think you're something? I've been chasing Su Muyue for 3 years, and she's never given me a good look. Why would she treat a poor nobody like you differently? Lin Ke immediately understood. So this was the reason. Just because Su Muyue once asked him a few academic questions, this petty-minded guy held a grudge. When Lin Ke was still a theory genius, Gao Tianhao didn't dare go too far. But now, with his disastrous college entrance exam results, he had become the laughingstock of the school, and Gao Tianhao couldn't wait to step on him. Just because of something so trivial? Lin Ke laughed angrily. Trivial? It's trivial to you, but to me, someone like you, a useless piece of trash, doesn't deserve the goddess's attention. Gao Tianhao's voice grew hysterical. I want to show you what happens when you offend me. I want you and your poor, shabby parents to be kicked out of Jiangcheng like dogs. You dare. Lin Ke roared. You think I won't? Gao Tianhao sneered repeatedly. A good-for-nothing with zero practical skills still dares to haggle with me? I'll give you 1 day to think about it. By this time tomorrow, if you haven't contacted me to sign the contract, I promise I'll make sure your parents can't even find a street cleaning job in Jiangcheng. My dad is a well-known developer in Jiangcheng, just a snap of his fingers, and your family could disappear from this city. Do you believe me? Lin Ke believed him. He certainly believed him. In this world, sometimes power and money are even more terrifying than Beastmaster skills. Gao Tianhao's father, Gao Yuan, was a big player in the real estate industry in Jiangcheng, with connections in both the underworld and above. It would be as easy as pie for him to make their powerless, ordinary family disappear. This was raw, unrestrained power. The protagonist had incredible talent but was bound by the shackles of reality, unable to use it. And the antagonist, relying on his family background and wealth, could ruthlessly crush him and his family with no consequences. A huge sense of powerlessness swept over Lin Ke again. If his talent could be used immediately. If his green caterpillar had already evolved. Would he have been subjected to such a humiliating disgrace? How is it? Lin University genius, have you thought it over? On the other end of the phone, Gao Tianhao's smug voice came again. Will you obediently be a good dog, or are you ready to send your parents to the streets? Lin Ke clenched his teeth tightly, his gums already bleeding. His chest heaved violently, and the flames of anger almost burned his sanity to ashes. He squeezed out a few words through his teeth. Gao Tianhao, you will regret it. Regret? Ha 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 ha. I'm waiting for it. Gao Tianhao laughed arrogantly and hung up the phone directly. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone coming from the receiver, Lin Ke's hand holding the phone had turned white from the excessive force. Ah! He could no longer suppress the anger and frustration in his heart. He let out an unwilling roar to the sky and slammed his fist hard into the nearby tree. Boom! The tree trunk shook violently, and leaves rustled down. His fist, however, was already dripping with blood. But he didn't feel any pain. The pain in his body was nothing compared to the torment in his heart. He knew very well that Gao Tianhao wasn't joking. He could really do it. What should he do? Call the police? It's useless. The other side could completely use legal business methods to suppress him, like forcing the small company his parents worked for to close down and making them lose their jobs. Go to the school? Even less possible. Gao Tianhao's father was a school board member. Who would offend him for a 0-point useless person? Was he really going to sell the house to him? No. Absolutely not. That was his parents' last dignity and retreat. Lin Ke's eyes turned blood red. Never before had he longed for power so much. Longed for the power to manifest his talent. Just as he was burning with anxiety, his anger and helplessness intertwining, his phone rang again. He saw the caller ID, and his heart sank sharply. It was his mother. A sense of unease instantly enveloped his heart. He shakily answered the phone, and before he could speak, his mother's tearful and fearful voice came through the receiver. Son, you have to come back, something happened at home. Lin Ke's heart instantly jumped to his throat. Mom! What happened? Don't worry, take it slow and tell me. Our home, our front door, someone splashed red paint on it, and wrote useless family, get out of Jiangcheng in big characters. His mother's voice was full of grievance and fear, speaking in broken sentences. Just now, a few unruly people were shouting at the door, saying that if we don't move out, we'll break your dad's legs. Boom! Every word from his mother hit Lin Ke's heart like a heavy hammer. His vision went dark, and he almost fell to the ground. Anger. Unprecedented anger erupted from his chest like a volcano. Gao Tianhao. He actually did it this ruthlessly. This quickly. This wasn't a threat anymore, this was blatant intimidation and humiliation. Son, what should we do? His mother cried helplessly on the other end of the phone. Listening to his mother's crying, Lin Ke felt as though his heart was shattering. He clenched his fist tightly, and for the first time, a vicious, ghost-like expression appeared on his usually gentle face. He spoke each word slowly, his voice hoarse but filled with overwhelming murderous intent. Gao. Tian. How? Chapter 7, A Shocking Bug. The collapse flaw of the B-level Thunder Hawk. Hanging up the phone, Lin Ke's eyes turned blood red, and a terrifying, murderous aura radiated from him. He wanted to rush home immediately, wanted to rush straight to Gao Tianhao and stomp that arrogant guy under his feet. But he couldn't. Impulsiveness is the devil, and it would only make things worse. Right now, he had no strength, and his beast, a green caterpillar that could die at any time, was useless against the Gao family. What could he use to fight them? His head? Calm down. He had to calm down. Lin Ke forced himself to take deep breaths again and again. The volcano inside his chest was about to explode. He suppressed it with his powerful will. Anger cannot solve problems, it will only burn oneself. He knew very well that the reason Gao Tianhao dared to be so reckless was simply because he had calculated that he was a powerless, insignificant waste with no future. So, the key to breaking the situation lies in proving that he is not a waste. He needs money, resources, and influence. He needs even more a letter of recommendation that could make certain big figures look at him differently and be willing to invest in him. This would help him launch his grand but unreachable factory plan. As long as the gene cube could operate, even if it was just a simple F-level gene edit, he could prove his value to the world. At that point, what would a mere Gao family matter? But where would this letter of recommendation come from? Would he go straight to the National Research Institute's door and shout, "I've awakened an S+ level talent, give me money"? He would probably be taken as a madman and sent straight to the mental hospital for research and dissection. There must be an opportunity, one that is reasonable, not exposing his core talent's secret, yet could show unmatched value. Lin Ke thought quickly while running back to his dorm. Going home now would only make his parents more worried. He had to find the solution here. Sitting in front of the computer, he opened the largest beast taming information website in the Huaxia Federation, the Beast Tamer Alliance. On the homepage, various information about beast evolution dazzled the eyes. He originally just wanted to see if there were any quick money tasks, but his eyes were unintentionally drawn to a pinned advertisement shining with golden light. Thor Biotech, launching with a big bang. B-level evolution route, Thunder Eagle. Let your fierce wind wolf grow wings of lightning and soar through the sky. Under the advertisement was a well-made promotional video. In the video, an ordinary sea-level fierce wind wolf, after being injected with a tube of blue genetic serum, let out a painful howl. Then, with a special effect of lightning and thunder, its body began to undergo dramatic changes. Its bones stretched, wings sprouted, and finally, with a loud eagle's cry, it transformed into a majestic giant eagle covered in silver feathers, with arcs of electricity flickering along the edges of its wings. B-level beast, Thunder Eagle. At the end of the video, the Thunder Eagle spread its wings, and a thick lightning bolt struck from the sky, blasting a small hill into dust. That terrifying destructive power made people's blood boil. The comments section was in an uproar. Damn! So cool! B-level Thunder Eagle. This is one of the most perfect evolution routes on the market. Perfect? It's a miracle. Dr. Li, the chief scientist of Thor Biotech, is a top-notch expert returning from abroad. It's said that this route has no side effects, and the success rate of evolution is as high as 99%. Too bad it's too expensive. One tube of evolution serum costs 8 million. I'll never afford it in my lifetime. Lin Ke stared at the information, his gaze gradually solidifying. B-level evolution route Thunder Eagle. A bold and even somewhat crazy thought flashed through his mind like a lightning bolt. Gene Magic Cube, since it can read physical beings like the green caterpillar, then, can it read data information like videos, images, and text? In theory, everything in the world is made of information. The genetic information of physical beings and the coded information of data streams might not have any essential difference from a higher dimensional perspective. Once this thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. His heart began to uncontrollably race. If it really works, then doesn't he have a humanoid bug scanner that can see through the essence of everything? Try it. Lin Ke's eyes sparkled with light. He no longer hesitated and immediately focused his attention, locking his gaze on the computer screen displaying the genetic introduction and promotional video of the Thunder Eagle. Gene Magic Cube, start scanning and reading. Target locked, data stream, B-class evolution route, Thunder Eagle. Starting to analyze data structure. Starting reverse engineering of genetic model. Reading. 10%. 40%. 80%. 100%. The mechanical prompt sound rang again in his mind, almost identical to when he read the green caterpillar. It really works. Lin Ke was so excited that he almost jumped out of his chair. His talent was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. As the reading completed, a virtual genetic model, much more detailed and precise than the official brief, appeared in his mind. It was the core genetic sequence of the Thunder Eagle. It was like a top-level programmer reviewing a seemingly flawless code. He carefully read this sequence, relying on his knowledge as a theory god in the Gene Cube's extraordinary analytical abilities, and he quickly discovered some issues. This G127 gene fragment, responsible for guiding the affinity of thunder elements, seems too dominant. It will repel the stability of other elements. And here, the A455 fragment is key to wing growth, but it slightly conflicts with the original wind attribute gene. One by one, the subtle flaws, cleverly concealed, were exposed under his magical eye. However, these were just minor issues. Although they would affect the Thunder Eagle's growth potential, they were not fatal. Until, his gaze fell upon a gene node labeled G334. This node was the core of the entire evolutionary path, responsible for guiding the Beastmaster to absorb external thunder elements during the spiritual tide period, to enhance its lightning abilities. From a design perspective, it was flawless, a stroke of divine brilliance. All the Beastmaster experts in the world praised this design, believing it solved the greatest problem of B-class beasts' growth stagnation. But in Lin Ke's eyes, this so-called stroke of divine brilliance made every hair on his body stand on end. He saw it. He saw a deadly, catastrophic bug hidden beneath layers of perfect code. Ding! At that moment, a crisp prompt sounded, exploding in his mind. Scan complete. Found fatal flaw in B-class Thunder Eagle evolution route. Lin Ke suddenly stood up from his chair, his face full of shock and disbelief. On his retina, the Gene Cube automatically generated an analysis report, with crimson font, looking alarming. Flaw, G334. This gene node has a logical flaw when guiding the absorption of high-concentration thunder elements. When the external thunder element concentration exceeds the critical value, such as during this spiritual tide period, there is a 17.38% chance of triggering a chain reaction, causing chaos in the beast's internal energy, and the genetic chain begins to collapse from within. Genetic chain, collapse. Lin Ke sucked in a cold breath, his mind blank. He understood better than anyone what those 5 words, genetic chain collapse, meant. It wasn't an injury, it wasn't an illness, it was being completely erased from the most fundamental level of life. The result could only be one thing. Self-detonation. Nothing but bones left. A 17% chance. This wasn't some fatal flaw at all. This was suicide. A time bomb strapped to the body that could explode at any moment. Chapter 8, Gao Tianhao's Opportunity. A 17% self-detonation chance. This is simply a gamble. Lose, and you're shattered into pieces. Lin Ke sat in front of the computer, his back cold with fear. He couldn't imagine what the Beastmasters, who had spent 8 million to evolve their beasts with full hope, would feel if they knew that what they bought wasn't the hope for the future, but a bomb that could explode at any time. Wait. Such a serious flaw, do the Thunder God Technologies not know about it? Or did they hide it on purpose? A deeper question rose in Lin Ke's mind. He immediately started frantically searching for keywords in the Beast Tamer Alliance internal database, using the small reading privileges that came with his national champion status. Thunder Eagle, self-detonation, evolution failure, accidental death. Soon, deep within layers of information, he really found a few posts and news reports that had been deliberately suppressed. Shocking. A beast tamer in Donghai City was supplementing energy to a Thunder Eagle during the spiritual tide, and the beast suddenly went out of control and exploded, causing death. Official refutation. Regarding the recent rumors about the Thunder Eagle evolution route having safety risks, the expert team has determined that this was caused by some beast tamers improperly guiding excessive spiritual energy into the body during the spiritual tide period. Please, all beast tamers, operate strictly according to the instructions. An inconspicuous obituary, genius beast tamer Zhang, unfortunately perished last night during the spiritual tide. His beast Thunder Eagle suffered an energy disruption and had an accident. Each report blamed the final cause on improper operation or accident. Bullshit. Lin Ke couldn't help but mutter as he saw these conclusions. What the hell is improper operation? This is clearly a design flaw at the genetic level. It's that gene node with the code, G334, causing the trouble. The Thunder God Technology Company, or rather, the creators of this evolutionary route, must have known about this bug long ago. But for the sake of massive commercial profit, they chose to conceal the truth and shift all the failed cases onto user mistakes. Such malicious methods. Such shameless capitalists. Lin Ke felt a chill run through him. He suddenly realized that this bug he discovered was not just a letter of recommendation to break the deadlock, but a deadly weapon capable of delivering a fatal blow to the business empire of Thunder God Technology. His plan began to take shape in his mind. At this moment, he inexplicably logged into the campus forum of Jiangcheng No. 3 High School. He wanted to see what that arrogant Gao Tianhao was doing after threatening him. As soon as he logged in, a post pinned and highlighted in blood-red letters immediately stabbed at his eyes. 3 days later, witness the miracle. Gao Tianhao will make Jiangcheng No. 3 High School the proud owner of a real B-level beast. The poster was none other than Gao Tianhao. Lin Ke's gaze instantly turned cold, and he clicked on the post. The content of the post was all about showing off and boasting. Thanks to my dear father. To celebrate that I passed the practical test with a high score of 90, and to ensure I achieve good results in the upcoming University League, he spent a fortune to buy me the perfect B-level evolution serum for the Thunder Eagle. Below the post, there was a high-definition picture. In the picture, a blue genetic potion was placed in an exquisite password box, shimmering with a captivating glow under the light. Next to the potion was an 8 million yuan transfer receipt. Gao Tianhao seemed to be afraid that others wouldn't know how wealthy his family was. The second half of the post was filled with unapologetic provocation and display. 3 days later, on the most violent spiritual tide day of this month, it will be the best time for evolution. Gao Tianhao will, under the witness of the entire school faculty and students, evolve my C-level flame dog into the king soaring above the thunderclouds, the B-level Thunder Eagle. For those useless fools who can't even get into Beast Tamer University, watch closely. This is the gap between us that you will never be able to cross. Finally, he specifically added someone. At Sumuyu, you will see then, who the real strong one is. The entire post exuded a strong I am the best in the world attitude, with a greasy aura of a nouveau riche. However, the replies below were a uniform praise and flattery. Damn! How Gu is awesome! A B-grade Thunder Eagle. The first B-grade Beastmaster in our school's history is about to be born. 8 million for an evolution potion, he buys it just like that. Is this what they call the power of money? I'm loving it. How Gu is majestic. Let those useless people see what true genius looks like. I feel sorry for that 0-point top scorer. He's probably hiding somewhere crying, haha. Goddess Sumu, you will definitely fall for Hao Gu. Only the strong deserve to have beauties. Lin Ke flipped through these comments with a blank face, not a single ripple in his heart. He just found it laughable. A group of ignorant fools, cheering for a dead man about to walk to the guillotine. What Gao Tianhao thought was the glorious path of evolution, to Lin Ke, was a one-way street leading to hell. 17.38% self-detonation chance. Although it's not 100%, Lin Ke believed that with Gao Tianhao's boastful nature and his pursuit of extremes, on the day of the spiritual tide, he would definitely push his Beastmaster to absorb the thunder elements, as if he wanted to swallow all the lightning from the sky. By then, the self-detonation chance would probably soar to infinity. The corner of Lin Ke's mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. He closed the campus forum, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. In his mind, Gao Tianhao's arrogant and domineering face alternated with the image of his parents at home, worried and fearful. Originally, he only wanted to find a token of loyalty to exchange for resources to start the factory. But now, he changed his mind. Not only would he exploit this bug, but he would do so, to the fullest. Didn't Gao Tianhao want to step on him to rise? Didn't he want him and his family to roll out of Zhongcheng? Fine. Then let's see, in 3 days, who will be shattered into pieces. Lin Ke slowly opened his eyes, a cold glimmer of wisdom flashing in his pitch-black pupils. He looked out at the dark night sky, as if already seeing the scene 3 days later, where Gao Tianhao, under the gaze of thousands, would turn into a brilliant firework with his Beastmaster. Gao Tianhao, what you thought was an opportunity, is the death sentence in my eyes. He chuckled softly, and that smile seemed a bit eerie in the dim dorm room. Originally, your life was worth nothing. But now, your life is valuable. Chapter 9, I have the blueprint, the country has the factory. The night was as dark as ink, and the dormitory was silent, with only the faint glow from the computer screen illuminating Lin Ke's face, which was calm to the point of being frightening. He didn't act immediately, but forced himself to sit down, going over all the clues in his mind once more, conducting the ultimate simulation about the fate of himself and his family. First, the current situation. The first point, and the most crucial one, his own situation. S+ grade talent gene cube, although it was heaven-defying, he currently couldn't use it. Without massive spiritual energy, a super clean laboratory, and various resources, this god-level talent in his hands was like a brick. At best, it could only be used to look at, and forcing its use would just end up nearly killing him and the green caterpillar like last time. I, personally, have a blueprint, talent, but no factory, resources. The second point, the external threat from Gao Tianhao. The Gao family was enormously powerful in Jiangcheng, and Gao Tianhao had already torn off the mask, directly threatening him and his family with personal harm. The time left for him was at most 1 day. After 1 day, if he didn't come up with an effective countermeasure, his family might really end up on the streets. Enemy, Gao Tianhao, has the ability to cause me catastrophic damage, and it's imminent. The third point, and the key to breaking the situation, Thunder Eagle Bug. Gao Tianhao thought he had a trump card, but in reality, he was holding a ticking time bomb. The spiritual tide day 3 days later was his self-detonation countdown. About to die, and in the most dazzling way. 3 clear clues were laid out in front of him, and Lin Ke began to deduce all possible ways to break the situation. Option 1, sit back and wait, watch Gao Tianhao explode in place 3 days later. Put. Just thinking about that scene almost made Lin Ke laugh out loud. This option was undoubtedly the most satisfying, but also the most foolish. If Gao Tianhao dies, will his father, Gao Yuan, just let it go? A real estate tycoon who has lost his beloved son would definitely turn Jiang City upside down to find the murderer who killed his son. At that time, even if there is no evidence, Lin Ke, the biggest enemy, would definitely become the primary suspect and be relentlessly revenged by the Gao family. It's just treating the symptom, not the root cause, and the aftermath would be endless. This option is out. Option 2, warn Gao Tianhao anonymously. For example, secretly send him an email or slip a note through his door saying Lei Ying evolution has risks, handle with care. Lin Ke shook his head. With Gao Tianhao's arrogant and self-centered personality, would he believe it? He would just think it's the jealousy and curse of a loser, and might even frame the warning letter to humiliate Lin Ke after successfully evolving. Look, that waste is jealous of me. But I still succeeded. Completely useless, purely self-inflicted humiliation. This option is out. Option 3, use this bug to blackmail the Gao family. This option seemed highly feasible. He could find Gao Yuan and tell him that he knew the fatal flaw of Lei Ying, using this secret to exchange for a large sum of money or a promise from the Gao family to stop bothering him. But Lin Ke rejected this idea immediately after thinking for 3 seconds. Danger. Too dangerous. This would be like telling the whole world, I, Lin Ke, a penniless and powerless student, hold a world-shaking secret that could bring down a billion-dollar business empire in an instant. This isn't a deal, it's called carrying a jadeite in a crime. To protect the secret, the Gao family's best option wouldn't be to give him money, but to make him and the secret disappear from this world forever. At that point, he wouldn't even know how he died. He certainly didn't want to experience being dumped at the bottom of the river as a VIP service right after being reborn. This option is out. One by one, the options were overturned, and Lin Ke's thoughts became clearer and clearer. He realized that the root of all problems pointed to one thing: he was too weak. A person's strength, in the face of enormous capital and power, is ultimately like an ant. Since that's the case, then don't use personal strength to fight. A sudden flash of unprecedented brilliance shot from Lin Ke's eyes. A brand new, and the only correct path, suddenly opened up in his mind. I, individual, have a blueprint, talent. The country, collective, has factories, resources. Why limit myself to the narrow framework of individual? The difficulties he faced, all the lack of resources, the lack of laboratories, the lack of protection, to a powerful national machine, these were not problems at all. And what does his S+ level talent mean to the country? It means infinite possibilities. It means a leap in technology. It means that the China Federation will have an absolute advantage in the future Beastmaster era, crushing the entire world. This talent, in his personal hands, is a disaster that could bring about his own death at any moment. But if it is handed over to the country, it would become a real national treasure. And he, Lin Ke, as the holder and developer of this national treasure, would no longer fear a mere local real estate tycoon. In Lin Ke's eyes, Gao Tianhao wasn't even worth a fart. Once he figured this out, Lin Ke felt an overwhelming sense of clarity, as if his thoughts had reached new heights. All the frustration, anger, and helplessness he had felt before vanished in that instant. He had stood at a completely new, grander perspective. And right now, that Thunder Eagle bug about to kill itself was his best token of loyalty to the country. He not only had to save Gao Tianhao, but also pull him back from the edge of death in front of everyone. Only this way, without revealing the core secret of the Heijin Cube, could he show to the fullest his unmatched analysis and insight ability. He wanted the country to see that he, Lin Ke, had vision beyond his time, even beyond current technology. He wanted the country to understand that he was worth investing in. S+ level talent, a disaster if held individually, but a national treasure if handed to the state. Lin Ke murmured, a supremely confident smile on his face. He knew that from the moment he made this decision, his life would no longer be a cliché script tangled with a small character like Gao Tianhao. His stage was the whole of China, even the entire world. He picked up his phone, his fingers sliding quickly across the screen, finally stopping at a number he had seen in textbooks but never imagined dialing. It was a special department open to all citizens, handling the highest level emergencies related to beast mastery. He took a deep breath and pressed the dial key without hesitation. The phone beeped once and was immediately answered. A calm and steady male voice came through, carrying unquestionable authority. This is the National Beast Mastery Strategic Security Bureau, please speak. Lin Ke held the phone, his heart racing with excitement. He knew this call would completely change his destiny. In as steady a voice as possible, he said word by word. Hello, is this the National Beast Mastery Strategic Security Bureau? I want to report a deadly bug that could overturn the B-level beast market. Chapter 10 Shock. Knocking on the door of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Report a deadly bug that could overturn the B-level beast market? The voice on the other end clearly paused, seemingly stunned by Lin Ke's earth-shattering opening line. Overturn the B-level beast market? This kid's tone was too big. You must know, B-level beasts were already the backbone of society, and every mature evolution path was priceless, the result of countless top scientists' hard work. But the person on the other end, obviously professionally trained, neither doubted nor laughed, only his tone became 3 degrees more serious. Student, please report your name, identification, and exact location. Also, confirm that you understand the legal consequences of falsely reporting major intelligence. I understand. Lin Ke reported his information. My name is Lin Ke, a graduating student from Jiangchang No. 3 High School. I am currently in the school dormitory. I am reporting a deadly design flaw in the Thunder Eagle evolution path released by Thunder God Biotechnology Company. Thunder Eagle? Hearing this name, the operator's voice on the other side immediately became more serious. Thunder Eagle, as the hottest evolution path at present, was naturally on record in the Security Bureau. Please hold. The call was transferred, and in less than 10 seconds, a more steady, more oppressive voice spoke. I am Wang Meng, head of the Jiangcheng Branch Action Team. Lin Ke, please explain in detail the flaw you mentioned. Lin Ke did not waste words, directly summarizing the conclusions he analyzed through Gene Cube. In the simplest language, the core gene node of the Thunder Eagle evolution path, code G334, has a logic loophole when guiding beasts to absorb high concentrations of thunder elements, with more than a 17% chance of causing the gene chain to collapse, resulting in the beast self-destructing. On the other end, there was a silence lasting more than 10 seconds. Lin Ke could even hear the person's breathing grow heavy. G334 gene node 17% collapse chance. When Wang Meng's voice came again, it carried an almost imperceptible tremor. Where did you get this data from? I can't say. Lin Ke had already prepared his response. But I can take responsibility for every word I say. Wang Meng fell silent again. A storm was brewing inside him. Although he wasn't a researcher, as the leader of the action team, he understood very well what it meant if the B-level beast tamer gene chain collapsed. This was no longer just a simple commercial fraud, it could be classified as a public safety threat. If what Lin Ke said was true, the consequences would be unimaginable. Stay where you are, don't move, don't contact anyone. Our people will be there soon. After saying this, Wang Meng decisively hung up the phone. In his dorm, Lin Ke looked at the blackened phone screen and let out a long sigh. He knew the fish had already bitten the hook. The efficiency of the national machinery far exceeded Lin Ke's expectations. In less than an hour, there was a soft knock on the door. Lin Ke opened the door and saw two men in black plainclothes standing outside. They were tall, with sharp eagle-like eyes. The subtle, yet palpable, aura of coldness around them made Lin Ke instantly recognize who they were. Are you Lin Ke? The man in front flashed an ID card. National Beast Tamer Strategic Security Bureau. Please come in. Lin Ke stepped aside to let them in. Without any pleasantries, the agent directly opened a military-grade laptop, and countless complex data streams immediately appeared on the screen. Lin Ke, please point out the gene node you discovered. Lin Ke nodded and walked to the computer. Although he couldn't explain how he knew, pointing out the bug was easy for him. He precisely found the G334 node on the virtual gene model, which had been hailed by countless experts as a stroke of genius. It's here. The two agents stared fixedly at the complex structure on the screen marked by Lin Ke, their eyes filled with shock. Although they were not top experts, they had received relevant training. They could tell that the position Lin Ke pointed to was the most core and critical part of the entire Lei gene sequence. A regular high school student was able to pinpoint such a technical core accurately? The information has been uploaded. Another agent quickly operated the computer. Team Leader Wang, the target segment G334 has been locked. Repeat, it has been locked. The leading agent gave Lin Ke a deep look, as if looking at a monster. He spoke into his mini communicator in a low voice. Immediately report the information to the highest level. Apply for the use of the Tianhe supercomputer to conduct a simulation. This matter is of great importance. At the same time, thousands of miles away in the capital of the Huaxia Federation, the imperial capital. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Biological Evolution Research Institute, the lights were bright. An elderly man with gray hair and a stern face, dressed in a white research coat, was looking at the emergency report on the screen, his brows furrowed. He was Chen Huayan, the leading figure in China's biological evolution field, and the head of the Divine Beast Recapture Plan. The G334 node has a fatal flaw? Collapse probability 17%? Nonsense. Chen Huayan looked at the report. His first reaction was disbelief. The evolution path of the Lei was reviewed by our institute at the time. The G334 node was created by the brilliant Dr. Lijian, a returnee genius. It was perfect. How could there be such an outrageous bug? His assistant cautiously said, Chen, this is the highest level alert sent by the Security Bureau. The person who reported it is a high school student named Lin Ke. High school student? Chen Huayan found it even more absurd. A high school student scared the action team guys at the Security Bureau like this? Do they even know what genetics is? Despite his words, Chen Huayan, as a scientist, still gave the order with a serious tone. No matter how ridiculous the source of the information is, the procedure must be followed. Immediately activate the Tianhe supercomputer. Take out the G334 node by itself and use the highest computational power to simulate the high-concentration thunder element absorption process under the spiritual tide environment for 10,000 times. Yes. With the order given, the nation's heavy-duty weapon, the Tianhe supercomputer, located in the underground base, began to slowly start up. A massive flow of data refreshed on the central screen like a waterfall. Time passed, second by second. Academician Chen held his teacup, initially calm, but as he watched the increasingly abnormal data fluctuations on the screen, his hand began to tremble slightly. 5 minutes later. Ding! 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 Warning! Warning! The harsh alarm echoed throughout the entire control center. On the central screen, the result of 10,000 simulations was presented to everyone in front of a huge blood-red number. Simulation complete. The G334 flaw is real. In an ultra-critical thunder element environment, the gene chain collapse probability is 17.3%. Clatter. Academician Chen's teacup slipped from his hand and shattered into pieces. He stood there like struck by lightning, staring at the number, his cloudy old eyes filled with horror and disbelief. It's real, it's really real. That design, hailed as perfect by the entire scientific community, actually has a fatal bug. And the one who discovered this bug was just an unknown high school student. How is this possible? The Tianhe supercomputer, using the country's most advanced computational power, ran 10,000 simulations before finally verifying this result. And that boy, Lin Ke, how did he know? Could it be that his brain is even more powerful than the Tianhe supercomputer? A terrifying thought began to wildly grow in Academician Chen's mind. Immediately. Connect me to the security bureau. Academician Chen's voice trembled violently from excitement. The phone was quickly connected, and he nearly roared into the phone at Wang Meng on the other end. No. He didn't report the bug. How did he know about this bug? A result that even Tianhe needs 5 minutes to calculate. How did he know it out of thin air? This person is the biggest secret. Immediately. Right now. Start the highest level protection program. Send a special plane to take him to the capital. I want to see him in person. Academician Chen hung up the phone and began pacing excitedly in the control room, his eyes gleaming brighter and brighter, the ecstasy of discovering a priceless treasure. He suddenly stopped, a decisive look flashed in his eyes. Notify everyone. I will convene a top-level meeting immediately. Regarding the long-suspended, Divine Beast recurrence plan. It must be activated immediately. Jiang City, Security Bureau Branch. Lin Ke was still sitting in the interrogation room, oh no, the reception room, drinking tea. Suddenly, the door was slammed open, and Wang Meng, the leader of the action team, rushed in excitedly. His eyes looked at Lin Ke like he was looking at a living, breathing panda. Lin Ke, no, Comrade Lin Ke. Wang Meng rubbed his hands excitedly. The higher-ups have given an order. Please, come with us. Where to? Lin Ke asked calmly. Wang Meng took a deep breath and said a location that made Lin Ke's heart skip a beat. The capital, the Chinese Academy of Sciences. After saying that, he made a pleased gesture, his attitude extremely respectful. Lin Ke walked out of the branch building, and on the tarmac, a silver-white military special plane with the national emblem was already running its engines, quietly waiting for him. He, the high school student who was laughed at as a zero-score failure just yesterday, now sat on a special plane flying directly to the country's highest scientific research temple. Chapter 11 National Hero Treatment. Arriving at the South Gate. The engine of the special plane roared loudly, the huge sensation of acceleration pressed Lin Ke firmly into the soft, comfortable leather seat. Through the porthole, the thousands of lights of Jiang City rapidly shrank beneath him, eventually turning into a dazzling spot of light, disappearing into the clouds. Lin Ke's heart, too, rose little by little as the plane gained altitude. The capital, the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It was the sacred place of research for the entire Huaxia Federation. The nation's top minds have gathered. Who exactly is he about to meet? How will they view the Thunder Eagle bug he discovered? More importantly, will his letter of loyalty earn him the factory he desires? Just as Lin Ke's mind was racing with thoughts, a steady sound of footsteps approached. Comrade Lin Ke, would you like something to drink? We have coffee, tea, and juice. A man, towering like an iron tower, with a strong face and eyes as sharp as a blade, was holding a tray and smiling as he stood before him. Lin Ke hurriedly sat up straight, feeling both flattered and surprised. Thank you, just a glass of water would be fine. He recognized the emblem on the man's shoulder badge, a roaring dragon coiled around the Great Wall, with a sword in its mouth. This was the symbol of China's most mysterious and powerful special operations force, Dragon's Tooth. It was rumored that each member of Dragon's Tooth was at least a C-class beast master. They never carried out routine tasks, their only duty was to venture into the S-class death zones, dealing with the most difficult and terrifying beast incidents. And the man before him, serving him tea and water, wore a golden dragon insignia on his shoulder badge. The commander of Dragon's Tooth. A legendary figure, personally acting as a waiter on a special plane? Lin Ke felt his mind was overwhelmed. Was this level of reception a bit too outrageous? Just because he reported a bug? Seemingly noticing Lin Ke's nervousness and shock, the commander smiled heartily, handed him the water cup, and casually sat down across from him. Don't be nervous, young comrade. My name is Longzhan. I'm assigned to escort you to the capital. Academician Chen specifically instructed that you are the treasure of our country's future, and we can't afford any accidents on the way. Long Captain, hello. Lin Ke nervously picked up the water cup and took a sip, almost choking. I'm just an ordinary student. I don't deserve the title treasure. Ha ha ha, an ordinary student? Long John seemed to have heard something amusing. If anyone can immediately spot the fatal flaw of the Thunder Eagle, then if they're all ordinary students, wouldn't those national treasure level experts in the Chinese Academy of Sciences be just kindergarten kids? His words were rough, but his attitude was extremely sincere and respectful. This made Lin Ke realize that the country's attention to the bug he reported was far beyond what he had imagined. The plane continued silently, speeding through the clouds. 2 hours later, the aircraft trembled slightly and began to descend slowly. Lin Ke looked out the porthole, but instead of the bustling night scene of the capital, he saw a military restricted zone surrounded by towering mountains. The searchlight's beams swept across the mountains like sharp swords, with camouflaged anti-aircraft gun emplacements and psychic defense towers everywhere. The defense here was so intense it was almost terrifying. The plane finally landed inside a hollowed-out mountain, revealing a massive underground airfield. Various futuristic-shaped aircraft were parked inside, and numerous personnel in military uniforms and research clothing were rushing around, creating a solemn and tense atmosphere. We've arrived. Long John stood up. Follow me. Lin Ke followed Long John down the stairs, and a strange blend of metal, ozone, and intense psychic energy filled the air. He looked up and saw above the massive alloy gates of the airfield 3 imposing characters carved in seal script. South Sky Gate. Lin Ke's heart skipped a beat. He had once seen this codename in the margins of some classified files. South Skygate, China's highest-level biological research base, and the true headquarters of the Chinese Academy of Sciences Institute of Biological Evolution. This was the brain and heart of China. And right now, on the nearby helipad, a person dressed in a white research uniform. A man with a square face, temples white with age, yet eyes sparkling with wisdom, was pacing anxiously with his hands behind his back. Behind him, a row of experts and scholars wearing research coats stood neatly, each stretching their necks to look at this side, their gaze like visitors at a zoo looking at monkeys. No, rare animals. Long John quickly stepped forward and gave the old man a standard military salute. Report, Academician Chen. The person has been safely brought here. Academician Chen. Lin Ke's heart immediately rose to his throat. He recognized this old man, the titan of Chinese biological evolution, only seen in top scientific journals, Chen Huayan. Yesterday, he was still the F-grade waste laughed at by the whole school. Today, he stood in the sacred place of national research, personally welcomed by a national-level master. The huge contrast made Lin Ke feel dizzy, as if he were dreaming. Academician Chen Huayan ignored Long John, all his attention focused on the thin young boy behind him. He ignored the experts behind him, and the base officials who came to greet them, almost running up to Lin Ke. In the shocked eyes of everyone, this national treasure-level academician, whose stomp could shake the whole Chinese scientific community, quickly approached and tightly shook Lin Ke's hand. His palm trembled slightly with excitement, his voice carrying a faint uncontrollable hoarseness. Comrade Lin Ke. I am Chen Huayan. Welcome you. Academician Chen took a deep breath, a thin layer of moisture appeared in his cloudy old eyes. He looked at this young, somewhat confused face in front of him, and said solemnly, Welcome home. Welcome home? Lin Ke was stunned. He noticed that Academician Chen's eyes were red. Not from tiredness, but a kind of a thrilled feeling of finding something lost and long-awaited reunion. Chapter 12, A Lesson of Blood. You saved 3,000 people. Welcome home? These 2 words made Lin Ke completely bewildered. He looked at the national-level master in front of him, eyes red with excitement, then at his own school uniform, dusty from running away, feeling an extreme mismatch. Master, do we know each other well? I just arrived. Academician Chen seemed to realize he had overstepped. He let go of his hand, heavily patted Lin Ke's shoulder, but the admiration and joy in his tone could not be hidden. Good. Very good. Heroes come from youth. Come, follow me, we will talk in the conference room. Saying this, he forcibly pulled Lin Ke along, walking briskly toward the depths of the base under the shocked, curious, envious, and jealous gazes of all the experts, scholars, and officials. Long John, left aside, touched his nose and shook his head with a bitter smile. He had never seen old Chen so lost. It seemed this boy Lin Ke had really found an earth-shaking treasure. After passing multiple security checks and identity verifications, Lin Ke was led to an A-level conference room full of futuristic technology. A huge circular conference table, 360-degree virtual projection screens, and every person present being at least associate professor-level research master, made Lin Ke feel like a tiny man in the land of giants, extremely uneasy. The atmosphere in the conference room was unusually heavy. Academician Chen sat at the main seat, the excitement on his face gone, replaced by a suffocating heavy grief. His bloodshot eyes finally made Lin Ke understand why they were red. That was not excitement, but staying up all night, or even longer. Comrade Lin Ke, first, on behalf of the country and all the sacrificed soldiers, I express the highest respect and gratitude to you. Academician Chen stood up and deeply bowed to Lin Ke. Wow! A gasp of surprise echoed in the meeting room. All the experts were stunned. How could Academician Chen, such a distinguished figure, bow so grandly to an unknown young man? Lin Ke, even more frightened, jumped up from his chair and waved his hands. Academician Chen, this is too much. Too much. I haven't done anything. No, you have done something. Academician Chen straightened up, his face pained as he pulled up a document marked top secret on the big screen. As the document opened, shocking photos appeared before everyone. It was an island base reduced to rubble, broken walls everywhere, charred remnants all around. Countless pieces of Beastmaster uniforms and mangled beast corpses were scattered among the ruins, a scene as tragic as hell. This is the Sword Beastmaster team base under the East Sea Fleet. Academician Chen's voice was hoarse and sorrowful. Just 24 hours before you reported the Thunder Eagle BUG, last night, a global aura tide erupted. The Sword team, along with 2 neighboring teams, collectively initiated the Thunder Eagle evolution for their sea-level Tempest Wolf as per the latest orders from the military. His voice paused, and a deathly silence filled the meeting room. Everyone held their breath, a sense of ominous dread cloaking their hearts. Academician Chen closed his eyes, seeming unable to bear looking at the horrific photos any longer, and with a trembling voice, spoke the despairing outcome. 3,217 elite beastmasters with an average level of C. All perished. Not a single survivor. Boom! This news exploded in everyone's mind like a nuclear bomb weighing millions of tons. Lin Ke felt as if struck by lightning, his whole body turning cold. More than 3,000. 3 full elite beastmaster teams. All wiped out overnight because of that damn BUG. Now he understood why the country responded to his call with such urgency and at such a high level. This was not commercial fraud, it was a complete massacre. Your intelligence came a step too late to save them. Academician Chen's voice was filled with self-reproach and pain. But as per the original plan, today and tomorrow, our 7 military districts in China, along with 3 fully staffed elite teams, are about to undergo the second batch of Thunder Eagle evolution. He suddenly opened his eyes, his bloodshot pupils staring intensely at Lin Ke, his voice raised by 8 octaves in excitement. It was your information that prompted us to urgently halt this plan at the last moment. You, Lin Ke, with your single power, at least saved our 3 fully staffed elite teams. Lives of nearly 10,000 elite warriors. You say, are you not a hero of the nation? Do you not deserve my bow? Lin Ke's mind went blank, stunned by this earth-shattering achievement. Saved, nearly 10,000? He only acted to protect himself, to find a token of allegiance, yet unintentionally accomplished such a miraculous feat of salvation? The immense shock left him speechless for a long time. As everyone in the meeting room was awestruck by this astounding achievement, their gazes towards Lin Ke filled with admiration and gratitude, an incongruous voice suddenly broke the atmosphere. Director, I have a question. The crowd turned to see a young man sitting in the assistant position of Academician Chen, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses as he slowly stood up. He was around 30, handsome, with an elegant demeanor, but his eyes concealed an undeniable pride and sharpness. He was Dr. Li, the brilliant scientist who returned from the Eagle Federation, the designer of the Thunder Eagle evolution route. At this moment, his expression was extremely grim. Lin Ke's discovery was like a hard slap on the face of his most proud work. He didn't look at Lin Ke, instead, he stared straight at Academician Chen, speaking in a tone that seemed objective but was filled with doubt. Director, this matter is indeed very serious, and Lin Ke's achievements are unquestionable. However, we cannot overlook one critical issue. He paused, precisely directing his criticism at Lin Ke. He is just an ordinary student who just finished the college entrance examination. May I ask, how does he know about this fatal bug, which even the Tianhe supercomputer needs a lot of time to deduce? As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room, which was once lively, instantly cooled down. The experts present also began to realize, and their gazes toward Lin Ke started to become complex. Indeed, how did he know? This is unscientific. Dr. Li curled his lips into a cold smile and continued, as far as I know, we, the Huaxia Federation, do not have any instrument or technology that can discern such deep genetic defects just by observation. However, there is one country that does. He adjusted his glasses, and a cold light reflected off the lenses. The Eagle Federation's Eye of God gene detector could perhaps achieve this. I seriously suspect that the source of this information did not come from his own discovery but rather that foreign forces deliberately leaked it to us through this seemingly harmless student identity. The purpose may be to suppress our military development, or even, there may be a larger conspiracy hiding within him. Dr. Li's words were heavy, and his logic was clear. This reasonable doubt instantly pulled Lin Ke down from the pedestal of a national hero to the suspect seat of a foreign spy. Jealousy. Lin Ke saw through the essence of the other party at a glance. This guy was just jealous. Jealous of an obscure kid who shattered the perfect myth of him as a genius scientist. The atmosphere in the conference room became strange. Everyone's gaze was focused on Lin Ke, waiting for his explanation. Faced with this sudden interrogation, Lin Ke was surprisingly calm. He didn't even glance at Li Jun, only turning his gaze toward Academician Chen in the main seat. Facing everyone's attention, he slowly began to speak. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Dr. Li, the question now is not how I know. He paused, a meaningful smile creeping on his lips as he uttered a statement that made everyone change color. But this bug might not be the only one. As soon as his words fell, Dr. Li Jun's face turned pale. And Academician Chen's pupils sharply contracted. What do you mean? Chapter 13 Public Verification. The tip of the iceberg of S+ talent. Not the only one? Academician Chen's voice changed pitch as he fiercely stared at Lin Ke, his murky old eyes bursting with frightening brilliance, as if wanting to see through Lin Ke completely. And the instigator, Dr. Li Jun, could no longer be described as merely troubled. He pointed at Lin Ke and shouted angrily, "Nonsense! Alarmist statements. The genetic sequence of the Thunder Hawk is my painstakingly crafted perfect work. The defect at the G334 node is already an extremely rare accident, how could there be other bugs? You are slandering my academic reputation." The more agitated he appeared, the more he exposed his inner guilt. Lin Ke couldn't be bothered to argue with him, just calmly looking at Academician Chen, slowly saying, "Old Chen, words are not enough. The truth will be revealed through verification, won't it?" Verification? How do we verify? Dr. Li Jun immediately seized the opportunity, sneering, "Do you want us to restart the Tianhe supercomputer? Do you know how much resources and time that requires? Is it just based on your wild guess? No need for Heaven River. Lin Ke shook his head, uttering shocking words. He faced the gazes of everyone in the conference room, some skeptical, some curious, and stated his demands slowly, word by word. I only need 3 things. First, a psychic link device. Second, a live B-grade Thunder Hawk. Third, give me 10 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room was in uproar. A psychic link device? Isn't that used to help beast masters communicate deeply with their beasts? What does he want that for? An alive Thunder Hawk? What a joke. Every successful evolved Thunder Hawk is a treasure for the military, worth a fortune. 10 minutes? What does he want to do in 10 minutes? Could it be, does he want to find a bug on the spot? This is simply absurd. Dr. Li Jun laughed out loud as if he heard the funniest joke in the world, on-site simulation. Lin Ke, have you gone crazy writing theory problems? Do you know how long it takes for the Heaven River supercomputer to simulate a complete B-grade gene sequence? A full 5 hours. You? 10 minutes? Who do you think you are? A god? His words were filled with unabashed ridicule and contempt. In his eyes, Lin Ke was just putting on a show, seeking attention. However, Academician Chen on the main seat fell into deep thought. His murky eyes fixed on Lin Ke, as if trying to see something beneath the boy's calm expression. His intuition told him that this boy was not lying. There must be some kind of secret hidden in him, one that surpasses the current scientific system. All right. Amidst the murmur of doubts, Academician Chen slammed the table suddenly, making a decision that shocked everyone. I agree to your request. He stood up, his eyes bright, sweeping across the room, stating in an indomitable tone, immediately activate the P5 level gene laboratory. Go and request a Thunder Hawk from the military. I, Chen Huayan, will bear all the consequences. Director. No. Dr. Li Jun was anxious, this is too reckless. To use the P5 laboratory for a student's crazy words? And to risk mobilizing the military's strategic beasts? The P5 laboratory was the core and highest level place of the entire Southern Skygate base, it was not used lightly. I have made up my mind. Academician Chen shot Dr. Li a cold glance. Dr. Li, if your design is truly flawless, what are you afraid of with a small test? Or do you feel guilty? With one sentence, Dr. Li was left speechless, his face turning as red as a pig's liver. Half an hour later, in the P5 level gene laboratory, Lin Ke witnessed for the first time a glimpse of the country's top research facility. The entire laboratory was enormous, filled with a sense of futuristic technology. Various precise instruments flashing with indicator lights dazzled him. In the center of the laboratory stood a massive safety chamber, constructed of special alloys and super-strong psychic glass, quietly waiting. At this moment, Lin Ke stood in the observation room outside the safety chamber with Academician Chen, Dr. Li, and a group of top experts, watching everything inside through thick glass. Roar! Accompanied by a sharp eagle cry, a magnificent B-grade Thunder Hawk was carefully placed into the safety chamber by the staff. It was covered in shiny silver feathers, with wings spread about 5 meters wide, sharp eyes, and arcs of electricity occasionally jumping around it, exuding the powerful pressure belonging to a B-grade beast. The Thunder Hawk is in position, reported one researcher. Is the psychic link device ready? Academician Chen asked. Ready to go. A silver-white device, shaped like a sci-fi helmet, was brought to Lin Ke. Dr. Li crossed his arms, standing aside with a sneer on his face, waiting to see how this ignorant kid would end up. Lin Ke ignored him, just taking a deep breath. He put on the cold psychic linkage device on his head. We can begin. As his voice fell, all the lights in the observation room dimmed, leaving only the glow from the central safety pod and the large screen of the control panel. Everyone's gaze focused on Lin Ke. Lin Ke closed his eyes, clearing away all distractions. Gene Cube, start. Buzz. The moment he wore the psychic linkage device, his mental power felt like it amplified 1,000 times. The entire world changed in his perception. He could even see the psychic energy particles flowing in the air, and hear the sound of the electric current running in the instrument. Then, he extended his mental power through the linkage device towards the Thunder Eagle in the safety pod. Start reading. Target locked, B-Class Beast Master, Thunder Eagle. Starting to read gene sequence. Detected assistance from the psychic linkage device, reading speed increased by 3,000%. Reading. Almost at the moment the command was given, the huge control screen in the observation room suddenly changed. An incredibly complex and precise three-dimensional double helix structure, composed of billions of light points, began to be drawn in real time from nothing. This is the gene sequence map of the Thunder Eagle, an old expert exclaimed in shock. Oh my god. He is really performing a live simulation. How is this possible? This drawing speed, this. Everyone was dumbfounded. Dr. Lesion's cold smirk also froze at this moment. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the computing power needed to draw such a complex B-class gene map in real time was. When he led the team, using part of the computing power of the Tianhe supercomputer, it took a full month just to complete the preliminary modeling. Yet now, the speed at which the gene chain was being constructed on the screen was incomprehensibly fast. A process that originally required 5 hours to complete was now being compressed and presented at a visibly fast rate. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The gene sequence map on the screen was already more than halfway completed. That gene giant dragon, flickering with electric light, coiled in virtual space, radiating a heart-pounding life pressure. So fast, too fast. A researcher in charge of data monitoring reported tremulously, report to Chen Lao, real-time drawing speed, has already surpassed the peak computing power of the Tianhe supercomputer. What? This is impossible. If everyone was just shocked before, now it was sheer horror. Surpassing the Tianhe supercomputer? That is a national treasure. The peak of China's computing power. What was this boy's brain made of? Dr. Lesion felt like he had been struck by lightning, his whole body went cold, staring blankly at the increasingly complete perfect gene chain on the screen before looking at the boy, eyes closed, serene expression, mouth opening and closing without a word. He felt that the scientific beliefs he had built over the past 30 years were shattered in that moment by a mysterious power from a higher dimension, one that invoked reason. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Finally, in the dead silence of the room, the last gene rune on the screen was successfully illuminated. A complete, perfect, and far more detailed B-class Thunder Eagle gene sequence map was presented before everyone. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. This speed was over 3,000 times faster than the Tianhe supercomputer. Gulps. Someone swallowed hard, difficulty evident. In the observation room, you could hear a pin drop. All the experts' breaths stopped at that moment. Chapter 14, Fatal Defect, 30% Self-Destruct Chance. Time seemed to be paused at this moment. The observation room was dead silent. Everyone looked like they had been petrified by a spell, staring blankly at the complete and perfect gene sequence map on the main control screen. The brain completely crashed. Fast. Too fast. So fast that it's unreasonable, fast enough to overturn cognition. This is no longer science, this is theology. My God. A gray-haired old expert trembled as he adjusted his reading glasses, his voice filled with a dreamlike mumble. I have spent my entire life studying genetics, and I swear, this is the most perfect genetic map I have ever seen. Every node, every segment's structure is so incredibly clear. Yes. Look at the construction of this energy conduction path, it's simply a work of art. It's at least 100 times more precise than our current model. If we could have this complete map, our entire field of biological evolution research could be advanced by at least 50 years. The experts present were all authorities in their respective fields. They might question Lin Ke's background, question the way he obtained the information, but they absolutely would not question the authenticity and great value of the map in front of them. This was the holy grail of scientific research they had spent their entire lives pursuing. And at this moment, this holy grail was casually drawn out by a 17-year-old boy in less than 10 minutes. Dr. Lesion's face had already changed from a liver-like color to a deathly gray. He stared blankly at the perfect genetic chain on the screen, which was his own proud and painstakingly created masterpiece. However, he sadly realized that his own child hadn't even been fully understood by an outsider. He felt like a joke. A pathetic, self-righteous joke. While everyone was still immersed in this shock, unable to extricate themselves, Lin Ke slowly took off the psychic link device from his head. He appeared calm, as though he had only done something trivial. He walked up to the huge control screen, facing everyone's awe, confusion, and shock, and extended his finger, gently tapping on the virtual screen. Buzz. The genetic map was instantly magnified countless times, precisely locking onto a single node. It was the previously verified, by the Tianhe supercomputer, deadly BUG codenamed G334. This is the bug I reported earlier, Lin Ke said indifferently. Hearing this, the crowd nodded. Although the process was mysterious, the results had already proven that Lin Ke was right. Dr. Lesion's lips moved, wanting to say something, but eventually, he dejectedly lowered his head, silently accepting this fact. However, Lin Ke's next words caused everyone's hearts to rise to their throats again. He gently swiped his finger, and the image moved to another gene segment not far away. It was a segment codenamed G411, responsible for regulating the stability of spiritual energy in the Thunderhawk's body. In all existing data and Dr. Lesion's designs, this segment was flawless, the core system that ensured the Thunderhawk could steadily output its powerful lightning abilities. Lin Ke's finger stopped on this perfect segment. He turned around and looked at the pale Dr. Lesion, and with a calm tone, he said, "The problem with the G334 node, at most, can only be considered a bug. But this, the segment codenamed G411. He paused, and in a deliberate tone, he uttered 4 words that made Dr. Lesion's liver and guts break. "Is the true design flaw. What?" Dr. Lesion suddenly looked up, screaming in disbelief, his face full of shock. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The G411 segment is the spiritual energy stabilizer I designed after thousands of simulations. It is absolutely perfect. There can be no problem. Is it?" Lin Ke's lips curled into a mocking smile. He turned back to face the screen, his voice not loud, but clearly ringing in everyone's ears like a death sentence. The G334 node can only be triggered when absorbing high-concentration spiritual energy in a passive state, leading to a 17.3% collapse of the genetic chain. And the design flaw of G411 will be activated when the Thunderhawk actively absorbs a high concentration of thunder elements. For example, Lin Ke's gaze seemed to penetrate the walls of the laboratory, looking toward the distant sky. On a stormy day, when the concentration of thunder elements in the outside world reaches an extremely terrifying peak, this so-called psychic energy stabilizer will not only fail to stabilize, but will also produce logical chaos due to overload, directly guiding the raging thunder elements to the spirit core of the beast. He turned his head, his cold gaze piercing like 2 sharp swords into Dr. Lesion's eyes. "The final probability of self-detonation is not 17.3%. Lin Ke slowly raised 3 fingers, his voice calm to the point of causing chills, revealing the terrifying number that could shake the entire world. But rather, 30%. Boom, 30%, this number struck like a divine thunder from the heavens, crashing down on the heads of every expert present. Everyone felt their scalps tingle and their limbs grow cold. If a 17.3% probability could still be faintly masked by terms like accident or low probability event, what about 30%? This is almost like saying 1 out of 3 Thunderhawks would turn into a moving bomb. This is not evolution, this is mass-producing, suicidal attackers. No. It's impossible. You are lying. You are fabricating this out of thin air." Dr. Lesion completely lost his composure, roaring like an enraged lion as he pointed at Lin Ke. "G411 is perfect. Absolutely perfect. The Tianhe supercomputer found no problems at all. You are denying me. You are denying the entire Thunderhawk project." His emotions were on the verge of collapse. The BUG of G334 had already humiliated him. If G411 really had such a terrible design flaw, then he, Lesion, would no longer be a brilliant returnee but would become a scientific criminal with a stench that would last through the ages. He couldn't accept it. And he would never admit it. Academician Chen's face also became unusually serious. He stared intently at the G411 segment on the screen, glancing at the frantic Lesion and the calm Lin Ke, his brain racing. The known BUG of the Tianhe versus the unknown fatal flaw discovered by Lin Ke. The rigor of science against the mysterious oracle. Whom should he believe? Looking at Dr. Lesion's hysterical appearance, Lin Ke's face showed no ripple at all. He just calmly watched him, as if looking at a buffoon. He slowly spoke, uttering a sentence that silenced all of Dr. Lesion's roars. "Oh, really? Then, let's verify it on site. Chapter 15, Start. Artificial lightning strike. Verify it on site? Lin Ke's casually spoken 6 words hit like 6 heavy bombs, exploding in the silent observation room. Dr. Lesion's roar abruptly stopped, replaced by a face of shock and fear. On-site verification? How dare he? Has he gone mad? No. Absolutely not. Dr. Lesion almost screamed reflexively, opening his arms to block the main control panel, excitedly shouting at Academician Chen, Director. We cannot verify. Absolutely cannot verify. He pointed at the extraordinary Thunderhawk in the safety capsule, his voice trembling with fear. This Thunderhawk is a perfect individual that the military spent enormous costs to evolve. Its genetic stability reaches 99.8%, making it the king of all Thunderhawks. Its value is at least over 3 billion. 3 billion. This number made all the experts present gasp in shock. This is no longer a beast of war, this is a flying, electrifying goldmine. To risk destroying a perfect body worth 30 billion for a baseless guess? Dr. Lesion became more agitated as he spoke, pointing at Lin Ke, his eyes filled with resentment. Director. He is just making a fool of himself. He just wants to destroy my hard work. Who is responsible for destroying this Thunderhawk? Can a poor student like him bear the responsibility? His words made many of the experts present subconsciously nod their heads. Indeed, the risk is too great. 3 billion, this price, no one can afford to bear. For a moment, all eyes focused on Academician Chen, waiting for his final decision. Academician Chen said nothing. He didn't look at Lesion, nor at the Thunderhawk worth 3 billion, his bloodshot eyes were fixed firmly on Lin Ke. He could not see any panic or guilt on Lin Ke's face. That calmness, that confidence, did not seem fake. It was a kind of composure born only after seeing through the truth of everything. Academician Chen was in the midst of an inner battle. On one side was science and reality, represented by Dr. Lesion. The 3 billion Thunderhawk, the huge sunk cost. If the experiment failed, he would face immense pressure from the military and the Academy of Sciences. On the other side was mystery and the future, represented by Lin Ke. He was betting not only on Lin Ke, but also on whether the China Federation could take the lead in the future field of biotechnology, surpassing the world. One was the present worth 3 billion. The other was the priceless future. How should one choose? Time seemed to stretch endlessly in this moment. The atmosphere in the observation room became unbearably tense. Finally, Academician Chen slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, all traces of hesitation and struggle had disappeared, replaced by a decisive determination. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped the cold alloy control panel with all his strength. Bang! The loud sound made everyone's hearts tremble. Academician Chen's hair stood up, and like an enraged lion, he roared 2 words. Destroy it! He glared fiercely at Lesion, whose face was pale with fear, and said slowly, word by word. I take responsibility. These 3 simple words contained the power and responsibility of a mountain pressing down. This is a national hero. For the future of the country, don't even talk about 3 billion, even if it were 300 billion or 3,000 billion, Chen Huayan would still dare to bet. He could afford it. Director. Dr. Lesion was so frightened by Academician Chen's aura that he staggered back and fell to the ground, his face ashen. He knew it was over. Academician Chen had made his decision, and no one could change it anymore. Academician Chen ignored him, turning around and walking to the main control panel, personally gripping the activation lever. He looked at Lin Ke, his eyes full of trust and expectation. Kid, the future of the country rests on your shoulders. After speaking, he no longer hesitated, giving a series of commands through the communicator that made everyone's hearts race. Attention all units. Activate the highest level defense of the safety chamber. Start simulating the chi-tide environment. Set the spiritual energy concentration to its peak. With his orders, countless mysterious runes on the giant safety chamber walls began to light up, forming an indestructible energy shield. At the same time, high-concentration spiritual energy, like thick white mist, began to surge violently into the chamber. Inside the safety chamber, the Thunderhawk seemed to sense this energy feast and excitedly let out a high-pitched eagle cry. Academician Chen's gaze became incredibly sharp, his hand gripping the activation lever, veins bulging. Activate. Artificial lightning. Boom. At his command, a huge Tesla coil on top of the safety chamber was instantly activated. Blinding electric sparks flashed, and thick, barrel-like simulated lightning bolts tore through the air, carrying destructive pressure, and struck fiercely at the Thunderhawk inside the chamber. Roar. Faced with this violent thunder, the Thunderhawk not only showed no fear, but excitedly spread its wings wide. The G3-34 node on its body automatically activated, beginning to absorb the surrounding lightning and spiritual energy at a frantic rate. With the naked eye, its momentum started to rise steadily. The arcs of electricity on its body grew thicker and wilder. A strong B-level peak pressure, even through the thick safety cabin, made everyone in the observation room feel a sudden heart pang. "Look, did you see it?" Dr. Lesion, who had fallen to the ground, seemed to grab the last straw of life, pointing at the majestic thunder eagle on the screen, his face showing a sickly joy. "Perfect. This is the perfect evolution. It is getting stronger. It is getting crazily stronger. There is no sign of any genetic collapse at all." The experts present also looked at each other, their expressions becoming somewhat shaken. Indeed, from all the data, the condition of this thunder eagle could not be better, showing no hint of self-destruction. Could it be that the boy really made a mistake? Academician Chen also stared at the screen tensely, his palms already full of sweat. Everything seemed flawless. The aura of the thunder eagle had already risen to its peak. Dr. Lesion climbed up from the ground, just about to show a mocking smile, ready to humiliate the arrogant Lin Ke. At that moment, the always silent Lin Ke suddenly spoke lightly. His voice was not loud, yet like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, it exploded in everyone's ears. "Now." Dr. Lesion's smile froze on his face. Lin Ke spoke in a tone without any emotion, as if stating an established fact. G411. It is starting to malfunction. Chapter 16, Verification. Thunder Eagle Self-Destruct. G411, it is starting to malfunction. Lin Ke's voice was not loud, yet it seemed to have a magic power that instantly grabbed everyone's heart. Dr. Lesion's mocking smile that had just appeared on his face instantly solidified. He subconsciously wanted to argue, but the words stuck dryly in his throat. You said what? "See, I told you." Before he could finish, an anomaly suddenly occurred. Beep. 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 Warning. Warning. Energy readings abnormal. Psychic core showing signs of malfunction. The piercing alarm from the control console hit Dr. Lesion like a loud slap. The color drained from his face instantly, and he turned sharply toward the main screen. On the screen, the segment representing G411's psychic stabilizer in the originally stable Thunder Eagle genetic map suddenly turned glaring red without any warning. Countless chaotic data streams poured out from the G411 node like a pack of rabid dogs, instantly collapsing the previously stable psychic circulation system. No. This is impossible. Dr. Lesion screamed in horror, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop. Inside the safety cabin, the B-level Thunder Eagle, which had just been majestic and at its peak, suddenly froze. For the first time, its sharp eagle eyes showed pain and confusion. It felt the power inside its body was spiraling out of control at an unprecedented speed. The raging electric psychic energy was no longer nourishing it, but turning into toxic lava burning its organs. Roar! A piercing, agonized scream exploded from the Thunder Eagle's mouth. The arcs on its body, once majestic, became wildly chaotic, like billions of silver snakes crawling madly over it. Its body started violently expanding and contracting at an abnormal frequency, like a balloon blown to its limit. Quick! Cut off the energy supply. Academician Chen's face changed drastically, yelling at the researcher at the console. It's too late, old Chen. The researcher, hands flying over the keyboard, already cried, the psychic core is completely out of control. It is reversing energy. Absorbing external psychic energy wildly. It's over. An old expert slumped powerless in his chair. His eyes hollowly stared at the apocalyptic scene inside the safety pod. This is the prelude to self-destruction. Everyone was terrified by the horrifying scene before them, instinctively retreating, as if the half-meter-thick, energy glass capable of withstanding an S-class Beastmaster's full-force strike offered no sense of safety whatsoever. Only Lin Ke stood calmly in place, watching everything as if he were not a prophet, but a cold, detached observer. Dr. Lesion, on the other hand, appeared as though all the bones had been taken out of his body, standing there blankly, his face ashen. His mind was empty, with only the sound of his heavy breathing and the increasingly mournful cry of the Thunder Eagle ringing in his ears. He looked at the red-marked G411 fragment on the screen, then glanced at the perfect masterpiece about to be destroyed inside the pod, muttering to himself. How could this happen? My design, it was supposed to be perfect. Boom! A thunderous explosion interrupted all his murmurs. Under the dazed, hollow, and desperate gaze of Dr. Lesion, the B-class Thunder Eagle inside the safety pod, that $30 billion perfect body, at the peak of its life, at its most brilliant and powerful moment, exploded with a deafening blast. Blinding white light instantly engulfed the entire safety pod. The violet lightning energy struck the pod's inner walls like a tsunami, creating visible ripples of energy. The entire P5 laboratory trembled violently. Inside the observation room, the lights flickered wildly, and countless instruments emitted sharp alarm sounds due to the energy shock, creating chaos. However, amidst all the chaos, no one made a sound. Deathly silence. A deathly silence like a grave. When the white light dissipated, the scene inside the safety pod was revealed to everyone. A charred blackness. Apart from the blackened debris on the ground and the pungent smell of ozone in the air, there was no trace left of the Thunder Eagle. That extraordinary B-class beastmaster had been completely erased from this world. In the observation room, one could hear a pin drop. All the experts and academicians stared at the calm-faced young man, as if they were looking at a monster, a god, or something incomprehensible. Fear, awe, madness, disbelief. A multitude of extremely complex emotions interwove on their faces. If, when Lin Ke first pointed out the bug in G334, they could still explain it as a coincidence or good luck, then what about this time? Accurate prophecy. Accurate timing. Accurate self-destruction. This was no longer something science could explain. This was a divine prophecy. Gulp. It was unclear who it was, but someone swallowed hard, and the sound seemed especially clear in the dead silence. It really exploded. It really exploded. Dr. Lesion's legs went weak, unable to support his body any longer. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. His eyes vacant, he stared at the charred void, repeating these two words as if he were a soul lost in madness. His pride, his talent, his belief in science, everything he had been shattered into pieces in that dazzling explosion, wiped out completely. Academician Chen's body trembled slightly. But it wasn't from fear. It was from sheer excitement. He suddenly turned around, his bloodshot eyes, now burning with two blazing flames. He rushed a few steps toward Lin Ke, grabbing Lin Ke's shoulders with such force that it nearly crushed his bones. You. His voice trembled violently from excitement, almost losing its tone. What exactly is your talent? In his murky old eyes, two flames were burning so intensely, almost crazily, as if they were going to burn through and devour Lin Ke completely. His voice trembled violently due to extreme excitement, every word squeezed out from between his teeth. Your talent is definitely not superior perception. And it's definitely not some nonsense high-speed deduction. Academician Chen nearly roared, pointing at the charred safety capsule, then pointing at the perfect, breathtaking gene map on the main control screen, hoarsely shouting. Perception can't detect such deep genetic flaws. Deduction, even the Tianhe supercomputer can't achieve your speed. You, what exactly are you? The other experts present also held their breath, each craning their necks, like hungry chicks waiting to be fed, staring at Lin Ke with a gaze mixed with awe, fanaticism, and fear, eagerly waiting for him to reveal the answer that could overturn the entire world. Facing the nearly out-of-control national hero, Lin Ke, however, remained unusually calm. He knew that the time to lay it all bare had arrived. From the moment he decided to make that call, he had anticipated this scene. To gain the full support of the country, he had to show enough value. And Thunderhawk's self-destruct was the most perfect credential he could offer. He met Academician Chen's burning gaze and slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but it clearly resonated in everyone's ears. Old Chen, you guessed right. My talent is indeed not perception or deduction. He paused, took a deep breath, and said the answer that would shake the entire Huaxia Federation. My talent is S+ grade. Its name is Gene Cube. S+ grade. These three words seemed to contain some kind of earth-shattering power. As soon as the words fell, Academician Chen's burly body trembled violently, as if it had been struck in the chest by an invisible giant hammer, and he involuntarily staggered backward several steps. His feet slipped, nearly falling to the ground, but fortunately, an old expert behind him reacted quickly and caught him. S+. S+ grade. Academician Chen's face turned deathly pale in an instant, his lips trembling as he muttered, repeating this taboo word, one that only existed in theoretical deduction, representing the realm of the gods. Hiss. A collective gasp filled the meeting room. S+ grade talent. And it's right here, in front of them, in this slightly immature young man? No wonder. Dr. Lesion, the genius who had just collapsed to the ground, now lifted his head, staring blankly at Lin Ke, his eyes full of despair and confusion. S+ grade. He didn't lose to Lin Ke, he lost to the god. Child, you. Academician Chen gripped the table, barely managing to steady himself, his gaze toward Lin Ke filled with complex emotions, a mixture of ecstasy, shock, and mostly, a deep sense of fear. He couldn't imagine what kind of devastating disaster the Huaxia Federation would face if such a godlike talented youth had not chosen to trust the country, but had been swayed by foreign forces. Good, good. Academician Chen's voice still trembled. The Gene Cube, what a Gene Cube! It can read the essence of all things genes, no wonder, no wonder. He thought this was the full extent of the Gene Cube's power. However, the words that followed from Lin Ke once again overturned his understanding, pushing the shock of the entire scene to an unprecedented peak. Professor Chen, Lin Ke shook his head and said calmly, reading is just one of the most basic abilities of the Gene Cube. Not only can I read. He extended his hand and gently swiped the virtual screen, bringing up the previously drawn gene map of the Thunder Eagle. In front of everyone, he selected the design flaw that caused the Thunder Eagle to self-destruct, the G411 gene fragment. Then, in a tone so calm it bordered on cold, he said the words that made everyone's scalp tingle. I can also edit. Buzz. As if in response to his words, several new virtual buttons, gleaming with a dangerous light, suddenly popped up next to the selected G411 fragment on the screen. Cut. Copy. Paste. Delete. At this moment, the entire P5 laboratory was so quiet that a pin dropping could be heard. If the earlier S+ grade talent had merely shocked everyone, then now, the suddenly appearing edit option brought with it a fear that came from the depths of their souls. Reading meant understanding the world. And editing? That meant creating the world. Is this a power that mere mortals can grasp? This is the authority only the creator possesses. Academician Shen's pupils contracted to their limit, his gaze fixed firmly on the flashing buttons, then on Lin Ke, his breathing becoming heavy and his chest rising and falling violently, as if he might faint at any moment from his heart being unable to bear the shock. He suddenly took a step forward and, once again losing control, grabbed Lin Ke's shoulder. For the first time, the wrinkles on his old face showed an almost frenzied expression. He pointed at the screen, his voice hoarse as if two pieces of sandpaper were rubbing together, each word seemingly draining the last of his strength. Edit? You mean you can create divine beasts? This question voiced the thoughts of everyone present. All eyes were locked on Lin Ke like searchlights, waiting for his answer that would decide the future of China, and even of humanity. Faced with Academician Shen's almost predatory gaze, a smile finally appeared on Lin Ke's face. He gently nodded but then shook his head. I can't. Upon hearing this answer, the fiery excitement in Academician Shen's eyes dimmed slightly, showing a trace of disappointment. However, the rest of Lin Ke's sentence made the dying flame suddenly reignite, more fiercely and intensely than before. But the country can. I can't, but the country can. These simple 8 words were like a morning bell, loud and clear, striking heavily on Academician Shen's heart. He shook violently, and the disappointment in his cloudy old eyes was instantly replaced by ecstatic joy. He grabbed Lin Ke's shoulder tightly, trembling with excitement, repeatedly muttering, Yes. Yes. How did I not think of it? The country can. The country can. Yes. Lin Ke alone, perhaps because of spiritual power, resources, or various limitations, could not accomplish the heaven-defying act of creating divine beasts. But the country can. The country has the largest resource pool. The top laboratories. The most powerful energy supplies. Lin Ke has the unparalleled blueprints and technology. And the country has the most powerful factory capable of turning these blueprints into reality. Once these two forces combine, Academician Shen dared not think any further. It was as if he saw a door to a new world slowly opening in front of him. Behind the door were countless creatures from myth and legend, roaring at him. No! This matter is too great. Academician Shen suddenly snapped back to reality. He released Lin Ke, his expression becoming unprecedentedly serious, must report to the center immediately. Right now. He didn't even have time to comfort the group of petrified experts in the lab, nor deal with the collapsed Dr. Lijian who was questioning life, grabbing Lin Ke's hand, and rushed out. Come with me. Hurry. That same night, at Mansionman Base, in the deepest part. In a conference room without any windows, with ancient and solemn dark red walls, the light shone brightly. This was the most core place of the entire Huaxia Federation's confidentiality level, codenamed Kunlun. Only significant matters concerning the fate of the nation would bring this place into use. At this moment, however, there were only 2 people sitting in the conference room. The first was Academician Chen Huayan, with an extremely solemn expression. Opposite him was Lin Ke, who appeared a bit awkward and confused. A student who had just finished the college entrance examination, officially still at 0 score waste, sat in this core conference room that could influence the future direction. This scene, if shared, would likely be hard for anyone to believe. Sitting at this table that could be recorded in history, Lin Ke felt as if there were needles pricking under him, completely uneasy. Just then, the smooth red wall in front of him suddenly lit up, transforming into a giant high-definition video screen. After a brief signal connection, a dignified and steady face, familiar to Lin Ke, appeared on the screen. Even though it was just through video, that overwhelming aura, fierce yet calm, still surged towards Lin Ke, making him instinctively sit up straight, his breath momentarily caught. He actually saw that legendary figure he had only seen on the news. Academician Shen, thank you for your hard work. The voice from the screen was gentle yet powerful, carrying a sense of reassuring strength. To serve the collective faithfully, how can we talk about hardship? Academician Shen stood up excitedly, standing tall. The gaze of the person on the screen turned towards Lin Ke. In that instant, Lin Ke felt as if his entire being was seen through by a pair of eyes that could comprehend both ancient and future. Before those deep eyes, all his secrets seemed to be laid bare. You are Comrade Lin Ke, right? A gentle smile appeared on that man's face. Your situation has already been fully reported by Academicians. You have made significant contributions to the collective, and everyone will remember you. These words were plain and unadorned, yet as heavy as a mountain. Lin Ke, nervous with sweat on his palms, quickly stood up stammering, "See, Commander. I just did what a citizen should do. Ha, what a thing one should do." The person on the screen laughed heartily, his gaze filled with more appreciation. A good choice can sometimes be more valuable than great power. Comrade Lin Ke, your awareness is very high. He shifted his tone, becoming exceptionally solemn. We will not forget your contribution. I promise you, from now on, we will spare no effort to ensure your safety. Any attempt to harm or threaten you, by any person or force, will be regarded as a blatant provocation against the entire Huaxia Federation. We will utilize all available resources to deliver the most severe and thorough strike. On the land of Huaxia, we will never allow our hero to bleed and shed tears. The forceful words echoed like thunder in Lin Ke's ears. A surge of indescribable warmth instantly swept through his entire body. Spare no effort. What did these words mean? It meant that from now on, he would have the most unbreakable backing in the world. A mere Jiangchenggao family, in front of this power, was nothing but dust. All his previous worries about his family's safety and his own security were completely resolved at this moment. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Lin Ke's eyes were slightly moist, overwhelmed with excitement and unsure of what to say. The figure on the screen smiled and nodded, then turned to Academician Chen, his gaze sharpened. Old Chen, regarding the plan you proposed. Academician Chen's expression instantly became incredibly fervent. He stepped forward, excitedly saying, Chief. Comrade Lin Ke's talent is our chance for the future, a grand opportunity that hasn't appeared in 1,000 years. I implore you, immediately launch the long-abandoned beast recapitation plan. Gather all forces to turn the blueprint in Comrade Lin Ke's mind into reality. On the other side of the screen, the figure fell silent for a moment. In the entire conference room, you could hear a pin drop. Lin Ke's heart rose to his throat. He knew this was the crucial moment that would decide his future and even that of the entire Huaxia. Finally, the gentleman slowly nodded. He suddenly slammed his hand on the table, using a tone that was firm and unquestionable to make the final decision. I approve. Immediately establish a special plan command room. The project code, the gentleman's gaze fell on Lin Ke once again, filled with profound meaning. Let's call it Fuxi. Fuxi. In ancient mythology, the cultural ancestor who created civilization, deduced the 8 trigrams, and gave birth to all things. This code name alone showed how high the upper echelon's expectations were for this plan and for Lin Ke. Comrade Chen Huayan. Present. I hereby appoint you as the overall person in charge of the Fuxi plan. You are fully responsible for all matters of the plan. Yes. I will ensure the mission is completed. Academician Chen's face flushed with excitement as he gave a standard military salute. Comrade Lin Ke. Present. Lin Ke instinctively stood up straight as well. The gentleman looked at him and displayed an even gentler smile. I hereby appoint you as the chief technical advisor of the Fuxi plan. From this day forth, you will enjoy the treatment of a national hero. National hero treatment. These 4 words struck Lin Ke's heart like thunder from the heavens. He was filled with fiery passion. National hero. Unparalleled national hero. This is the highest recognition of an individual's value by a collective. He, who was still bearing the title of 0 Point Waste just yesterday, at this moment, soared to the heavens, ranked among national heroes. Just as Lin Ke was still immersed in this immense glory and shock, Academician Chen's voice rang out beside him. He smiled a bit awkwardly at the screen and added, Chief, Comrade Lin Ke has one small request before accepting his appointment. Oh? A curious voice came from the screen, feel free to speak. Academician Chen cleared his throat and, in an extremely solemn tone, spoke Lin Ke's seemingly trivial yet fundamentally significant request. It's about his F-class contracted beast. The Green Caterpillar. Chapter 19, The First Project, Time-Space Dragon. The Green Caterpillar? Hearing this word, the chief on the video screen, who had maintained an unwavering calmness, could not help but be taken aback. A flicker of extremely human-like astonishment and amusement crossed his deep, starry eyes. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Just a moment ago, they were discussing the beast recapitation plan that could affect the nation's destiny and reshape the world, establishing a code name and bestowing national hero status. The next moment, the focus shifted to an F-class potential creature with no combat ability, mainly used to enhance chicken feed, the green caterpillar? The contrast was just too great. Academician Chen also blushed, quickly coughing twice and explaining, Chief, Comrade Lin Ke means that to implement the Fushi plan, an experimental subject is needed. His own contracted beast is the perfect starting point for all of this. His words were quite tactful, but the meaning was clear. We can't use the nation's precious strategic beasts for experimentation, right? What if something goes wrong? It's better to practice with this worthless green caterpillar. Even if it fails, it won't be painful. The chief was wise and in an instant, he understood the profound meaning within. He not only did not find it absurd, but instead clapped and laughed heartily, filled with admiration and comfort. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Do not be lost in empty dreams, do not chase after empty sounds. In everything, we must be down to earth and start from the basics. Comrade Lin Ke, your steadiness is commendable. He waved his huge hand and issued a directive in an undeniable tone. I approve. The first project of the Yi Fushi plan is to evolve the beast of our future chief technical consultant, Comrade Lin Ke. Chen Huayan. Here. I grant you the highest authority. For this project, give money if needed, give people if needed, give resources if needed. If the laboratory is not enough, build another. If the instruments are not advanced enough, steal them, import them. In short, there can be no restrictions. As the leader spoke passionately, he added domineeringly, even if it involves items from the S-level restricted area, as long as the plan requires it, you can directly send Longya to retrieve them. Upon hearing this, Academician Chen trembled with excitement. What immense trust! What great courage! To use resources from the S-level restricted area for the evolution of a tiny green caterpillar. This kind of treatment is unmatched throughout history. Yes. I guarantee to complete the task. Academician Chen shouted hoarsely, with tears welling up in his eyes again. After the video communication ended, the conference room returned to calm once more. But within Lin Ke and Academician Chen, turbulent waves surged, unable to calm for a long time. Let's go! Academician Chen pulled Lin Ke up, seeming 20 years younger, filled with spirit and fighting spirit. What are we waiting for? Back to the laboratory. Immediately start our first project. P5 Laboratory, Observation Room. After the thrilling Thunder Eagle self-detonation incident, the atmosphere in the laboratory was completely different now. The experts who once held doubts and looked down on Lin Ke now stood obediently like well-behaved elementary school students, their eyes filled with awe and zeal as they watched Lin Ke. As for Dr. Li Zhen, he had already been invited by the security personnel to have tea, probably to spend the rest of his life in remorse. Lin Ke, now, this is your stage. Academician Chen pointed to the huge main control screen, a gentle smile on his face. Tell me, what is your plan? What do you want to evolve your green caterpillar into? He guessed with interest, is it the legendary diamond beetle with the strongest defense? Or the death's head hawkmoth with lethal poison? These are the highest forms that F-grade insect-type beasts can theoretically reach, probably touching the threshold of C-grade. However, Lin Ke shook his head. He walked to the main control console and put on the specially modified psychic link device. Old Chen, my goal may be grander than you think. After finishing, he closed his eyes and activated the gene cube. This time, he did not read any external organisms, but instead immersed his consciousness in his innate vast, ancient gene pool. He was here to find the most perfect evolution blueprint for his green caterpillar. Countless gray, unusable gene templates rushed through his consciousness. Fenrir wolf devouring, incomplete. Yggdrasil surrounding the world, incomplete. Cthulhu mental pollution, incomplete. Each one, terrifying biological genes from various civilization myths and legends, quietly lay in his gene pool, waiting for the day to be awakened. Finally, his consciousness settled on a faintly glowing, lowest-level template. It was an F-grade dragon gene template. This is it. Lin Ke decisively chose extract. Command confirmed, extracting F-grade incomplete gene template. Template extraction successful. The next moment, the main control screen in the observation room suddenly changed. A brand new, yet incomplete. A double helix structure, filled with fractures and missing information, appeared before everyone. The structure of this gene chain is completely different from any organism they had seen before. It is ancient, vast, and dominating. Although merely an F-level incomplete template, it still exudes a terrifying pressure as if it comes from the end of time, ruling over all. What is this? An old expert exclaimed, this gene structure, so dominating. It actually contains fragments of the supreme attributes of space and time. Dragon. This is dragon genetics. There's no doubt. Only the legendary dragon race could possibly control both time and space at the same time. Oh my god, an F-level template that is this terrifying. How incredible must its complete form be? The experts present were all frantic. They surged forward like starving wolves that had seen a stunning beauty, pressing against the screen, eager to glue their eyeballs to it, greedily recording every gene rune. Meanwhile, Academician Chen stood frozen, as if struck by a spell, staring blankly at the screen. He fixed his gaze on that incomplete yet imposing gene template, his lips trembling, making sounds like a murmuring dream. Time, space, dragon. He slowly uttered these 3 words, each one heavy as a mountain. This is a being that exists only in ancient myths, commanding the river of time and roaming across the dimensions of space. Time-space dragon? His voice, filled with extreme shock, had completely changed in tone. Time-space dragon. That is a fantasy creature that transcends the SSS level, ranking at the creation level, only existing in elusive legends. And now, its gene template actually appeared right before his eyes. Although merely an F-level incomplete template, this is a god. Lin Ke actually wants to evolve an F-level green caterpillar into a god? What madness! What a defiance against the heavens! Academician Chen felt his heart was about to burst from this immense shock. He leaned against the control panel, gasping for air, taking a long time to recover his senses. He looked at Lin Ke, his gaze filled with extreme complexity, and hoarsely asked, This is just an incomplete template, missing at least 90% of the core sequence. Where do we find a living time-space dragon to extract a sample and complete it? This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Yes, no matter how powerful the blueprint, it is still incomplete. To complete it, a reference must be found. But who has seen a creature like the time-space dragon? Where could one possibly go to find one? Facing this nearly unsolvable problem, Lin Ke, however, removed the connector and showed an incredibly confident smile. He shook his head and uttered something that made Academician Chen's pupils tremble once again. Old Chen, you are mistaken. We don't need to find a time-space dragon, but to complete this sequence, we only need the living blood of an S-level flood dragon. Chapter 20, National Power. Target Dragon Gate Rift. Living blood of an S-level flood dragon? Academician Chen was stunned. For a moment, his brain, comparable to a supercomputer, couldn't quite process it. The bloodline difference between the time-space dragon and flood dragon was greater than that between an ant and an elephant. One is a creator deity bathing in the river of time, and the other is at best a powerful beast thrashing in rivers and lakes. Using the blood of a flood dragon to complete the gene of a divine dragon? This would be like trying to use clay to repair the glazed roof of the Forbidden City. They are utterly unrelated. Lin Ke, do you mean? Academician Chen cautiously asked, afraid he might have misunderstood some shocking theory. Lin Ke looked at Academician Chen and the other experts, their eyes filled with confusion and a thirst for knowledge, and couldn't help but chuckle internally. This was the dimensional shock brought about by the information gap. Of course, he wouldn't tell them that, from the perspective of the gene cube. All things share the same origin. Although the time-space dragon and the flood dragon differ greatly in appearance and ability, at the most basic dragon gene structure, they are closely connected in countless ways. The gene cube can completely work like a crossword puzzle, using the incomplete template of the time-space dragon as the frame and the gene fragments of the flood dragon as the filling, to deduce a completely new, unique evolution path. Of course, these mysterious theories cannot be explained. So, Lin Ke could only answer in the simplest and most mystical way. Old Chen, you don't need to understand the process, just believe the result. He pointed to the incomplete time-space dragon template on the screen, a face full of absolute confidence. To me, the blood of the flood dragon is the last piece of its puzzle. These words were full of prestige, yet impossible to refute. After all, just now a 30 billion value Thunder Eagle proved the boy's words by self-destruction. You only need to believe, not understand. Good. I believe you. Academician Chen no longer hesitated. His heart, strict because of science, was completely conquered by Lin Ke's theology. He turned sharply, his whole aura changed. If just now in the lab he was a rigorous scientist, now he was the commanding general of the Fuxi plan, orchestrating victory from 1,000 miles away. He walked to a red communicator, pressed the button for direct connection to the Tianhe Supercomputer Center, and in an undeniable tone, gave his first command since taking office. Tianhe Center. I am Chen Huayan. I order you, immediately, right now. Start Tianhe. All ongoing projects, suspend them all. Concentrate all computing power on the Fuxi 1 project. A commotion came from the other side, obviously confused by the sudden supreme order. Academician Chen did not give them a chance to ask, continued to roar, set the time-space dragon sequence in Fuxi 1 project as the core blueprint. Set all gene data of S-class flood dragon in the database as filling materials. Goal, within 24 hours, deduce a completion plan with over 90% success rate. Understand? Understand. A chaotic reply came from the other side. After hanging up, all experts in the observation room looked at Chen Huayan like he was insane. Crazy. Old Chen really went mad. For a boy's one sentence, he stopped the nation's top supercomputer Tianhe to deduce a theoretically impossible myth? If it fails, the wasted national resources would be astronomical. However, Academician Chen's madness had only just begun. He ignored the expert's gazes, picked up another black confidential phone with a dragon emblem. He entered a very complex password, the phone connected, and on the screen appeared a familiar figure to Lin Ke, the Dragon Fawn, Captain, Long Zhan. Long Zhan, who just served him tea on the special plane, now wore black combat armor, the background a ready military hangar, countless fully armed Dragon Fawn members checking equipment. Old Chen. Long Zhan saluted instantly, eyes full of war fervor. All Dragon Fawn Special Forces members are assembled, ready to depart at any time. Academician Chen nodded, his expression solemn. He looked at Lin Ke beside him, then at the screen showing the strongest Chinese warrior, took a deep breath, and slowly issued an order capable of shaking the entire Chinese military. Long Zhan, in the name of the Yi Fushi, Plan Commander. Issue the highest level combat orders to your subordinates. Mission level, SSS. SSS level. Hearing these 3 words, even Long Zhan, usually as calm as a mountain, couldn't help but have his pupils shrink slightly. SSS level mission meant 9 deaths, 1 life. It was the highest level disaster capable of threatening the very foundation of the country. The last time an SSS level mission was issued was 5 years ago, when a peak S level monster tried to break out of the Forbidden Zone. In that battle, Dragon Fawn lost more than half. And this time, what kind of enemy would it be? Academician Chen spoke slowly in an ice-cold tone, revealing the mission objective. Objective, East Sea, S-level Forbidden Zone Dragon Gate Rift. Mission content, at all costs, kill or capture a fully grown S-level flood dragon and bring back its living blood. All for a green caterpillar. Lin Ke's personal request. The nation issued the highest level SSS mission. China's strongest special forces would, for this, storm the Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den of the so-called Forbidden Life Zone to fight the legendary S-level flood dragon to the death. This is the power of the nation. This is the treatment of a national hero. At this moment, in Lin Ke's heart, besides shock, there was a heavy sense of responsibility. He knew that from this moment, countless lives would be tightly connected to his tiny green caterpillar. On the other side of the screen, after hearing the mission details, Long Zhan did not show any fear. Instead, the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even more fiercely. S-level flood dragon. That was a legendary creature. To fight such a being was the highest honor for a warrior. He suddenly straightened his chest, snapped his feet together with a clap, and shouted at the screen with all his strength a vow that could make anyone's blood boil. I guarantee the mission will be completed. The call ended. In the combat command room, only Lin Ke and Academician Chen remained. Academician Chen turned around, looked at Lin Ke, and showed a satisfied smile on his face. Child, the factory has already started running at full power for you. From now on, it depends on you, the chief engineer. Lin Ke nodded heavily. His gaze penetrated the screen, as if he saw the Steel Army about to head to a life-and-death battlefield just for his one word. For a student's F-level beast, the nation's strongest special forces. We're going all out. Chapter 21, Codename Fushi. The youngest Major General. The air in the combat command room seemed to freeze completely after Academician Chen hung up 2 calls. The group of usually highly respected national treasure-level experts around them now looked like wooden figures under a freezing spell, mouths half open, eyes blank, staring at Lin Ke as if at a prehistoric monster. An SSS-level military mission. A top-level command from the national supercomputer Tianhe. All of this just for the words of an 18-year-old? For his F-level green caterpillars still snoring in the contract space? Was the world a little too crazy? Lin Ke felt a little scared under the gaze of these old scholars. He touched his nose and sighed. He thought that handing over to the state was just finding a reliable factory, but he didn't expect the nation to put the entire industrial system's key in his hands, and even provide the strongest security team on Earth. This treatment, simply absurd, absurd to the extreme. Ahem. Academician Chen cleared his throat, breaking the eerie silence. His sharp eyes scanned the room and he said in a deep voice, "Stop standing there like fools, immediately convene the Divine Beast Replication Plan, A-level founding meeting." His words were like thunder, bringing everyone's senses back. People looked at each other, faces full of complex emotions: shock, doubt, and a bit of uncontrollable excitement. Although the process was very mystical, the result seemed very thrilling. 10 minutes later, the deepest A-level conference room of the South Heaven Gate base. The huge circular conference table was made of an unknown metal, shining with a cold gleam. Everyone seated was a giant in the field of biological genetics in China, and any one of them could cause an earthquake in the scientific community by simply walking out. And today, they had all become mere background. Because, beside the main seat, Academician Chen had specially added a spot for Lin Ke. A young boy, dressed in a plain t-shirt, sat among a group of national treasures whose average age exceeded 60, creating a striking sense of dissonance. Everyone is here. Academician Chen placed both hands on the table, his expression solemn. With the approval of the highest authorities, the Divine Beast Reproduction Project is officially established today. Project code name, Fuxi. As soon as the name Fuxi was spoken, the breath of everyone in the room momentarily stopped. Fuxi, the ancient mythological ancestor of human culture, was the one who evolved the 8 trigrams and revealed the laws of the universe. Using this name as the code name, it was clear how highly the country valued this project. Academician Chen's gaze slowly fell on Lin Ke. As personally appointed by the leader, he intentionally drew out the words, heightening everyone's anticipation, then announced, word by word. Comrade Lin Ke is appointed as the chief technical advisor for the Fuxi project, effective immediately. The moment the words fell, a collective gasp of cold air echoed through the conference room. Chief technical advisor. This was a core position on par with the commander-in-chief. However, this was not the end. Academician Chen's next words immediately made the entire conference room explode. At the same time, to ensure the smooth progress of the Fuxi project, Comrade Lin Ke will be granted corresponding authority and status. The highest authorities have specially approved, Lin Ke will be awarded the rank of Major General. Boom! If the previous shock was simply a surprise, now it was a complete subversion of their worldview. An elderly professor with white hair dropped his thermos bottle to the floor with a loud clang, spilling his goji berries everywhere. Another supervisor in charge of data analysis was pinching his own thigh so hard that his teeth were gritted in pain, seemingly trying to confirm whether he was dreaming. Major General? A boy who had just turned 18, who hadn't even stepped into a university, had just leaped to become the youngest Major General? This was no longer like riding a rocket, it was as if he had been kicked straight into the southern gate of heaven. Lin Ke himself was also confused. Major General? He blinked, his mind conjuring up images of those imposing figures on television with golden stars on their shoulders. Would he wear such clothes in the future too? It felt kind of cool. Just as the conference room descended into chaos, with everyone immersed in this earth-shattering news, a cold, sharp voice suddenly interrupted. I oppose. Everyone turned towards the sound, only to see a young man in a well-tailored Armani suit standing up from the Tianhe supercomputing team's seat. He was in his early 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his hair neatly combed, exuding an air of elitism from head to toe. Academician Chen frowned. Dr. Li Xin, do you have any objections? Li Xin, a dual postdoctoral from Harvard University, a genius whom China had spent a fortune bringing back from overseas, was now the head of the Tianhe Supercomputing Center. He controlled China's most powerful scientific weapon and was deeply filled with an unwavering belief in science. Li Xin pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. He didn't even look at Lin Ke but stared directly at Academician Chen, his tone laced with undisguised skepticism. Academician Chen, I respect you, and I respect the decision of the highest authorities. However, I cannot execute an order that violates basic scientific logic. He raised his hand and pointed to the screen, which displayed the preliminary task assigned to Tianhe. You want me to use the S-level Jielong data to complete this so-called space-time dragon sequence? Li Xin's lips curled into a mocking smile. Academician Chen, forgive my frankness, but in my opinion, this sequence template is simply a pile of illogical, energy-conserving law-violating garbage data. Garbage data. These two words, like a loud slap, ruthlessly struck the face of the Fuxi project. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly dropped to freezing point. Everyone knew that this was the first direct challenge from traditional science to Lin Ke, the heaven-sent swindler. Li Xin is the leader of Tianhe, and without his cooperation, the subsequent calculations couldn't proceed at all. He was the bottleneck that had to be passed. Academician Chen's face darkened, and just as he was about to speak, the door of the meeting room was gently pushed open. A guard in a sharp military uniform entered, holding a delicate wooden box and marching with precise steps. Without looking to the side, he placed the wooden box in front of Lin Ke. Major General Lin, your research uniform. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to the wooden box. Academician Chen smiled at Lin Ke, signaling him to open it. Lin Ke suppressed the turbulence in his heart and, under the gaze of dozens of eyes, opened the wooden box. Inside, a brand new uniform quietly lay there. It wasn't the traditional military green, but a deep navy blue, and the fabric shimmered strangely under the lights. The most striking feature was the shoulder epaulets, which were placed separately on a velvet cushion. On a silver base, a brilliant golden star shone brightly. This was not a conventional military rank, but a special general research uniform designed for the core researchers of the South Skygate. It represented the same level of status and honor. Encouraged by Academician Chen, Lin Ke stood up, took off his t-shirt, and in front of everyone, put on this uniform, symbolizing supreme glory. As the last button was fastened and the shining Major General shoulder epaulets were properly placed, the entire aura of the person changed dramatically. The youthful energy was replaced with a sense of composure and dignity. The somewhat frail body, in the neat uniform, actually gave off an imposing presence. He was no longer the student Lin Ke, who had scored 0 in the college entrance exam. He was now the chief technical advisor of the Fuxi project, the youngest major general of the Republic. The change in status brought an aura that made the previously questioning gazes subconsciously carry a trace of awe. However, the mockery on Li Zhen's face only grew more intense. He coldly looked at the newly transformed Lin Ke, as if he were looking at a monkey wearing a dragon robe. Putting on this uniform, does it turn garbage data into a divine sequence? He turned to look at Academician Chen, his tone resolute, his words firm. Old Chen, I'll say it again. Every second of computing power of Tianhe is the country's most valuable strategic resource. Its purpose is to advance China's technological progress, not. His gaze finally fell on Lin Ke, filled with undisguised contempt and hostility. Not to be used as a toy for an 18-year-old child to play that ridiculous caterpillar evolution game. I, Li Zhen, refuse to execute such absurd, anti-scientific calculation orders. Chapter 22, The Battle for Sequences. Tianhe's Logical Barrier. Li Zhen's words were like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. Anti-science. Garbage data. Caterpillar evolution game. Each word was like a sharp knife, precisely stabbing into the heart of the Fuxi project. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly dropped from freezing point to absolute zero. The experts who had just looked at Lin Ke, the young general, with awe, now all wore complex expressions. Indeed, what Dr. Li Zhen said seemed to make some sense. Using the blood of a water dragon to complete the genes of a divine dragon, that sounds even more unreliable than turning water into oil. They had just been overwhelmed by Academician Chen's boldness and the shock of the SSS-level mission, but now they were awakened by Li Zhen's words. The scientist's reason once again took back the high ground. For a moment, countless questioning eyes once again focused on Lin Ke. Lin Ke stood there, the newly worn Major General uniform looking somewhat empty. He had no anger, and no rebuttal, just calmly looked at Li Zhen, his eyes like looking at a stubborn NPC. Dr. Li. Academician Chen's voice turned cold, with a hint of unquestionable authority. This is an order, not a discussion. You only need to execute it. I refuse to obey. Li Zhen did not yield an inch. He straightened his chest as if transformed into a fighter defending scientific truth. Old Chen, the Hall of Science does not allow the stain of theology. If this wrong order is forcibly executed, causing damage to the Tianhe core logic library, who will take responsibility? This was serious. The Tianhe supercomputer, a national treasure, its safety even higher than the sum of all lives present. Li Zhen directly slapped the threat to national security hat on. Even Academician Chen felt a bit tricky. Academician Chen was so angry his beard trembled. Old Chen, don't be angry. At this moment, the always silent Lin Ke finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. He straightened his crisp collar and walked slowly to Li Zhen, his gaze calm as water. Dr. Li, I know you don't believe me. It's okay, science is about practice leading to truth. Lin Ke smiled slightly, showing a mouth of white teeth. Since you say my sequence is junk data, how about we go to the Tianhe Center and verify it on site? How about it? Let the facts speak. It's better than just talking here, right? At this, the whole room was in shock. Go to the Tianhe Center to verify on site? Is this kid crazy? Isn't that asking for humiliation? Tianhe is the crystallization of human scientific wisdom. Its judgment is the imperial decree of the scientific world. Using a superstition theory to challenge scientific decree, isn't that egg hitting rock? Hearing this, Li Zhen was first stunned, then as if he heard the funniest joke in the world, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably lifted. Good. Very good. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, the eyes behind the lenses full of cat and mouse teasing. Since Major General Lin has such a fancy, Li Zhen will accompany to the end. He wanted to see, this youth who rose by bluffing with words, if he could still laugh in front of Tianhe's cold judgment results. Tianhe Supercomputer Center, main control room. This is the core of the entire Southgate base, and also the holy land of Chinese technology. The huge circular main console looked like the bridge of a future warship, countless holograms interweaving and flickering in the air, flowing with massive data waterfalls. In the center of the main control room, through several meters thick special glass, could be seen a huge spherical core soaked in blue coolant, countless optical fibers connected like a neural network. That was the heart of Tianhe. In the entire space, only the low hum of servers could be heard, that sound like the breathing of a sleeping giant, full of awe-inspiring power. Li Zhen walked in front like a king inspecting his territory. He skillfully operated the main console, calling up one complex permission verification after another. Old Chen, Major General Lin, please come in. He stepped aside, wearing a professional fake smile, but the arrogance in his eyes could not be hidden. Academician Chen's face was serious. He glanced at Lin Ke beside him and quietly asked, "Are you confident?" "Old Chen, didn't you say to trust me?" Lin Ke asked with a smile in return. Academician Chen's old face turned red, he coughed dryly and said nothing more. Yes, the bet is made, why care about this tremble? Today he wants to see, is the end of science awesome, or is this kid's theology superior? The group walked into the main control room. Lin stood in front of the main console. His hands fluttered across the virtual keyboard like butterflies weaving through flowers, his mouth still chanting popular science. Tianhe core logic is based on the unified biological model, which includes all the genetic templates of creatures ever recorded on Blue Star. Any new sequence analysis must comply with its underlying logic, which is the law of conservation of energy and genetic evolution logic. As he spoke, he brought up the incomplete spacetime dragon sequence provided by Lin Ke and enlarged it on the main screen. Now, let me have Tianhe analyze this so-called divine sequence from Major General Lin, to see just how divine it really is. He sneered, pressing the start button. Tianhe, initiate sequence logic self-consistency check. V-room. With his command, the central spherical core suddenly lit up, and vast amounts of data flooded in, beginning to analyze the spacetime dragon sequence. On the main screen, the progress bar advanced rapidly. 1%. 2%. Academician Chan and the group of experts had their hearts in their throats, staring at the screen. Only Lin Ke remained calm, even taking the time to inspect the main control room's decoration, thinking to himself that the lighting effects were quite cool, and that he should do the same in his own lab. Just as everyone was holding their breath, the progress bar suddenly stalled at 3%. The next second. Beep. 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 Warning. Warning. The entire control room was immediately enveloped in the deafening sound of alarms and flashing red lights. A massive, bright red warning window popped up on the main screen. Logic error. Paradox level false sequence detected. Judgment, this sequence seriously violates the fundamental axiom of energy conservation. Judgment, the genetic transition logic of this sequence conflicts with the database model with over 99.9% mismatch. Warning, to protect the core logic library, the system has initiated emergency brakes. Boom. Before his words could finish, a deep rumble came from the central core, and the lights in the entire control room flickered. Then, the humming sound that supported the operation of Tianhe abruptly stopped. The entire space fell into dead silence. It crashed. For analyzing a mere 3% of the sequence, Tianhe's supercomputer crashed on the spot. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the proud Lin. He stared blankly at the glaring red warning on the screen, the color draining from his face at a visible speed, turning ghostly pale. This is impossible? Since Tianhe was built, it had processed countless genetic sequences far more complex than this, and never had it experienced such a serious crash. It was like the most top-tier mathematician was burned out by a question of why does 1 + 1 = 2? Did you see that, Chen? After a brief silence, Lin came back to his senses. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his shock, and then looked at Academician Chen with a mocking gaze, spreading his hands in ridicule. This is the result. Tianhe is telling us in the most direct way that this sequence is fundamentally wrong. It is not science, it is pseudoscience. It's utter garbage data. His voice echoed through the silent control room, carrying the weight of a sentence. Academician Chen's face also became somewhat ugly. Though he trusted Lin Ke, the fact that Tianhe crashed before him was undeniable. Could it be that he had really been deceived by an 18-year-old kid? He had bet his entire life's reputation and the country's vast resources, only to end up with a joke? For a moment, even Academician Chen began to harbor self-doubt. Seeing the wavering expression on Academician Chen's face, Lin knew he had one. He turned around, looking down at Lin Ke, his eyes gleaming with the cold light of a victor beneath his golden-rimmed glasses. Major General Lin. He deliberately emphasized the words Major General, full of sarcasm. Now, Tianhe has given its scientific judgment. What more do you have to say? If you can't provide a scientifically valid explanation to prove why your sequence could cause Tianhe to collapse. His voice suddenly rose, full of an aggressive force. Then, the Daifushi project must be immediately suspended. And I will, in the name of endangering national supercomputer security, formally charge you. Chapter 23. You are wasting national resources. Charge. Lin's words hit like a heavy hammer, striking the already frozen lake surface. The air in the meeting room almost solidified. All the experts' eyes, like searchlights, focused on Lin Ke. Some felt sympathy, some schadenfreude, but more was a sense of just as expected. Myths are still myths, in front of the cold iron law of science, they are always returned to their true form. Even Academician Chen, at this moment, fell into deep silence. He furrowed his brows, looking at the frozen Tianhe, then at the still expressionless young man, his mind torn. Reason told him, Lin was right, the judgment of Tianhe could not be questioned. But intuition told him, Lin Ke held a bigger secret, something that simple tricks could not explain. Explain? In this suffocating atmosphere, Lin Ke suddenly laughed lightly. He lifted his head, facing Li Jin's aggressive gaze, shaking his head. Dr. Li, it is not my sequence that has a problem. Lin Ke's tone was calm, as if stating a fact. It is your Tianhe too stupid. What did you say? Li Jin instantly exploded, as if hearing the greatest insult to his character. You dare say Tianhe is stupid? It gathers the top wisdom of all humanity, you. No matter how smart it is just a machine. Lin Ke interrupted, it can only understand what is in the database, like 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. But my sequence, to it, is calculus, is relativity, a completely new field it has never touched. You let a primary school kid who only knows addition and subtraction solve a Riemann hypothesis. If he doesn't crash, who does? This metaphor was perfect. The experts on site looked at each other, wanting to laugh but not daring, faces red from holding it in. Comparing the nation's treasure Tianhe to a primary school kid? This kid's guts were too big. Academician Chen was also stunned, then a flash of realization appeared in his eyes. Right. Tianhe's strength is based on known science. But the revival of spiritual energy itself is the greatest unscientific. How could old maps find a new continent? Nonsense. Li Jin trembled with anger, his golden glasses almost sliding off, quibbling. Even if your sequence is so-called calculus, it should follow the most basic axioms. Conservation of energy. This is the iron law of the universe. Why should your sequence break it? Who says it breaks it? Lin Ke shrugged, looking innocent. It only follows another set of rules you cannot understand. Li Jin was left speechless, feeling all his scientific knowledge was like playing the lute to a cow in front of this charlatan. Trying to reason with a rogue does not work. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew, if he argued further with Lin Ke, he would only be dragged into the ditch. Since theory could not work, then use practice to crush. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Li Jin's eyes. He suddenly turned, returning to the main control console. Good. Very good, another set of rules, he sneered, his hands flying on the virtual keyboard. Since Lin Xiaozhang's God sequence is too advanced, Tianhe cannot understand, then I will take a step down. I will start Plan B sequence downgrade repair. What? Academician Chen's face changed drastically. Li Jin. Are you crazy? You want to use core authority? Plan B is a low-level emergency procedure of Tianhe. When encountering a high-dimensional sequence it cannot parse, the system tries to bypass paradox points, forcibly downgrade, correcting it into a similar sequence that fits existing scientific models but at a lower level. I am not crazy. Li Jin shouted without turning his head, his eyes full of insane paranoia. I just want to prove to you. The so-called God sequence, after removing that pseudoscientific garbage data, what exactly remains? Guard! Stop him! Academician Chen shouted harshly. But it was already too late. Li Jin pressed the final confirmation key and directly used his highest authority as the central supervisor. Permission verified. Plan B activated. Target, downgrade and correct the Fuxi 1 sequence. Model established, B-level flying beast, spatial moth. As the system's cold prompt sounded, the entire control room's power supply system roared with overload. The central spherical core that had just gone out lit up again, and this time, its brightness was more than 10 times stronger than before. Massive amounts of blue coolant began boiling violently, as if it would cook the entire core. On the main screen, enormous data streams like furious dragons frantically washed across the display. Everyone was stunned by this terrifying sight. What is he doing? An old expert shouted in disbelief. He is murdering the Milky Way. Another data analyst looked at the rapidly jumping energy consumption readings, his voice trembling. It's over, the psychic energy reserves are being drained frantically. Every second, the consumption exceeds 30 million. This is more expensive than launching an intercontinental missile. 30 million every second. This is no longer wasting national resources, this is lighting cigarettes with gold and grilling skewers with diamonds. Even prodigals haven't been this wasteful. Academician Chen's face went black with rage, almost fainting on the spot. He pointed at Li Jin's back, lips trembling, but couldn't utter a single word. It's over, all over. His lifetime reputation, today, would be destroyed by this stubborn fool. However, Li Jin at this moment was completely immersed in his own world. His eyes stared dead at the gene model on the screen, which was being corrected bit by bit, his face showing a sickly flush. Do you see? Once the unreasonable parts are removed, it can be built. What time-space dragon? Its essence is at most a slightly special B-level moth. He, like a mad gambler, put all his chips on the line, just to prove he was right. The simulation progress bar moved forward with difficulty under the burning of massive resources. 50%, 70%, 80%. On the screen, a B-level, spatial moth, gene model was slowly forming. Although it looked slightly more complex than an ordinary spatial moth, in essence, it still did not exceed B-level. It worked, I'm going to succeed. Lin Ke muttered, his eyes full of triumphant ecstasy. He seemed to already see, after the simulation succeeded, holding a B-level gene map, slamming it onto Lin Ke's face, and watching the young man stunned in desperate expression. However, just as the progress bar reached 90%. Sudden mutation. Buzz. The nearly formed, spatial moth model on the screen suddenly flickered violently, as if struck by an irresistible great force, and the gene chains inside began to snap inch by inch. Warning. Warning. Model collapse. High-dimensional law backlash detected. Warning. Psychic circuits overload. Psychic reserve units 7, 9, 13 are experiencing chain leaks. Bang. 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 With the system's urgent alarms, muffled explosions came from the walls of the control room. Then, a visible pale blue psychic mist seeped from the cracks in the walls, instantly filling the entire room. Psychic energy leak. All the experts present were terrified out of their minds, backing away in a desperate scramble. Although this thing is not as deadly as nuclear radiation, a high concentration of spiritual energy shock is enough to turn an ordinary person's brain into a mess. Lin Ke stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the screen where the model had completely collapsed, turning into a pile of garbled code. The ecstasy on his face instantaneously solidified, replaced by endless horror and confusion. Defeated. He had wagered everything, exhausted astronomical national resources, and in the end, not only did he fail to prove he was right, but he also, in the most tragic way, proved just how wildly wrong he was. That sequence was simply not something he could correct. God, unapproachable. Li Shun. Academician Chen's voice rang out, like it came from the depths of hell, filled with endless disappointment and anger. He looked at the devastated control room, at the young man who seemed lost, his heart breaking to the point of suffocation. This was the successor he had high hopes for. Yet due to arrogance and stubbornness, he committed such an unforgivable mistake. You. Academician Chen was so enraged he couldn't speak, just as he was about to issue an order to have Lin Ke dismissed on the spot. A calm voice suddenly emerged beside him. Old Chen, don't blame him. Everyone turned their heads to the sound and saw Lin Ke, who had somehow walked to Academician Chen's side. He looked at Lin Ke, whose face was ashen, shook his head, and surprisingly spoke with a hint of compassion. He is not wrong. He is just. Lin Ke paused, raising his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the chaos before him, looking towards a deeper dimension, and slowly said. Too slow. Chapter 24, Seizing Tianhe. Godlike deduction. Too slow? These three words, light and airy, felt like three invisible heavy hammers, ruthlessly striking at the hearts of everyone in the control room. All the people present, including Lin Ke, who was slumped on the ground, suddenly raised their heads, looking at Lin Ke as if he were a madman. Dude, do you have some misunderstanding about the word slow? Dr. Lin Ke, with that operation just now, his hand speed was so fast it could create sparks. In just a few seconds, he burned up several 100 million national resources, triggering a complete collapse of the Tianhe system and a leak of spiritual energy. This is called slow? This is freaking called lightspeed wastefulness, okay? Even Academician Chen looked dumbfounded at Lin Ke, opened his mouth knowing not what to say. He doubted whether this kid had been stunned silly by the recent spiritual energy leak. Lin Ke was even more furious at this evaluation, struggling to get up from the ground, pointing at Lin Ke, and hoarsely shouted, Slow? Lin Ke! Don't act all mysterious here. You say I'm slow? Then why don't you show me how fast you can be? If you can, you go ahead. He had already thrown caution to the wind. After all, the big mistake had already been made, his future was bleak. Why not just let everything fall apart, and before he dies, he would rip off the mask of this fraud? All right. To everyone's surprise, Lin Ke nodded without hesitation, responding in a very decisive manner. He stepped forward, ignoring the mist of pale blue spiritual energy swirling around him, and walked straight toward the control console that had fallen silent due to the collapse. Old Chen, Dr. Li. Lin Ke's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable confidence. Please temporarily hand over the main control authority of Tianhe to me. At this statement, the whole place fell silent again. Everyone looked as if they were ducks with their throats choked, staring wide-eyed at Lin Ke's back, their minds blank. What does he want to do? He wants to personally operate Tianhe? An 18-year-old boy, someone who has never attended a university, a theoretical genius, is going to control a national treasure that gathers the most advanced technology of Huaxia? Is this a joke? This is more absurd than letting a rookie driver who just got a license take the controls of a space shuttle. No way. Absolutely not. Lin Ke was the first to jump up in opposition. He was like a lion whose territory had been violated. Blocked in front of the main console, Lin Ke Don't think I don't know what you want to do. You want to take advantage of the Tianhe system reboot loophole to forcibly implant your trash data. I tell you, not a chance. As long as I, Legion, still have a breath, I will never let you defile Tianhe. Let him try. A hoarse yet firm voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned in shock, only to find that the speaker was none other than Academician Chen. Chen Huayan's face, at some unknown moment, had already lost the disappointment and anger, replaced by a kind of nearly crazy expectation and resolution. Old man, I today will accompany this kid to go crazy one more time. Academician Chen stared hard at Lin Ke, as if trying to see through him. Li Jin. Give him the main control authority. Old Chen. Yu Li Jin could hardly believe his ears. This is an order. Academician Chen's voice suddenly rose, like thunder from clear sky. If any problem occurs, I Chen Huayan will bear it all. Now, immediately, step aside. Li Jin's body trembled violently. He looked at the seemingly mad Academician Chen, then at the unusually calm boy, and finally, the light in his eyes completely dimmed. He gave a bitter smile, slowly stepped back, clearing the way to the main console. Forget it, forget it. Since even old Chen has gone mad, then let this farce play to the most absurd ending. He wanted to see with his own eyes how this so-called miracle would end. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ke walked to the main console. He did not start operating immediately, but turned to a guard and said, "Please, bring me a Psi-Link device." Psi-Link device. Hearing this name, Li Jin's pupils suddenly shrank. It was an extremely precise device that could bridge a beast master's spiritual power, Psi energy, with electronic devices, usually used for high-end simulated battles and complex beast research. All experts present naturally recognized it, but they did not understand why Lin Ke wanted this thing. Could it be he wants to use his spiritual power to assist Tianhe in calculations? What a joke! The amount of data Tianhe processes per second could instantly overwhelm the brains of 10,000 S-level beast masters. His little spiritual power would not even make a splash. Soon, the device was brought over. It looked like a helmet from a sci-fi movie, covered with precise circuits and flashing indicator lights. Lin Ke skillfully put the helmet on. The next second, he closed his eyes. S+ level talent gene cube activate. Link target, Tianhe supercomputer core database. Linking 10%, 50%, 100% link successful. Buzz. At the moment the link succeeded, Lin Ke's mind seemed to detonate like a cosmic singularity. Endless, vast data streams, like a breached galaxy, poured madly into his consciousness. It was all the information Tianhe had recorded since its creation. All life genetic maps that appeared on Blue Star, millions of years of climate change models, physics, chemistry, mathematics, all known human scientific knowledge, at this moment, transformed into the purest data runes, rushing through his mind. Any normal person, even Academician Chen, under this level of data assault, would suffer brain death in 0.01 seconds. But Lin Ke did not. Because, Gene Cube, was a being above all this. It was like a bottomless black hole, and also like a highest dimensional processor, digesting this vast data instantly in a way beyond time and space. No calculation was needed. No simulation was needed. The moment Tianhe database linked with Gene Cube, the answer naturally appeared in his mind. Just like you look at an apple, you don't need to calculate its mass. Density, light reflectivity, you can know in an instant that it is an apple. At this moment, Lin Ke was like this. He looked at that incomplete time-space dragon sequence, and also looked at the S-level Gelong genetic data in the Milky Way database. Then, he saw the only, correct, perfect path. The whole process, in Lin Ke's consciousness, seemed like billions of years had passed. But in the real world, only 1 second had passed. Lin Ke opened his eyes. In his eyes, it seemed that stars were being born and dying, the universe was turning. He turned his head, looking at Li Jin, who was completely stunned, and his lips slightly curled up. Dr. Li, your underlying logic was wrong from the very beginning. Time-space dragon, it does not follow the law of conservation of energy you believe in. It follows the law of space. Before his words fell, Lin Ke's hands moved. His hands, on the virtual main console keyboard, became 2 afterimages that could not be captured by the naked eye. Countless lesions, and even all the experts present, had never heard or seen, representing spacefolding, dimensional leap, curvature engine gene chains, were input into the core program of Milky Way by him in a skillful, flowing way. That was not coding, that was creating a miracle. Li Jin was completely stunned. His proud double doctorate from Harvard, in front of Lin Ke's godlike operation, was like a kindergarten graduation certificate. At this moment, the piercing alarm sounded again. But this time, it was no longer red for error. It represented logical reconstruction, golden. Warning! Warning! New universal axiom detected. Underlying logic library is reconstructing. Law of space module implantation successful. Time-space dragon gene sequence, beginning completion. On the main screen, the incomplete sequence, like deadwood in spring, began to be filled at a speed visible to the naked eye by the golden space gene chains. The completion progress bar began to jump wildly. 10%. 30%. 50%. The spherical core of Milky Way burst with unprecedented brilliant light. The entire main control room dyed in a sacred golden color. Everyone was shocked beyond measure by this miraculous scene. Academician Chen trembled with excitement, tears streaming, murmuring, "Miracle, this is the real miracle." Lin, however, seemed drained of all strength, collapsed on the ground, staring blankly at the screen. His lifetime of scientific belief, at this moment, was completely crushed by that 18-year-old boy, in the most crude, direct, unreasonable way. At this moment, the progress bar suddenly jumped to an astonishing number. System prompt, completion. 70%. 80%. 90%. Warning. Warning. New sequence energy level too high. Psychic energy reserve almost depleted. System about to overload. Chapter 25 Dr. Li submits. Sequence completion 99%. System about to overload. This cold warning, like pouring a bucket of cold water into boiling oil, instantly froze the atmosphere in the main control room. Experts who were just immersed in the miracle turned pale, from ecstasy to fear. Overload? How can it overload? An old professor in charge of energy systems screamed, "Isn't the psychic energy reserve full? How could it be exhausted so fast?" "It's not the psychic energy." Another supervisor responsible for hardware maintenance, pointing at a data panel turning red, voice trembling, "It's the spirit core computing unit cannot bear it. The amount of space law data Lin Ke entered is too huge, like making a small car tow an aircraft carrier." CPU. CPU is going to burn. Rumble. As if to confirm his words, the central huge spherical core began to tremble violently, the internal blue coolant boiling, countless tiny sparks flashing on the core surface endlessly. A sharp sizzle sound, enough to make your teeth ache, echoed through the room. On the main screen, the progress bar that had originally surged forward like a battering ram, after reaching 90%, seemed to crash into an invisible wall. It began flashing wildly, even showing signs of retreat. "It's over. It's going to fail. Quick! Abort the program. Otherwise, the Tianhe will really be scrapped. There's no time. The core logic has already been restructured. If we abort now, it will be the system's self-destruction." For a moment, the entire control room descended into chaos. All the experts were helpless, watching helplessly as the Tianhe, the pinnacle of China's technological achievements, slid step by step toward the abyss of destruction. Academician Chen's heart sank to the bottom. Could it be that the birth of a miracle must be accompanied by destruction? In this critical moment, a hoarse but determined voice suddenly rang out in the chaos. "It's not over." Everyone turned in surprise and saw that the speaker was, unbelievably, Lin, who had been slumped on the floor, lost and hopeless. At that moment, he no longer had the arrogance and stubbornness he once had. His gold-rimmed glasses hung crookedly on his face, his hair was a mess. But his eyes, however, were fixed on the spatial gene chain that Lin Ke had inputted on the main screen, burning with an almost insane fire of desire for knowledge. He understood. Though he only understood a small part, he finally realized that what Lin Ke had entered was not pseudoscience, but a truth that surpassed the current physical system, a higher dimensional truth. And what he himself had just done was so foolish and ignorant. "Lin. Chief Lin." Lin suddenly leapt up from the ground and rushed to Lin Ke's side. For the first time, he used an honorific title, skipping the Major General and directly addressing the highest authority in the technical field. His voice trembled with excitement. "It's not the data volume that's overloaded, it's the spatial folding gene node. Its logical level is too high, and the Tianhe matrix can't process it linearly. We need to divert. Use the spiritual matrix topology algorithm for parallel processing." Lin Ke, hearing this, flashed a look of approval. As expected of the genius who controls Tianhe, he found the key to the problem so quickly. "You have control over the spiritual matrix," Lin Ke said without turning his head, his hands still flying across the main console, trying to stabilize the collapsing system. "I'm on it." Lin didn't hesitate for a moment. He rushed to the auxiliary control console, his hands moving like shadows, his eyes blazing with incredible brilliance. "Chief Lin. Let me help you divert. Please keep the Tianhe spiritual core steady. Don't let it shut down." At that moment, all personal grudges, all the collapse of scientific beliefs, were thrown to the back of his mind. All that remained in his heart was one thought: he wanted to witness the complete birth of this miracle with his own eyes. "Good." Lin Ke only spoke one word. The two geniuses, who had been at odds with each other, now worked together in an unbelievable way at the final moment when Tianhe was about to be destroyed. "Spiritual matrix, activate." Lesion shouted, pushing the auxiliary system to its maximum power. Spiritual core overclocked, 300%. Lin Ke's eyes flashed with a spark of brilliance as he made the most insane decision. One focused on the external, the other on the internal. One used scientific wisdom to build the ladder that could carry the arrival of the miracle. One used innate divine power to inject a soul into the scientific machine, surpassing all limits. Voom. In their perfect collaboration, the Tianhe system, on the verge of collapse, miraculously stabilized. The trembling of the spherical core stopped, and the blinding electric sparks disappeared. The progress bar on the main screen, which had been stuck at 90%, after a brief pause, slowly and steadily began to advance again. 91%. 93%. 95%. Everyone held their breath, watching the scene in suspense. They knew they were witnessing a miracle that would go down in history. However, even with both of them working together, the struggle was far from over. The progress bar stagnated again after reaching 99%. No. Lesion was covered in sweat, his face as pale as paper. The last space-folding gene chain, its dimension nesting is too complex. It has already exceeded the limits of the Tianhe theory calculation. Unless someone can manually deduce it. Manual deduction? All the experts showed desperate expressions. That is a divine sequence that even Tianhe couldn't calculate. To use the human brain to calculate it? That would be like asking an ant to lift the earth. Just as everyone thought the miracle was about to come to an end, Lin Ke slowly released the control console. He closed his eyes, his head, wearing the psychic link device, slightly raised. Gene cube, deep intervention. Target, singularity folding gene chain, manual deduction. The next second, Lin Ke's hands moved again. But this time, they were no longer the blurred shadows of before, they were slow, clear, yet filled with a mysterious rhythm. Each of his fingers, every tap, seemed not to input data but to weave the laws of the universe in the void itself. On the main screen, the last blank gene node began to mysteriously manifest, one by one, glowing with silver light, with mysterious runes. Time, at this moment, seemed to lose its meaning. Finally, after the last rune fell. Ding! A clear, melodious prompt sound echoed throughout the control room. Spacetime Dragon gene sequence, completion rate. 99.9%. It succeeded. Looking at the screen, where a gene sequence, like a work of art, glowed with silver light and perfection, the entire control room fell into silence. Then, a wave of cheers erupted like a tsunami. We did it. We succeeded. Oh my God. What am I seeing? This is God, this is the sequence created by God. Countless elderly professors, with white hair, embraced each other like children, crying tears of joy. But Lesion stood still, staring at the perfect sequence, his body shaking violently like a sieve. Not because of excitement, but because of awe. That was an absolute awe toward the truth of higher dimensions. He slowly turned around and looked at the young man, who had removed his helmet, his face slightly pale. Thud. This postdoctoral Harvard scholar, this son of heaven who controlled the nation's most important instruments, actually, in front of everyone, deeply bent down, almost at a 90-degree angle, in a bow to Lin Ke. His voice, full of a crying tone, was filled with endless repentance and devotion. Chief Lin. No. Major General Lin. I was wrong. I was blind. I was foolish and ignorant. I don't deserve to be called a scientist. In front of the truth you revealed, I am even less than a child just learning to speak. Please, forgive my ignorance. This bow was done with true sincerity. This bow was done with a full submission. Lin Ke looked at him and simply nodded calmly. At this moment, in front of the control console, all the members of the Tianhe supercomputing team, led by someone, stood up in unison and, facing Lin Ke's back, solemnly saluted. We salute you, Chief Lin. The synchronized roar echoed throughout the control room, declaring the birth of a new technical leader. Academician Chen looked at this scene, smiling with satisfaction, tears streaming from his eyes. He walked to the large screen and, looking at the perfect sequence, said excitedly, Great. Great. It's complete. The sequence is finally complete. However, he quickly noticed something was wrong. On the large screen, although the sequence was complete, the constructed, spacetime dragon, holographic model was dim, lifeless, like a beautiful sculpture. This is... Academician Chen froze. Lesion also reacted, wiped his tears, and quickly ran to the control console to check the data. His face changed immediately. Report, Chief Lin. Report, Old Chen. He now had completely entered the role of subordinate. The sequence is complete but it has no activity. It's like a perfect program, but not written into the hard drive. According to Tianhe calculations, it still lacks the last step. Lacks what? Academician Chen asked urgently. Li Jin's gaze became extremely serious, he spoke word by word. Lacks one that can ignite divinity. S-level dragon blood, the primer. As soon as the words fell. Woo woo woo. A sharp, urgent, SSS-level alarm echoed throughout the entire South Gate base, suddenly blaring. The golden light of the control room was instantly replaced by blood red, representing the highest-level enemy attack. Academician Chen's face changed drastically, he suddenly rushed to the emergency communicator beside him, shouting, "Operations Command Center." What happened? From the communicator came a voice full of urgency and terror. "Report, Commander. It is the Dragon Fong Special Forces. They were ambushed at the Dragon Gate Rift. The mission failed." Chapter 26 Blood Red Alarm. The desperate situation of Dragon Fong. The mission failed. These 4 words hit everyone in the control room like 4 thunderbolts from the ninth hell. The atmosphere, which was just filled with cheers and excitement, was instantly replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. Everyone seemed petrified, smiles frozen on their faces, eyes full of disbelief and horror. Failed? China's strongest special forces, Dragon Fong, mission failed? How is this possible? What did you say? Academician Chen grabbed the communicator, veins bulging on his gaunt hand, eyes red like an angry lion. Say it clearly. Where is Longzhan? Let him tell me personally. Report, Commander. The voice on the communicator quivered with sobs. Dragon team leader, he is leading the team to break out. We were ambushed. Quick. Switch the operations command room display. Academician Chen roared the order, then suddenly turned, grabbing Lin Ke's arm, voice trembling. Go. Follow me to the command room. Lin Ke's heart sank heavily. The Dragon Fong Special Forces went to that deadly place for him, for his little green caterpillar. If something happened to them. He did not dare think further, turning to support the emotionally shaken Academician Chen, and together they rushed out of the Tianhe Center, sprinting toward the base's operations command room. Southgate Operations Command Room. This was the military hub of the entire base, usually orderly, atmosphere strict. But at this moment, it was chaos. Dozens of officers and technicians in uniform were frantically busy at their posts, keyboard tapping, urgent orders, alarms interwoven, the air filled with a suffocating sense of despair. Bang! The command room door was slammed open. Academician Chen and Lin Ke rushed in. What is the situation? Academician Chen shouted at a colonel responsible for reporting the battle status, without even taking a breath. The colonel's face was pale, lips trembling, pointing at the huge holographic map in the center of the room, speaking with difficulty. Report, Commander, the situation is very bad. Lin Ke looked up, instantly gasping. On the huge map, the battlefield situation of the Dragon Gate Rift was being calculated in real time. In the deep, terrifying underwater canyon terrain, dozens of blue lights representing Dragon Fong Special Forces were now tightly surrounded by countless red lights from all directions. Each red light represented a powerful monster of at least B level. And on the battle data panel, a bright red number stabbed everyone's eyes. Dragon Fong Special Forces casualty rate, 52%. More than half. In just one encounter, China's most elite ace force. More than half has already been lost. This is no longer a battle, this is a massacre. Dragon War. Connect the communication with Dragon War. Academician Chen's body swayed, almost losing balance. Connecting. The signal is under strong psychic interference. Connection successful. ZZ. On the main screen, snowflakes flickered, followed by a blood-soaked image as horrid as hell. In the murky sea, countless ferocious water dragons were frantically attacking a defensive formation made of beast tamers. The crushed energy shields glimmered, the dying roars of the monsters, and the warriors' angry howls intertwined into a brutal symphony of death. At the center of the image, a hulking figure was fighting bravely amidst the bloodshed. It was the commander of the Dragon Tooth, Dragon War. At this moment, he had completely lost his composure from earlier on the aircraft. His black battlesuit was torn to shreds, his face was covered in wounds and blood. Beside him, the once mighty S-class beast Golden Armored Bear now looked terribly miserable. One of its thick arms had been chopped off at the shoulder, golden blood dyed the surrounding sea red, and it could only use one arm to pathetically defend against the tide of incoming enemies. Command Center. Dragon War noticed the established communication, and he slammed a fist into a water dragon attempting to ambush him, turning it into mush, then roared at the screen with a thunderous rage. His voice, transmitted through the electric current, was still filled with endless anger and unwillingness. We have been ambushed. This is not an ordinary beast tide. This is a calculated trap aimed at us. Within this beast tide, there are S-class. Before he could finish, a sudden change occurred. Roar. A terrifying dragon roar, seemingly from the ancient primordial chaos, suddenly erupted from the depths of the battlefield. Just the sound caused the entire communication screen to tremble violently, and countless B-class water dragons, terrified, trembled and crawled on the ground, not daring to move. Dragon War's face instantly turned pale. He suddenly looked up, staring into the unfathomable darkness, his eyes filled with despair. It is coming. In the command room, everyone held their breath, staring fixedly at the screen. In that pitch-black abyss, 2 points of terrifying light, larger and redder than searchlights, slowly lit up. Then, an enormous and indescribably terrifying head slowly rose up from the abyss. It was a hideously fierce dragon head. Its entire body was covered with scales darker than black iron, each scale inscribed with ancient and evil runes. It had no horns on its head, replaced by a grotesque bone crown seemingly made of solidified dark energy. Black Dragon King. An existence at the peak of S-class. It had not fully revealed its body, and just its head was larger than a small submarine. In its deep red eyes, there was cruelty, mockery, and a kind of sneering taunt only highly intelligent beings possess, like a cat playing with a mouse. It was waiting. It had known for a long time that Dragon Tooth would come. It had laid a trap here, waiting for these prey to walk right into it. Command Center. Dragon War looked at the slowly rising terrifying figure, letting out his last, heart-wrenching roar. This is not an ordinary S-class water dragon. This is the ruler of the Dragon Gate Rift, the Black Dragon King. It is waiting for us. The intel is wrong. Boom. These 4 words exploded in the minds of everyone in the command room like 4 nuclear bombs. The intel is wrong. This meant that from the very beginning, they had been wrong. They had sent China's most elite warriors to carry out a mission that was certain to fail. Academician Chen's body began to tremble violently, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body fell straight back. Old Chen. Lin Ke reacted quickly, catching him. At this moment, Lin Ke's face was also utterly pale. His fist had unknowingly tightened, his nails deeply embedded in his palm, blood flowing without him even realizing it. His heart was filled with endless self-blame and anger. These people, all because of him. On the screen, that huge black serpent dragon's head had completely risen from the abyss. It looked down from above, gazing at the surrounded Dragon's Tooth members, like a god overlooking ants. The next second, it opened its enormous blood-red mouth, large enough to swallow a tank. There was no world-shattering energy gathering, no earth-destroying breath. It simply, gently, slowly, inhaled a breath. Whew. An invisible, terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. It was a pressure that came from the deepest part of the bloodline, absolute, unreasonable, crushing. S-level pressure. Through the small screen, transmitted to the operations command room, it made everyone present feel a sudden tightness in their chest, as though their heart had been gripped by an invisible hand. And in the center of the battlefield, the beast masters of the Dragon's Tooth members, who were already struggling to hold on, were completely frozen under this terrifying pressure, their bodies stiffening, their fighting will disappearing. Even some sea-level beast masters foamed at the mouth and fainted. The defense line instantly collapsed. Chapter 27, S-Level Dragon King. The Crisis of Complete Destruction. The S-level pressure was like an invisible mountain, instantly crushing the already crumbling defense line of the Dragon's Tooth Special Forces. The battlefield was deathly silent. Only the huge, crimson eyes of the Black Serpent Dragon King gleamed with a playful and cruel light in the dim seawater. Beast! A thunderous roar broke the hopeless silence. Long Zhan, China's strongest warrior, had actually withstood the terrifying pressure. His eyes were bloodshot, his muscles bulging like steel, veins popping as if he were about to rip his combat suit apart. Golden armored berserk bear. Get up for me. He roared, injecting all his spiritual energy into the beast next to him. Roar! The golden armored berserk bear, which had already been in a state of weakness, suddenly erupted with the last bit of its bloodline. It struck its chest with one arm, roaring defiance at the godlike Black Serpent Dragon King. Ha! A contemptuous sound, as if it came directly from the depths of their souls, echoed from the throat of the Black Serpent Dragon King. It seemed amused by the courage of these 2 ants. Slowly, ceremoniously, it opened its abyss-like mouth. This time, it was no longer just pressure. Instead, a ball of hot black flames, darker than the abyss, purer than the void, as if it could devour all light, emerged. Black flame breath. Get away. In the operations command room, Academician Chen's eyes were about to split, shouting hoarsely. However, it was already too late. The black flame made no sound, nor did it have earth-shattering power. It simply, silently, and erratically flew toward Long Zhan and his golden armored berserk bear. The golden armored berserk bear roared, gathering all the golden energy on its single arm, forming an incredibly thick golden shield to meet the seemingly harmless black flame. The next second, a chilling scene that made everyone's scalp tingle unfolded. When the black flame made contact with the golden shield, there was no explosion, no impact. That S-level defense skill, strong enough to withstand a cruise missile bombing, was silently melted by the black flame, like a hot knife cutting through butter. Then, the black flame fell on the massive body of the golden-armored berserk bear. A whoa! A heartbreaking, inhuman scream rang out across the battlefield. The S-level golden-armored berserk bear, with its golden fur, proud as alloy armor, was quickly scorched, withered, and shedding under the burning of the black flame. In just 1 second, the once magnificent S-level beast was. At this moment, it had turned into a charred corpse, black smoke rising from it, a pitiful sight, collapsing with a loud crash, leaving only a faint breath, on the brink of death. One strike. Just one strike. S-level beast master, instant kill. The entire operations command room was silent, a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was stunned into silence, unable to think, by this absolute, unreasonable power. This is, the terror of the S-level peak. On the battlefield, Long John stared blankly at his fallen comrade, the last glimmer of hope in his eyes completely extinguished. He forced a bitter smile, knowing that today, there was no escape. But he was the captain of Dragon Teeth. He was a soldier of China. Even if he had to die, he would die with value. Team 3. Long John suddenly turned around, and with a final, life-shouting command, he yelled towards a direction behind him, "Take the sampler. Break out. Everyone else. Follow me. Cover us." Yes. The surviving, Dragon Teeth, team members showed no fear in their eyes, only resolute, blood-red determination. They knew this was the final chance their captain had bought for them with his life. Brothers. For China. Beast Masters, self-destruct. Boom. 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 In an instant, dozens of blinding energy orbs lit up on the battlefield. The surviving, Dragon Teeth, team members did not hesitate, choosing to march toward destruction with their beast masters. They used their own lives and their comrades' lives, turning into the most brilliant fireworks, blasting open a path of flesh and blood between the Black Flood Dragon King and the Beast Tide. A few members of Team 3, with tears in their eyes, carrying a silver metal box, the sampler, crazily broke through the lifebot path, heading outward. Though they knew that the box inside was empty. But this was the order. This was the glory of Dragon Teeth. Even if it meant fighting to the last man, they would take the sampler, which represented the mission, and carry it out. Watching his comrades rushing toward death without hesitation, watching the figures gradually fading away, Long John's face revealed a trace of comfort. Then, he turned around and slowly walked towards the Black Flood Dragon King, which was like a demon god. His body began to emit unstable, violent psychic fluctuations. He was going to self-destruct too. He would use his S-level beast master life to buy even one more second for his comrades' escape. Old Chen. Chief Lin. He made the final communication to the command room, his voice calm but filled with endless grief and determination. Dragon Teeth, mission failure. Request, activate the highest level strike plan. Heaven's Wrath. Heaven's Wrath. Upon hearing these two words, everyone in the command room felt as though they had been struck by lightning, their bodies violently shaking. That was China's last trump card, the Damocles sword hanging over the head of every forbidden zone. It was a nuclear strike. Request, bomb Dragon Gate Rift. Long John's voice had a hint of relief. We absolutely cannot let this beast escape the forbidden zone. It has intelligence. Its threat far exceeds imagination. After saying that, he was about to cut off the communication and face his final fate. The operations command room was deathly silent. Everyone stared at the tragic figure walking towards death, their eyes moist. Academician Chen, supported by Lin Ke, trembled violently. His old tears flowed freely, and his murky eyes were filled with endless pain and struggle. Activate Heaven's Wrath? That would mean Long John and all the surviving Dragon Teeth members would be buried together in the deep sea. But what if they don't activate it? Once this highly intelligent Black Flood Dragon King escapes the Forbidden Zone, it will bring a catastrophe to hundreds of millions of people along the eastern coast. Academician Chen's hand trembled as it slowly moved toward the red launch button, the symbol of destruction and finality. This was a decision he had never wanted to make in his life. Just as Academician Chen's finger was about to touch the button. Wait! A sudden, urgent shout rang out, blasting through the command room. It is Lin Ke. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the screen, watching the Black Crawler Dragon King mockingly as Long John walked toward death, filled with extreme confusion and shock. Professor Chen! Wait! Lin Ke's voice was slightly distorted with excitement. Look at its movements. Something is wrong. Its movements, very wrong. What? Professor Chen and everyone else looked at the screen in astonishment. They saw that the Black Crawler Dragon King did not immediately attack Long John, but, gently and repeatedly, rubbed at the reverse scales on its chest with its gigantic claw. The movement was full of a certain periodicity, as if it were relieving some kind of discomfort. Moreover, Lin Ke also keenly noticed that when it made this movement, a trace of barely perceptible anxiety flashed in its blood-red giant eyes. Chapter 28, Fatal Flaw. The Dragon King's molting period. Anxiety? Lin Ke's words were like a stabilizing anchor cast into turbulent waves, halting the chaos in the command room. Everyone widened their eyes, staring intently at the screen, trying to find the something wrong that Lin Ke mentioned in that world-destroying dragon. Something wrong? A major general responsible for tactical analysis furrowed his brow. Major Lin, I don't see it. It is clearly toying with the dragon team. Like a cat playing with a mouse. No. Not at all. Lin Ke firmly denied it. His brain was racing, countless previously overlooked details connected like lightning in his mind. Look. Lin Ke's finger nearly jabbed the screen. From its appearance until now, it has launched 2 attacks. The first was an S-level pressure, the second was a black flame breath. Both attacks are large-scale, indiscriminate attacks. It hasn't even used any skills that require precise locking. And Lin Ke's speed increased. The frequency of the rubbing action on the reverse scales is about once every 3 seconds. This is not teasing. This is a physiological, uncontrollable stress response. Just like human skin allergies, or one can't help but scratch. This analogy left everyone stunned. Skin allergy? Do you call the S-level peak Dragon King's world-destroying behavior a skin allergy? Is this way of thinking a bit too strange? Even Long Zhan, who was preparing for death, heard Lin Ke's words through the communicator, and a strange expression couldn't help but show on his solemn face. Chief Lin, could he have been scared silly? Nonsense. The Major General couldn't help but scold. Major Lin. This is not the time for your imagination. If we delay any longer, the launch window for Heaven's punishment will be missed. Give me 3 minutes. Lin Ke suddenly turned his head, his crimson eyes fixed on the Major General. The momentum that erupted from his gaze made even a battle-hardened general gasp. Just 3 minutes. If I can't find a way to break the deadlock, you won't need to act. I will personally press the Heaven's punishment button. After speaking, he didn't give anyone a chance to react and rushed toward the command center's core, the command station. What are you doing? The technicians responsible for the command station were startled and tried to stop him. Let him go. Professor Chen shouted with a trembling voice. His eyes rekindled with the flame called madness. He didn't know what Lin Ke was going to do, but he knew that this might be the last hope for Dragon Tooth. With Professor Chen's consent, Lin Ke rushed straight to the command station without obstruction. Without saying a word, he grabbed a spare spiritual energy link cable and with a loud bang, firmly plugged it into his Major General Research Uniform's interface. Forcefully take over the battlefield data link. Target, Deep Sea No. 1 Reconnaissance Satellite. Permission authentication. Chief Technical Advisor for the Fuxi Plan, Lin Ke. Authentication successful. With the cold prompt sound of the system, the battlefield's most primal and massive real-time data stream, like a flood breaking its dam, instantly surged into Lin Ke's brain. S+ level talent gene cube activate. Function module, remote battlefield flaw scanning. Buzz. Before Lin Ke's eyes, the entire world disappeared. In its place was a vast ocean made of endless data and gene sequences. And at the very center of this ocean, an unimaginably huge data aggregate full of violent and destructive aura, was emitting a heart-stopping red light. That was the Black Flood Dragon King. From the perspective of Gene Cube, this arrogant S-level Dragon King was no longer an invincible demon god, but became a program that could be read, analyzed, and have its bugs found. Data flooding in. Black Flood Dragon King gene sequence starting analysis. Base template S-level peak water, dark dual attributes. Skill list Black Flame Breath, Abyss Whirlpool, Shadow Shift. Massive amounts of data flashed in Lin Ke's brain, fast enough to crash even the Milky Way supercomputer. Lin Ke ignored the regular data entirely, focusing all his computing power on that one point. The scale that the Dragon King kept rubbing the reverse scale. Scan target, below the reverse scale, gene node G778. The next moment, a gene sequence map magnified billions of times, incredibly precise, appeared before Lin Ke. He saw it. In that seemingly perfect, indestructible S-level gene chain, one node emitted an extremely unstable, faint chaotic light. It was an old, not fully healed wound. At this moment, a newborn, full of life gene energy was wildly hitting this old wound node, trying to break it, to replace it. Like a snake shedding skin, the violent friction and discomfort between the old skin and new skin. I saw it. In the command room, Lin Ke suddenly opened his eyes and let out an earth-shattering roar. His face was filled with wild joy because of the enormous discovery. It is not at the peak. It is at the weakest shedding period. It is evolving. Shedding from the S-level peak toward a higher layer. That is why it set the trap, needing to devour massive life energy to support itself. That repeated rubbing motion is not playing. Its old wound gene node, under the impact of metabolism, is being blocked, causing it great pain. A series of earth-shaking words erupted from Lin Ke, leaving everyone in the command room completely stunned. Shedding period? Blocked? What kind of hellish battlefield analysis is this? On the other end of the communicator, even Long John, ready to self-destruct, stopped in place, dumbfounded, listening to Lin Ke's nonsense. It's useless. Long John smiled bitterly, his voice full of despair. Chief Lin, don't waste your effort even if it has a weak point. So what? We can't even break its reverse scale defense. Yes. Everyone realized it. Even if you find the weak point, if you can't reach it, what use is it? S-level peak defense is an absolute wall that even tactical nuclear weapons may not shake. Who said it needs breaking? Lin Ke suddenly turned, his gaze like lightning, locking straight on Dr. Lesion, who had just gotten up from the ground, confused. Dr. Li. Lin Ke's voice was full of undeniable command. Ah. Lesion shivered, instinctively standing straight, like a student called by the teacher. I ask you. Lin Ke's speed of speech was extreme. If I give you a gene coordinate precise to the Planck scale, can the Milky Way supercomputer mobilize the Dragon Gate rift nearby to stabilize the space rift psychic stabilizers? Shoot a high-frequency resonance wave at that point. High-frequency resonance wave? Lesion's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needlepoint. As the leader of Heaven River, he, of course, knew what that was. It was a terrifying weapon that used high-frequency spiritual energy waves to induce resonance and disintegration at the microscopic level. Its principle was similar to the legendary infrasound weapon. But that thing was used to stabilize S-level space rifts. A slight increase in power could cause a spatial collapse. To use it to attack an S-level Dragon King? What's the difference between using a scalpel to poke a nuclear warhead that could explode at any moment? Lesion's lips were trembling as he looked at Lin Ke's crazed eyes. He felt that he was not facing a young man but a completely insane person. You've gone mad? Using Heaven River to cause resonance? That's S-level. It's the S-level Dragon King. Chapter 29, Heaven River Resonance. A one-shot kill across 1,000 miles. Mad? Lesion's voice echoed in the command room, filled with shock and fear. However, this time, his doubt was not met with any agreement. The entire command room, all eyes were firmly fixed on Lin Ke. In their eyes, there was no longer doubt or confusion, only an intense, burning, maddened flame of hope. When science cannot solve the enemy, then use a more scientific way to solve it. What does it matter if you use a scalpel to poke a nuclear warhead? As long as the surgeon is a god. Answer me. Can it be done? Lin Ke ignored Lesion's panic and shouted again with a roar. This roar, like a thunderous strike to the head, instantly pulled Lesion from the abyss of fear. He looked into Lin Ke's unquestionable eyes, then glanced at the screen showing the dragon warrior about to die, and thought back to the miraculous sequence predictions earlier. Fear gradually faded away. In its place was a kind of extreme fervor from the depths of his soul, belonging to a scientist. Yes. If the coordinates could really be precise to the genetic level. If the resonance frequency could truly match that fragile point perfectly. Then, the success rate of this seemingly crazy plan. Yes. Lesion's eyes erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. It was as if he were burning. All the previous despair and hopelessness vanished, replaced by an ecstatic madness as though he had found his life's pursuit. He suddenly dashed to the main control panel, his hands flying across the keyboard like shadows. His mouth roared at a speed faster than a machine gun. It's completely feasible. Heaven River can forcibly take control of all the spiritual energy stabilizers of the Dragon Gate Rift through the Deep Sea #1 satellite. But his movements suddenly froze, a serious expression appearing on his face. But switching the energy matrix of the spiritual energy stabilizers from standby to high-frequency resonance mode requires 3 energy counterbalances and 1 phase calibration. This process will take at least. He looked up at Lin Ke and gave a time that, in this battlefield, was almost equivalent to eternity. 3 seconds. Locking the target will take 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Everyone's heart sank. For ordinary people, 3 seconds is just the blink of an eye. But in front of an S-level Dragon King, 3 seconds is enough for it to turn Dragon Warrior and his ashes into dust 300 times. Yet, just as everyone fell into despair. Ha 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 ha. It was Dragon Warrior. 3 seconds? Is it true? He glanced in the direction of the screen, as if he could see through thousands of miles, seeing the people in the command room. The command center. Dragon Tooth. Received. Before the voice faded, Long John suddenly turned around and issued his last and most gentle command to the nearly breathless golden-armored violent bear behind him. Old buddy. Let's charge forward one last time together. Roar. Miraculously, the golden-armored violent bear, previously on the brink of death, stood up again. In its eyes burned a flame called glory, identical to that of its master. The next second, a man and a bear transformed into two golden streaks of light, like two moths flying toward the sun, charging fearlessly toward the Black Dragon King, who resembled a demonic god. For China. Long John's roar echoed through the deep sea. In the giant, crimson eye of the Black Dragon King, a hint of human-like disdain flashed. Just a mere ant dares to swing a fist at the divine? It slowly raised its giant claw, capable of crushing mountains, preparing to completely grind these two annoying bugs into powder. However, just as Long John was about to charge in front of it, he did not launch any attack. Instead, he opened his arms wide. He and his dying golden-armored violent bear exhausted the last bit of their life force, tightly, hugging the Black Dragon King's itchy area, covered with fierce reverse scales. Now is the time. Long John used all his strength to roar these last four words into the communicator. Fire. In the operational command room. Lin Ke's eyes were already blurred with tears. He slammed his fist down on the control panel and let out a heart-wrenching roar at Li Jin on the other side. Coordinates locked. G778G node. Li Jin. Fire. Received. Li Jin's eyes turned red, his fingers flying over the controls, pressing the launch button that decided everything. Heaven River Resonance activated. Resonance wave. Launch. At this moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. In the depths of the Dragon Gate Rift, the Black Dragon King was stunned. It could not comprehend the actions of this ant before it. Not attacking? Not self-destructing? Just hugging itself? What new form of suicide is this? Is this a scam? It didn't even bother to swat the bug away, only preparing to move a bit of energy to crush him to powder. However, in that instant, an invisible, strange, and indescribable wave descended without warning. That wave crossed thousands of miles. That wave ignored the barriers of space. That wave even penetrated its S-class dragon scales, which even black flames could not harm. Precisely, incredibly precisely, it acted upon the reverse scale beneath it, the area where an old wound was clogged. G778G node. Buzz. The Black Dragon King's movements suddenly froze. For the first time, its giant, crimson eyes showed confusion and a hint of bewilderment. What is this thing? It seems itchier? No, not itch. It's a shudder coming from the most microscopic level of its body. The next second. Puff. A sound so faint it was almost inaudible, like a bubble bursting, resonated from within its indestructible body. The Black Dragon King's massive body shook violently. It lowered its head to look at its chest. There, it was unharmed. But why? It feels like something inside its body broke? Then. Puff. 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 Puff 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 puff. Countless dense, continuous explosion sounds rang out madly within its enormous body, like fireworks bursting in the night sky of New Year's Eve. Its G778G node exploded internally on the spot. And the collapse of this node triggered a domino effect. Countless gene chains connected to it began to chain react, collapsing like an avalanche. The Black Dragon King's crimson eyes finally revealed a glimpse of the confusion it had since its birth. Never before. Fear. It wanted to roar, but found that its vocal cords had already been shattered on a microscopic level. It wanted to move, but discovered that its nervous system had already been broken into billions of pieces. This invincible king, who had roamed the Dragon Gate Rift for hundreds of years, and was about to step into a higher realm, was slowly, piece by piece, turning to dust from the inside. Boom! Finally, after a few seconds of dead silence, its massive, mountain-like body could no longer maintain its shape. With a dull, thunderous crash, it shattered apart. Countless flesh, scales, and bones rained down like a bloody storm, scattering toward the dark abyss. The S-class Peak Dragon King fell 1,000 miles away, across dimensions. Instant kill. In the operations command room, everyone stared blankly at the screen, watching the miraculous scene, their minds blank, completely losing the ability to speak. Dead? Just like this, dead? In the silence, only the faint crackling sound from the communicator remained. It was the communicator of Long John, which had fallen to the ground at the moment of his sacrifice. Amidst the chaotic noise, a young voice, filled with both sadness and disbelief, cried out intermittently. Captain. We. 1. Chapter 30, Dragon's Blood Returns. The overbearing evolution foreshadowed. 1. That cry, full of grief and disbelief, fell like a deep-water bomb in the silent command room, forcibly pulling everyone's minds back from the shock of the miracle to reality. Won? Yes, they won. In a way never seen before, a miracle, they won a war that should have been lost. However, no one in the command room cheered. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the main screen, which had already lost its image, their ears echoing with Long John's final, heroic shout of fire. In the air, there was a sadness called victory. Lin Ke slowly relaxed his clenched fist. He looked at the wound in his palm, pierced by his own nails, and a deep sense of helplessness and responsibility surged over him like a tide. He won the battle of technology, but lost a hero's life. Whoa whoa. It was unclear who cried out first. Soon, the suppressed crying voices began to rise one after another in the command room. Those scientists and military officers, known for their calm and rationality, were now like children, venting their grief and excitement in the most primal way. Academician Chen's body also leaned weakly against Lin Ke's. This old man, within just 1 hour, had gone through the ups and downs from hell to heaven, then to the mortal realm, and was already mentally and physically exhausted. We won. He muttered, tears streaming down his face, but Long John, that boy, he won't come back. Lin Ke silently supported the old man, not speaking. He knew that at this moment, any comfort would seem pale and powerless. 3 days later, Southgate Base, military airfield. The sky was overcast, with light rain falling, as if the entire sky was crying for the return of the hero. Lin Ke stood quietly on the tarmac, dressed in a neat Major General's research uniform, a white flower pinned to his chest. Behind him were Academician Chen, Lijian, and all the high-ranking officials of Southgate. They were waiting for the hero's return. In the distance, several heavily damaged Kunping transport planes, spewing black smoke, slowly descended onto the runway under the escort of several fighter jets. The hatch opened. The first to be carried down were the coffins covered with red flags. Long John, and those members of the Dragon Teeth team who chose to sacrifice themselves in the Dragon Gate Rift to defend their honor. Lin Ke's eyes instantly reddened. He took heavy steps forward, towards the very front. The coffin belonging to Long John bowed deeply. When he lifted his head, his face was already covered with tears. Salute! With a hoarse command, all the soldiers present raised their arms at once, paying the highest respect to the fallen comrade. Then, the surviving members of the Dragon Fawn unit helped each other down from the transport plane. Each of them was seriously wounded, their faces full of fatigue and sadness, but their backs remained straight. A one-armed colonel at the head walked to Lin Ke, with his only left hand trembling as he handed over a silver metal box that shone with cold light. Lin, Major General Lin. His voice was hoarse but strong. Dragon Fang Special Forces did not fail our mission. S-level Black Dragon King Live Blood and its corpse, all brought back. Lin Ke's hands trembled slightly as he took the heavy box. He knew that within the thin walls of this box lay the lives of dozens of heroes. Inside the P5 level top-spec biological laboratory. This is the most advanced and safest place in all of Huaxia. Lin Ke changed into a white sterile protective suit and personally placed the S-level dragon blood, shining like molten gold, which was taken from the silver box, carefully into the slot of the gene editing platform. Behind him, Academician Chen and Lijian were also fully armed, their expressions tense yet expectant. After 3 days of fermentation, the shocking feat Tianhe resonance, killing an S-level dragon king in seconds, had already spread like a myth throughout the Huaxia elite. And Lin Ke, the creator of this myth, had reached an unprecedented height of status. As for Lijian, he had completely transformed into Lin Ke's #1 fanboy. His gaze at Lin Ke was more intimate than at his own father, almost writing on his face, "I am the chief's diehard fan." Report to Chief Lin. Lijian's voice came through the communicator, full of excitement and worship. The materials are in place. 99.9% of the time-space dragon god sequence has been successfully loaded into the gene editing matrix. Tianhe supercomputer, all auxiliary systems ready. Ready to start creation at any moment. He had even started using the word creation to describe the upcoming evolution experiment. Lin Ke took a deep breath, calming his excited heart. He walked to the main control console, looking at the fully loaded perfect time-space dragon sequence on the screen, then at the slot beside it, where the S-level dragon blood radiated immense vitality. The sequence is a perfect program. The dragon blood is the key to ignite the program. And his green caterpillar is the hard drive that carries all of this. Everything is ready, only waiting for the right moment. He recalled 5 days ago, in that shabby rented room, when he first tried editing the caterpillar's genes, the messy failure and near-death backlash. And now, he had the whole nation as his backing. This time Lin Ke whispered to himself, his eyes flashing with absolute confidence, "It will succeed." He reached out, ready to press the button that represented the start of evolution. Wait! A sharp, panicked voice suddenly came from behind him. Lin Ke turned in shock and saw that it was Academician Chen shouting at him. The old man was staring at a data report Lijian handed over, titled Final Deduction Report on the Compatibility of God Sequence and F-Level Carrier Vitality. Academician Chen's face was as pale as paper, completely bloodless. His body trembled slightly, and his cloudy old eyes were filled with unbelievable fear. Chen, Elder Chen? What's wrong? Lin Ke felt a pang in his heart, a sense of foreboding rising. Li also leaned over. When he saw the last line of the report, marked in blood red by Tianhe as the final conclusion, his face, in a flash, turned pale. This is impossible. How could this happen? Li Jin's voice was trembling, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. What's going on? Lin Ke's heart sank completely. Academician Chen slowly raised his head, looking at Lin Ke, his lips quivering, and with great difficulty, squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Lin Ke, wait, don't start yet. His voice was tinged with a sob, filled with endless regret and despair. Tianhe, the final simulation result of Tianhe has come out. This sequence, it's too dominant. What it needs in basic life force is that of an F-grade green caterpillar. Academician Chen paused, as if he had exhausted all his strength just to say that hopeless number. 10,000 times. Forced evolution, your green caterpillar will be drained dry and die. Chapter 31, the dominant sequence. 10,000 times the life force. Drained dry and die. These 4 words, like 4 ice picks poisoned with venom, brutally stabbed into Lin Ke's heart, causing his blood to freeze instantly. The great ambition that had just been ignited, because everything was ready, was now extinguished completely by this bucket of ice water from Tianhe, leaving not even a wisp of smoke behind. Inside the P5 lab, a deathly silence fell. The air seemed to freeze. Only the faint beep-beep sound from the instruments remained, like the countdown to the failure of this creation plan, tolling the funeral bell. 10,000 times? Lin Ke's voice was dry. He stared blankly at the faces of Academician Chen and Li Jin, which were whiter than paper, feeling as if he were hearing the most absurd joke. But he knew, this was not a joke. This was Tianhe, the cold and brutal truth, derived from massive amounts of data. How could this happen? How could this happen? Li Jin, heartbroken, collapsed into the chair, clutching his hair, his eyes full of pain and confusion. The sequence was clearly perfect. Why such a huge life force gap? Like a madman, he rushed to the main control console, his hands frantically operating the keyboard, pulling up a more detailed data analysis report, and projected it onto the conference room's big screen. Chief Lin. Old Chen. Look. Li Jin pointed at the dense, almost unreadable data waterfall on the screen, his voice hoarse as he explained. The time-space dragon sequence, its underlying structure is not life, but space. Its very existence twists and folds the dimensions of reality. To drive such a divine sequence, the entropy consumed is an astronomical figure. And this entropy, during the evolution process, can only be filled in the most primitive way, that is, the basic life force of the carrier. According to Tianhe's most pessimistic estimate, Li Jin's finger pointed to the blood-red number at the bottom of the report. To completely imprint the time-space dragon sequence onto the gene chain of an F-grade green caterpillar, it requires 9,852.7 times its total life force. In other words, Li Jin's voice was filled with despair. Our green caterpillar will be drained dry in the first second, from its cells to its soul, turned into a puff of cosmic dust with no DNA left. Cosmic dust. Lin Ke's mouth twitched. He felt like a poor boy who had saved up for decades to buy the top sports car, only to realize he couldn't even afford a drop of gasoline to start it. No, it was worse than that. It was as if, when he turned the key, the entire car engine would suck him in and spit him out as exhaust fumes. Then, what about the S-grade dragon blood? Lin Ke grasped at the last lifeline, asking urgently, isn't the life energy it contains enough? Not enough. Far from enough. Li Jin shook his head in pain. He pulled up another analysis report about dragon blood. Chief Lin, your previous metaphor was very apt. The time and space dragon sequence is the program, the green caterpillar is the hard disk, and the S-level dragon blood, its role, is really just a key. Its function is ignition. It uses its powerful dragon lineage to activate your dormant divine sequence, acting as a gene adhesive, allowing the sequence and the carrier to initially fuse. It is not fuel. Boom. Li Jin's explanation struck like a final blow, shattering all of Lin Ke's hopes completely. There was only an incredible blueprint. There was only a unique key. Yet there was no the crucial fuel to start it all. The entire conference room fell back into a suffocating silence. All the experts present lowered their heads, their faces pale. They had just witnessed the birth of a miracle, believing that China's beast taming technology was about to usher in a brand new era. But who could have imagined that just a step away from success, they were caught by such a fundamental yet deadly issue, choking them at the neck? The body of the F-level green caterpillar simply could not withstand the genes of the divine. The divine sequence and the mortal physique were separated by an insurmountable chasm. Academician slowly closed his eyes, two streams of murky old tears slid down from the corners of his wrinkled eyes. His body trembled slightly with immense loss and unwillingness. He thought of Long John, thought of those Dragon Tooth team members who sacrificed for this tube of dragon blood. Did the hope they earned with their lives really have to be declared shattered in such an absurd way? Could it be? Academician Chen's voice was hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Could it be that the first project of our Fushi plan is going to end in failure? Failure. This word felt like an invisible poison needle, piercing the nerves of everyone present. The atmosphere weighed heavily. Despair spread like thick, inky paint in everyone's heart. In this suffocating silence, Lin Ke slowly raised his head. His eyes, he didn't know when, had turned bright red. But what burned in his eyes was not despair or unwillingness. Instead, it was an almost crazy, desperate light. His gaze did not fall on the hopeless data report on the screen or the dazzling S-level dragon blood. Instead, it was fixed, totally, utterly, on the trophy that everyone had subconsciously ignored. The body of the S-level Black Flood Dragon King. That enormous corpse, like a little mountain, although dead, still exuded a terrifying pressure. It lay quietly there, as if silently mocking everyone's incompetence and despair. Lin noticed Lin Ke's strange gaze, he followed it and was first taken aback, then, as if he understood something, he trembled violently, his eyes bursting with disbelief. Chief Lin, you can't be thinking of. Lin Ke ignored him. He slowly stood up, step by step, walking toward the massive dragon corpse. His voice was very soft, yet carried a determined, unquestionable madness that echoed clearly in the silent laboratory. Who said? We don't have fuel? Chapter 32, SSS Level Plan. S-Level Dragon Corpse as fuel. Who said we don't have fuel? Lin Ke's voice was not loud, yet it was like a lightning bolt piercing the night, instantly cutting through the thick despair in the conference room. Everyone suddenly lifted their heads, staring in astonishment at the slightly thin figure standing before the enormous dragon corpse. What did his words mean? No fuel? Could it be? An absurd thought so shocking it could make the scalp tingle. At the same time, all the experts' minds flashed. They followed Lin Ke's gaze and looked at the S-Class Black Jiao Dragon King's body, which was as massive as a small mountain. Each of their eyeballs seemed to be about to pop out. No way. He can't possibly mean. Chief Lin, do you mean? Lijian's voice was trembling as he pointed at the dragon's corpse, feeling his scientific worldview face the risk of collapse for the second time today. Lin Ke slowly turned around, his face carrying an almost manic smile. He raised his hand and pointed at the massive dragon corpse, speaking slowly and deliberately the crazy plan that would overturn the entire biological world. Old Chen. Dr. Li. Why should we use F-class vitality? We will use S-class vitality. Boom. If the despair before had been like the silent deep sea, then Lin Ke's words were like a hydrogen bomb dropped into that sea. The entire conference room erupted in an instant. Use S-class vitality? An old professor researching life sciences nearly jumped out of his wheelchair. This is impossible. The vitality between different species has intense rejection. Forcing it would only cause the genetic chain to collapse on the spot. Exactly. Another expert urgently added, it's like forcing aviation fuel into a tractor. The result won't be it flying, it'll explode right there. This is insane. This is pure fantasy. For a moment, voices of doubt and opposition echoed throughout the room. The experts, who had just fallen into despair, were now collectively revived by Lin Ke's even crazier idea. However, in the face of the overwhelming doubts, Lin Ke merely shook his head calmly. He slowly walked to the main control desk of the conference room and brought up the model images of the previous key materials. He pointed at the screen showing the artwork like Time-Space Dragon sequence and said loudly, "Everyone, if we consider our God sequence as an unprecedented super engine that can drive the laws of space." Then, his finger slid to the S-Class Dragon Blood model, glowing with a golden light. Then, this S-Class Dragon Blood is the unique spark plug that ignites this engine. Finally, his gaze fell on the massive Dragon Corpse model, and a fervent smile curled at the corner of his lips. So everyone. The body of this S-Class Dragon King, with its life energy that could rival a small nuclear power plant, what is it? It is our fuel tank. Engine. Spark plug. Fuel tank. This simple, yet visually powerful analogy, like a thunderbolt, struck everyone's mind fiercely. In an instant, all doubts disappeared. What replaced them were heavy breathing sounds and eyes gradually ignited with the crazy light. That's right. Why didn't they think of that before? They had been stuck in that the host must provide the energy mindset. But who said the fuel has to come from the fuel tank? Why not connect an oil tanker instead? I understand. Lijian, the genius who had just been devastated, was now the first to react. His eyes burst with a brilliance more dazzling and crazier than ever before. He rushed to Lin Ke's side like a madman, pointing at the screen and shouting incoherently. I understand. I completely understand. Chief Lin. You mean grafting? No. It's transshipment. We don't need to worry about any rejection of vitality. Because our green caterpillar, it's not the user. It's just a pipe. A transit station. He excitedly spun around a few times, gesturing wildly in the air, trying to express the crazy idea in his mind. Galaxy. Yes. Galaxy can create a whole new, unprecedented life force extraction matrix. We can treat the S-rank Dragon Corps as the energy supply end. Use your green caterpillar as the energy transfer station. And the Time-Space Dragons series will be the final energy consumption end. We will forcefully, domineeringly, and unreasonably inject its life force through this matrix. Inject. Lesion's shout echoed in the meeting room, every word bursting with revolutionary madness. All the experts were stunned. Treat an F-rank green caterpillar as a socket? Treat an S-rank Dragon Corps as a nuclear power station? Then directly connect the electricity to the god? This is not science anymore. This is scientific cultivation. This plan sounds so absurd, so crazy. But why? Does each of them feel their hearts racing wildly? Why do they feel that this ridiculously extreme plan seems to have a feasibility of 100%? Risk assessment. Chen Academic, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. His voice was hoarse but filled with undeniable authority. Lesion jolted and immediately returned to the control panel, his hands a blur. Seconds later, a risk assessment report generated urgently by Tianhe appeared on the big screen. The first line of the report, in the largest blood-red font, marked a shocking rating. Plan Risk Level, SSS. Core Risk, the transfer station, F-rank green caterpillar, is too weak. Under the impact of S-rank life force, there is a 99% probability of instant collapse. However, at the end of the report, there was a line of small text. Note, if the transfer station can withstand the first wave of energy impact, then the feasibility of the plan is 100%. In an instant, everyone's gaze converged on Chen Academic. The entire meeting room was so quiet that they could hear each other's heartbeat. Everyone knew that the final decision rested in the hands of this commander of the Fushi plan. This was a high-stakes gamble. The stakes were that priceless S-rank Dragon Corps, the future of the entire project. And the probability of winning the gamble was only 1%. Chen Academic slowly raised his head, his murky gaze sweeping across Lin Ke, across Lesion, across every expert present with burning flames of madness in their eyes. Finally, his gaze landed on that SSS-rated risk report. He smiled. He smiled with immense relief, immensely bold. Risk SSS? So what? From the moment the Fushi plan was born, it has walked an unprecedented, heaven-defying path of madness. Without madness, how could one become a god? Good. Chen Academic slammed the table and stood up. His already slightly hunched back straightened at this moment. I announce. The Life Force Extraction Matrix plan is officially launched. Immediately. Right now. Send the S-rank Dragon Corps to the Matrix Center. Half an hour later, in the central P5 laboratory. A huge circular platform, composed of countless energy pipelines and room matrices, filled with sci-fi and fantasy colors, slowly rose. That massive S-rank Black Dragon King Corps was steadily placed right in the center of the platform. At the other end of the platform, in a specially made, palm-sized gene editing chamber, Lin Ke's green caterpillar curiously surveyed the strange environment, munching on a tender leaf, completely unaware of the terrifying fate that awaited it. Chen Academic and Lesion stood solemnly at the control panel, ready to initiate the program. Lin Ke stood beside them, taking a deep breath, slowly extending his mental power into the gene cube. He needed to monitor the entire process to ensure everything goes perfectly. However, just as Chen Academic's finger was about to press the start button, beep, beep, beep. A flurry of urgent, heart-stopping, highest-level SSS alarms suddenly screamed from inside Lin Ke's gene cube. Chapter 33 S-Class Remnant Soul. The Dragon King's Possession. SSS level alarm. That sound did not come from any instrument in the laboratory, but directly and violently screamed in Lin Ke's mind. Warning. High-risk psychic energy detected. Warning. Unknown soul sequence detected. Threat level assessment. SSS level. Activate the highest level defense plan. In an instant, Lin Ke felt as if his brain was brutally pierced by 10,000 glowing steel needles. The intense pain made his vision go black, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Wait! Lin Ke suddenly let out a piercing scream, gripping the edge of the control panel tightly, his nails cracking from the force, blood flowing freely without him noticing. His voice, filled with extreme pain and terror, was now completely distorted. Don't move! Stop now. Something has come back to life. What? Chen, the academician, and Li Zhen, who were about to press the start button, were startled by Lin Ke's sudden and frenzied behavior, their fingers hovering less than a centimeter from the button. Chief Lin? What's wrong with you? Li Zhen stared in shock at Lin Ke, whose face was as pale as death and drenched in cold sweat, confusion written all over his face. Come back to life? What has come back to life? In the laboratory, apart from the few of them alive and the green caterpillar munching on leaves, there was nothing left, except for that S-class dragon corpse that had been completely wiped of life at the genetic level by the Heaven River resonance. Could it be? A ridiculous thought floated in everyone's minds. But before they could think more, a sudden change erupted in the laboratory. Buzz. Without starting any program, the huge, life force extraction matrix unexpectedly lit up on its own. Crimson, evil-filled runes flowed wildly across the surface of the matrix, dyeing the entire laboratory in a heart-pounding blood red. And at the center of the matrix, that S-class Black Dragon King's corpse that should have been utterly dead. Its eyelids, larger than lanterns, suddenly flung open. Boom! A terrifying psychic pressure, as solid as substance, filled with brutality, resentment, and endless madness, exploded like a mental nuclear bomb, sweeping across the entire P5 laboratory in an instant. Under this terrifying pressure, all the precise instruments in the laboratory instantly emitted a sizzling noise, countless screens erupted in static, and were immediately rendered useless. All the experts present, including academic Chen and Li Zhen, felt their heads were being hammered by an invisible giant hammer. Put! Several older professors spat out blood on the spot, their eyes rolling back as they fainted. Even Li Zhen, a B-level beast master, felt a splitting headache, the world spinning, collapsing to the ground. Oh. Obviously, being sneakily killed by a group of ants in a way it couldn't understand at all, made this former king feel an unprecedented shame. It wants revenge. It wants to completely destroy everything here. Heavens! Tianhe! Quickly! Activate emergency defense! Li Zhen, who was slumped on the ground, snapped back to reality, scrambling and crawling to the backup control console, trying to restart the Tianhe system that had crashed due to the mental impact. However, as soon as his finger touched the keyboard, his face turned more dreadful than a dead person's. No, this is bad. Li Zhen's voice was filled with unprecedented terror and despair as he pointed at the main control computer, which was emitting black smoke, screaming. Tianhe! Tianhe has been mentally polluted. What? Academician Chen, enduring the intense pain, crawled up from the ground and shouted in disbelief. It's the Dragon King's sole remnant. Li Zhen's voice was already laced with a sob. It didn't choose to attack us. It followed the link we established earlier and back invaded Tianhe's system. It wants to take over Tianhe. Take over Tianhe? This crazy thought made all the remaining people who were still conscious feel a chill shoot up from the soles of their feet straight to their crown. If this S-level peak, filled with hatred and madness, Dragon King's sole remnant, took control of the national heavy weapon of China, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would be a world-ending disaster, 1,000 times worse than if it had broken out of its prison alive. The scientific matrix cannot contain the fantasy soul remnant. This sly beast, using a method no one expected, had completed a desperate counterattack. Zzzzz. Boom. At this moment, a spiderweb-like crack appeared on the surface of the S-level spiritual defense shield, which was said to withstand the full force of an S-level beast's attack, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. It was the Dragon King's sole remnant that, while taking over Tianhe, was also using Tianhe's computing power to crack the laboratory's defense system from the inside. It wants to turn this place into its first slaughterhouse. Quick! Academician Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly lunged toward a red emergency pull handle on the wall, screaming at Li Zhen and Lin Ke, physical disconnection. Quick! Go to the machine room and use high-explosive electromagnetic pulses to cut all physical links with Tianhe and everything here. This was the last and most helpless solution. Although doing so would severely damage or even destroy the Tianhe system itself, there was no time to care about that anymore. However, Li Zhen showed a smile that was uglier than crying. He slowly shook his head, pointing at Lin Ke, his voice filled with endless despair. It's too late. Chen Lao, we can cut the physical link with Tianhe. But it has already entered through Tianhe's database. Infiltrated. Chief Lin's Gene Cube. Infiltrate the Gene Cube? Li Zhen's scream, filled with despair, was like detonating an antimatter bomb in the already collapsing laboratory. Academician Chen's hand, reaching for the emergency pull handle, froze in midair. He slowly turned his head, looking at Lin Ke with the eyes of someone staring at a prehistoric monster, his lips trembling. He really means what he said? Lin Ke didn't answer because he didn't have the time to. At this moment, he was enduring an unprecedented terrifying impact. The moment Legion finished speaking, a mental torrent, more terrifying, condensed, and evil than the previous mental pressure, surged into his mind from the still intact link between him and Tianhe, like the floodwaters of the Nine Hells breaking through a dam, flooding his mental sea. Boom! Lin Ke's brain felt as if it had truly been detonated by a nuclear bomb. His consciousness was instantly pulled into an endless, pitch-black, brutal, and vengeful mental space. Here is his sea of spirit. And on this dark ocean, a colossal black dragon made of the purest spiritual energy is roaring madly, stirring up towering waves. It is none other than the remnant soul of the Black Dragon King. It has succeeded. Using the heavenly river as a springboard, it bypassed all physical defenses and directly invaded its ultimate target, the depths of Lin Ke's consciousness. From the very beginning, it never intended to seize the cold machine. Its target, from start to finish, has always been this perfect, human host with S+ level mysterious talent. Kick. A soul-chilling laughter, filled with greed and ecstasy, echoed throughout the Sea of Spirit. The Black Dragon's giant, scarlet eyes are firmly locked onto the center of the Sea of Spirit. There, a mysterious cube radiating soft light is slowly rotating. That is the origin of the Gene Cube. An S+ level talent, truly the most perfect gift bestowed upon this king. The voice of the Black Dragon King is filled with unabashed ecstasy and greed. As long as I swallow you. Not only can this king be reborn, but I can also control this defiant talent. At that time, whatever forbidden zone, whatever human kingdom, will become dust beneath my feet. Human brat. Thank you for everything you have done for this king. Now, just go die in peace. Your body and your talent both belong to me. Before the words fell, the huge black dragon turned into a bolt of black lightning, opening its blood-red mouth, filled with a terrifying aura of devouring everything, and bit fiercely towards the glowing Gene Cube. Just as the Gene Cube was about to be swallowed by the mouth filled with resentment and madness. Outside, in the P5 laboratory, Lin Ke's body suddenly trembled, the spark in his eyes instantly vanished, becoming hollow, and he fell back straight like a puppet with its strings cut. Lin Ke. Chief Lin. Academician Shan and Legion let out sharp cries and rushed to support him, but were violently pushed away by an invisible wall of energy. It's over. The two words floated in everyone's hearts. Chief Lin has been seized. However, at that very moment when the Black Dragon King's giant mouth was about to touch the Gene Cube, a strange change occurred. Buzz. The originally soft-glowing Gene Cube suddenly burst forth with immense light. A brilliance so dazzling it cannot be described, as if containing all knowledge and truth of the universe, shot up into the sky from the cube. Who gave you the courage? A calm, indifferent voice, yet filled with supreme authority, thundered throughout the Sea of Spirit. In my domain, you dare to act recklessly? The imposing black dragon was struck by this golden light, as if doused in boiling lava, letting out a horrific wail, its massive body forced back hundreds of meters. It steadied itself, horrified, and looked towards the front of the Gene Cube. Within the golden light, a blurry human figure slowly came into focus. The figure, clad in a crisp Major General's research uniform, looked exactly like Lin Ke. But his eyes had transformed from the clear black and white of a human to golden stars made of pure data, burning brightly. Behind him, countless gene chains flowed like divine rings, radiating a terrifying aura of words manifesting reality and grasping the truth. The Gene War God, in its embryonic form. You, what are you? The voice of the Black Dragon King finally reveals an emotion named fear. You are not that mortal brat. Your soul, why is it mortal? Lin Ke's spiritual form curled the corner of his mouth into a mocking arc. He slowly raised his hand towards the massive black dragon. He gently shook his finger. S-Class? With you, a fool who can't even understand your own genetic blueprint, how dare you talk about soul in front of me? What did you say? The Black Dragon King roared in fury, as if deeply insulted. I said. Lin Ke's golden eyes flashed with a trace of pity. You are pitiful. Before his words could fall, Lin Ke's spiritual body snapped his fingers. Genetic cube, access granted, edit mode, initiate. The next second, a scene that would send the Black Dragon King's soul fleeing in terror unfolded. In front of it, a gigantic virtual screen made of countless data runes suddenly appeared out of thin air. And on the screen, it displayed itself. It's complete and entire, from birth to death, and then to the formation of its fragmented soul. Soul genetic sequence. No, it's impossible. The Black Dragon King's voice became high-pitched with extreme fear. How could you access my soul's origin? This is something only gods can do. Gods? Lin Ke chuckled lightly, shaking his head. No, I'm not a god. I am just a programmer who understands science better than you. He slowly raised his hand, lightly pointing his index finger on the virtual screen. On it, the incredibly complex genetic sequence representing the Black Dragon King's soul was instantly magnified. Look. Lin Ke's voice echoed like a demon's whisper deep in the Black Dragon King's soul. Your soul is essentially just a genetic code that records all your memories, personality, and power. It's powerful, complex, even beyond the current scientific understanding. But Lin Ke's lips curled into a cold, cruel smile. As long as it's information, as long as it's data, it can be edited. Saying this, under the Black Dragon King's gaze full of endless terror, Lin Ke slowly selected the segment representing its core existence, its very essence. The core sequence. That sequence was instantly enclosed by a red glowing box. Next to that box, a simple yet brutal virtual button, representing ultimate destruction, slowly appeared. On it were only 6 cold letters: delete. No, don't. The Black Dragon King, once an S-class ruler, a terrifying existence that even death couldn't fully erase, now screamed its most miserable and desperate howl, like a virus program about to be formatted. It desperately tried to flee this spiritual space, only to realize that it was already trapped, bound by an invisible force called truth, stuck in place. Lin Ke watched it, his golden eyes showing no trace of pity. Your existence is a bug. And I am here to fix the bug. After saying this, his finger slowly pressed down on the flashing destructive delete key. No! A silent soul scream, filled with unwillingness and despair, echoed through the entire sea of spirit. The next second, the enormous, invincible Black Dragon King's soul fragment, as if struck by sunlight, or erased like pencil writing with an eraser, started to disappear, inch by inch, from its tail, silently and without a sound. Information evaporated. Chapter 35, Dragon Corpse Purification. The creation surgery begins. Information evaporated. When Lin Ke's finger pressed the delete key, the entire world seemed to press the mute button. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no world-destroying energy shock. The once invincible S-class Black Dragon King's soul fragment slowly, inch by inch, transformed into the most basic, meaningless data of 0 and 1, and then completely dissipated into nothingness. Clean, efficient, environmentally friendly. Filled with the rigor and efficiency of science. When the last trace of black spiritual energy completely vanished, Lin Ke's sea of spirit returned to calm. P5 Laboratory. At the moment when the battle, which could be described as a divine battle, ended in Lin Ke's spiritual world, a tremendous change took place in the outside world. First, the S-level mental pressure that had enveloped the entire laboratory, suffocating everyone, suddenly vanished, like a balloon popped, disappearing without a trace. Next, the machines that had been going wild due to the mental shock, constantly emitting black smoke, miraculously stopped their abnormal behavior. On the main control screen, the snowflakes flickered for a moment and it returned to the normal standby screen. Tianhe supercomputer system, self-check complete, logic library normal, system has been restored. A line of green text slowly appeared, announcing the complete resolution of the crisis. Sitting slumped on the ground, Academician Chan and Legion stared blankly at the incredible scene before them, their minds a blank, unable to understand what had just happened. A second ago, it was the end of the world. The S-level Dragon King's remnant soul had possessed the national supercomputer, and it seemed like a god of AI descends, slaughtering all of humanity. Sci-fi horror movie was about to unfold. How could it suddenly be peaceful, like everything was calm and well again? Could it be that the S-level Dragon King's remnant soul was actually a program bug, automatically cleared by the Tianhe antivirus software? Lin Ke. Academician Chen was the first to react. He scrambled towards the rigid figure lying on the ground, his voice trembling. And at that moment, Lin Ke's body suddenly shook. His hollow eyes regained their brightness. Who? Lin Ke suddenly sat up from the ground, gasping for air as if he had just emerged from drowning, his forehead covered in cold sweat. The battle in the sea of consciousness just now lasted only a few seconds, but the energy consumption on his mental power was even greater than when he was controlling Tianhe to complete the sequence. Chief Lin. Are you okay? Legion also scrambled over, looking at Lin Ke, his eyes filled with the relief of surviving and an unprecedented, almost fanatical admiration. He didn't know what had happened just now, but he knew that the immense crisis capable of destroying the entire South Gate had definitely been solved by this young chief in front of him, in a way he could not understand, like a miracle. I'm fine. Lin Ke waved his hand, slowly standing up with their support. He glanced at the now normal Tianhe system and then at the massive, vitality absorption matrix, in the center, where the S-level Dragon Corpse lay. At this moment, the Dragon Corpse was completely different from before. Its huge, once crimson eyes had now lost all their luster, turning into dull, lifeless glass-like orbs. And on its massive body, the residual spiritual energy that once exuded a cruel and vengeful aura had completely disappeared. Without the soul core program, this gigantic S-level Dragon Corpse had finally turned into a pure, untainted body made of the highest level of life energy. A super battery. Fuel is in place. Legion looked at Lin Ke, his lips moving for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but ask the question that had been haunting him, one that would keep him awake for the rest of his life. Chief Lin, the Dragon King's remnant soul, it. He used all the scientific vocabulary he could, but still couldn't describe the fantastical scene from before. Lin Ke looked at him and smiled faintly. Of course, he wouldn't tell Legion that what had just happened in his mental world was a programmer battling an AI virus, one-click delete, and format the hard drive scenario. So, he could only explain it in a more scientific way. Oh, you mean that? Lin Ke's tone was casual, as if he were talking about something trivial. It is essentially a high-risk soul contamination source. I just now casually purified it. Purified? Legion's eyes almost popped out. That is the remnant soul of the Dragon King at the peak of S rank. A terrifying existence that nearly possessed the Heaven River. And in your mouth, it has become a contamination source that can be casually purified? Big brother, you're calling this genetic deletion operation a purification? This is way too scientific. Legion looked at Lin Ke's calm face and completely gave up on thinking. In his heart, there was only one thought left from now on: whatever Chief Lin says, even if he says pigs can climb trees, I will immediately bring a ladder to help the pigs. Because, you never know if his science is the same science you understand. Academician Shen looked at the dramatic scene before him, stroking his beard and smiling with satisfaction. The crisis has been completely resolved. And the core of their Fushi project has become even more profound and more trustworthy. He slowly walked to the control panel, his gaze sweeping over the fuel tank, the dragon corpse that was already prepared, then looking at the S-rank dragon blood acting as the spark plug, and finally, resting on the perfect super engine, the Time-Space Dragon series. All the crises have been solved. All the materials are in place. Next is the moment to witness the miracle, the final moment. In Academician Shen's eyes, the light of expectation rekindled. He turned around, looking at Lin Ke, and with a tone full of ceremony and solemnity, he officially declared. Lin Ke. All fuel, keys, and blueprints are in place. Creation, surgery. Now, officially begin. Half an hour later, in the laboratory, all unrelated personnel had been cleared out. Only Lin Ke, Academician Shen, and Legion remained. Lin Ke changed into the highest-level biological protective suit, looking like an astronaut about to head into outer space. He personally placed the small gene-editing pod, which contained his faithful partner, into the transit station slot of the life force extraction matrix. The green caterpillar seemed to sense the heavy atmosphere. It stopped nibbling on the leaves and raised its small sesame seed-like eyes, curiously looking at Lin Ke through the glass cover, letting out a soft chew dot. Lin Ke smiled at it through the thick glass, his eyes full of tenderness and anticipation. Don't be afraid, sleep for a while. When you wake up, I'll take you to see a higher sky. After saying that, he turned around, walking steadily back to the control panel. On his face, all emotions had faded, leaving only the absolute calmness and focus of a surgeon. He knew that every step from here would determine whether an ordinary thing could defy fate and step into the domain of gods. He looked at the program on the screen, which had already started the countdown, and slowly put on the communicator. Old Chen, Dr. Li. I am ready. A serious voice came from the communicator. Both Academician Shen and Legion's voices sounded the same. We are also ready. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Creation, surgery, first step. Lin Ke's eyes erupted with brilliant divine light, and his finger pressed heavily on the first activation button. S-rank dragon blood. Key. Inject. Inject. With Lin Ke's command, a mechanical arm precisely took out the tube of S-rank dragon blood, which was as dazzling as molten gold, from the gene-editing platform slot. At the end of the mechanical arm, a needle, thinner than a hair and shimmering with silver light, extended out. SSS. With a slight hydraulic sound, the nanoneedle precisely pierced through the biological gel layer of the gene-editing pod, and the S-rank dragon blood, containing the vast essence of the dragon clan, was slowly injected into the small body of the green caterpillar. Chew. The green caterpillar, which had been curiously observing its surroundings, suddenly shuddered. Its small eyes, like black beans, widened in an instant, and a short and panicked cry escaped its mouth. The next second. Boom! A visible burst of golden energy flame erupted fiercely from the weak body of the green caterpillar. Through the thick special glass, everyone could feel the terrifying aura that came from the S-rank bloodline, filled with tyranny, fury, and endless majesty. Warning! High-intensity will collision detected. On the main control panel's big screen, the green wave representing the life signs of the green caterpillar and the golden wave representing the S-rank dragon blood energy crashed together like two armies sworn enemies. The F-rank life will of the green caterpillar, in the face of this godlike S-rank dragon will, was like a small boat in stormy seas, unable to hold on even for a second before being shattered and on the verge of collapse. Chirp, chirp. Inside the gene-editing chamber, the little body of the green caterpillar began to tremble violently, curling up into a ball, emitting a painful and weak whimper. Its skin even started to show patches of fine, golden dragon scale phantoms. This is bloodline backlash. It is also the seizing of the gene level. The violent will remaining in the S-rank dragon blood, belonging to the Black Flood Dragon King, was trying to erase the existence of the green caterpillar itself, completely transforming this weak body into its puppet. Not good. Lesion's face instantly turned pale as he looked at the screen where the green wave was almost completely swallowed by gold, yelling in terror, the residual will in the dragon blood is too strong. The green caterpillar's F-rank will simply cannot resist. If this continues, in less than 10 seconds, its self-awareness will be completely crushed. Academician Chen's heart also jumped into his throat. They had calculated everything, accounting for the gap in vitality, but they overlooked this will pressure coming from the depths of the bloodline. This is a fantastical realm that science cannot intervene in. Could it be that their creation plan is about to declare failure in such a suffocating way right at the first step? However, just at this critical moment, as the lead surgeon, Lin Ke still showed no signs of panic on his face. His gaze was as calm as an ice mountain that had not melted for 10,000 years. What are you panicking about? He said lightly, his voice clearly coming through the communicator to Academician Chen and Lesion, carrying a reassuring and undeniable power. Who told you that will is not material? As long as it is material, it can be separated. Before his words faded, brilliant light erupted in Lin Ke's eyes, and he issued the first surgery command to the already lost Lesion beside him. Dr. Li. Activate. Spirit Energy Centrifuge. Spirit Energy Centrifuge? Lesion was suddenly stunned, and then it was as if he were struck by a lightning bolt, his eyes bursting with unbelievable joy. That's right. How could he forget? They had this kind of black technology in their laboratory specifically designed to handle high-energy spiritual materials. Understood. Lesion instantly switched from a panicked assistant to the confident Celestial River controller. He rushed to the auxiliary control panel, his hands moving like shadows, his eyes burning with fervent flames. Celestial River Super Calculation Takeover. Spirit Energy Centrifuge Matrix, activate. Buzz. With his command, the entire circular platform enclosing the gene editing chamber suddenly began to spin rapidly. Countless blue electric symbols lit up on the surface of the platform, forming a huge, visible centrifugal force field. Inside the gene editing chamber, that golden energy flame was instantly torn and stretched by this powerful centrifugal force, as if it were going to be flung into a ball of golden cotton candy. However, just the physical centrifugal force alone was not enough to separate Will, that mysterious thing. Not enough. Lin Ke's voice rang out again, calm and precise. Magnetic field. I need a Gauss magnetic field. Separate its will and genes from the most basic particle level. Received. Lesion's eyes were filled with infinite admiration for Lin Ke. He felt like he was not conducting an experiment at this moment, but participating in a creation celebration guided by a deity. He roared again, Gauss magnetic field, activate. Power, push it to 120%. Target, lock onto all particles in the S-level dragon blood carrying negative mental entropy and violent will. Begin, removal. Boom. An invisible yet powerful magnetic field, strong enough to distort light, instantly enveloped the entire gene editing chamber. The next moment, a scene of scientific cultivation that made everyone's scalp tingle appeared. Within the rapidly rotating golden dragon blood energy, streaks of black threads, like ink, filled with brutality and madness, were forcibly pulled out by the magnetic field. Those black threads twisted and struggled frantically in the magnetic field, emitting silent, soul-piercing howls full of resentment. That was the most pure, violent will left in the S-level dragon blood. Separation successful. Lesion looked at the black substance successfully separated on the screen, his body trembling with excitement. Final purification. 99%. 100%. Purification, complete. As his voice fell, all the black threads in the gene editing chamber were completely annihilated and purified by the magnetic field. And the once violently chaotic golden energy had now completely calmed down. It was no longer a golden flame filled with aggression, but had transformed into a gentle, pure, and full of immense life force, golden light rain. The light rain slowly merged into the small body of the green caterpillar. On the screen, the green ripples representing the green caterpillar and the golden ripples representing the dragon blood no longer collided but perfectly merged together. The vital signs of the green caterpillar began to rise at an unbelievable speed, soaring madly. The first step, cleansing. Success. Looking at this miraculous scene in front of him, Academician Chen was moved to tears. He looked at the young figure standing in front of the main control console, calmly and collectedly directing everything, and his heart was filled with endless emotion. Others evolve relying on bloodlines, luck, or risking their lives to endure. This is not evolution through beast taming. This is clearly a rigorous, precise, and full of violent aesthetics, scientific cultivation. Cleansing, complete. Lesion looked at the perfect data on the screen, let out a long breath, his whole body almost exhausted, but his face was filled with a satisfied smile. He turned to look at Lin Ke, his eyes full of inquiry. What should we do next? Lin Ke looked at the green caterpillar, which had now completely stabilized on the screen, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He slowly raised his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the screen, looking towards the even more microscopic and mysterious, genetic level. Very good. The key has been cleaned. Now. He extended his hand and gently pressed the virtual button representing the intervention of the genetic cube. The second step. It's time for me, the chief engineer, to personally take action. Let the cutting begin. Chapter 37, Nano Scissors. Elimination of F-level genes. Begin cutting. Lin Ke's voice was not loud, but like a silent command, it made the atmosphere in the P5 laboratory once again become extremely tense. If the earlier cleansing was done using the violent aesthetics of the national machine, then the following cutting was uniquely divine craftsmanship that belonged to Lin Ke alone. Lesion and Academician Chen immediately held their breath, not daring to exhale, their eyes locked onto the main control console, afraid of missing any detail. They knew that the real core, the most incredible creation stage, now, is about to truly begin. Lin Ke did not hesitate at all, he put on the sci-fi Synergy Link device again. Gene Cube, Link Milky Way. Permission level, highest. Target, intervene in the gene editing cabin, enter, the microscopic operation layer. Buzz. The familiar sense of weightlessness came, Lin Ke's consciousness was instantly pulled into a bizarre, incredibly wonderful microscopic world. His vision was no longer the macro laboratory, but shrunk billions of times. Before his eyes, a double helix chain, made of countless colorful, faintly glowing runes, like a vast galaxy, was slowly rotating. That was the green caterpillar's gene chain. Previously, because of the injection of S-level dragon blood, this originally dull F-level gene chain was now wrapped in a faint golden halo, full of unprecedented activity. Material, processed well. Lin Ke's spiritual body floated in front of this vast gene galaxy, nodding with satisfaction, like a top engineer about to start work, examining his raw materials. He slowly reached out his hand. Dr. Li. Lin Ke's voice sounded in the real-world laboratory, authorize me, the control permission for nano-level gene scissors. Understood. Lesion's palms were sweaty, he trembled as he pressed the authorization button on the auxiliary console. The next second. In Lin Ke's microscopic view, two golden scissors, made of pure energy light, thinner than atoms, shimmering with a cold light, silently appeared in his hands. Nano-level gene scissors. The pinnacle of Chinese technology. A national treasure capable of carving matter at the atomic level. Normally, even a genius like Lesion, to operate it for the simplest gene fragment cut, would need days, performing tens of thousands of simulations to ensure absolute safety. Because this thing was too precise. Even a tiny shift of 1/10,000th of a nanometer could completely collapse the whole gene chain. Yet now, this divine weapon that would drive any scientist crazy, in Lin Ke's hands, felt like his own limbs, extremely coordinated, extremely smooth. Then, Lin Ke's spiritual body, holding two golden nano scissors, curved a confident smile at his lips. The operation officially begins. First item, remove trash. His gaze instantly became sharp as an eagle. S+ talent, Gene Cube, gave him insight beyond all. In this seemingly extremely complex gene chain, which are core? Which are waste? Which are the shackles limiting the green caterpillar's potential? In his eyes, it was clear at a glance. Found it. Lin Ke's spiritual body flashed, instantly crossing hundreds of millions of base pairs, arriving precisely in front of a gene sequence emitting a dull, slow light. Sequence number, F001. Function, inefficient crawling. Judgment, fighter among trash, severely wasting energy, humane destruction recommended. It's you. Lin Ke did not hesitate, the nano scissors in his hand, click, turned into two golden streaks of light. Precise. Elegant. Swift. That segment representing crawling F-level trash gene, without even having time to react, was completely and neatly cut off from the main gene chain by Lin Ke. Immediately, Lin Ke tossed the gene trash into the nearby energy recycling furnace without looking. On the main control screen, the number representing the green caterpillar gene completeness instantly dropped from 100% to 99%. Hiss. Seeing this, Lesion and Academician Chen both drew a cold breath. This just cut it? Without even simulating first? This is way too careless. However, before they could even recover from their shock, Lin Ke's divine operation was just beginning. Next, Lin Ke's spirit body flickered again and arrived in front of another gene sequence emitting a decay aura. Sequence number, F013. Function, low-level digestive system, can only digest specific leaves. Judgment, pure burden, severely limits diet, causes malnutrition, recommended to be immediately executed. Snap. Another snip. Clean and sharp. Next one. Sequence number, F044. Function, fragile outer skin. Judgment, barely any defense, even mosquitoes can bite through, embarrassing, recommended to be melted down and remade. Snap. And this one. Sequence number, F108. Function, short lifespan limit, maximum lifespan 1 year. Judgment, factory set disposal countdown, clear planned obsolescence, capitalist conspiracy. Must be deleted. Snap. 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 For a moment, in Lin Ke's microscopic view, only golden light flickered, and the endless snap sounds echoed. He was like the most skilled bonsai master trimming carefully, or like a cold and ruthless quality inspector dismantling defective products on an assembly line. One by one, gene sequences representing the original sin of the species ranked F, judged as trash by the Yi gene cube, were mercilessly cut from the main gene chain of the green caterpillar. Meanwhile, in the real world, inside the P5 laboratory, Academician Chen and Li Jun were completely stunned. They stared blankly at the main control screen, their mouths wide open enough to fit an egg, their brains having completely given up thinking. On the screen, the 3D model representing the green caterpillar's gene chain was disappearing at an unbelievable speed out of thin air. Missing a piece here, losing a segment there. What was once a relatively complete double helix structure was now full of holes and utterly miserable. And the number representing gene completeness was diving down wildly like a plunging diver. 90%. 70%. 50%. 20%. Crazy, crazy. Li Jun murmured, feeling his heart pounding like it was about to jump out of his throat. He is going to cut the green caterpillar into a bare liter. Finally, after cutting the last piece of gene sequence judged as useless, Lin Ke's spirit body stopped with satisfaction. He looked at the gene chain before him, which had been boldly and decisively modified by himself, and nodded with approval. At this moment, the green caterpillar gene chain could no longer be called a chain. It was just a scattered bunch of the most core gene fragments suspended in a golden halo. It was no longer F level. In fact, it was no longer any known level. It had become a nearly blank white paper with infinite possibilities. Step 2, cut. Completed. However, just as Lin Ke was about to exit the microscopic level and proceed to the next step. Not good. In the real world, Academician Chen, who had been staring tightly at the life sign monitor, suddenly let out a terrifying scream. Lin Ke. Quickly. His voice, trembling with extreme tension, completely changed tone. The green caterpillar's vitality, its vitality is wildly draining because of the gene blank. Must immediately perform. Sowing. Chapter 38, Milky Way completion. 99.9% success rate. Sowing. Academician Chen's scream, full of horror and urgency, was like dropping a bomb into a calm lake, instantly waking Li Jun from the shock of the divine operation. What? Li Jun snapped his head back and looked at the life sign monitor. There, the green curve representing the green caterpillar's vitality, after a brief surge, was now plummeting wildly downward like a kite with its string cut at a shocking angle. Not good. Li Jun's face suddenly turned deathly pale. The gene chain was overcut. It lost the complete structural support. Its life form is collapsing. It's like a building, with the load-bearing walls, beams, and foundation all removed, leaving only a few lonely columns. The result can only be collapse. And for a living being, the collapse of the genetic chain means death. Chief Lin. Li Jun let out a heart-wrenching roar into the communicator. Quick! Quick, stop! We must immediately restore the genes that were cut off. Otherwise, it will really turn into cosmic dust. However, Lin Ke's response was still terrifyingly calm. Why panic? His voice came from the microscopic world, carrying a steady tone as if everything was under control. Old things must go before new things can come. If you don't tear down this straw hut, how can you build a skyscraper? Dr. Li. Lin Ke's voice suddenly rose, filled with an unquestionable commanding tone. What are you still standing there for? Divine sequence. Load it for me, immediately. Ha? Oh. Yes. Li Jun was jolted awake by that loud shout, instantly snapping out of his panic-stricken state. That's right. Understood. Li Jun's eyes once again blazed with passionate fire. He rushed back to the auxiliary control panel, his hands tapping wildly on the keyboard as if possessed, muttering under his breath, as if chanting some mysterious incantation. Tiangi supercomputer. Switch to the final fusion module. Target, Fushi 1, divine sequence. Load. V-room. With his command, a dazzling silver stream of data, so bright it was impossible to look at directly, seemed to surge out from the core database of Taming, pouring into the gene editing chamber. In Lin Ke's microscopic vision, it radiated a sacred, ancient, and vast aura, and the supreme pressure coming from the laws of space made even the remaining F-grade genetic fragments tremble in fear. It's here. Lin Ke's spiritual form burst with dazzling divine light in his eyes. He knew that the most crucial and also the most dangerous step was about to come. That is, fusion. To perfectly imprint the God sequence onto the mortal blank gene paper. This process leaves no room for error. Any misalignment of a gene fragment, any rejection of a base pair, could lead to the complete failure of the entire creation operation. Dr. Lee. Lin Ke's voice rang out once again in the real world. Activate the final fusion simulation. Use Taming's computational power to simulate the final fusion of the purified S-grade dragon genes with the spacetime dragon sequence. I need a most optimal paste plan with a success rate of over 99%. Received. Lesion had already entered an all-consuming workstate, his eyes bloodshot, and every cell in his body trembling with excitement. He knew he was participating in a project that would go down in human history as the greatest engineering feat. Taming. Push computational power to the max. Activate quantum entanglement simulation algorithm. Target, simulate the most optimal paste plan. Begin simulation. Boom. After a moment of silence, the Taming supercomputer erupted with a deafening roar once again. This time, it was no longer just simple analysis or loading, but creation. On the main screen, massive data streams twisted together like two dragons. One represented the S-grade dragon genes as a golden giant dragon, and the other represented the spacetime dragon sequence as a silver divine dragon. The two giant dragons collided, bit, and merged wildly in the virtual space constructed by Taming. Each collision represented billions of different gene combination plans. It all represents a bold exploration of the ultimate mystery of life. At the bottom of the screen, a progress bar representing the success rate was slowly rising, at an extremely slow but incredibly steady pace. 60%. 70%. 81%. In the command room, Academician Chen and Lesion were so nervous that their palms were covered in sweat. They stared intensely at the progress bar, not even daring to blink. Meanwhile, Lin Ke was suspended in the microscopic world, maintaining the rapidly collapsing lifeform of the green caterpillar while quietly waiting for the final answer from the Milky Way. Time passed, second by second. Just as the green caterpillar's life force was about to fall below the critical line. Ding! A crisp, melodious, almost celestial prompt sound echoed throughout the entire P5 laboratory. On the main screen, all the simulation data disappeared. In its place was a simple yet domineering final conclusion, flashing with golden divine light. Simulation complete. The optimal pasting solution has been simulated. Expected success rate 99.9%. It succeeded. The moment Lesion saw this number, he felt as though all his strength had been drained from him. His legs went weak, and he slumped into his chair, yet his face showed a smile brighter than winning 500 billion in the lottery. Lin Chief. He lifted his head, using all his strength to shout the long-awaited good news into the communicator. Divine sequence has been fully loaded. The optimal pasting solution is in place. It can be sewn. In the microscopic world, Lin Ke's spiritual body slowly opened its eyes. In his hands, the 2-nanometer-level gene scissors that were glowing with golden light reappeared. No, at this moment, it could no longer be called scissors. It was more like a needle that sews together God and mortals. A creation needle. Very good. Lin Ke's voice was calm, yet filled with uncontrollable excitement. The old framework has been dismantled. The new blueprint is in place. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of dimensions, seeing the most crucial energy source that was about to be injected. Then, the final step. He issued the final command to the real world. Inject S-grade. Life fuel. Gene sewing. Start. Chapter 39, Sewing. Time-space dragon gene implantation. Start. With Lin Ke's command, the entire P5 laboratory, this creation furnace gathering China's highest technology, finally entered its final and most glorious operational phase. Life force extraction matrix. Start. Lesion's eyes turned red as he slammed down the final red button. Buzz. In the center of the laboratory, the huge circular platform holding the S-grade Black Flood Dragon King's corpse instantly erupted in dazzling light. Countless mysterious and complex runes flowed wildly on the surface of the platform, like an activated ancient altar. The next second, the massive, mountain-like dragon corpse began to slowly dissolve under the illumination of the runes. Its indestructible S-grade dragon scales, claws sharp enough to tear through alloys, and bones containing terrifying power, in this moment, all turned into the purest, most magnificent torrent of life. A visible golden waterfall, made of liquid life energy, was extracted from the dragon's corpse, transformed through the matrix, and injected into the gene editing chamber. Injecting the fuel. At the same time, in Lin Ke's microscopic vision, an even grander miracle was unfolding. Gene sewing. Start. Lin Ke's spiritual body, holding the nanometer-level tools that had now transformed into the creation needle, his eyes shining with an unprecedented divine light. In front of him, the perfectly loaded time-space dragon divine sequence, like a silver divine dragon waiting for inspection, quietly floated. And beneath the divine dragon was the cleaned, gene-blank slate representing the green caterpillar's essence. The first needle. Lin Ke spoke in a low voice, his excitement barely contained. The Genesis needle in his hand turned into a silver flash of lightning, incredibly precise, and from the spacetime dragon sequence, it picked up a segment of the basic gene chain representing spatial perception. Then, with a shake of his wrist, the segment of the gene chain, glowing with silver light, was perfectly, accurately pasted onto the first empty node of the genetic blank paper according to the optimal plan deduced by the Milky Way. Buzz. At the moment of successful stitching, the entire genetic blank paper trembled as if the long drought land had welcomed the first drop of refreshing rain. Second needle. Spatial affinity. Crack. Third needle. Dimensional toughness. Crack. Fourth needle. Curvature adaptation. Crack. 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 In an instant, Lin Ke's spiritual body completely transformed into the most skilled genetic tailor. His movements were at the extreme of speed, yet incredibly precise. Each time he threaded the needle, each time he pulled the thread, it carried a kind of rhythm and beauty that could not be described by words, a perfect, natural harmony. This was not a cold scientific experiment, this was embroidering a world-shattering masterpiece. One after another, segments of the spacetime dragon gene chain, glowing with divine light, were stitched onto that genetic blank paper in a flawless manner. And in the real world, inside the gene editing chamber, the green caterpillar, enduring the impact of the S-level life force torrent, began to undergo earth-shattering, visible changes. Its originally soft, emerald green skin now became as pure as crystal, transparent and gleaming. Through that transparent skin, one could clearly see that the fragile gene chain, originally belonging to an F-level mortal, it was breaking apart, inch by inch. Collapsing. Annihilating. Not good. Lin Ke, who was constantly monitoring the data, exclaimed again, the old gene chain is collapsing. It cannot withstand the pressure from the divine sequence. Academician's heart tightened again. However, Lin Ke's voice remained calm. Only after destruction can there be rebirth. If the old mortal is not completely destroyed, how can the new divine emerge? As soon as he finished speaking, in the microscopic world, Lin Ke dropped the final needle. The segment representing the core, most domineering spacefolding gene chain from the spacetime dragon sequence was heavily branded onto the heart position of the genetic blank paper. Boom! When this final piece was perfectly fitted in, the entire genetic blank paper, along with all the remaining F-level gene fragments, exploded like a mini supernova, instantly. Completely collapsing. Turning into billions of dazzling points of light. Is it over? Lin Ke and Academicians, seeing this scene, were left with blank minds. What they feared most had still happened. The green caterpillar's gene chain had completely collapsed. However, before they could react from their despair, the billions of dazzling points of light did not dissipate, but under the pull of an invisible, supreme force of law, they began to rearrange, recombine, rebuild. In its place was a new gene chain, glowing with dreamy silver spacelight, filled with a divine, vast, and ancient aura. The gene chain of the gods. Step 4, stitching. Complete. It succeeded. Lin Ke looked at the perfect, godly new gene chain on the screen, his emotions overwhelming him, his speech incoherent, as he collapsed into the chair, both crying and laughing, like a madman. However, Academician's face showed no joy. His eyes were fixed on the life signs monitor, his wrinkled old face filled with confusion and horror. Because, on the monitor, the green curve representing the green caterpillar's life force did not soar to a new height after the gene recombination, as they had expected. But instead, slowly, it returned to a straight line. Life breath. Academician's voice was trembling. Disappeared? How could this be? The genes clearly recombined successfully. Why did the life breath instead disappear? Lin Ke also noticed something wrong. The smile on his face froze instantly, and he scrambled to the monitoring device. Looking at that flat line that made the heart tremble, his mind went completely blank. Failed? After going through so many twists and turns, paying so many prices, and being only one step away from success at the last moment. They still failed? Just as the two fell into a dead silence of despair. A kind of aura, hard to describe in words, as if from a higher dimension, full of majesty and divinity, a terrifying aura, without warning, spread from that small gene editing chamber. It was not the raging pressure of an S-level Dragon King, but a kind of more ancient, more vast, more supreme dragon might. And an aura strong enough to freeze space itself. Spatial pressure. Under this dual pressure, Academician Chen and Li Jun, two top experts in their respective fields, actually felt their souls shivering. They even had the urge to kneel and worship on the spot. They looked at the interior of the gene editing chamber in horror. There, the originally translucent green caterpillar, its body, under the light of the newly formed God gene chain, began slowly dissolving. Chapter 40, Cocoon of Time and Space. Waiting for the miracle of breaking the cocoon. Dissolving. It was not rotting, nor decomposition, but a kind of more advanced, more mystical transformation. Under the horrified gaze of Academician Chen and Li Jun, the green caterpillar's mortal body, now crystalline and transparent, was turning bit by bit into the purest, shimmering silver particle. Like ice and snow melting under the early spring sun, the whole process was quiet, yet full of a shockingly strange beauty. What is happening? Li Jun's voice trembled. He felt the shock of today was more than all of his past 30 years combined. His proud scientific worldview had been ground under Lin Ke, the chief, at least 10 times, and now it was completely crushed, nothing left. It is a metamorphosis. Beside him, Academician Chen seemed to recall some ancient word only existing in myth, murmuring to himself, his murky old eyes full of endless shock and frenzy. A mortal body cannot bear a divine soul. To become a god, one must first shed the mortal bones. It is not dying. It is being reborn. While they spoke, inside the gene editing chamber, the green caterpillar's mortal body had completely dissolved. On the spot, not a trace of residue remained. Only left a ball. A ball about the size of a fist, radiating soft silver light, as if formed from billions of stars, an energy light ball. That was the origin of the time-space dragon gene. After the creation surgery, all impurities were removed, leaving the purest, representing the laws of space, the seed of God. Looking at this origin lightball full of sacred and vast aura, Academician Chen and Li Jun unconsciously held their breath. They knew the most critical and exciting moment was about to come. The creation surgery was 99% complete. And the last 1% required it to complete the final metamorphosis on its own. Under everyone's gaze, the silver lightball floating in midair suddenly began to pulsate slowly. Hum. 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 With each pulse, circles of silver spatial ripples, visible to the naked eye, spread from the light ball. Gently, it brushed past the inner wall of the gene editing cabin. And that spatial pressure that made Academician Chen and Li Jun feel suffocated, with each pulse, became increasingly heavy. Terrifying. Finally, after 9 pulses, a mutation suddenly occurred. The silver original light cluster suddenly, from within, extended a thread thinner than a spider silk. A silver thread. SP spinning silk? Li Jun's eyes nearly popped out. He shouted instinctively. However, he soon realized he was wrong. That was not silk at all. It was a strand. A strand composed of the purest, highly condensed laws of space. A law thread. After the first law thread appeared, next came the second, third, 10th, the 100th. In the blink of an eye, thousands of glittering silver law threads frantically spun out from that original light cluster. They did not tangle chaotically like ordinary silk. Instead, under the pull of an invisible, supreme will, they began, in a trajectory beyond words, mysterious and profound, in midair, rapidly interweaving, weaving, constructing. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. As if an invisible god was using space as threads, personally weaving a world-shaking masterpiece. Academician Chen and Li Jun were completely dumbfounded. They stared at the miraculous scene, their minds blank, forgetting how to think. They felt like two mortals who accidentally entered the god's back garden, lucky enough to witness the birth of a god. The law threads interwove faster and faster. Soon, a blurry, silver-glimmering cocoon outline slowly appeared at the center of the gene editing cabin. Finally, when the last law thread perfectly fused into it, all the light instantly withdrew. All the anomalies disappeared. The entire P5 laboratory returned to calm. In the center of that small gene editing cabin, a palm-sized, ancient and mysterious silver-gray cocoon floated quietly. Its surface no longer had any dazzling light, looking like an ordinary pebble. But if you looked closely, on the seemingly smooth cocoon shell, faint, almost invisible silver space ripples occasionally spread. As if inside that thin cocoon shell, it did not contain a life. but a slowly breathing mini-universe. Cocoon of spacetime. It worked. Looking at that mysterious and unknown silver cocoon, Lesion's body began to tremble violently. He slowly turned his head, looked at Academician Chen beside him, then looked at Lin Ke, who had been calm all along. His lips quivered for a long time, but he could not say a word. Finally, all the shock, excitement, worship, and frenzy turned into two burning hot tears, rushing out from his reddened eyes. He slammed the main console, in a nearly insane, hoarse, endlessly proud voice, howling to the sky. It succeeded. It succeeded. We used centrifuges, used Gauss magnetic fields, used Milky Way. We used science. To create a god. His voice echoed in the empty lab, full of revolutionary madness and joy. Beside him, Academician Chen slowly stepped forward, stretching out his old, slightly trembling hand, gently touching the cold glass wall of the gene editing cabin. His gaze, fixed on the floating cocoon of spacetime, his cloudy old eyes full of endless anticipation. Serious, with a kind of resoluteness called guarding. He knew that from this moment on, the small, seemingly insignificant cocoon would become the entire China. The highest level. National treasure. He suddenly turned around and, facing the communicator, issued the most severe order since taking over as the commander of the Fushi program. Relay my order. Dragon Fang Special Forces, highest level combat readiness. Surround the P5 laboratory with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, make it completely airtight. Activate the Skynet defense system. Physical isolation. Information shielding. From now on, not even a mosquito is allowed to enter. 24-hour, uninterrupted monitoring. He paused, his gaze falling again on the mysterious silver cocoon, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement and anticipation. The first creation of the Fushi plan is about to be born. Chapter 41, SSS Level Alert. The Divine Cocoon shows movement. Academician Chen's command, filled with iron will, exploded like thunder inside the P5 laboratory, instantly tearing apart the brief calm after the birth of the miracle. Received. A steady and powerful response came from the communicator. Immediately, the entire South Gate base, the sleeping war giant, was fully activated. Boom! 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 Heavy and hurried footsteps came from all directions, uniform and synchronized, like the drumbeats of death. Armed special forces teams, full of vigor, surged out from various hidden battle-ready passages. They were the survivors of the Dragon Fang who had returned bloodied from the S-level Forbidden Zone, the Dragon Gate Rift. Each of them had a gaze filled with a determination and killing intent far beyond ordinary people. The new team leader, Shirley, had eyes as sharp as a hawk. He roared into the communicator, Group A, block the external physical passages. Group B, activate the Sky Dome energy shield, set power to 90%. Group C, Information Warfare Unit, start the Abyss Protocol, cut off all external physical connections. Group D, follow me, protect the core. The orders were given, flowing like clouds in water. In less than 30 seconds, 3-meter-thick spirit alloy gates slowly descended from all directions, completely transforming the P5 laboratory into an isolated steel fortress. A pale blue energy shield, like an upside-down giant bowl, enveloped the entire area, and the air was filled with a buzzing sound from the surging spiritual energy. Seeing this copper wall iron roof defense, everyone instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. However, none of them realized that the real danger did not come from the outside, but from the core they had sworn to protect. Inside the laboratory, a strange silence fell. Everyone's gaze was focused on the quietly floating space-time cocoon, as if in reverence. Lin Ke also quietly looked at it. Unlike Academician Chen and Li Jin's excitement, his gaze was more complex. He could feel that there was a subtle spiritual link between himself and the cocoon, like an umbilical cord connecting the creator to the creation. He could hear that the newly awakened consciousness inside the cocoon was sleeping deeply, with each breath unknowingly inhaling and exhaling a supreme power. ZZZ. ZZZ. Suddenly, a display screen on the control panel flickered and a string of meaningless garbled characters appeared, before returning to normal. What's going on? Is the voltage unstable? One researcher in charge of monitoring frowned. Impossible, this is independently powered, the energy core is stable enough to be used as a textbook example, another immediately rebutted. However, as soon as he finished speaking, it was like knocking over the first domino. Beep beep beep. Warning. Abnormal spirit energy environment parameters. Warning. G7 space stabilizer readings are erratic. Warning. Timestamp calibration failed. In an instant, the entire control panel's alarm lights flickered like Christmas lights, and the shrill alarm sounded, immediately putting everyone's hearts in their throats. What's going on? Academician Chen's face changed, and he shouted sharply. I don't know, Chen Lao. The researcher in charge of monitoring was sweating profusely. All the equipment is reporting errors, but the self-check program shows that they are not broken. Not broken, but all reporting errors. This is even more horrifying than a direct breakdown. At that moment, a figure in a white lab coat, tumbling and crawling, rushed out from the corner data analysis room. It was Li Jin, the one who had almost fainted from excitement earlier. At this moment, his hair was as messy as a bird's nest, his face was devoid of color, and one hand was tightly clutching a pair of $1 million spiritual energy sensor glasses, as if it was his lifeline. No, it's not the equipment that's broken. Li Jin's voice was sharp, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, as he pointed to its spiritual energy spectrometer whose screen had turned into a mass of static, screaming in a mournful tone. It's the space. The space around us is the problem. What? Academician Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Li Jin seemed not to hear him. He had fallen into a frenzy of a scientist, rushing to the main control desk and madly typing on the virtual keyboard, bringing up a three-dimensional model. Look! Look! He pointed at the blue square on the model that represented the laboratory's space. The edges of the square were twisting in an extremely strange and irregular way. This cocoon, it's not breathing spiritual energy. Li Jin's voice trembled, his finger pointing to the silver light spot in the center of the model, representing the cocoon of time and space, his eyes filled with fear as if he had seen a ghost. It is breathing space itself. It is unconsciously, continuously folding the space around us. Folding space? Those 4 words hit everyone in the room like 4 invisible sledgehammers, smashing into their hearts. This was no longer science, this was theology. The power of a creator god. Everyone, step back. Everyone, get away from that cocoon. The new captain, Shirley, reacted the quickest. He shouted loudly, drawing his gun from his waist and stepping in front of Academician Chen and Lin Ke. The Dragon Tooth team members immediately reacted, instinctively stepping back and quickly forming a new human wall around them. However, an accident still happened. A young team member, standing at the very front, had been under great mental stress. His retreat was a split second too slow. His position was only about 5 meters from the gene editing chamber. And it was this 5-meter distance that allowed him to personally witness the horror of Li Jin's words. Everything happened silently. No explosion, no light, not even a breeze. Under everyone's gaze, the young team member's tactical belt, where his standard-issue pistol made of Class's spiritual energy alloy, a weapon capable of piercing tank armor, had been vanished. Just like that, suddenly, without reason, it was erased from the three-dimensional world. It had been there the second before, and the next second, it was gone. The young team member froze, instinctively reaching for his waist, but found nothing. He looked down, and where the pistol had been, there was only an empty holster. A bone-chilling coldness instantly surged from his tailbone to the top of his head. His face turned pale, and large drops of cold sweat rolled down from his forehead. If what had disappeared was not his gun, but his kidneys? Or his head? Hiss. The Dragon Tooth team members, those tough men who had crawled out of seas of blood and mountains of corpses, could not help but suck in a cold breath, their eyes filled with unprecedented dread and fear as they looked at the silver cocoon. This thing was 10,000 times more terrifying than an S-class beast. Did you see it? Did you see it? Li Jin's scream rang out again. With a hint of inevitable collapse, this is spatial folding. That gun wasn't destroyed, it was most likely banished to some unknown space interlayer. My god, this is a passive, continuously effective, unavoidable, space banishment field. We created a god, but we also locked ourselves inside the god's stomach. Shut up! Academician Chen interrupted Li Jin's babbling with a stern voice, but his slightly trembling hand revealed his inner unease. The situation before them had completely exceeded their control. The power displayed by the cocoon of time and space far surpassed S-level limits, even exceeding all their understanding of power. Just as the laboratory fell into a dead silence and panic, a sharper, more urgent alarm suddenly echoed throughout the entire Nanshanmen base. This was not the internal alarm of the P5 laboratory, but the highest threat level SSS level full base strategic alert. Woo woo woo. Blood red light instantly replaced all illumination, flashing wildly on everyone's faces. On the main control panel, a massive holographic projection sprang up, showing an anxious face in the combat command room. Report, Old Chen. It's urgent. The communications officer on the screen spoke so fast it felt like gunfire. We've been externally locked on. Academician Chen's heart sank heavily. Which force is it? It's the Odin spy satellite of the Eagle Federation. The communications officer's voice trembled with incredulous fear. It somehow broke through our psychic interference array. All the dozens of fake signals we used for disguise were ignored. Now, its main probe is frantically turning toward our real coordinates. Impossible. Li Jin screamed, our heavenly shield array is a physical shield. As long as we're still on Earth, there's no way to peek at it directly. Despair showed on the communications officer's face as he almost shouted, "Our physical shield has failed. The spatial parameters outside the base are being severely disturbed by the waves leaking from that cocoon. The heavenly shield array can't form a perfect spatial loop. In the eyes of Odin, we now look like a 10,000-watt super big light bulb in the dark." As the words fell, the entire P5 laboratory fell into dead silence. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned once again toward that ancient and mysterious silver-gray cocoon suspended in the center. Inside it was an uncontrollable spatial distortion that could erase everything. Outside was a predatory gaze, ready to uncover China's highest secrets, enemy spying. Desperate situation. A previously unseen, double deadly plight. Chapter 42, The Heavenly Shield Array. The Zoo of the Eagle Federation. The physical shield has failed. The communications officer's desperate roar was like the last straw, completely breaking the stretched nerves in the P5 laboratory. Legion rolled his eyes and almost performed a whitecoat droop on the spot. It's over. Barbecue. Now the whole world knows we're using scientific methods to engage in feudal superstition here. With internal spatial distortion and external spy satellites, this situation is so dire that even gods would have to take a number to see if they go into the advanced pot or the advanced ICU. Old Chen. What now? The new captain, Shirley, was so anxious his eyes reddened, desperately guarding Lin Ke. Should we activate the self-destruct program? We absolutely cannot let the data of the god cocoon leak out. Self-destruct? At this critical moment, a calm voice chimed in, halting all movements. The speaker was Lin Ke. He slowly shook his head, still gazing intently at the silver cocoon that had caused all the chaos, and even wore a strange smile. Why panic? Our country has raised so many pandas. Isn't it just meant for times like this? Everyone? What the heck? A panda? What does a national treasure have to do with a spy satellite? Can it be launched to sell cuteness and crash the satellite? Has the chief gone crazy? However, to their shock, Academician Chen listened to Lin Ke's words and did not scold him. Instead, it was as if he had been awakened, and a terrifying light suddenly burst from his murky old eyes. He slammed the main control panel, and the ironclad aura of China's highest scientific commander instantly overwhelmed the entire room. Self-destruction? Nonsense. Academician Chen's face showed no trace of the previous seriousness, replaced by a cold smile as if plotting everything. Want to see our secrets? Humph, I'm afraid their hearts can't handle this stimulation. He pushed aside Shirley, who was blocking him, and issued a command to the communications officer on the holographic projection that left everyone, including the officer, dumbfounded. Transmit my order. Abandon Plan A's physical shielding. The heavenly shield array immediately switched to Plan B. Codename Dinner. Also, Academician Chen paused, a sly smile like an old fox appearing on his face. Notify the Jiangcheng Zoo to double the food today. Especially for the pandas and monkeys, give them more good stuff. Communications officer, yes. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Although they had no idea what the command meant, they just needed to carry it out. With Academician Chen's order given, deep underground at the South Gate base, a massive mysterious array, large enough to cover an entire city, began to slowly change its operating mode. Countless invisible psychic particles started to radiate towards the sky at a new, strange frequency. They no longer tried to hide anything but began to actively weave a gigantic, lifelike illusion that was so real it could fool anyone. Meanwhile, Eagle Federation, Pentagon, Underground Strategic Command Center. The atmosphere was tense yet fervent. A general with 3 stars on his shoulders, a cigar almost poking his nostrils, James Iron Fist Smith, was staring intently at the enormous holographic screen in front of him. On the screen, a dazzling red spot was wildly flashing at a coordinate somewhere in the heart of China, its emitted spatial wave signals so strong that their Odin satellite was nearing overload. Oh God! What a marvelous signal! An excited blonde, blue-eyed technical analyst rubbed his hands. General, based on preliminary analysis, this intensity of spatial fluctuation only occurs during S-level. No. It might even be the legendary SS-level spacetime experiments. SS-level. General James abruptly crushed his cigar in the ashtray, his plump face flushed with excitement. The Chinese. They are indeed secretly making big moves. Do they think they can fool our great Odin with ordinary psychic interference? Naive. He waved his hand and roared. Lock onto that coordinate. Aim all of Odin's probes at that location. I want to see with my own eyes what China's S-level secret is. Even if it's just a fly, I want to see its gender clearly. Yes, General. Locking in. Multispectral imaging system activated. Quantum entanglement communication link, success. Real-time footage is about to be transmitted. In the command center, everyone held their breath, their eyes wide like copper bells, ready to witness this historic moment. Finally, after a few seconds of data buffering, the enormous holographic screen flashed. A crystal-clear, satellite view appeared. In the image, there was a lush, bamboo forest. In the center of the bamboo forest, there was a clearing. In the clearing, a round, black and white, adorable, giant panda was sitting with its back to the camera, wiggling its bottom while munching on a tender bamboo shoot, enjoying its meal. Click. Click. Through the high-fidelity audio collection system, that clear crunching sound echoed clearly throughout the Eagle Federation Strategic Command Center. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. General James's wild smile froze at the corners of his mouth. The excitement on the faces of all the technicians turned into a ghastly daze. WTF? After a full 10 seconds, General James finally squeezed out these 3 soul-searching letters from between his teeth. Is this China's S-level secret? A bear that is eating? He suddenly turned his head, his eyes seemed ready to swallow the technical analyst whole. You tell me. Where is its spatial fluctuation? Is it that it's fart-warped time and space? I don't know, General. The technical analyst was almost crying. He pointed at the data panel beside him. The signal source is clearly right there. The fluctuation intensity is still there. No change. No change, and you see a bear? General James kicked over a chair beside him in anger, pointing at the screen and shouting, "Change the frequency. Use thermal imaging. Use psychic particle detection. I refuse to believe that a bear can block all signals." Yes. Switching now. The technicians started to operate in a flurry. The screen flickered again. The scene changed. The bamboo forest disappeared. In its place was a false mountain. On the false mountain, a group of fuzzy monkeys were picking fleas off each other, and one particularly showy one was even sitting with its legs crossed, baring its teeth at the camera as if mocking. Puff. General James almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fuck. 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 He grabbed the cigar box on the table and smashed it hard on the ground, his whole person acting like a mad tiger. Change. Change it again. I refuse to believe this. The technicians trembled and switched frequencies again. On the screen, a lake appeared, where several swans were grooming their feathers. Change again. On the screen, an old tiger was seen dozing off. Change again. On the screen, a group of elementary school students were lined up to receive bananas. Enough. General James let out a desperate roar. He slumped in his chair, his eyes hollow, feeling he had suffered an unprecedented humiliation. He felt like he was no longer a powerful general, but rather like a fool who had spent VIP ticket money to sit at home, watching a real-time satellite broadcast of a day tour of the China Jiangqing Zoo. The Chinese, they are playing me. This cry of grief and anger was filled with endless frustration and resentment. South Tianmen, P5 Laboratory. Looking at the holographic projection of the Combat Command Center's processed Odin satellite spying footage, and beside it marked enemy emotional fluctuation, extreme anger, the entire laboratory fell into a strange silence. Then, someone couldn't hold back and let out a puff of laughter. Immediately, the laughter spread like an infection, and everyone was laughing until they were almost in tears. Ha ha ha. A zoo. They really went to the zoo. I can almost hear the sound of that Eagle General's heart breaking. Panda, heard you were looking for me? This bamboo, S-level, want to try? Even the usually serious Captain Shirley couldn't help but let his mouth curl up wildly. National power, terrifying as such. When it comes to fighting, we are professionals. As for sarcasm, we are at a master level. Academician Shen was also stroking his beard, laughing with a face full of wrinkles. He walked over to Lin Ke and patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction. How about it, kid, this trick of a strategic deception, not bad, right? Lin Ke nodded with a smile, feeling 1,000 emotions surge within him. This is why he chose to surrender to the country. Personal strength has limits, but collective wisdom and power can create endless possibilities. The external crisis, in a dramatic way, was temporarily lifted. Everyone's hearts eased. However, just as the atmosphere in the laboratory became relaxed and peaceful, a mutation happened again. The smile on Lin Ke's face suddenly stiffened slightly. He abruptly turned his head, looking at the time-space cocoon that had been quietly floating. Just at that moment, through that mental link, he clearly felt that the consciousness sleeping inside the cocoon seemed to stop breathing. Immediately, under everyone's shocked gaze, the time-space cocoon, which originally radiated soft silver light, full of mystery and vastness, its surface light actually began, at a speed visible to the naked eye, to rapidly dim. Chapter 43 Divine Cocoon Thirst. A strategic material. Inside the P5 laboratory, the air that had just been joyful because of the success of the zoo plan, as if sucked away by an invisible hand, became dead silent and heavy. Everyone's smiles froze on their faces, staring blankly at the time-space cocoon that was rapidly dimming. A moment ago, it was still shining brightly, a miracle that caused heaven and earth anomalies. This moment, it was like a knockoff phone out of battery, its light fading at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the surface spatial ripples became weak and fragile, as if about to extinguish at any moment. What is happening? Lesion's relief just put down rose instantly to his throat. He pointed at the divine cocoon, his voice changing tone, out of power? Could it be that folding space just now used up all the energy? Impossible. A researcher responsible for energy monitoring immediately rebutted. Since the Genesis operation, the corpse of the S-level Black Flood Dragon King has been providing energy for it through the life force matrix. Theoretically, that energy is enough for it to evolve 10 times. Then what is happening now? I don't know. The whole control room fell into chaos again. Various detection commands were sent like snowflakes, but the feedback data was incomprehensible to everyone. Energy supply normal. Life signs unreadable. Spatial fluctuations decaying. Just as everyone was anxious like ants on a hot pan, a cold, emotionless mechanical synthesized voice suddenly sounded from the central speaker of the control desk, instantly overpowering all the noise. It was a direct alert from China's highest computing power, the Tianhe supercomputer. Warning! Detection of Fuxi No. 1 project core target energy reading shows cliff-like drop. Fuxi No. 1 is the official project code name of the time-space cocoon. Hearing this alert, Academician Chen and Li Jin's faces instantly turned pale. Report to Chief Lin. The voice of Tianhe directly addressed Lin Ke. Obviously, in its logical judgment, Lin Ke was the highest technical leader of this project. According to simulation, the basic life force contained in S001 life fuel, S-level Black Flood Dragon King corpse, was completely exhausted 3.7 seconds ago. Current project evolution process interrupted, expected in 9 minutes 58 seconds. Due to core energy depletion, the gene chain will collapse in reverse. Conclusion: evolution about to fail. Boom! The cold conclusion of Tianhe struck everyone like a divine thunder from the sky. Fail? After expending so much manpower and resources, sacrificing so many Dragon Tooth heroes, using the entire Southgate base resources, even risking information war with the Eagle Federation. And the final result is failure? No, impossible. Li Jin let out a piercing scream. He madly pounced on the control desk, pointing at the data model on the screen, shouting, "How could the Dragon Corpse's energy be exhausted? Tianhe, you calculated wrong. You must be wrong. That was a complete S-level Dragon King. Even if its life force is drained, it could level 10 cities." However, no matter how he questioned, the alert of Tianhe still coldly flashed. The countdown on the screen, representing failure, is ticking relentlessly. 9:45. 9:44. Watching the constantly decreasing numbers, everyone's hearts are like falling into an ice cave. A wave of emotion called despair, like a plague, rapidly spreads through the laboratory. It's over. Everything is over. They used science to create a god, but forgot, gods need to eat too. And damn it, its appetite is huge. In this dead silence of despair, only Lin Ke still stands quietly in place. His brow is tightly furrowed, his gaze fixed on the now dull cocoon of time and space, his mind working furiously. No. It's definitely not just energy depletion. Tianhe's calculations are based on basic life force, but it doesn't understand what kind of existence it created. It is the space dragon. A mythical creature that controls the laws of space. What it needs can't possibly be just ordinary life force. The judgment of Tianhe is wrong. Lin Ke suddenly speaks, his voice not loud, but like a thunderclap, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He quickly walks to his exclusive control panel, his hands moving like shadows, bypassing the regular operation interface, and activating his highest authority as Fuxi. Genetic cube, activate. Link Fuxi No. 1 for a deep scan. The next second, a massive, immense spiritual force, far beyond anyone's understanding, surged from Lin Ke's forehead, through the psychic link device, instantly crossing the spatial distance and pouring into the dying god cocoon. Buzz. In Lin Ke's mind, a whole new image instantly appeared. It was an endless, silver void. In the center of the void, a newly born, extremely weak little consciousness was painfully curled up. It was like a newborn baby, instinctively yearning for food, but the surrounding air, basic life force, felt like undigestible sand to it. It is hungry. It craves. It needs a more advanced, purer nourishment that matches its space nature. I understand. Lin Ke suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of realization passing through them. He turned to look at the pale-faced Academician Chen and Li Jin, speaking slowly, word by word. It's not going to fail. It's thirsty. Tianhe was wrong. The life force of the S-class Dragon Corpse is just the spark plug that ignites the engine for it, not the fuel that drives it forward. What it truly needs is a higher purity of. Lin Ke's gaze swept across every corner of the laboratory, and in the end, he uttered a word that made everyone feel hopeless. Space energy. What? Lin heard this word, and the flicker of hope that had just ignited was instantly drowned in a bucket of ice water. He slumped down, his face showing an even more desperate expression than before. Space energy? His voice trembled. Chief Lin, you can't be joking. Pure space energy doesn't exist in nature. The only source is only from deep space rifts. He struggled to swallow and said in a mosquito-like voice. Space stone. The word space stone fell, and the temperature in the entire laboratory seemed to drop several degrees. Everyone present, whether they were scientists or special forces members, had their faces turn pale. Because this name represents the highest level strategic resource of all of China. A one-level strategic resource. It is the ultimate energy source used to power the National Protector artifact, the main cannon of the S-class interstellar battleship. Every gram is 1,000 times more precious than the same weight of gold. The nation's strategic reserves are incredibly limited. Where can we get that thing? Lin held his head, letting out a painful groan. That thing is allocated by the highest authorities, in units of grams. Don't even mention us, even a war zone commander would have to write dozens of pages of reports to apply for a tiny piece. The countdown to failure continues to tick mercilessly. Despair once again shrouds everyone. Having a solution but being unable to realize it is more painful than failing from the start. However, amidst this dead silence, Academician Chen, the elderly man who was borne the greatest pressure from the beginning, slowly raised his head. In his bloodshot eyes, there was no despair, no give up, only a kind of, nearly insane determination. His gaze fixed hard on that dim divine cocoon. In his mind, the last angry roar from the team leader of Dragon's Tooth, Long Zhan, emerged unbidden, as he embraced an S-class monster to self-destruct in order to cover the sampling team, through the communicator transmitting back. For Huaxia. Fire. Vivid faces and bloody battle scenes flashed before him. So many sacrificed, so much given. Are we really going to fail here because of so-called regulations, so-called scarcity? No. Absolutely not. A mighty force erupted from this elderly man over 70. He suddenly turned and strode towards the red, symbol of the highest power, the confidential phone in the corner. Old Chen? Lin was startled by his actions. Academician Chen ignored him, grabbing the phone and pressing the only button that directly connected to the pinnacle of Huaxia's power with an undeniable force. Beep, beep. The call was connected. Academician Chen took a deep breath. He did not say any formalities nor did he make any reports, only using a hoarse yet immensely firm voice, as if swearing a military oath, he said to the other end of the phone, that existence, solemnly. Commander. I, Chen Huayan, guarantee with my life and lifetime glory. I need. He paused, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with unparalleled weight. A one strategic material depot. All. Boom. As these words were uttered, in the entire laboratory, everyone who heard it went blank in an instant. He's gone mad. Academician Chen has completely lost it. That's enough strategic reserves to support 3 interstellar fleets in a full-scale war. He actually wants to bet it all on a future uncertain, cocoon? This is gambling. This is a shocking gamble for the future of the entire country. On the other end of the phone, there was a long, suffocating silence. Every second felt like a century. The countdown was about to reach 0. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Just as Lin was ready to close his eyes and welcome failure, finally, the phone receiver transmitted a calm, yet imbued with overwhelming majesty, unmistakably clear word. Approved. Approved. When this word passed through the current, clearly reaching the P5 laboratory, time seemed to stand still. Lin suddenly raised his head, his face twisted with despair filled with disbelief. What did he hear? Approved? Just that one word? No questioning, no hesitation, not even the slightest doubt? That's the A1 strategic material depot, enough to deplete the future war potential of the entire country for decades. Just because of old Chen's words, a single approved was granted? This is no longer trust. What kind of boldness is this? What an incredible gamble. Clatter. Academician Chen slowly set down the phone, his aged face revealing no joy or anger, but his slightly trembling hand exposed the turbulence of his heart at this moment. He turned around, his gaze sweeping across every stunned person present, finally landing on Lin Ke, his voice hoarse yet full of strength. Kid, the future of the nation, the hopes of the people, and the sacrificed souls of Long Zhan in them. Now, it all rests on you and this little thing you created. Only success is allowed, failure is not. Lin Ke heavily nodded, said nothing, but the determination in his eyes spoke volumes. The countdown continued, but in everyone's hearts, the previous despair was gone, replaced by a mix of tension, excitement, and wild anticipation. What they were about to witness was a grand gamble that poured all national strength into it. The reaction speed of the South Heavenly Gate base was shockingly fast. just 10 seconds after the call ended. Deep within the base, a massive alloy gate classified as an SSS-grade restricted area slowly opened. Behind the door was a gigantic space filled with sci-fi elements, where the temperature remained at absolute zero year-round, and countless space stones gleamed with ghostly blue light, quietly floating in a specially designed energy field. This was the lifeline of China, the A1 Strategic Material Depot. Highest order. Codename Fill Up. Clear the A1 arsenal, target the P5 laboratory. With a command given, countless anti-gravity transport robots surged in, beginning to violently shove those space stones, which typically required a dozen procedures to apply for just a gram, into specialized sealed boxes as if they were worthless coal. Faster. Go faster. Time is running out. Clear all pathways. Transport fleet, go full speed. The entire South Heavenly Gate base was crazily operating for this grand gamble. Inside the P5 laboratory. Looking at the countdown timer about to hit zero, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Lin was so nervous he forgot to breathe, clenching his fists until his nails dug into his skin. Is it coming? Will it make it in time? Just as the countdown hit, 0:03. Boom! The heavy alloy gate of the laboratory slowly lifted again. Outside, a delivery team composed of anti-gravity transport robots came rushing in at a sprinting speed. The leading robot was stacked with a dozen huge, sealed boxes glowing with ghostly blue light. The bright red A1 label on them almost hurt the eyes. It's here! Lin was so excited he almost jumped up. Quick! Open the boxes! And researchers shouted urgently. However, before he could finish his words, the scene that followed would be unforgettable for a lifetime. The first transport robot had just crossed the threshold of the laboratory and hadn't even had the chance to steady itself. The dozen sealed boxes piled on it hadn't even been opened. Buzz! An invisible yet powerful suction burst forth from the now dim cocoon of time and space. It felt like a person about to die of thirst in the desert suddenly saw an oasis. The next second. Bang! 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 Those sealed boxes made of S-grade alloy, strong enough to withstand the bombardment of starship cannons, instantly exploded from the inside. The priceless space stones inside didn't even have time to show their beautiful glow before turning into ashes. Yes, just pure, unadulterated ashes. The vast space energy contained within, enough to destroy a city, was drained by that little cocoon in less than 1/100th of a second. Not a drop was left. My God! Lin's eyes were about to pop out. He pointed at the swirling gray dust, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. This is no meal. This is simply using a black hole to slurp up powder. The robot that completed the delivery task seemed dazed, standing still for 2 seconds before turning around to leave. Immediately after, the second, third, and 10th robots. The subsequent transport robot team rushed in like they were racing to be reborn. They charged in, one after another. Then, the same scene repeated again. They entered. The box exploded. The space turned into flying ash. A massive amount of spatial energy, enough to make any country go crazy, was being wildly consumed by that tiny divine cocoon, like rivers flowing into the sea. The entire P5 laboratory was putting on the most wasteful, most extravagant, and most shocking feeding performance in history. Lin trembled at first, heart aching, muttering nonstop, wasteful, so wasteful. My God, that one bite is like the main cannon of an S-class warship. Another bite. It's over, our Navy's entire fleet's regular supplies are gone. Another bite. Heaven help us. Our space exploration plans for the next 50 years have just been eaten as snacks. His heart was bleeding. Each wisp of flying ash seemed like his lost research funds and the unspent year-end bonus. By the end, he had gone numb. He stared blankly at the endless stream of transport robots, watching the strategic supplies disappear like flowing water, and the only thought left in his mind was, fill it up. The fill it up plan was truly not lying to me. This crazy feast lasted a full 5 minutes. When the last transport robot, carrying the last box of space stones, rushed in and successfully turned into flying ash. The entire A1 Strategic Materials warehouse was completely emptied. And that cocoon of time and space, after consuming a massive amount of energy, finally stopped its crazy consumption. Its surface's light, instead of becoming brighter, completely retracted. The last trace of weak spatial ripple disappeared. In the end, it turned into a gray, ancient and mysterious-looking stone, like a pebble one could find on the side of the road, ordinary and unremarkable. Yes, a pebble. No light, no heat, no energy fluctuations, not even the slightest trace of life could be felt. If not seen with one's own eyes, no one would believe that such an object had just swallowed a country's potential for decades of war just a few minutes ago. The entire laboratory was as silent as death. Everyone looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. Is this the end? After eating so much, it turned into a stone? Where is our interstellar fleet? Where is our space exploration plan? This is all we get in return? Data, how's the data? Academician Chen's voice, filled with extreme nervousness, became hoarse. His hand gripped the edge of the console tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. All the investment had been completed. All the sunk costs had risen to an unimaginable level. Now, it was time to see the result. Lin, trembling, called up the energy reading monitoring interface. He looked at the glaring, huge, bright red number on the screen, feeling like his heart skipped a beat. He slowly turned his head and looked at Academician Chen, his expression more terrible than crying. Energy readings. He painfully squeezed a few words out of his throat. Zeroed. Buzz. Academician Chen's mind instantly went blank. Zeroed? All energy fluctuations have zeroed out? Could it really have failed? All the investment was for nothing? Just as a massive wave of despair, enough to crush a person, was about to drown this old man. Crack. A faint, almost imperceptible sound, like an eggshell cracking, clearly echoed in the dead-silent laboratory. Everyone suddenly shook. They all turned their heads in unison, their eyes locked tightly on that gray cocoon floating in midair. They saw on the plain cocoon's surface a tiny, almost undetectable. The crack slowly appeared. Chapter 45, Breaking the Cocoon. F-Class Moth? Crack. That faint sound, almost imperceptible, was like a thunderclap, exploding in the dead silence of the P5 laboratory. Everyone froze, as if they had been hit by a freezing spell, then, without a word, they all locked their gazes tightly onto the gray stone cocoon. It cracked. It cracked open. Quick. Quick, quick, quick. Point all cameras at it. Lin was the first to react, suddenly energized like he had been injected with adrenaline. He waved his hands excitedly, shaking off the previous gloom, and commanded, max out the holographic projection. Push all monitoring equipment to full power. I want to see every pore of it. No, I want to see every atomic change. Without needing him to say anything, the entire laboratory staff had already gone into a frenzy. At the same time, this news, like it had grown wings, instantly spread throughout the high levels of the South Gate base. In less than 2 minutes, the alloy gate of the P5 laboratory opened again. This time, it was not the robot delivering takeout, but a group of living national treasures. At the forefront, several elderly men with graying hair but sharp eyes stepped forward. Each one of them was a giant in their field, capable of shaking the entire Chinese tech world with just a stamp of their feet. They were the national-level Academicians who had welcomed Lin Ke at the South Gate entrance before. Behind them followed a few military bigwigs, their shoulders bearing the gold stars, their presence as heavy as mountains. At the forefront, General Wang Hu, who had previously called Lin Ke to resolve Gao Tianhao's problem, now wore a solemn expression, his gaze piercing. Clearly, the news that Fushi No. 1 was about to break the cocoon had already alarmed all the top figures stationed here. They were all here to witness a miracle. Old Chen, what's the situation? General Wang Hu stepped up to Academician Chen, his voice low. Hard to say. Academician Chen shook his head, pointing to the increasingly clear crack on the screen, his voice tinged with an unmistakable tension. It's eaten so much, now, let's see what will come out. Everyone held their breath, the entire laboratory was so quiet that even the fall of a pin could be heard. Under the intense gaze of all. Crack, crack, crack. The crack, like a spider web, rapidly spread across the surface of the gray stone cocoon. Everyone's heart was in their throat. What would it be? Would it be the mythical spacetime dragon, a giant dragon covered in spatial scales, thousands of meters long? Or would it be something like the Black Flood Dragon King, a terrifying existence that could shake the heavens and earth with just its roar? Or perhaps, would it be some kind of energy life form, made purely of spatial laws, indescribable by words? Countless terrifying, world-ending images flashed through everyone's minds. After all, this was the ultimate eater that had swallowed an entire national strategic resource depot. If whatever came out didn't destroy the world, it would be an insult to those lost S-class interstellar battleship main guns. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes. Snap. A soft sound. The entire gray stone cocoon shattered completely, turning into little specks of light, disappearing into the air. There was no earth-shattering S-class dragon roar. No world-destroying energy explosion. Not even the slightest fluctuation in breath. It just, quietly shattered. Revealing inside, the long-awaited God. And then, the entire P5 laboratory, all the bigwigs, all the Academicians, all the staff, including Lin Ke. Everyone was stunned. They saw that in the place where the stone cocoon had once floated, a palm-sized, black butterfly was quietly hovering there, gently flapping its wings. Yes, it was a butterfly. Or rather, a moth. Its body was not large, entirely a deep, pure black, like obsidian. It seemed to absorb all the light. The only thing that was different was its wings. That pair of seemingly ordinary black wings, at the edges, were dotted with countless tiny, shining specks like diamonds. When it gently flapped its wings, those specks flowed as if condensing the vast starry sky onto that thin wingspan. Beautiful. Mysterious. Filled with an indescribable sense of art. Besides being beautiful, it seemed to have no other characteristics. Under the dazed gazes of all the big shots, that beautiful black butterfly slowly moved, as if it were a princess who had just woken up, flapping its wings, tracing an elegant arc, and then, lightly, it landed on Lin Ke's shoulder. It folded its wings and even affectionately rubbed its tiny, fluffy head against Lin Ke's neck. That scene. How harmonious it was, how harmonious. How harmless it was, how harmless. The entire venue was silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked as if they had been struck by a petrification spell, each person's eyes wide, mouths agape, frozen in various ridiculous poses, completely dumbfounded. Is this it? We sacrificed the Dragon Squad leader, exhausted the entire A1 strategic material stock, alerted the top management, and in the end, produced such a thing? An F-level, ornamental moth? Thud. Legion was the first to not withstand this enormous contrast, his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight backward. Fortunately, a researcher beside him reacted quickly and caught him. Quickly pinch his acupoint. It's over. Dr. Lee's worldview, this time it's really shattered. And those military big shots and National Treasure Academicians had expressions that were simply phenomenal. Shock, confusion, daze, disbelief, in the end, all turned into a sort of constipation-like distortion. General Wang, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He felt his blood pressure was rising wildly in a very unscientific way. He took a deep breath, slowly, turned his head to look at Academician Chen beside him, his gaze like that of a son who had squandered the family fortune. Chen. Why? He almost squeezed out Academician Chen's name from between his teeth, word by word. Is this what you call God? Is this what you risked the future of the entire country to exchange for, thing? His voice was not loud, but it was filled with a terrifying sense of impending doom. The surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees. Academician Chen's old face turned red and white, he looked at the harmless little butterfly on Lin Ke's shoulder, opened his mouth, but could not say a word. What could he say? Say that this thing is actually very powerful? But the data display showed, the curve representing energy fluctuation was as flat as a dead person's electrocardiogram. Li Jin. Data. Where's the data? Academician Chen seemed to grasp the last straw for survival and roared at Li Jin, who had just been revived. Li Jin stood up trembling, holding onto the control panel, looking at the data report that had just refreshed on the screen. His expression was worse than death. Trembling, he read out in a mournful tone. Report. Fuxi number 1, energy fluctuation detection. F level. Gene activity detection. F level. The two F levels struck the faces of everyone present like two loud slaps. Burning pain. PFF. General Wang, who felt he almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. SSS level investment. F level output. This is not research, this is simply the largest financial fraud in human history. He pointed at the butterfly on Lin Ke's shoulder, his finger trembling. Academician Chen. You must give me an explanation today. Otherwise, see you in military court. The atmosphere in the venue instantly dropped to freezing point. A monumental achievement seemed to vanish in an instant. It was about to turn into a huge joke, and an even bigger crime. At this moment, when tensions were at their peak and everyone was on the verge of collapse, a calm voice, even carrying a hint of a smile, broke the deadly silence. F level? The speaker was none other than the center of the storm, Lin Ke. He slowly extended a finger, gently stroking the wings of the black butterfly on his shoulder, feeling the star-like glimmer flowing on his fingertip. He raised his head, facing General Wang, whose nearly murderous gaze, and smiled faintly. No. It's just reserved. He paused, his eyes shifting to the massive metal wall beside the laboratory, designed to test the power of weapons, the corner of his mouth curling into a confident arc. General, start the S-level basalt target. Chapter 46, S-level basalt, slicing in two. Start. S-level basalt target? Lin Ke's casual words fell like a deep-water bomb, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves on the calm surface of a lake. The entire P5 laboratory was once again enveloped in a strange and eerie silence. Everyone stared at Lin Ke as if he were a madman. Big brother, do you have some misunderstanding about the F-level ornamental moth on your shoulder? S-level basalt target. What does that even mean? It's a defense structure made from basalt or extracted from the deepest part of the S-level restricted zone, with a density comparable to that of a neutron star, mixed with dozens of ultra-rare alloys, and then forged by tens of thousands of tons of spiritual energy hydraulic presses. Don't even talk about an F-level moth. Even if you brought the S-level Black Flood Dragon King and had it spray dragon breath on it for a whole day and night, it would only leave a black mark on the surface. And now, you want to use a moth to challenge that thing? Are you serious? Nonsense. General Wang, who was the first to regain his senses. His anger made his beard stand up. Major General Lin. I know you're not reconciled, but this is not the time to act out of impulse. Every time the S-level target is activated and repaired, it costs astronomical resources. Do you think that's just a wooden post in your backyard that you can chop whenever you want? The generals behind him also shook their heads in disbelief, their gazes now shifting from solemnity to undisguised disappointment. As expected, still too young. Faced with failure, he couldn't keep his composure, trying to salvage his face through such a flashy move. What a pity, wrong place to try it. General Wan, let him try. At this moment, however, Academician Chen suddenly spoke up. He looked deeply at Lin Ke, and from the calm and confident look in the young man's eyes, he read something different. Though he also thought this idea was as ridiculous as a sow climbing a tree, from Thunderhawk Bug to Miracle Birth, Lin Ke had created too many impossibilities. What if this moth really had some hidden feature? Academician Chen. You. General Wang, who wanted to say something but was immediately interrupted. I will guarantee it. Academician Chen said firmly, if the target is damaged in any way, all costs will be deducted from our Fushi program's funds. Upon hearing Academician Chen's words, General Wang, whose expression changed multiple times. In the end, he snorted coldly and waved his hand. Fine. Let's see what tricks you can play. He gritted his teeth and ordered through the communicator, notify the test site. Start. Alpha 1. S-level target. The attached test field of the P5 laboratory was a massive underground space large enough to hold an entire aircraft carrier fleet. When Lin Ke and the high-ranking officials arrived at the observation room, the entire test site was already in a state of high alert. Boom. 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 Accompanied by a sound that shook the earth, right in the center of the test field, a massive, jet-black stone wall, exuding a heavy and oppressive aura, slowly began to rise from the ground. The stone wall is as high as 100 meters, nearly 50 meters wide, and its thickness is an astonishing 10 meters. Its surface is smooth as a mirror, yet it seems to absorb all light, and just to glance at it gives a suffocating feeling of absolute defense that is unshakable. This is the S-class basalt target. It is the ultimate shield used to test the great power of the gods. Major General Lin, General Wang, who stood in front of the observation room's floor-to-ceiling window, arms crossed, his tone filled with undisguised mockery, let me introduce you to this target. The last time it was activated was to test our newly developed Heaven's Wrath-class star extermination cannon. After that shot, its surface melted by 0.01 millimeters. He paused, turned his head, and glanced at the little butterfly still grooming its antennae on Lin Ke's shoulder, sneering, now, you can start. Let me see if this precious F-class moth plans to scratch it or shine some light on it. The generals behind him couldn't help but snicker softly. This scene was simply too ridiculous. It was like an ant shouting to push over a mountain. However, facing this almost direct mockery, Lin Ke's face showed no ripples whatsoever. He didn't even glance at General Wan Hu. All his attention was focused on the tiny life on his shoulder. Through his mental link, he could clearly feel that this little creature, which he had created with his own hands, was now transmitting an extremely joyful and eager emotion. It yearned to cut. It longed to tear. It craved to completely erase the seemingly indestructible stone before it from the dimension of space. Go. Lin Ke's lips curled into a faint smile. He stretched out his finger and gently flicked the little creature's head, sending a simple and clear mental command. Pioneer. Cut. Buzz. It transformed into a black streak of light and instantly flew out from Lin Ke's shoulder, hovering in midair in the vast test field. Its size, compared to the towering basalt target, was so small, it was almost pitiful. The test field was silent. Everyone widened their eyes, waiting to see how this moth would attack. Would it spit silk? However, what Pioneer did next shocked everyone. It did nothing. No energy gathered, no earth-shattering shriek, not even an increase in flying speed. It simply, gently flapped its wings, which shimmered with starlight, towards the S-class basalt target, which was still 100 meters away. Just once. And then, there was nothing after that. As if it had completed its task, it turned around and leisurely flew back, landing back on Lin Ke's shoulder, rubbing its little head as if seeking praise. The entire observation room fell into a long, awkward silence of 3 seconds. General Wang, whose mockery froze on his face. He blinked, then blinked again, turning to look at Academician Chen beside him, his expression as if asking, "Is this the end?" Ha, ha, ha. General Wan, who finally couldn't hold it back anymore. He let out a dry and angry laugh. Pretending to be mysterious. He was about to say the words "pretending to be mysterious" to put an end to this farce. However, his words caught. It was like an invisible hand had firmly seized his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. His pupils shrank to the size of a needlepoint in an instant. His face, red from anger, was now visibly turning. His face quickly lost all color, becoming deathly pale. What did he see? At the center of the testing ground, that 10-meter-thick S-class basalt target representing absolute defense. The ultimate shield, whose surface even a Heaven's Wrath-class star-destroying cannon could only melt slightly. At its very center, silently, appeared a hair-thin black crack. The crack was so delicate, so straight, as if a god had gently sliced it with the sharpest knife. Then, under the horrified and shocked gaze of everyone, the top half of that million-ton basalt target, like a mountain, slowly, silently, began to slide to one side. Squeak! The teeth-grinding sound of metal rubbing finally rang out. The massive target split in two from that smooth, mirror-like cut. Boom! Until now, the tens of thousands-ton upper half finally crashed to the ground with an earth-shaking roar, causing the entire South Gate base to tremble violently. And that cut, smooth as a mirror, so flat it could even reflect human shapes. Gulp! In the dead-silent observation room, there came an extremely clear sound of swallowing hard. It was General Wan Hu. He stared blankly at this miraculous scene, feeling that his worldview, his life view, and decades of military knowledge were at this moment shattered completely by that single cut. Chapter 47 Ability Reading. Spatial Cutting, and blink. The thunderous roar still echoed in the testing ground, the swirling dust rising like a tsunami, but everyone in the observation room seemed like soul-drained wooden statues, frozen in place, motionless. They could hear nothing with their ears. Their eyes saw nothing but that mirror-smooth, chillingly flat, terrifying cut. Gulp, gulp. The swallowing sounds continued, breaking the suffocating silence. General Wan, whose normally commanding face now displayed an expression worthy of Sichuan opera's face-changing, shock, horror, daze, ecstasy, all emotions turning into a murmuring, almost dreamlike whisper. It had cut through? 10-meter-thick S-class basalt just split in two? The generals behind him looked even worse. An old general, known for his composure, was gripping his chest, gasping as if his heart would leap from his throat. A hot-tempered general instinctively pulled out a special cigarette, trembling as he tried to light it, but could not, because his hands shook like Parkinson's. They were not inexperienced recruits. They were the unshakable pillars of the Chinese military, having witnessed countless mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, commanding innumerable epic battles. Yet this scene completely shattered decades of their military knowledge. What was that? That was S-class basalt. Theoretically, absolute defense that could not be destroyed by any physical means on a planet. And now, a seemingly harmless little butterfly casually flapped its wings and it was cut in two? This is more absurd than any myth. If that cut just now had not struck the target, but a hostile nation's starship instead? Or their command center? At that thought, cold sweat instantly soaked the backs of all the generals. They looked at the black butterfly still affectionately rubbing Lin Ke's neck, and their eyes no longer held any previous contempt or ridicule. Instead, it was something unprecedented. And frenzy. What kind of F-level pet is this? This is clearly a death god, disguised in butterfly wings. Data. Where's the data? Academician Chen was the first to break free from the shock. It was as if he had been injected with adrenaline. He grabbed the still-dazed legion beside him, his face red with excitement, spitting droplets of saliva all over him. Quick! Bring up its data. I want to see it. I need to see it right now. Huh? Oh, okay. Legion snapped out of his daze, his gaze toward Lin Ke could no longer be described as admiration. It was more like looking at a living deity. He scrambled to the control panel, his hands banging on the keyboard, trying to read the data stream that had erupted from the Pioneer just moments ago. However, after a few seconds, he turned back with a disappointed face. No good, Chen Lao. Its attack method is too strange. There's no energy fluctuation, no physical trajectory, our monitoring equipment can't capture any valid data. According to the system, just now, nothing happened. Worthless. Academician Chen blew his beard and glared angrily. At this moment, Lin Ke slowly walked over. He calmly looked at the wildly enthusiastic Chen Academician and the admiring legion, smiling as he said, "Of course, conventional instruments can't capture its data." He walked over to his own dedicated control panel and linked his mind again to the genetic cube. Because, its attack doesn't exist in the physical realm that we usually understand. As soon as the words left his mouth, a deep silver light flashed in Lin Ke's eyes. The next moment, an enormous, mysterious data stream, full of mystique, surged out from his mind and was directly projected onto the large holographic screen in the center of the observation room. Everyone present, including the military big shots, instinctively held their breath, their eyes locked tightly on the holographic screen. They knew, a secret capable of overturning the entire world's structure was about to be revealed. On the screen, rows of sci-fi-like characters refreshed and built up rapidly, like a waterfall. Beast tamer name, Time-Space Dragon Butterfly. Alias, Pioneer. Species category, unknown/space law/fantasy creature. Upon seeing this first line, all the Academicians couldn't help but gasp in shock. Fantasy creature? That was a concept that only existed in theory, meaning its very existence was an illogical miracle. Current stage, juvenile. Potential level, A-class, warning, detected that this species gene chain has extremely high plasticity, the theoretical evolutionary limit is? SSS level. Hiss. SSS level potential. At this moment, even General Wang Hu couldn't hold back. His tiger-like eyes went wide, staring fixedly at the three golden letters SSS as his breathing grew heavier. A-class potential meant that in the future, it could grow to become something like an S-class Dragon King. Did they really create a prototype of a god? However, the true shock was yet to come. Everyone's gaze instinctively shifted downward, landing on the most crucial. Abilities section. Ability 1, Spatial Cutting, S-class. Ability description, ignores any form of physical defense and energy shields, directly cuts and separates the target through dimensional manipulation by flapping its wings. The attack cannot be dodged, blocked, or defended. This ability is a law-level attack. Cooldown time depends on the stability of the cutting target's space. Cutting S-class Basalt, cooldown time is 24 hours. Gulp. Looking at the glaring ignores any form of defense and the so-called three impossibilities, all the generals present felt their throats dry up. What kind of twisted ability is this? This is simply the true father of all defensive beasts and technological shields. With this thing, what kind of assault weapons would we need in future wars? Just send it over, let it flap its wings, and no matter how thick your turtle shell is, it'll cut it clean in half. This isn't a beastmaster. This is the most terrifying strategic-level assassin. A general hoarsely said, his eyes filled with both fear and relief. Fortunately, this killing god was born in China. And when their eyes moved to the second ability, their eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Ability 2, Blink, Grade A. Ability description, perform a short range, within 50 meters, space leap without trajectory, instantly appearing at the designated location. Cooldown time, 1 second. 1 second. 1 second for a space leap? If space cutting is an unstoppable spear, then Blink is an elusive shadow. A unit with the ignore defense attack ability, combined with a 1 second interval space leap. What does that mean? It means, in one-on-one combat, it is almost invincible. If it can defeat you, it'll instantly cut you down with one strike. If it can't, it'll jump once every second, slowly wear you down, and disgust you to death. All the generals in the room simulated a scenario in their minds where they encountered such an enemy. Then, without exception, they all came to a desperate conclusion. Forget about fighting. There's no way to fight it. Unless you can use a large-scale attack to instantly kill it, otherwise, once it gets close, even the gods can't save you. Ignore defense, 1 second. Blink. General Wang Hu repeatedly chewed on these key words, his dark face muscles twitching slightly, unsure if it was from excitement or fear. He slowly turned his head to look at Academician Chen, his gaze filled with extreme complexity. He remembered his earlier mockery, remembered the words he said about scratching an itch and polishing. For a moment, his old face turned scarlet, wishing he could find a hole in the ground to hide in. This wasn't scratching an itch at all. This damn thing is like flipping your skull open and repeatedly dancing in your brain. Silence. Long silence passed. Good. A roar like thunder suddenly exploded from General Wang Hu's mouth. He slammed his thigh with one hand, and his tiger-like eyes burst with an unprecedented, scorching light like the blazing sun. Good. 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 He repeated good 3 times, quickly walking in front of Academician Chen, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him violently, laughing crazily as if mad. Old Chen. My good comrade. You all, have done an enormous service for the country, for our military. And Academician Chen, who was being shaken to the point of falling apart, was also in tears, too emotional to speak. He slowly pushed General Wang Hu away, trembling, and walked in front of Lin Ke. He stretched out his old, slightly trembling hand and tightly grasped Lin Ke's shoulder. In his cloudy old eyes, there was endless satisfaction, excitement, and pride. He looked at the young man who had created a miracle, his lips quivering for a long time, and finally, all the emotions merged into a sentence full of supreme glory and affirmation. Good. 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 The Fushi plan, first step. Completely successful. Lin Ke, you have made a great contribution. Chapter 48, The National Hero Without Equal. Solving the Parents' Crisis. You have made a great contribution. Academician Chen's affirmation, filled with supreme honor, was like a verdict, completely announcing the perfect success of Phase 1 of the Fushi plan. The entire observation room erupted in a deafening cheer. All the Academicians and generals surrounded Lin Ke, looking at him as if he were a living national treasure. Good boy. Truly, a hero emerges in youth. Comrade Lin Ke. Impressive. Truly impressive. From now on, our military's weapon development will have to rely more on you, our Fushi chief, for guidance. General Wang, who even more heartily patted Lin Ke's shoulder, laughing like a 300-pound child, Major General Lin. From now on, if there's anything, just call me. In this land of Huaxia, there is nothing our military cannot handle. Surrounded by a group of national treasure-level big shots, even Lin Ke, with his 2 lifetimes of experience, felt a surge of excitement in his blood. But at this moment, his tightly stretched nerves finally completely relaxed. From failing the college entrance exam, to gaining a golden finger, then handing it over to the country, and participating in this thrilling creation plan. He had not slept for dozens of hours, his mind in a state of extreme focus. At this moment, that feeling of exhaustion, like a mountain collapsing or a tsunami, finally hit him. Lin Ke felt the world turn black before his eyes, his body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Hey! Be careful! Academician Chen was quick and caught him, his face immediately full of tension and concern. Quick! Call the medical team. The highest level. Use the set prepared for the top leader. He turned his head and glared at the surrounding generals. What are you doing? Watching a show? Don't you see our hero is collapsing? Move. Move. Stop wasting his energy. The big shots, hearing this, also looked tense and quickly made a path. Just joking, this is a national treasure level precious one. If anything happened to him here, every one of them would be drowned by the spit of the whole country. Soon, a medical team made up of the top experts in the country rushed over, pushing various advanced maintenance devices beyond the current era. After a series of checks as detailed as every pore, confirming Lin Ke was just mentally exhausted and needed rest, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. In the South Gate of Heaven base, in the exclusive restroom for national-level talents. The furnishings were not luxurious, but every detail reflected the highest standard of treatment. A constant temperature and humidity air purification system, nutritional fluid that adjusts according to body status, and a zero-gravity restorative bed that perfectly fits the body curve and promotes deep sleep. Lin Ke lay on the bed, feeling the soothing energy waves from all directions, feeling his whole body almost melting. Academician Chen personally sent him to the room and carefully instructed the medical team a few words before preparing to leave. Chen Lao, please wait a moment. Just as Academician Chen was about to close the door, Lin Ke suddenly called out to stop him. What is it? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Academician Chen immediately turned, tense. No, Lin Ke shook his head, leaning against the head of the bed, showing a hint of hesitation on his face, but finally said, Chen Lao, there is something I want to ask your help with. Oh? What is it? Don't hesitate. Academician Chen waved his hand heartily. You are now our #1 hero of Huaxia. Don't say one thing, even 100 things, as long as I can do it, I will never refuse. A warmth flashed in Lin Ke's eyes. He said softly, it's not a big thing. Just before I came to South Gate of Heaven, in my hometown Jiangcheng, I met a little trouble. Then he simply recounted how Gao Tianhao, out of jealousy, made things worse after his college entrance exam failure, even calling to threaten him, saying his parents could not survive in Jiangcheng, word for word. He did not exaggerate, only stating facts. However, as he spoke, the smile on Academician Chen's face gradually disappeared. In its place, there was a chill enough to freeze the air. When Lin Ke finished the last word, the temperature in the entire lounge seemed to drop by several degrees. Academician Chen did not speak. He just stood there quietly, but Lin Ke could clearly see that his hands, covered in wrinkles, were trembling slightly. It was not fear, but pure, intense anger. Well. After a long while, Academician Chen finally squeezed these 3 words out through his teeth. His voice was light, but like a knife frozen in ice, it made one's skin crawl. Our hero, who has been exhausting his mind and pouring out his blood and soul for the future of the country and the people. And yet, his parents, in the rear, are being bullied and threatened by a group of local ruffians? Well. This is truly excellent. A torrent of rage exploded from this usually gentle and refined elder. He suddenly turned around and, in a tone full of unquestionable authority and a killing intent, sharply shouted at the guard at the door. Go! Bring me Wang Hu. Now! Immediately! Right now! General Wang Hu arrived quickly. He had just finished handling follow-up matters at the test site, and when he heard that Academician Chen had urgently summoned him, he thought there was another problem with the pioneer. He hurried over in a panic. Old Chen, what's wrong? Is that little treasure? Before he could finish, Academician Chen's cold, knife-like gaze choked him off. Wang Hu, Academician Chen's voice was as cold as ice. Let me ask you, is the security work at our Southern Gate base under your responsibility? Yes, yes. General Wang Hu was confused by the question, but immediately stood up straight and answered. Good. Academician Chen nodded, pointing at Lin Ke on the bed. He asked word by word, then I am telling you now, the chief of our Fushi project, the future pillar of our country, his family is under a life-threatening attack. As the security head, what are you going to do about it? What? General Wang Hu's face instantly changed drastically. His tiger-like eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying killing intent. What kind of international joke is this? The family of the Fushi chief is being threatened? If this gets out, the entire military's face will be thrown into the Pacific. Who did this? General Wang Hu's fists clenched so tightly they made cracking sounds. Academician Chen did not speak, he just threw a printed document about the Jiangcheng Gao group in front of him. General Wang Hu picked up the document, glanced at it, and his face turned completely dark. He didn't even finish reading it, and slammed the document down onto the table. He didn't say a word. He silently took out his encrypted military communicator. In front of Lin Ke and Academician Chen, he directly dialed the highest-ranking officer in the Jiangcheng military district. The phone quickly connected. Hello? Is it General Wang? You? Listen. General Wang Hu interrupted before the other party could finish, using a cold, emotionless voice to give an order. This is Southern Gate, Wang Hu. Immediately. Right now. Mobilize all available forces under your authority to seal off the Jiangcheng Gao group. All board members of the group, all senior executives, including their direct relatives, every single one of them, detain them on the spot. The commander of the Jiangcheng military district on the other end of the line was clearly stunned by the order, and hesitated to ask, General. General Wang, we need a reason, right? The Gao group is after all a big taxpayer in Jiangcheng. Reason? A cold, sinister smile curved at the corner of General Wang Hu's mouth. He glanced at Lin Ke, then slowly, but very clearly, spoke a crime that would make the entire Jiangcheng, even the entire war zone, tremble. Threatening, national. SSS-level strategic security. Boom. On the other end of the phone, a loud crash was heard as if a chair had fallen to the ground. Clearly, the commander of the Jiangcheng military district was so scared by the accusation that he jumped up from his chair. Understood. I will ensure the task is completed. General Wang Hu did not say another word. He directly hung up the phone. The whole process was clean and swift, filled with the terrifying efficiency of the state machine that crushes everything. He put away the communicator, turned around, and gave a standard military salute to Lin Ke, who was on the bed. On his dark face, determination and apology were written all over. Major General Lin. It is our fault that you and your family have been wronged. He paused, his voice firm and powerful, striking like a hammer. The nation will never allow a hero to shed blood and tears. Looking at this ironbone general in front of him, Lin Ke felt an unprecedented warmth and a sense of security rising in his heart. This is the country he chose. This is the strongest backup, to which he could entrust everything. The heart that had been hanging in suspense was finally, completely at ease. His parents were safe. Then, a glint of amusement flashed in Lin Ke's eyes. He remembered the person on the phone, who had arrogantly threatened him, boasting that 3 days later, in front of the entire school, his C-level firehound would evolve into a B-level Thunder Eagle. Counting the time. It seemed, it was almost time, wasn't it? Chapter 49, Gao Tianhao's Doomsday. Your father went bankrupt. In Jiang City, inside the luxurious villa area under the Gao family group's name. Gao Tianhao sat excitedly on his luxurious bed, which was made of B-level beast skin. In front of him was a beautiful, futuristic silver metal box. Inside the box, a gene serum filled with light purple liquid lay quietly in a velvet groove, emitting an alluring glow. B-level beast tamer, Thunder Eagle evolution serum. This was something his father, using the group's extensive connections and resources, spent nearly 100 million to acquire from the black market. Lin Ke, oh Lin Ke. Gao Tianhao picked up the evolution serum and held it in front of him, carefully inspecting it, a cruel yet delighted smile appearing on his face. You, a worthless fool with zero combat experience, probably never dreamed I'd get my hands on such a treasure this soon? His mind involuntarily recalled the arrogant threats he made to Lin Ke 3 days ago over the phone. Just thinking about Lin Ke's frustrated look, unable to express his anger, made Gao Tianhao feel refreshed. Humph, a poor fool, daring to compete with me for Su Muyu? Wait until 3 days later, when the next spirit tide arrives, it will be the day my C-level firehound evolves into a B-level thunder eagle. By then, in front of the whole school, no, in front of all the beast tamers in Jiang City, I'll crush your pitiful green caterpillar and your dignity to dust. Su Muyu will only look at me with admiration as Jiang City's #1 genius. The more Gao Tianhao thought about it, the more excited he became, almost floating with joy. He had already begun to imagine himself riding the B-level thunder eagle, wrapped in lightning, descending from the sky, accepting the cheers and worship of the entire school, while Lin Ke, like a stray dog, would be kneeling, trembling on the ground in a dramatic scene. He he he, he he he. Gao Tianhao let out the signature sneer of a villain as he eagerly twisted open the cap of the evolution serum, ready to inject it into his beast tamer space's firehound. However, just as the needle was about to pierce his arm, boom! A deafening, earth-shaking roar suddenly came from outside the villa. It sounded like a heavily loaded truck, speeding at 180 miles per hour, directly crashing into the massive alloy door of his house worth millions. The entire villa shook violently. Earthquake? Gao Tianhao was startled by the sudden loud noise, almost dropping the syringe in his hand. He cursed and stood up, ready to see who dared to cause trouble at his doorstep. However, before he could reach the door, bang! The door to his bedroom kicked open directly from outside, shattered into pieces. Immediately after, 2 soldiers in black combat suits, radiating a cold and murderous aura, charged in like 2 door gods, grabbing him, one on each side. Who are you? What do you want? Do you know who I am? My father is the chairman of Gao Group. Gao Tianhao was completely stunned. While desperately struggling, he shouted fiercely yet weakly. However, the 2 soldiers seemed as if they hadn't heard his words at all, their hands gripping like iron pincers, rendering him completely immobile. At that moment, a disheveled figure was roughly shoved into the room by several soldiers. The man, dressed in a suit, his hair as messy as a bird's nest, and his face marked with scratches, was none other than Gao Tianhao's father, the chairman of Gao Group, Gao Jianjun. The only difference was that, at this moment, Gao Jianjun's hands were locked in a pair of handcuffs that flashed with blue electric arcs, a futuristic-looking energy restraint. Psychic restraint cuffs? Seeing the handcuffs, Gao Tianhao's pupils immediately shrank. These were special equipment used to imprison high-level beast masters who committed crimes. Once worn, they would completely sever the connection between the beast master and the beast world. What had his father done? Dad! What's going on? Gao Tianhao cried out in fear. Son, don't inject. Gao Jianjun, seeing the Thunder Eagle's serum still in his son's hand, his already ashen face instantly drained of all color. It was as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world, and he let out a desperate scream. We were done for. Gao Jianjun's voice trembled, his eyes filled with endless regret and fear. The company's been sealed. All accounts frozen. Your dad is bankrupt. Boom! The 3 words bankrupt struck Gao Tianhao's head like 3 thunderclaps. He froze, his mind blank. Bankrupt? How could that be? Their family was one of the top 10 giant enterprises in Jiangcheng. How could they go bankrupt just like that? Why? Gao Tianhao muttered in a daze, unable to accept this brutal reality. Why? A cold, mocking voice came from the doorway. A military officer, wearing a rank insignia on his shoulder, slowly walked in. He walked up to Gao Tianhao, looking down on him from a high position. His gaze was like that of someone looking at a corpse. The officer's lips curled into a chilling sneer. Because you, and your family, foolishly threatened someone. Someone you should never, ever have threatened. Someone you shouldn't have threatened? Gao Tianhao froze, his mind racing, trying to think of who he had recently offended. But after thinking, the only person he could think of was that worthless, Combat Zero fool Lin Ke. Could it be? A ridiculously absurd thought suddenly surged up from the depths of his heart. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At that moment, the officer's gaze fell on the faintly purple gene serum in Gao Tianhao's hand. As if remembering something, the officer suddenly let out an "oh" and a playful smile appeared on his face. Right, I forgot to tell you. The officer pointed at the Thunder Eagle's serum and, in a tone as calm as if he were giving a weather report, said something that made Gao Tianhao's soul nearly leave his body. This thing was recently seized from an underground laboratory. It's a defective product. According to our experts, during its evolution, it has. The officer paused, seemingly recalling the exact figures, and then gave a kind smile. A 17.3% chance of causing the Beastmaster's gene chain to collapse on the spot, and then self-destruct. You nearly helped us save bullets. Buzz. Gao Tianhao's mind instantly went blank. 17.3% self-destruct? He almost injected a time bomb into his own body just now? A cold, piercing chill instantly surged from his tailbone all the way to the top of his head. All the strength in his body seemed to have been completely drained at this moment. Thud. The B-grade Thunderhawk evolution serum, which he had treasured like a gem and carried all his hopes and glory, slipped from his powerless hand. It fell to the cold floor, shattering into pieces. The pale purple liquid spilled everywhere, just like his already shattered future. Gao Tianhao, lost in soul, collapsed to the ground. In his mind, involuntarily, the image of the one he had mocked countless times, trampled underfoot, and regarded as a zero-point waste appeared. Lin Ke. Turns out, the real clown has always been himself. Take him away. The officer did not glance at him again, coldly issuing the command. The two soldiers, like dragging a dead dog, pulled the completely dazed Gao Tianhao out of this once his luxurious bedroom. Chapter 50, A-Class Potential. Target National College League. When Lin Ke woke up from deep sleep, it was already the morning of the next day. Outside the window, the simulated morning light and birdsong of the South Gate base made it look so real it could be mistaken for the real thing. He stretched lazily, feeling refreshed, the exhaustion from his mental energy being drained was completely gone. One must say, the national-level medical treatment was really impressive. Beep beep. The communicator on the bedside made a soft sound. Lin Ke picked it up and saw a brief message from Academician, along with a few photos. The message was simple: "Kid, all your worries are completely solved." The photos showed Lin Ke's parents arriving at the Southgate family residence with the full escort of Dragon Tooth Special Forces. In the photos, his parents had a confused expression on their faces, as if thinking, "Who are we? Where are we? What on earth has our son done to cause such a big stir?" But the deep concern in their brows had completely disappeared. At the entrance of the family residence, they were greeted by a kind and approachable life secretary, along with a full team of nutritionists, family doctors, and security personnel. The treatment was even more extravagant than when ancient emperors went on tours. Lin Ke looked at the complicated expression of shock and reassurance on his parents' faces in the photos and couldn't help but smile knowingly. At this moment, the last stone in his heart finally fell. He could finally, without any worries, throw all his energy into the next research. After having a nutritious breakfast carefully prepared by the nutritionist, Lin Ke wasted no time and headed straight to the P5 laboratory. At this moment, the laboratory had returned to its usual calm. The S-grade basalt target, which had been split in half, had been cleaned up by the engineering robots, leaving only a deep and terrifying cut on the floor, silently telling the shocking story of yesterday. And Lin Ke's precious daughter, Pioneer, was now lying in a special, space energy-filled thermobox, fast asleep, clearly having been quite exhausted by yesterday's cut. "You're here?" Academician Chen's voice came from nearby. He was sitting in front of a holographic screen, deeply focused on studying Pioneer's extraordinary data report, a smile that couldn't be hidden on his face, as if looking at his own granddaughter-in-law, getting more and more satisfied with each look. "Old Chen." Lin Ke greeted with a smile. Academician Chen nodded. He pointed at the data on the screen and sighed, "The little guy you created is truly a monster. I'm starting to suspect that SSS level might not even be its limit." Lin Ke smiled and said nothing. The product of the gene cube must be top-notch. SSS level? That's just its starting point. By the way, Academician Chen seemed to remember something. He turned off the light screen, looking at Lin Ke with a serious face. "Kid, don't rush to study, there's some news I have to tell you in advance." "What news?" Lin Ke was a little curious. On Academician Chen's face appeared a strange expression of "I am very sad but I can't help laughing." He cleared his throat and said, ahem, "It's bad news. The school you originally attended, Jiangcheng No. 3 High School, because after your real exam and the college entrance test, you disappeared for so many days without reason, seriously violating exam rules." He paused, trying hard to hold back laughter. "The school authorities, after study, decided, have expelled you." "What?" Lin Ke, hearing this, was completely stunned. "Expelled? I risked life and death for the country's creation, and the result, expelled by high school? What kind of thing is this?" Seeing Lin Ke's dumbfounded face, Academician Chen finally couldn't hold it, laughing puff out loud. "Ha ha ha. You kid, today comes too." He laughed until tears almost came. "Now you are the first, and only, in the history of China, to be expelled by a high school national scholar. If this is written in history, it will be a thick, bold stroke." Lin Ke twitched his mouth, full of speechlessness. What kind of glorious history is this? "Hey. Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Academician Chen finally stopped laughing, took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and showed the sly fox smile again. "But, old things go away, new things come. Although you were expelled from high school, but there is a good news to tell you." Academician deliberately lengthened his tone, selling the suspense. Just this morning, the principal of Imperial Capital University, the one praised as the #1 in beast taming education, Lu Cheng'en, personally, called me. On the phone, that old man's attitude was sincere, was humble. Almost hugged my leg, crying to beg me. Beg you for what? Lin Ke's curiosity was completely aroused. Academician Chen's mouth corner went up crazily, he proudly slapped his thigh. Beg you, to go study at their school. Boom! This news hit Lin Ke no less than the pioneer, cutting through basalt. Imperial Capital University. That is the top university of all China, even the entire East Asia Alliance. The Holy Land all beast tamers dream of. In past years, anyone who could enter Imperial Capital University was always top of the province, the best of the best. And now, the principal personally calls, begging a zero-score student expelled from high school to come? This status reversal is more thrilling than a roller coaster. Not only that, Academician Chen laughed even happier. Old Lu also repeatedly promised on the phone, as long as you agree to go, any major you want, any resources you want, and directly give you a special recruitment seat spot. He hopes you can represent their Imperial Capital University to participate in, 1 month later, the upcoming. Academician Chen's voice became solemn and full of expectation. National University Beast Taming League. National University Beast Taming League. Hearing this name, Lin Ke's breathing uncontrollably quickened a little. It is not just a competition, it is the highest stage for all young beast tamers to prove themselves and show talent. The gateway to honor and future, the Dragon Gate. Seeing the light flicker in Lin Ke's eyes, Academician Chen nodded with satisfaction. He slowly stood up, walked to the incubator, looked at the pioneer sleeping inside, and said seriously with emotion. We created it, gave it life. But even the strongest potential needs real combat training to truly grow. In a greenhouse, you can't grow a giant tree. He turned, eyes burning, looking at Lin Ke, full of endless expectation and pride. Go, Lin Ke. Don't forget, although you were expelled from high school. But you have a new identity. You are the chief of our Fushi clan, the one who ventures out of our Nanshanmen base. Academician Chen's voice suddenly rose, filled with passionate power. Go. Let the whole world see. Our Nanshanmen. 0-point candidate. What level they truly are. Chapter 51, Imperial Capital University, 0-point special enrollment. Go. Let the whole world see. Our Nanshanmen 0-point candidate, what level they truly are. Academician Chen's passionate words struck Lin Ke's heart like a war drum. He looked at this elder who had devoted his life to the country, seeing the burning expectations in his eyes, and Lin Ke felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head. Good. Let's go. To the highest genius stage, to meet the talented youths of the nation. Let the world see the brilliance that the pioneers, nurtured by both science and miracles, will shine with. 3 days later, Imperial Capital. A black Hongqi car that looked ordinary on the outside, but was made of S-grade alloy inside, slowly drove into the majestic gates of Imperial Capital University filled with historical weight. The driver was a Dragon Tooth team member dressed in casual clothes, yet exuding a deep and imposing aura. Lin Ke was sitting in the back seat, curiously observing the scenery of the country's top university through specially made anti-peep windows. Ancient and elegant teaching buildings reflected against the futuristic beast training hall, and on the broad tree-lined paths, young students riding various rare beasts could be seen with vibrant spirits. In the air, there was a strong energy of spirit and a unique scent known as youth and genius. Major General Lin, we have arrived at the special enrollment registration area for the Beast Tamer Academy. The driver smoothly parked the car in front of a magnificent building shaped like a roaring dragon's head and respectfully opened the car door for Lin Ke. Thank you. Lin Ke nodded and got out of the car. He did not have the already awakened pioneer on his shoulders. According to Academician Chen, before the pioneer fully matured, it remained the highest state secret of the country and could not be exposed unless necessary. Lin Ke naturally understood this principle: a person may be innocent, but possessing a treasure could lead to trouble. Before he had absolute self-defense ability, being low-key was the way to go. The registration area was already filled with many people at this moment. Anyone who could stand here was a prodigy from all over the country. They were either top scorers in provincial exams or direct descendants of ancient beast-taming families, each with their head held high, their faces full of the pride belonging to geniuses. They gathered in pairs, chatting and laughing, with flashes of powerful beast auras passing by, drawing gasps of amazement. Look! That's the top scorer from Jiangnan Province, Li Mubai. His beast, Frost-Cold Swordsman, is said to already have 1 foot in C-class. Wow! And that strong one from the northwest, Wang Tang. His lava giant lizard is a rare subdragon species, you know. This year's special enrollees are truly like gods fighting. Lin Ke's arrival did not attract much attention. He was dressed in plain casual wear, with a subdued aura, looking just like a regular boy next door, blending into the crowd inconspicuously. He stood in line, and soon it was his turn. The person in charge of registration was a mentor in his 30s, with a hawk nose and a somewhat arrogant expression. Lin Ke could sense a strong aura of a B-grade beast tamer emanating from this mentor. Name, exam admission number, the mentor asked formulaically without looking up. Lin Ke, no exam admission number, I am a special enrollee. Lin Ke replied calmly. Oh? Only then did the mentor lift his eyelids and cast a sharp glance at Lin Ke, with a trace of scrutiny in his eyes. He took the electronic file card handed over by Lin Ke, issued directly by Nanshanman, and inserted it into the nearby identity verification instrument. Ding! The instrument emitted a light sound, but the screen, however, did not display any information. Instead, there was a line, a bright red, glaring warning message. Warning! SSS level classified file detected. Your access is insufficient. Please stop the operation immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Ha! The mentor's eyebrows instantly furrowed. Insufficient access? What kind of joke is this? He is a formal mentor at the Beast Taming College of Imperial University, with A-level access rights. Except for the president and a few vice presidents, there is no student file he cannot access in the entire school. SSS level classified file? Who is this kid? Could he be the illegitimate child of the supreme leader? His first reaction was not fear, but annoyance. As a mentor at Imperial University, he had seen countless geniuses and descendants of important figures. What he hated the most were these people who made a show of mystery, relying on connections to get in and get shiny credentials. Is the system malfunctioning? The mentor impatiently tapped on the device. What a piece of junk. He ignored the system's warning and directly activated the backup plan, choosing the option to forcefully retrieve the original college entrance exam data. In his view, no matter how deep your background was, the original exam scores could never be falsified. As long as he saw the scores, he could roughly judge the kid's level. Ding, data retrieval successful. Soon, a simple, somewhat old-fashioned electronic file was flung onto the mentor's holographic screen. The mentor's mouth curled into a cold smile, ready to take a good look at this SSS-level big shot's glorious achievements. However, when his gaze fell on the most critical section of the file, the cold smile on his face instantly froze. Candidate, Lin Ke. Huku, Jiangnan Province, Jiang City. Theoretical exam score, 750 points, national champion. Practical exam score, 0 points. Put. Standing not far behind the mentor, a genius from the Magic City, who had been eavesdropping on gossip, couldn't hold back when he saw the glaring 0 points and burst out laughing. Holy shit. 0 points? I must be seeing things, right? His shout was like throwing a scoop of cold water into a quiet frying pan, instantly causing an uproar. All the talented students in the registration area suddenly turned their attention to Lin Ke and the holographic screen. When they saw the 0 points that was even more glaring than the sun, the scene first fell into an eerie silence. Then, ha 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 ha. This is killing me. Practical exam 0 points? What kind of godly operation is this? Full marks in theory, 0 in practice? Is this person a reincarnation of Xiaoqua who only talks big? What, this kind of person can be a special recruit? Has the threshold of Imperial University become this low? I get it. This must be some big shot's relative, sneaked in for a diploma. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. I worked so hard to be in the top 3 in the province, and I only got a regular spot. This person with 0 points is directly specially recruited? This world is so unfair. Laughter, mockery, doubt, dissatisfaction. The voices came one after another, like a tide, rushing towards Lin Ke. Lin Ke stood still, expressionless, as if those harsh voices had nothing to do with him. But the mentor in charge of the registration, Mentor Zhang, was already as dark as the bottom of a pot. He felt his face burning with pain. Imperial University, how sacred is it? Now, a trash with 0 points in the practical exam had sneaked in. If this got out, would their Beast Taming College still have face left? He slapped the table with a loud bang, stood up, and angrily pointed at Lin Ke's nose, shouting. Trash. Imperial University does not accept trash. I don't care who recommended you. I don't care what connections you have. Now, immediately, get the hell out. The mentor's humiliating words echoed through the entire registration area, making the surrounding mocking voices even more unrestrained. However, just as Lin Ke's gaze slowly turned cold and he was about to say something, A more arrogant voice suddenly came from the back of the crowd. Oh, it's so lively, huh? The crowd automatically parted to make a path. A tall, handsome young man, dressed in top luxury brands, slowly walked forward, surrounded by a group of people. On his face was an innate arrogance, and his gaze seemed to look down upon a group of ants. He walked up to Mentor Zhang, not even glancing at Lin Ke, and smiled as he spoke. Mentor Zhang, don't be angry over such small matters, it's not worth ruining your health over it. He paused for a moment, then used the corner of his eye to glance at the 0-point file, a playful curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Let me see, which blind 0-point insider dares to come to our Imperial University and embarrass themselves. Chapter 52, The First of Imperial University. B-Class, Three-Headed Thunderhound. As soon as that arrogant voice sounded, the entire registration area instantly fell silent. The once excited onlookers, upon seeing the newcomer, had their expressions change instantly, their previously gloating faces turning into awe and flattery. Jean. Young Master Jean. It's Senior Jean Lei. Oh my god. The president of the student union came in person? Even Mentor Zhang, who had been furious just moments ago, saw the newcomer and immediately lost all traces of anger, replaced by a slightly flattering smile. Oh, it's student Jean Lei, what wind brought you here? The newcomer was none other than Jean Lei, a well-known figure in Imperial University's Beast Taming Department. Everyone knew his name. He was not only the president of the Beast Taming Department's student union but also the only heir of the famous Jean family of Imperial City. The Jean family was one of the giants in China's military-industrial field, specializing in developing and producing high-tech beast taming equipment for the military. Their background was deep, their power overwhelming. And Jean Lei himself was no useless playboy. With his extraordinary talent, he held the title of #1 in Imperial University, and his strength, it was said, had already far surpassed his peers, even rivaling some veteran mentors. Jean Lei clearly enjoyed the attention and praise, ignoring the flattery from those around him. He simply waved his hand at Mentor Zhang as if he were the real mentor here. Nothing much, I heard there's an interesting talent among this year's special recruits, so I came to have a look. As he spoke, his gaze finally landed on Lin Ke and the glaring 0-point file beside him. His eyes seemed to evaluate a product. No, it wasn't even a product, it was at best, garbage. TSK, 0 in practical skills? Jean Lei walked around Lin Ke, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt, not hiding it in the slightest. Full marks in theory, so your brain still works. What a pity, in this era where bloodlines rule, the brain is the most useless thing. His words caused an outburst of laughter from those around him. From start to finish, Lin Ke remained calm, his gaze as still as a deep well, as if looking at a clown. However, in Jean Lei's eyes, Lin Ke's calmness was just the pitiful stubbornness of a useless person in the end. What? You're not convinced? Jean Lei's lips curled into a cruel smile. He snapped his fingers. Roar! A terrifying roar filled with sulfur and the scent of lightning suddenly exploded from the beast taming space beside him. Then, a massive three-headed hound, its body as large as an armored vehicle, burning with black flames and purple lightning, appeared out of nowhere. The three heads of the hound each breathed hellfire, and one was surrounded by destructive thunder. The largest head had a closed vertical eye on its forehead, exuding a terrifying aura that made one's heart race. B-class beast, three-headed thunderhound. The moment this terrifying beast appeared, the temperature in the entire registration hall seemed to rise by several degrees. The air was filled with a strong smell of sulfur, and a powerful B-level pressure bore down on everyone present, like a heavy mountain on their hearts. The beasts of the surrounding talents let out uneasy growls, and a few sea-level beasts were so scared that they shrank back into their spaces, trembling. Oh my god! Is this the thunder prison dog of Senior Jean Lei? What a terrifying pressure! Is this the power of a B-level beast? Compared to it, my sea-level wild wind wolf is like a husky. Seeing the shock and envy in the eyes of those around him, the pride on Jean Lei's face grew even stronger. He reached out and gently stroked the head of the thunder prison dog that was burning with flames, and the giant dog immediately became tame, nuzzling its head against his palm, emitting a gurgling sound. This scene of a strong person and a fierce beast living in harmony drew another round of awe. Did you see that? Jean Lei looked up, speaking to Lin Ke with a condescending tone, like he was bestowing a gift. This is power. It's a height that wastes like you, who can only talk big on paper, will never reach. He cast a glance at Lin Ke's 0-point record, scoffing as he delivered a sentence filled with extreme humiliation. Someone like you isn't even worthy to be an appetizer for my AU. Because it thinks you're dirty. Ha ha ha. Another burst of laughter erupted around them. Instructor Zhang wore a look of schadenfreude. In his view, Lin Ke, this relationship kid, had hit a brick wall today. Offending Jean Lei meant that in the Imperial Capital University, forget about mixing for a diploma, whether he could graduate smoothly was a question. However, just as everyone thought Lin Ke would feel ashamed or furious from such extreme humiliation, he slowly raised his head. His eyes remained calm. He looked at Jean Lei as if he were looking at a fool. Then, with a tone that was so flat it carried no emotion, he said something that stunned everyone. Are you done? If you're done, let your dog move aside. You're blocking me from completing my enrollment procedures. The entire registration area fell into a dead silence once again. Everyone looked at Lin Ke as if they had seen a ghost. This kid has gone crazy, right? What did he just say? Telling Jean Lei's dog to move aside? Did he actually dare to call the B-level 3-headed thunder prison dog a dog in front of Jean Lei? Moreover, he dared to speak to Jean Lei in that commanding tone? Even Jean Lei himself was stunned. In his life, it was the first time someone dared to speak to him like that. After a brief moment of shock, an overwhelming rage surged up from the bottom of his heart. His eyes instantly turned extremely cold. Very well. Jean Lei laughed in anger, slowly clapping his hands for Lin Ke. It seems that you are not just a waste, but also a clueless fool. I originally wanted to let you jump around a bit longer, but now it seems I was too merciful. He turned his head, no longer looking at Lin Ke, but coldly spoke to the already pale-faced Instructor Zhang beside him. Instructor Zhang, register him. Ah. Instructor Zhang was taken aback, but young Master Jean. I said to register him. Jean Lei's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable authority. I want to see how long this 0-point waste who doesn't even dare to let out his beast will last in the National Higher Education League preliminary rounds 3 days from now. He paused, extending a finger. 1 second or half a second. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to everyone and turned to leave. Waste? When brushing past Lin Ke, Jean Lei stopped and with a voice only the two could hear, coldly said. Pray. Pray that you don't run into me in the preliminary rounds. Otherwise, I will make you understand what it means to wish you were dead. After dropping this harsh remark, Jean Lei left amidst a crowd of people. He turned and left. A farce, it seemed, was coming to an end. However, no one knew. Just now, when Jean Lei unleashed his proud 3-headed thunder hellhound. In Lin Ke's mind, that familiar voice had quietly sounded. Ding! High-level gene template detected. Gene cube activated. Scanning. Lin Ke calmly watched Jean Lei's retreating figure, but deep in his eyes, a trace of amusement, like that of a predator eyeing its prey, flashed. Scan complete. Target, B-level Beastmaster, 3-headed thunder hellhound. Gene sequence analysis. Analysis complete. Ding. Serious gene defect found. Defect number, G551. Defect description. Chapter 53, League Opening. Jean Lei's instant kill. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The capital city, and even all of China, fell into an unprecedented carnival. Because the long-awaited, annual National College Beastmaster League officially opened. This wasn't just a competition for young talents, it was a nationwide feast, a showcase of China's new generation strength, and a spectacle to deter small-time crooks, an annual grand show. In the capital city, at the National Sports Arena, the Bird's Nest. This magnificent building, capable of holding 100,000 people, was completely packed. The deafening cheers, like a landslide or tsunami, almost threatened to flip the entire dome of the arena. Above the stadium, hundreds of drones hovered, broadcasting every moment of the match via holographic projection, live-streaming to every corner of the capital and even major cities across the country. At this moment, countless people were gathered in plazas, shopping malls, and in front of their home holographic screens, eagerly awaiting the start of this visual feast. Dear viewers, welcome to the 37th National College Beastmaster League, the Capital Division's preliminary match. On the commentary stage, a passionate and captivating gold medal commentator was shouting hoarsely into the camera. This year's Capital Division is truly a star-studded battle, a fierce competition. Not only do we have top talents from all over the country, but also the kingly team from our very own Capital University. Who will stand out in this brutal elimination round? Who will represent our capital and fight for the highest honor, the national championship? Let's stay tuned. With his provocative words and the explosive background music, the atmosphere in the entire stadium instantly reached its peak. The match officially begins. Now, let's give the warmest cheers and welcome our first spotlight match contestant. He is our pride from Capital University. The president of the Beastmaster Student Union. A 2-time league champion. The #1 person in the capital, Jean Lei. Oh. As soon as the words Jean Lei were heard, the entire Bird's Nest erupted. Countless cheers and screams merged into a terrifying soundwave, sweeping the entire arena. Amid the frenzied cheering of 100,000 people, Jean Lei, wearing a sharp, custom-made team uniform, slowly walked out from the contestant tunnel. Bathed in spotlight, he wore a confident yet arrogant smile on his face, enjoying the admiration of the masses like a king. And across from him, his opponent, a nervous young man from a second-rate university, stepped onto the arena. Alright, we can see that Jean Lei's opponent is Wang Taizhu from Lanshan Beastmaster Technology Institute. The commentator's voice rang out again. Wang Taizhu's beast is a sea-level giant rock turtle known for its defensive abilities. I wonder if this shield can withstand Jean Lei's spear. Although the commentator's words were polite, everyone knew this was a slaughter with no suspense. In the contestant rest area, Lin Ke was bored, sitting in Capital University's exclusive seat. His title as the 0-point special recruit had fermented over the past 3 days. The news had already spread throughout the entire Imperial University. At this moment, the surrounding geniuses from the same school were all keeping a subtle distance from him, their eyes filled with contempt and disdain, as if sitting in the same area with him was a disgrace. As for this, Lin Ke didn't mind at all. His gaze, calm and composed, fell on the center of the arena, on the figure of Jean Lei who was arrogantly flaunting himself under the attention of thousands. The match begins. With the referee's command, the student on the opposite side, Wang Taizhu, immediately shouted in panic and released his beast. Come out. Giant rock tortoise. Roar. Accompanied by a deep and muffled roar, a giant turtle the size of a small car, its body covered in a thick rock-like shell, crashed to the ground, shaking the entire arena. Starting with the summon of giant rock tortoise. It seems that Wang Taizhu plans to fortify his defense from the very beginning and wait for an opportunity. The commentator passionately analyzed. However, Jean Lei looked at the mighty-looking giant rock tortoise, but his facial expression didn't change even a little. He didn't even bother to move. He simply, gently snapped his fingers. Roar. A roar, 10 times more terrifying than the giant rock tortoises, filled with sulfur and the aura of lightning, exploded loudly. B-class beast, 3-headed thunder inferno dog, made its reappearance. Its massive size, its terrifying figure burning with black flames and purple lightning, the 3 vicious heads exuding an aura of destruction. The moment it appeared, a suffocating B-class pressure instantly enveloped the entire arena. The previously mighty giant rock tortoise was so intimidated by this terrifying pressure that its limbs went limp, and it immediately shrank its head and limbs back into its heavy shell, trembling with fear. My God! Is this the power of the number 1 in the Imperial capital? Just the pressure alone made the C-class giant rock tortoise lose its fighting spirit. It's too strong. The entire arena erupted in another round of astonished exclamations. However, this was still just the beginning. Jean Lei looked at the iron tortoise curled up inside its shell, the corner of his mouth curling up into a cruel arc. He couldn't even be bothered to issue any complicated commands. He simply, softly spoke 4 words. Thunderfire hell. Roar. Following the command, the 3-headed thunder inferno dog's 3 heads all simultaneously howled to the sky. The left dog head suddenly opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a stream of pitch-black hellfire hot enough to melt steel. The right dog head also opened its mouth, summoning out giant, snake-like arcs of destructive purple lightning. Fire and lightning, in mid-air, intertwined and merged in an eerie way. In the end, they formed a doomsday hellscape with a diameter of more than 20 meters, built by both fire and lightning. Boom! Thunderfire hell, like a heavenly punishment, slammed down and accurately engulfed the still trembling giant rock tortoise in its shell. Zzzzz. Crack, crack. There was no explosion, only the nauseating sounds of rock being melted and electrolyzed. Under the horrified gaze of 100,000 spectators, and countless live viewers across the city, the so-called indestructible C-class giant rock tortoise shell, which was said to withstand missile bombardments. Its surface quickly turned bright red, like a hot branding iron. Then, deep and terrifying cracks began to spread across the shell like a spider web. In the end, bang! A dull explosion rang out. The entire shell, along with the poor turtle inside, was blasted apart by the violent thunderfire power, instantly, shattering into a sky full of charred remains and broken stones. Instant kill. One move. A complete, one-move instant kill. The entire Bird's Nest Stadium fell into a 3-second-long, absolute silence. Then, an eruption of cheers burst forth, even more frenzied and hysterical than ever before. Jean Lei. Jean Lei. Champion. Jean Lei stood at the center of the arena. Listening to that cheer like a mountain in sea storm, he slowly opened his arms, closed his eyes, and his face showed an extremely intoxicated expression. This is what he wanted. This is the glory that belongs to the strong. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He slowly opened his eyes. Under the very sensible close-up of the live director, he cast his look full of contempt and disdain at the resting area of the players from Imperial Capital University. He cast it at the one who, from beginning to end, sat calmly in the corner, Lin Ke. That gaze, as if saying, "Waste, do you see it? This is the gap between you and me, like an impassable chasm." And at this moment, the gold medal commentator on the desk, also in a dramatic tone, loudly shouted, "Thank you. Thank you to student Jean Lei for bringing us this thoroughly satisfying visual feast. Let's give him another round of applause. He paused, deliberately stretched the tone, as if discovering a new world. Oh. Interesting. The director just sent me the list of the next match. Let me see. The next player to appear is another special recruited player from Imperial Capital University. Lin Ke. Chapter 54, it's Lin Ke's turn. The whole internet laughs. Lin Ke. When the commentator shouted this name in a tone full of dramatic tension, the mountainense-like cheers in the bird's nest suddenly stopped. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The 100,000 spectators on site, and tens of millions of live viewers online, were all stunned. Lin Ke? Who is this? Never heard of him. However, very soon, some well-informed students from Imperial Capital University, both on site and in the bullet screens, began a frantic science popularization. Whoa! They really let him in? Brothers! High energy alert! The next player to appear is extraordinary. He is our Imperial Capital University's most mysterious, heaviest special recruited student this year. Stop teasing upstairs. What kind of background? Hee, I'll tell you, you definitely can't guess. This big shot Lin Ke, real exam score 0 points. PFF. This news, like a deep water bomb, instantly exploded across the entire internet. After a brief silence, the flood of bullet comments, like a broken dam, instantly overwhelmed the whole live screen. 0 points? Are you freaking kidding me? Did I hear correctly? A player with 0 points in the National College League? What kind of new performance art is this? Ha ha ha. Can't stop laughing. I declare, the best comedy award of this league has already been locked by Lin Ke in advance. Is there no one in Imperial Capital University? How can all kinds of freaks be specially recruited? Amid a sky-high wave of ridicule and doubt, Lin Ke slowly stood up, face calm, and walked out of the player resting area. He ignored the contemptuous looks of his schoolmates around him, and also ignored the bursts of laughter from the audience. He just, step by step, steadily, walked toward his battlefield. And the on-site director was obviously a top talent who knew well how to make trouble. At the moment Lin Ke stepped onto the stage, the largest and clearest holographic screen in the center of the bird's nest suddenly, with a swish, popped up Lin Ke's personal profile. That familiar, full of era feel, once publicly executed simple profile at the Imperial Capital University registration office, appeared once again before everyone. Name, Lin Ke. Theoretical assessment, 750 points, national top scorer. Practical assessment, 0 points. Those bright red, bold, as if dripping blood 0 points characters were magnified hundreds of times, clearly visible to the 100,000 on-site spectators and tens of millions online. This time, it was truly a nationwide public execution. The entire bird's nest again fell into an absolute silence lasting 3 seconds. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter, 10 times more enthusiastic and 100 times more crazy than the golden thunder that had just wiped out the opponent, soared into the sky. That laughter formed a wave of sound filled with joy, almost lifting the entire bird's nest roof off. Countless spectators laughed so hard they nearly fell over, pounding their chests and stomping their feet, tears almost coming out. My God! It's really 0 points. Director, are you a devil? Killing someone and then destroying their heart. The theoretical champion, but 0 points in practice? Did this guy put all his skill points into intelligence? He left no agility or strength at all? I declare, from today on, I am a fan of Lin Ke. Not for anything else, just for his no matter how many people, I will still go forward comedic spirit. The live streaming comments exploded even more. What the hell? 0 points? Is this the National College League? Isn't it the National Comedy League? Brothers ahead, don't go. Take me with you. I'm already laughing on the floor. Jean Lei is the sky of Capital University, this Lin Ke, he is the earth of Capital University, the earth of bricks, right? I feel sorry for Lin Ke's opponent. Winning this isn't glorious, it's like bullying vegetables. Amidst a storm of ridicule, Lin Ke's opponent had already entered the arena. He was a giant man, nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles, like an iron tower. Okay, we can see that Lin Ke's opponent is from another top university in China, Magic City University, and A-grade seed player, King Kong Wang Meng. The commentator's voice also carried a hint of suppressed laughter. Wang Meng is famous for his powerful defense and terrifying strength. His beast companion is a perfect match for him. A-grade King Kong giant ape. I wonder how our 0 points theoretical champion is going to deal with this furious giant ape. This remark was called commentary, but in reality, it was just adding fuel to the fire. Sure enough, on the field, the iron tower-like Wang Meng showed an extremely displeased and insulted expression after looking at Lin Ke's profile. He felt that the production team was deliberately setting him up. Let him, a dignified A-grade seed player, face a useless piece of trash with 0 points on the college entrance exam? Wasn't this insulting him? Hey! Wang Meng's deep voice growled at Lin Ke impatiently. A 0-point loser? Capital University is really getting more and more impressive. Even this kind of trash can be sent to the field. He stretched out a thick finger, pointing at Lin Ke, his tone filled with disdain and arrogance. Kid, I don't want to dirty my hands. You, get off. Otherwise, I'm afraid my King Kong might accidentally tear you into pieces. This declaration filled with bullying energy once again ignited the whole arena. Oh. Wang Meng is so domineering. Well done. This kind of person with connections should have been kicked off long ago. Trash should know its place. Don't waste our time here. In the VIP seats, Jean Lei, who had just finished his match, was elegantly holding a glass of red wine, watching Lin Ke, who was being scorned by everyone on the field. A cold, satisfied smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Useless. This is what happens to you when you dare to challenge me. Even if you don't get killed by Wang Meng today, just the ridicule from the entire internet will be enough to socially kill you, and you'll never be able to hold your head up again. He gently swirled his wine glass, his eyes filled with the playful interest of someone watching a show. He spoke softly to his lackey beside him. Go, place a bet for me. Bet on this loser not lasting more than 10 seconds. He paused, as if remembering something, and a more cruel smile appeared on his face. No, I'm even more curious. This loser, who doesn't even dare to release his beast. What is his beast, exactly? Is it a green caterpillar? Or a Magikarp? Chapter 55, F-grade colored lantern moth? I can't stop laughing. Let's see, what kind of beast does the loser have? Jean Lei's voice was full of mockery and disdain. The echo in the VIP seats also asked the question on everyone's mind, the voice of the entire audience, even those watching online. Yeah. This 0-point waste, what exactly is his beast? Under the spotlight of thousands of eyes and the oppressive stare from his opponent, Lin Ke finally made a move. He ignored Wang Meng's humiliation, as though swatting away a fly, and slowly lifted his head. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, deep and bottomless, without the slightest ripple. This calmness made Wang Meng, who had been waiting to see his panic-stricken expression, feel an inexplicable discomfort. Waste. Are you deaf? Wang Meng's patience had finally run out. He let out a beast-like roar, stopped talking, and immediately summoned his ace beast. Roar. With a terrifying roar that could shatter gold and stone, a giant ape, over 5 meters tall, its muscles like steel, and its fur a brilliant golden hue, slammed to the ground. B-level beast diamond giant ape. The moment this giant ape appeared, a powerful B-level pressure filled with rage and strength, like a tangible shockwave, instantly swept across the entire arena. Many in the front rows of the audience felt a tightening in their chests, as if they were being locked in the gaze of a prehistoric beast. Boom! 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 The diamond giant ape pounded its fists on its solid chest, producing a sound like war drums. Its lantern-sized eyes were filled with bloodthirsty madness, locking onto the tiny figure it saw as an insignificant ant Lin Ke. That overwhelming pressure made the atmosphere of the entire arena freeze. Such terrifying strength. Is this the B-level seed player from Magic City University? Just standing there, this diamond giant ape feels unbeatable. It's over, that 0-point guy is probably going to get scared out of his wits by this pressure. The entire audience instinctively held their breath. However, under this terrifying pressure that could make an ordinary person's heart stop, Lin Ke's expression still didn't change in the slightest. It was as if he couldn't feel that pressure at all, as he slowly raised his right hand with a blank face. An unremarkable, simple beast space mark slowly appeared on the back of his hand. Oh? Finally going to summon your beast? On the VIP seats, Jean Lei curled the corner of his mouth into a cruel smile. Let me see what your last card is. Something laughable, no doubt. Under the focus of millions of eyes, both in the arena and online, Lin Ke finally released his beast. There was no earth-shattering roar, no world-destroying aura. Not even a hint of significant energy fluctuation. A tiny, palm-sized butterfly, completely black as ink, silently fluttered out of the beast's space. It flew slowly, gracefully, as if it wasn't here to fight to the death, but rather to attend a spring afternoon garden party. Its wings, dotted with countless star-like lights, sparkled under the stadium lights, casting a charming yet completely harmless glow. The entire bird's nest was once again plunged into a 3-second-long, absolute silence. The 100,000 spectators, the millions of netizens online, including Wang Meng on the field, Jean Lei in the VIP seats, and the announcers on the commentary stand. Everyone's brain froze in that moment. They stared at the little butterfly, slowly fluttering around Lin Ke, and their faces froze, as if petrified by a curse. What is this? A moth? One with lights on it? After a brief moment of deathly silence, roared with madness. Countless spectators laughed so hard that they slid off their chairs. Many people were laughing so hard they held their stomachs, tears streaming down their faces. The barrage in the live broadcast went completely insane. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I take back what I said about him being the comedy award winner. He's not here to be funny. He is here to be a god. Color. Colorful lantern moth? What the hell kind of species is this? A decorative pet? Ha 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 ha. I can't breathe. I'm going to die laughing. I was wrong, he's not 0 points, he's negative points. Absolutely negative points. How did he manage to seriously bring out a decorative pet in a national competition? Brothers in the front, I announce something. From today on, Lin Ke is my only idol. This mental quality, this spirit of entertainment, I shall call Charlie Chaplin of the beast-taming world. On the field, Wang Mang was also stunned for a full 5 seconds. Then, his rugged face instantly turned bright red. It was not anger, but humiliation. The anger of being humiliated to the extreme. He felt that Lin Ke was not competing but playing him. Using an F-level decorative pet to challenge his proud B-level giant ape? This was no longer a provocation, it was blatantly pointing at his nose and scolding, "You are even worse than a moth. You want to die." Wang Meng's teeth chattered, every word squeezed out like it was forced through his teeth. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, Jean Lei laughed so hard he sprayed all the red wine out of his mouth. Cough cough. Ha! Ha 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 ha. He wiped his mouth while laughing so hard he could hardly breathe. I take back what I said before, this guy really is a genius. A once-in-a-thousand-years, comedic genius. On the commentary platform, the gold medal commentator was also holding back laughter, struggling to speak in a tone that seemed about to burst from internal injury, narrating the most difficult commentary of his career. Cough cough. Okay, we can see, contestant Lin Ke summoned his beast, very, very beautiful starshine butterfly? He simply couldn't continue and had to mumble through it. And on the judges' table, the graying B-level judge had a face full of mixed emotions. He had been a judge for 30 years, he had seen all kinds of bizarre contestants. But someone as outrageous as Lin Ke. He swore he was absolutely the first. He held back laughter, glanced at the colorful lantern moth casually fluttering beside Lin Ke, and then at the almost exploding giant ape across from him. He felt he wasn't hosting a competition but witnessing a tragedy unfolding. He took a deep breath, raised the flag in his hand, and began the final countdown. 10. 9. 8. On the battlefield, Wang Meng's big eyes were filled with brutal murderous intent. He pointed at Lin Ke and issued his final ultimatum, the voice roared like rolling thunder. Kid, this is your own doing. Giant ape. Tear it, along with its owner, to shreds. 3. 2. 1. The judge looked at the ridiculous disparity in strength before him, shook his head in helplessness, and finally waved down the flag. The match begins. Chapter 56 1 second. The disappearing moth. The match begins. The moment the judge's helpless yet loud voice echoed over the bird's nest. Roar. The giant ape, which had been unable to suppress its raging killing intent, moved in an instant. Its body, akin to a small mountain, released a terrifying speed that did not match its size, like an out-of-control golden heavy tank, launching a devastating charge at Lin Ke. Thud. 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 Each step resonated with a groan from the solid alloy arena, leaving shallow footprints behind. The oncoming violent air wave blew so strong that the audience in the front row couldn't keep their eyes open. Indestructible giant. On the other side of the arena, Wang Meng's face revealed a cruel and grim smile. He issued another command. Buzz. Before our eyes, the charging golden giant ape's golden fur instantly became as hard as steel, shining with a metallic luster. Class A defense skill indestructible. With this skill activated, its defense would surge to an unbelievably terrifying level for a short time. Enough to withstand a full-force strike from a Class C beast without a scratch. It's over. Wang Meng has no intention of giving any chance. The voice of the commentator on the stage became tense, starting with indestructible. This is a classic tank rush strategy. Using its powerful defense, it ignores all attacks and charges straight at the opponent, tearing them apart. How will our contestant Lin Ke and his ridiculous pet colorful moth respond to such an unstoppable charge? The entire venue, the whole internet, tens of millions of viewers held their breath instinctively. Everyone's gaze was focused on that figure, looking so small before the raging giant ape, as if it would be turned into mush in the next moment. They seemed to foresee the despairing end of that 0-point waste, along with his ridiculous ornamental pet being smashed to pieces. In the VIP area, Jean Lay even lifted his wine glass, his face showing a delighted, appreciative expression of art. In his eyes, this farce was about to end. However, just as the golden giant ape was less than 20 meters away from Lin Ke, at the moment when its fist, the size of a big pot, was raised high, preparing to smash Lin Ke into meat paste the previous second, the expressionless Lin Ke, who seemed to be stunned with fear, finally moved. He did not panic and run, nor did he scream commands. He simply lifted his eyelids gently. In his calm eyes, as tranquil as an ancient well, flashed a hint of pity, as if looking at the dead. Then, he uttered a command so light that almost only he could hear it, a command exceedingly simple. Flicker. What? Flicker what? No one heard what he said. Everyone's attention was completely drawn to the golden giant ape, about to unleash its thunderous blow. However, the next second, an incredibly strange scene occurred that would be unforgettable for the entire venue, the whole internet, and thousands of people for a lifetime. At the moment when the golden giant ape's fist, capable of splitting mountains and rocks, was about to fall just 0.1 seconds before, the colorful moth, known to everyone as the colorful moth, fluttering leisurely around Lin Ke, it disappeared. Yes. Just like that, abruptly, without any warning, and without reason. It vanished into thin air. No flight trajectory. No signs of acceleration. Not even a hint of energy fluctuation. As if it had never existed in the first place. As if an invisible eraser had gently wiped it from this three-dimensional world. Ha! Wang Mang, who was prepared to enjoy a scene of bloody art, had his cruel smile freeze instantly. He blinked, feeling somewhat confused. Where is the moth? What happened to my big, colorful moth? The golden giant ape, which had already charged to Lin Ke's front, also seemed confused. Its simple thought process could not understand how that little snack had suddenly vanished after flying around moments ago. Its limited intelligence could not grasp the complex concept of disappearing. Instinctively, it reacted immediately after losing its target. Squeak, creak. A harsh, ear-piercing sound, like a truck slamming on brakes, filled the venue. The golden giant ape, weighing several tons, came to a screeching halt, less than half a meter away from Lin Ke. Its enormous foot paused on the hard alloy ground. 2 long trails of sparking brake marks were drawn. Then, it just stood there, dazed, frozen in place. In its eyes, once filled with wildness and bloodlust, now written was confusion. It blankly looked at its own fists. Then again blankly stared at the empty space ahead. Finally, it even scratched its huge back head, as if pondering an extremely profound philosophical question. Who am I? Where am I? Who was I going to smash just now? The entire bird's nest, which had roared like a tsunami of mockery and howling just moments ago, suddenly fell silent. Time seemed to be paused. 100,000 spectators, tens of millions of netizens online, Jean Lay in the VIP area, the commentator at the commentary desk. Everyone's expression mirrored that of the golden giant ape. Dazed. Confused. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just see? Human no, where's the moth? Someone in the audience quietly asked this soul-piercing question. Teleportation? Impossible. Teleportation would cause energy fluctuations. Just now nothing happened. Then what is it? Some kind of optical camouflage? Or an illusion? Illusion my foot. That's a B-level beast. Normal illusions don't even work on it. After a brief moment of silence, the entire venue and the live broadcast exploded with noise. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief and a hint of suspicion. If the previous 0 points and colored lantern moth were a ridiculous farce, then now this bizarre vanishing into thin air felt like a suspense thriller. The unknown is the most terrifying. In the VIP area, Jean Lay's hand holding the wine glass paused slightly. The smile on his face slowly faded, and for the first time, his brows slightly furrowed. His strength far exceeded all those present. Just a moment before the time-space dragon butterfly disappeared, he sharply caught a hint of extremely faint, almost negligible spatial fluctuations. Chapter 57 Spatial Cutting. Ignoring Defenses. Spatial Fluctuations. When these 4 words lightning fast flashed through Jean Lay's mind, a trace of shock first appeared in his eyes that had always held disdain and arrogance. Impossible. A spatial system beast? That is the legendary, most rare, most strange, and most powerful type of beast. Its rarity is even more than that of dragon types. How could a worthless 0-point test taker possess such a legendary beast? Just as Jean Lay's mind was shaken and the audience was buzzing, Wang Mang and his giant ape on the field were still caught in the philosophical quandary of who am I, where am I? An unexpected change, once again, occurred. Be careful behind you. In the front row of the audience, a sharp-eyed spectator, as if seeing the scariest thing in the world, suddenly stood up, pointing at the back of the golden giant ape, letting out an incredibly terrified scream. Swish! Tens of thousands of eyes instantly focused on it. Suddenly, without anyone noticing, the colored lantern moth, time-space dragon butterfly, had actually silently appeared on the back of the golden giant ape, as solid as a mountain. It hovered quietly there, like a ghost about to be executed. The entire process was devoid of any sound. Not a single hint of energy fluctuation. As if it was meant to be there. On the field, at the moment Wang Meng heard the audience's exclamations, a bone-chilling cold shot straight from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Every hair on his body stood on end at that instant. Behind him, as a seasoned B-level seat contestant, his battle instinct went wild, screaming alarm bells. That was an omen of death. Giant ape. Turn around. Wang Meng almost screamed, using all his strength, the fastest and the most terrifying roar. Activate the strongest defense. Diamond barrier. Roar. Although the diamond giant ape was not very smart, the soul link with its master made it feel the deadly threat in an instant. Its massive body suddenly twisted, and at the same time, its iron pillar-like giant arms crossed in front of its chest to protect itself. Buzz. A layer of energy barrier, 10 times thicker and almost solidified, flashing with brilliant golden light, instantly formed in front of it. A plus-level defense skill, diamond barrier. This is the most powerful defensive measure the diamond giant ape can master. It's its signature, absolute defense. Enough to withstand a full-force attack from a B-level beast master without budging an inch. However, just as it completed its turn, just as the indestructible diamond barrier was just formed, in the very last moment, the person who had been standing still the whole time, without even moving a step, Lin Ke, finally, slowly, lifted his eyelid. His gaze was calm, indifferent, like a god from the 9 heavens, overlooking the struggles of mankind, futile and laughable. His lips gently moved. Too late. The 2 words, casually spoken, were like a final judgment from hell. Space cutting. Buzz. The time-space dragonfly, floating behind the diamond giant ape, upon receiving the command, its wings that had been shimmering with soft starlight, suddenly dimmed. Then, it merely, gently, flapped once. Just once. Just like it did in the trial ground of South Heavenly Gate, facing the 10-meter thick S-class basalt target. Exactly the same. A line, invisible to the naked eye. A line, only powerful beings like Jean Lei with immense spiritual power could barely catch a glimpse of the trace. A silver thread. It flashed by. That silver thread, silent and unstoppable. It ignored the diamond giant ape's steel-like body that could withstand bullets. It ignored the diamond barrier, just formed, that could block a full-force B-level beastmaster's strike. It moved in a way that transcended physics, transcended energy, transcended everyone's understanding on sight, in a strange way. Gently. It grazed the diamond giant ape's waist, as thick as a water barrel. Then, just like in the trial ground before, nothing happened. No explosion. No blood. Not even the slightest scar. The diamond giant ape, just completed its turn and posed its strongest defense stance, still stood there majestically. In its wild beast-like eyes, there was even a hint of relief from surviving, and endless anger towards that moth. The entire bird's nest fell into an eerie silence again. The 100,000 spectators and tens of millions of netizens all seemed to have their mute button pressed, each one staring with wide eyes, their faces filled with confusion. Is this over? That just now was the attack? Loud thunder, small raindrops? No, there wasn't even thunder. On the commentator platform, the gold medal commentator stared with his mouth open, not knowing how to explain. We see. Lin Ke's contestants, Star Butterfly launched, a very, very subtle attack against Wang Meng's diamond giant ape? He really couldn't keep going. What the hell was this? Is this even an attack? This isn't even a massage. In the VIP seats, Jean Lei's furrowed brow slowly relaxed. The shock in his eyes was once again replaced by disdain and mockery. Space fluctuation, so this is it. He muttered to himself with a cold laugh, so it's just an auxiliary beast that's good at spatial movement? I thought it was something extraordinary. Turns out it's just teleportation, and its attack power is 0. What a false alarm. And on the arena, Wang Meng, who had just walked back from the brink of death after confirming that his diamond giant ape was unscathed, felt his heart, which was almost about to leap out of his throat, finally, slowly, settled back down. He took a long, deep breath. The relief of surviving quickly transformed into boundless anger and the humiliation of being played with. He felt that his earlier terrified reaction was like a complete fool. Scared silly by a bunch of F-grade waste that could only teleport. If this got out, how would he, Diamond Wang Mang, ever survive at Magic City University again? Is it over? Wang Mang lifted his head, staring fiercely at Lin Ke, who had remained calm throughout, his rugged face twisted in fury, his gaze seeming to want to swallow Lin Ke alive. In a voice filled with extreme humiliation and anger, he gritted his teeth and roared. Are you tickling my giant ape? Chapter 58, Severing Ties. Silence across the internet. Are you tickling my giant ape? Wang Meng's roar, filled with anger and humiliation, echoed in the bird's nest like rolling thunder, resounding throughout the arena. He felt an unprecedented shame. Made a fool of by an F-grade waste in front of the whole world. Unbelievable humiliation. However, just as he finished shouting this, in the last moment. Creak. A faint, yet incredibly clear sound, like a heavy metal being drawn apart, a grating noise that made one's teeth ache, suddenly came from the center of the arena, from the recently attacked, diamond giant ape. This sound was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, lightly slicing through the air. Everyone's heart trembled at that moment. What sound? Wang Mang was stunned, instinctively looking down at his beast. He saw that the diamond giant ape, which had been standing majestically, was now slightly tilting. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the waist of the diamond giant ape, lacking any warning. The sound was akin to a towering mountain being cleaved in half. Under the gaze of 100,000 spectators, tens of millions of viewers online, and Wang Meng's wide-eyed, terrified stare, the diamond giant ape's proud and indestructible A-grade defense, the diamond barrier. At this moment, shattered like a fragile piece of paper, splitting in half from its barrel-like waist. A smooth, mirror-like, perfectly even, terrifying incision appeared on its waist. At the incision, there was no trace of flesh and blood. No signs of charring. Not even a hint of energy residuals was left. The incision was so perfect, so unbelievable. Immediately after, under the gaze of all, filled with endless terror and frozen in place, the upper half of the diamond giant ape, weighing several tons, after losing the support of its lower half, slowly began to slide to one side, silently. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar. The upper half of the diamond giant ape crashed to the ground, raising clouds of dust and debris. Its lower half remained motionless, standing still, with only the stout right leg trembling slightly after losing balance. Bright red blood gushed like a fountain from the diamond giant ape's waist-chopped incision, instantly dyeing the entire arena red. One-hit kill. A complete, one-hit kill. The entire bird's nest fell into silence. 100,000 spectators, silent. Everyone's mouths were agape, as if they could fit a fist inside. Their eyes bulged wide, filled with endless shock and horror. On their faces, it was written all over, disbelief. No one spoke. No one screamed. Not even a single breath could be heard. The entire arena, as if the mute button was pressed, turned into a silent horror film. In the live stream, the bullet comments were instantly swept away like a tidal wave. On the screen, only the bisected, King Kong giant ape and the splashing, scarlet blood mist remained. 1 second. A full 3 seconds of absolute silence. Everyone's soul, in this moment, was severely impacted. They couldn't understand. They couldn't believe. They couldn't accept. That was a B-grade beast master, after all. It was the most powerful defensive beast master with the diamond barrier. And it was, just like that, split in two by an F-grade looking lamp moth, with a casual flap of its wings? And that lamp moth, from beginning to end, didn't make a single sound. Didn't use any fancy skills. It just gently flapped its wings. This is simply a miracle. No. It's more terrifying than a miracle. In the center of the arena, Wang Mang stared blankly at the blood-soaked scene before him. His beast. His King Kong giant ape. His strongest partner. Just like that, was bisected? He felt his soul freeze. His mind went completely blank. His legs, like noodles, lost all strength. Thud. A muffled sound. Wang Mang could no longer hold himself up, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud. His gaze, fixed firmly on the beast that had been bisected, still spewing blood, his eyes filled with endless despair, regret, and unwillingness. And in his ears, it seemed as if his own voice, filled with extreme humiliation and sarcasm, was still echoing. Are you scratching my giant ape for an itch? Chapter 59, The Tremor of the Golden Thunder. That's space system. Thud. Wang Meng's crashing kneeling figure was like the final straw, completely breaking the tense nerves of the audience. Wow! The silence was torn apart by an uproar even crazier and more hysterical than anything before. What the hell did I just see? It was bisected? The B-grade King Kong giant ape was cut in half? This is fake. This must be an illusion. There's no way something like this can happen? That muff. What the hell was that muff? What did it do just now? The entire Bird's Nest Stadium went crazy. Countless spectators suddenly stood up from their seats, stretching their necks, wide-eyed, their faces filled with indescribable shock and horror. In the live stream, the bullet comments, which had been empty for a full 3 seconds, exploded like a volcano, flooding the screen with a terrifying quantity, more than 10 times denser than before. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. I'm totally dumbfounded. Can someone tell me what the hell just happened? Cut in half. It really was cut in half. My god, that was a B-grade defensive beastmaster. Just like that, gone? What was that silver light? Why did I see nothing, and the King Kong giant ape just split? This is an F-grade pet for display? If you told me it's an SSS-grade divine beast, I'd believe it. This is so damn weird. Turned around. Totally turned around. It turns out the clown was me all along. I declare that from today, Lin Ke is my one true god. On the commentary stage, the gold medal commentator was like a duck with its neck squeezed, mouth open, unable to say a complete word for a long time. His mind had completely crashed. He had been in this business for 20 years, commentating on thousands of matches. What kind of stunning comebacks had he not seen? But something as outrageous, strange, and world-shattering as today. He swore this was the first time. And at the referee's seat, the old B-grade referee, with his graying hair, also stared blankly at the blood-soaked scene in the arena. His hand was trembling slightly. His throat kept rolling up and down. After a long time, he finally, from that extreme shock, found his voice again. He raised the flag in his hand, with a stammering, trembling tone, struggled to announce the result of the match. Wang Meng beast controlling, lost the ability to fight. This match Lin Ke wins. At the VIP seats. Crack. A crisp sound. The tall glass in Jean Lei's hand shattered on impact. The crimson wine, mixed with glass shards, slowly dripped through his fingers, but he was completely unaware. His body, as if petrified by a spell, suddenly stood up from that luxurious sofa. In his eyes, which always carried arrogance and disdain, there was now only endless shock. And a tiny, unnoticed by himself, fear. Roar woo. Beside him, the three-headed thunder prison dog, which had been lying on the ground pretending to sleep, suddenly stood up. Its 3 fierce heads all fixedly stared at the center of the arena, where the time-space dragon butterfly was slowly flying back to Lin Ke's shoulder. Its whole body of black flames and purple lightning became extremely unstable at this moment. It did not roar angrily, nor release violent fighting intent. Its 3 heads all slightly drooped. Its body trembled slightly. Its thick tail was tightly clamped between its legs. From deep in its throat came a few low growls of fear and pleading, like a small dog facing a tiger. It was a kind of absolute suppression from the depths of its bloodline, from the origin of life. Are you afraid? Jean Lei felt the unprecedented fear transmitted by his beast, his face instantly turned pale. His gaze fixed, on that seemingly harmless little butterfly. His mind replayed that strange scene crazily. Silent disappearance. Invisible attack. Cutting through defenses. Each keyword, like lightning, crazily linked and combined in his mind. Finally pointing to a soul-chilling, legendary noun. That is not F-level. Jean Lei's voice trembled slightly. Ignoring physical defense, ignoring energy barrier. That is. Space type. The moment the 3 words space type were painfully uttered from his pale lips, Jean Lei felt all the blood in his body freeze at that instant. Space type. Legendary beast controlling type, above all elements and physical types. A 0-point exam failing loser. He actually possessed a space-type divine beast? A bone-chilling cold surged instantly from his feet to his head. He remembered, 3 days ago, what he said to Lin Ke at the registration desk, full of humiliation and disdain. A person like you is not even worthy to be a snack for my IU. Trash, pray you do not meet me in the preliminaries. Each word was like a loud slap, hitting his own face hard. So, the real clown was not Lin Ke, but himself. At the same time, in the South Heaven Gate, highest command room, Academician Chen and Li Jun were leisurely watching the holographic live broadcast in front of them. Seeing the shocking scene of the diamond giant ape being split in 2, Li Jun instinctively let out an exclamation. Hiss, this strike is really godlike craftsmanship. He paused, a trace of worry appearing on his face. But old Chen, the ability of the pioneer, isn't it completely exposed now? This is the top secret of our Fushi plan. To just release it on national live broadcast, isn't it too risky? However, Academician Chen, after hearing his words, not only was there not a trace of worry, but instead, he stroked his beard, feeling proud, and broke into a laugh. That smile was like a old fox that had stolen a chicken. Exposed? Academician Chen lifted his teacup, gently sipped, and showed a calmness of someone planning everything. No, this isn't called exposure. He paused, and a flash of something called domineering passed through his eyes. This is called a parade. We want the whole world to see. We want those petty little things hiding in dark corners, staring at us with envy, to clearly see. The god that belongs to us, Huaxia, has been born. This is the effect I wanted. On the arena. Lin Ke slightly nodded at Wang Meng, who was already completely lost. Then, he slowly withdrew the time-space dragon butterfly from his shoulder. In the silent arena, under countless awe-filled, fearful, and fervent gazes, he turned, calmly, and walked off the arena. He did not look at the audience, nor at the judges. His steps were neither hurried nor slow. When he passed the VIP seats, he stopped. He slowly raised his head. His gaze calmly met that of Jean Lei, whose body was stiff, face pale, and eyes filled with endless fear and regret. Lin Ke's face showed neither the pride of a victor nor the joy of revenge. Only, a sense of calmness. He looked at Jean Lei as if he was watching a stranger unrelated to him. Then, he calmly said something that made Jean Lei's body tremble violently. Chapter 60, Your dog also has flaws. Lin Ke's footsteps stopped in front of the VIP seat. He raised his gaze calmly, looking precisely past layers of guardrails, locking eyes with Jean Lei, whose face was ashen and body stiff. Their eyes met. The air seemed to solidify at that moment. Jean Lei's heart suddenly shrank. From Lin Ke's calm, water-like eyes, he saw something that made his soul tremble. It was not mockery, not disdain, and certainly not the boastfulness of a victor. It was a pure, complete, godlike indifference. As if he, Jean Lei, along with his proud B-class three-headed thunder hellhound, were nothing more than an inconspicuous stone by the roadside in Lin Ke's eyes. This feeling was more painful than any humiliation. Just as Jean Lei was about to go mad from that gaze, Lin Ke finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but like an invisible, sharp-as scalpel, it accurately peeled away Jean Lei's rapt pride, piercing deep into his heart, the most hidden, most fearful secret. Your dog. Lin Ke's voice remained calm, but it clearly reached Jean Lei's ears. Also has flaws. Boom. Those two words were like two divine thunders from the heavens, slamming down hard on Jean Lei's head. His whole body shuddered violently. His pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks in an instant. What? What did he just say? My dog has flaws? How could he possibly know? At the G551 G node, Lin Ke ignored Jean Lei's suddenly panicked expression and continued speaking in a tone as if delivering an academic report. Because of incomplete bloodline fusion, its lightning and fire attributes have subtle conflicts. Normally, it cannot be seen, but if. Lin Ke's lips curled slightly, appearing to Jean Lei as a devilish curve. During the overload of lightning and fire energy, such as the thunderfire held move you just used, its heart will experience 0.5 seconds of nerve paralysis due to energy conflict. Although the time is short before a true strong opponent. Lin Ke paused, and a hint of amusement finally appeared in his eyes. It's enough to die 100 times. Buzz. Every word from Lin Ke, like an unfeeling heavy hammer, it fiercely struck the heart of Jean Lei. When the last word fell, in that instant, Jean Lei's face, whoosh, instantly lost all color. His brain went completely blank. His body, even more so, violently trembled like sifted chaff. How could he know? How could he possibly know? The defect in the G551 gene node. The heart paralysis during the double overload of thunderfire. This was something he, along with the gene family behind him, had spent countless resources on, hiring the top genetic experts in the country, conducting over 1,000 simulations, and finally arriving at the highest secret. This was the only, and most deadly, weakness of his three-headed thunderhound. This secret, besides him, his father, and the most core genetic expert of the gene family, absolutely no one else could know. But now, Lin Ke, this good-for-nothing who scored 0 in the college entrance exam, this well-connected person he had never taken seriously from beginning to end, actually, right in front of him, word for word, revealed this deepest hidden secret? Fear. An unprecedented, deep-to-the-bone fear instantly drowned Jean Lei. He looked at Lin Ke, his eyes like looking at a devil who knows everything. He felt like he was naked in front of this man, with no secrets left. You, who exactly, are you? Jean Lei's voice became hoarse and dry from extreme fear. However, Lin Ke did not answer him anymore. After throwing down that heavy bomb that could destroy all of Jean Lei's pride, he had already turned around. He didn't even bother to look at this first person of the imperial capital who had been completely crushed by him. He only left Jean Lei with a calm, indifferent, yet unattainable, back. Then, under the still silent, awed, and shocked gazes from everyone in the room, he slowly disappeared at the end of the contestant passage. In the South Gate base, in the temporary command room. As soon as Lin Ke entered, Academician Chen already greeted him with a big smile. Ha ha ha. Well done. You did great. Academician Chen patted Lin Ke's shoulder vigorously, his old face smiling so widely that his wrinkles almost formed a chrysanthemum. Kid, today's battle has shown the might of our South Gate. It's shown the momentum of our Fushi project. I just saw with my own eyes, in the live broadcast, that arrogant Jean family boy, his face turned green. Ha ha ha. So satisfying. Really satisfying. Lin Ke smiled and said, this is just the beginning. Exactly, just the beginning. Academician Chen's smile slowly faded, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and seriousness. He walked to the strategic map in the center of the command room and said with a serious expression. Pioneer's military parade was very successful. Now, the whole world knows, our China has the ability to create gods. This is both a deterrent and a challenge. He paused, turned around, and looked at Lin Ke with burning eyes. So now, it's time to start our second plan. Saying this, Academician Chen took out a thick file with the words SSS level top secret written on the cover from an encrypted safe, and handed it to Lin Ke. Lin Ke took the file, and saw that on the ancient leather paper cover, for huge characters full of boundless momentum and hope were written in flourishing calligraphy. Carp leaping over the dragon gate. Lin Ke's pupils slightly contracted. He slowly opened the file. Academician Chen, meanwhile, walked to his side, and his aged but strong voice slowly rang out in the command room, full of boundless ambition and desire. Lin Ke. The National College League no longer matters to you. That's just an appetizer for the kids to play with. He paused and pointed to the outside, to the magnificent base forged by steel and technology. Pointing to the distance, that vast and endless land of 9.6 million square kilometers belonging to China. His voice, at this moment, became extremely passionate, extremely heart-shaking. Our goal has never been to cultivate one or two, like Jean Lei, so-called prodigies. Our goal is to make all 400 million of our compatriots in China. The entire people. All like dragons. Chapter 61 Total Internet Crash. Who says this is F-level? Bird's Nest Stadium, Director's Control Room. The air was so quiet that it seemed even the flap of a mosquito's wings could be heard. Chief Director Zhang Wei still held the now empty thermos cup, his eyes bulging almost out of their sockets, staring fixedly at the monitor at the figure that had disappeared at the end of the corridor. Just 3 minutes ago, he was still thinking about how to make the scene Imperial City's #1 prodigy Jean Lei massacre's zero-score connection look more tragic to cheat some ratings. But now. DIR Director. The technical supervisor next to him swallowed hard, his voice trembling like he was just shocked. The ratings exploded. Nonsense. My eyes are not blind. Zhang Wei snapped back to reality, slamming the thermos on the table, his face red with excitement. Quick. Switch to the replay. Replay the moment the moth strikes. I want slow motion. Close up. Must see clearly how that Vidra giant ape was cut in half. No, Director. The technical supervisor pointed to the big screen with back-end data, his expression worse than crying. The server exploded. The number of people in the live room increased by 50 million in 1 second. All our backup lines burned out. The barrage was so many that it made the screen turn into mosaics. As if to confirm his words, in the next second, all the monitors in the control room flickered at the same time, then. ZZZSHHH. A snowstorm of pixels. Crashed. The live platform, carrying the enthusiasm of hundreds of millions of viewers nationwide, was completely overwhelmed by the massive flood of traffic caused by this short audition match lasting only a few seconds. In the real world, the internet, at this moment, felt like a 100-million-ton nuclear bomb had been dropped. Weibo, Douyin, Bilibili, all major beast-taming forums. All social platforms, within 10 minutes, were completely dominated by the same name, the same video. Hashtag Lin Ke F-level counterattack hashtag. Hashtag Spacetime Dragon Butterfly cuts B-level in half hashtag. Hashtag Is this the legendary zero score hashtag. Hashtag Imperial Capital University Comedy League hashtag. 8 out of the top 10 trending searches were related to Lin Ke. The remaining 2, one was Jean Lei kneeling, the other was Weibo server under emergency repair. On a famous beast taming forum, a post titled Rational Discussion, Can F-level beasts really break physical defense, got over 100,000 replies within 1 minute of posting. Thanks for the invitation, I'm on site, just changed my diaper. I can only say, that is not a beast, that is magic. That dam is definitely magic. Stop exaggerating upstairs, it must be special effects. We have to believe in science. An F-level green caterpillar evolves into a moth that can cut through a B-level Vajra giant ape's Vajra body? I will eat my keyboard. The one eating the keyboard don't go, I just took a screenshot. But to be fair, I also think it's absurd. Did that black moth move just now? I watched the replay 10 times, it seems it didn't touch the giant ape at all. Is there anyone professional? Come out and explain. My worldview is collapsing. The online public opinion, like boiling water, boiled wildly. Doubts, amazement, and insults mixed together. Amid this chaos, a hardcore science popularizer with tens of millions of followers, Beastmaster Encyclopedia, posted a 5-minute frame-by-frame analysis video. The video title was simple and brutal: Stop guessing. That is not physical attack, that is the realm of gods. As soon as the video was released, the views instantly exceeded 100 million. In the video, the usually sharp-tongued Beastmaster Encyclopedia, at this moment, wore a mask of pain. The voices were trembling. Everyone, I know you don't believe. I don't believe either. But I have just analyzed the footage of the match using supercomputing software, slow motion at 800 times, and analyzed the energy fluctuations frame by frame. The screen shifted, turning into black and white slow motion. On the screen, the black butterfly's wings merely twitched ever so slightly. At that very moment of twitching, Baixiaoxing drew a bright red circle on the screen. Look here. Pay attention here. The air, it twisted. This is not a wind blade, nor some energy wave. This is a visual distortion caused by spatial folding. In other words, at that moment, this creature, which you mocked as an F-grade light moth, directly severed the space in that area. The King Kong giant ape is indeed invulnerable to defense, but can it block physical attacks, magic attacks, and spatial rupture? The conclusion is clear. At the end of the video, 4 blood-red bold words appeared on the screen. Spatial system. Miracle. Boom. When this conclusion was revealed, the already explosive internet went completely crazy. What the hell? Spatial system? The legendary spatial attribute that only S+ level divine beasts are said to have? Kneeling down. Truly kneeling down. Lin Ke, please accept my knee. How can this be a 0-point useless waste? This is practically the ancestor of pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Is the admissions office of the Imperial Capital University blind? Forget it, I need to track down this Lin Ke. In 3 minutes, I want all his information. How can such a god exist in obscurity? Same request. Who has Lin Ke's contact information? I'll pay 100,000. I want to be his disciple. The fervor spread like an epidemic. Countless internet users turned into online detectives and began frantically searching for the name Lin Ke across the entire internet. They searched from where he went to elementary school, who his parents were, to even how old the mutt, big yellow, in front of his house was. They almost uncovered everything. Soon, a human flesh frenzy was about to get out of control, potentially exposing all of Lin Ke's secrets, and even endangering his family's safety. At the Nanjing Skygate base, the highest command room, Academician Shen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the huge holographic screen in front of him. On the screen, countless red data streams were wildly jumping. These represented the real-time monitoring of the internet's public opinion heat. Chen Lao, we can't control it anymore. A military officer in uniform, sweating profusely, reported, the heat is too terrifying. Our usual methods of controlling reviews aren't working. Even several foreign servers are trying to retrieve Lin Ke's data. It's suspected that the Eagle Federation's intelligence department is involved. Heh. Academician Chen looked at the wildly jumping data. Instead of being angry, he showed a meaningful smile. Young people, making some waves is a good thing. The bigger the fire, the better. He turned around, picked up the teacup on the table, gently blew the floating tea leaves, and spoke as calmly as if discussing what to have for dinner tonight. But, since the fire has started, our national team should also go down and add some firewood. Pass on my order. Academician Chan's eyes suddenly became sharp, and a commanding aura filled the room. Activate the Level 1 information severance mechanism. Block all discussions on Lin Ke, and the specific parameters about the spacetime dragon butterfly. All those messy videos, slow-motion analysis, human flesh searches, clean them all. The officer was stunned for a moment, then immediately stood at attention and saluted, a trace of fanaticism flashing in his eyes. Yes. But Chen Lao, what is the reason? We have to give the netizens an explanation, right? Academician smiled slightly, put down the teacup, and lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Explanation? I'll give them an explanation. In the online world, just as countless spectators were eagerly about to click on Beast Tamer Baixiaoxing's analysis video or were trying to look up Lin Ke's home address that was just discovered. Suddenly, snap! The screen went black. Then, immediately, no matter Weibo, Douyin, or all the major forums, all videos, screenshots, and technical analysis posts about Lin Ke's competition scenes vanished into thin air at the same second. In their place, the screen was full of glaring 404 not found. Even the trending term Lin Ke F-level counterattack that was just on the hot search list instantly turned to dust, as if it had never existed. Hundreds of millions of netizens across the internet were stunned in an instant. What the hell? Is my phone broken? Where's the video? The video I was just watching? Why was my post deleted? I didn't do anything wrong. It's exploded. Everything is gone. If you post Lin Ke, it gets blocked immediately. What is going on? A strange panic and awe began spreading across the internet. Although people liked to talk boldly online, everyone could see this was not a platform bug, this was. It was an irresistible, mysterious power from a higher dimension. Just when everyone was puzzled and guessing, a pop-up with no fancy decoration, just blue background and white text, forcibly pushed itself onto every connected phone and computer screen. No explanation. No apology. Only a simple, yet heavy as 1,000 pounds line of words, signed with a bright red national emblem representing the highest national authority. The competition data of National College Beast Taming League player Lin Ke involves top-level state secrets and will not be disclosed for the time being. We hope the broad netizens do not believe rumors, do not spread rumors. National Security Bureau of China. Dead silence. If the competition scene just now was deathly silent, now the internet was tomb-like silent. Everyone sitting in front of the screen was dumbfounded. Their hands holding the phones trembled slightly. Top-level secrets? A university student participating in a competition? A so-called F-level beast tamer? Could it involve top-level state secrets? That zero-point loser Lin Ke. Who exactly is he? At this moment, the bystanders who originally just wanted to watch the fun felt a current shoot from their feet to the top of their heads. This is not just watching the fun. This is witnessing the country's top treasure. Lin Ke's image changed completely in an instant. No longer was he the lucky counterattack boy, but a mysterious big shot, shrouded in layers of fog, backed by the state machine, with an all-powerful background. In front of the computer, the netizen who just swore to eat the keyboard silently deleted his line of "I refuse." He swallowed and shakily typed a new line of words. Well, I think Lin the big shot must have a deep reason for doing this. I won't eat the keyboard, I'll go study the criminal law and try to be a tight-lipped good citizen. Chapter 62 Top-Level Secret. The nation backs you. Backstage of Bird's Nest, player resting area. This place is usually the holy land where countless media journalists lurk to capture players' private moments, but today, the atmosphere was as grim as a frontline trench. Move. Everyone move. This area is taken over. A group of soldiers, armed and dressed in dark green combat uniforms, surged into the corridor like a steel river. Their movements were precise, ice cold as knives, and the black guns in their hands emitted a chilling gleam. The reporters, who had been like sharks smelling blood, carrying long guns and cameras wanting to rush in to interview Lin Ke, were scared backward by the sight. Even the usually arrogant gossip magazine reporters were now obedient like quails, not daring to make a sound. No way. Who are these people? Look at the armband. That is the mark of the Dragon Fang Special Forces. The top unit responsible for handling national S-level abnormal events. Usually only heard of in legends, and today they came to guard a university student? Lin Ke, surrounded in the center, calmly straightened the slightly wrinkled collar of his school uniform. The academician Chen beside him was smiling at him, as if he were looking at a rare treasure just unearthed. Old Chen, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Lin Ke helplessly pointed to the human wall outside that kept flies at least 10 meters away. I'm just here for a competition. If someone didn't know better, they'd think I blew up the bird's nest. Exaggerated? Not at all. Academician Chen waved his hand, his old face filled with kindness and pride. Lin Ke, you are now our country's giant panda. If you lose even a hair under my watch, you won't even need the upper-ups to blame you. That Dr. Li kid will cry and hang himself at the lab door. Lin Ke's mouth twitched, and Dr. Li's tearful face appeared in his mind. The image was too beautiful to look at. Alright, forget about those flies outside. Academician Chen patted Lin Ke's shoulder, his tone becoming serious. The official announcement just now was just the first step. Next, the country is going to give you a real coming-of-age gift. Lin Ke raised an eyebrow. Coming-of-age gift? Academicians smiled mysteriously and pointed to the large screen TV on the wall of the lounge, which was playing an advertisement. Look at the time, it's about to begin. The clock on the wall slowly ticked, pointing to the most familiar time for all of China, 1900 hours sharp. Good evening, everyone. Today is... Accompanied by the passionate opening theme song engraved in every Chinese person's DNA, the evening news began right on time. As Academician Shen had expected, tonight's news was destined to go down in history. Instead of reporting on the leader's schedule as usual, the screen shifted directly to a solemn and dignified press conference. The backdrop was a bright national flag and military flag, and standing at the podium was a military spokesperson with a determined face, bearing a military star on his shoulder. His gaze was sharp, staring directly at the camera as if he could see through the screen, looking at each viewer sitting in front of their TVs. This is a temporary press conference from the Ministry of Defense. The spokesperson's voice was calm and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. In response to the recent online discussions regarding National University Beast Taming League contestant Lin Ke, the Ministry of Defense hereby makes the following statement. At this moment, millions of families across the country, whether they were eating dinner or playing on their phones, all stopped their actions and stared at the TV screen. Even those keyboard warriors still swearing and complaining about account bans online all shut their mouths. The official had stepped in. First, the spokesperson raised one finger, his voice firm and clear. The Beast Pioneer, formerly known as the Time-Space Dragon Butterfly, contracted by Lin Ke, is not a so-called cheating product, nor is it some demonic art. It is the latest research result of the country's highest academy's Divine Beast Recreation Program. It is a major breakthrough in China's biological gene field. It is a strategically significant technology with complete intellectual property rights. Boom. What? Before everyone could fully digest this shocking news, the spokesperson's next words exploded everyone further. Second. The spokesperson's tone now carried an unmistakable sense of respect. The original theoretical founder of this technology is none other than the 18-year-old Lin Ke himself. Considering the significant importance of this technology to national security, Lin Ke immediately and selflessly handed over all core data and gene maps to the country. This selfless patriotism and deep sense of duty. Indeed, he is our model, an example for all the youth in the country to learn from. The 4 words voluntary submission were pronounced with great emphasis by the speaker. In front of the television, countless people who just mocked Lin Ke online for winning at any cost and definitely using banned substances now felt a burning shame on their faces. It was akin to being slapped hard across the face. It turns out, the fool is actually myself? They weren't cheating. They were taking the country's secret weapon for a walk. What's more, it was invented by them. And they donated it to the country for free. This awareness. This realm. Now, looking at myself, I'm spewing venom online for a few bucks in traffic. I really want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. However, the real blow was yet to come. The speaker cleared his throat, took out a document stamped with a bright red seal, and loudly read. In light of Lin Ke's special contributions, with the approval of the highest level, it has been decided. 1. To make an exception and invite Lin Ke to join the Institute of Biological Evolution, Chinese Academy of Sciences, as a top researcher. 2. To confer upon Lin Ke the title of National Special Allowance Expert, enjoying deputy ministerial level medical and security benefits. 3. All of his performances in this competition are deemed legal and compliant practical tests, and any defamation or attacks against him will be pursued by the state according to law. Thank you all. The speaker saluted with a standard military gesture, and the screen cut back to the studio. But the brains of the viewers across the nation had completely crashed at this moment. Top researcher? Deputy ministerial level benefits? Is this something an 18-year-old high school graduate can enjoy? To be clear, even those old professors with gray hair might not be able to earn a top title in a lifetime. This isn't just one step to the sky, it's like shooting off in a rocket straight out of the atmosphere. Jiang City. In the luxurious mansion at the city's center, the atmosphere was suffocating. Father Gao was sitting at the priceless golden Nanmu tea table, holding a cup of freshly brewed top-quality De Hong Pao. As a business giant in Jiang City, the Gao family had immense power locally. Ever since his son, Gao Tianhao, was hospitalized with a broken leg after provoking Lin Ke, Father Gao had been seething with rage, plotting how to use his connections to get that ignorant kid killed. Today, seeing Lin Ke stealing the spotlight at the bird's nest, he was even angrier, having just threatened several friends in the underworld over the phone, saying that as soon as Lin Ke returned to Jiang City, he would make sure his whole family disappeared. Humph, a country bumpkin, relying on sheer luck to get a mutated bug, dares to fight against my Gao family? Father Gao sneered, raising his teacup, ready to drink. On the television, that authoritative voice was just coming through. To confer upon Lin Ke the title of National Special Allowance Expert, enjoying deputy ministerial level medical and security benefits. Crack. A crisp breaking sound was especially jarring in the dead silence of the living room. Father Gao's hand trembled, and the Yixing teacup, said to be worth over 100,000, fell to the floor and shattered into pieces. Scalding tea splashed everywhere, even hitting his expensive custom trousers, but he seemed utterly oblivious. He sat there rigid, as if struck by lightning, his eyes fixed on the screen, on that young, excessively bright picture of Lin Ke. That Lin Ke, whom he regarded as an ant, and whom he had prepared to crush at any moment. Deputy ministerial level benefits? The state pursuing matters to the end? These words hit Father Gao's heart like heavy hammers. Although he was a businessman, he understood all too well what these words meant. That meant reaching the heavens. Never mind that his Gao family had some influence in Jiang City, even if the entire clan of wealthy families in Jiang City were bound together, they would simply be dust in front of such a level of national machinery. As long as Lin Ke says a single sentence, even just shows a little bit of unhappiness, those big shots who want to suck up to him will pounce like mad dogs and tear the Gao family apart without leaving a shred. It's over. Father Gao's lips trembled, his face instantly turning as pale as paper, cold sweat soaking his back. He remembered how his son Gao Tianhao had humiliated Lin Ke at school, remembered the phone call he just made trying to hire someone to commit murder. A bone-deep chill made his whole body tremble uncontrollably. This is not just offending a student. Father Gao slumped on the sofa, his eyes desperate and hollow, muttering to himself. This, damn it, is like offending an ancestor. Chapter 63 The End of the Gao Family. Is this who you can't offend? Jiangcheng, Gao Family Mansion. Quick! Prepare the car. Go to the airport. Father Gao jumped up from the sofa as if his butt was on fire, ignoring the shards of broken teacups piercing his feet, yelling hysterically at the bodyguards outside the door, immediately. Right now. By the earliest flight. Anywhere. Just leave the country. Even Africa. He was really panicking. If seeing the news just now made him afraid, now, realizing the truth, he felt pure despair. Who is Lin Ke now? National top-level researcher. Deputy Minister treatment. People of this level are like national treasures, heavily protected pandas. And what did his son Gao Tianhao do? Bully people at school, threaten their parents, even yesterday, sent people to Lin Ke's hometown to throw red paint. This is no longer simple grudge, in the eyes of the country, this is solidly a reactionary force. Dad, what's wrong? The elevator door on the second floor opened, and Gao Tianhao, who had a broken leg and was sitting in a wheelchair, was pushed out by the nanny. He held a phone, the screen playing clips of Lin Ke being scolded by thousands at the bird's nest. This was old news from a few hours ago, with a hint of gloating smile on his face. Dad, I think that kid is dead this time. The whole internet is calling him a cheater. We don't even need to do anything, the words alone can drown him. Hey! Dad, why are you packing? Are we going on a trip? Trip my ass. Father Gao saw this rotten brat, furious, rushed over and slapped him hard, the crisp sound making Gao Tianhao fall from the wheelchair to the ground. Dad! Are you crazy? Gao Tianhao held his swelling face, completely shocked. I am crazy. I'm crazy because of you. Father Gao's eyes were blood red, pointing at the news screen still on TV, roaring, look at this. Your useless classmate now is what kind of person? National top expert. Is that someone you can offend? The empire I built with half a lifetime of hard work, all about to be destroyed by you, a wastrel. Gao Tianhao struggled to lift his head, looking at the TV. Seeing the familiar figure he had mocked for 3 years, now standing beside the bright national flag, receiving nationwide praise, he was dumbfounded. Top-level, expert? That poor kid who couldn't even raise an F-level green caterpillar? Impossible. This must be fake. Special effects. It's... Gao Tianhao stammered, trying to argue, but his trembling voice betrayed his extreme fear. At this moment. Boom! A huge sound, like thunder from clear sky, instantly shattering all the floor-to-ceiling glass in the villa. The supposedly bulletproof, explosion-proof, million-dollar pure copper door was now like thin paper, violently broken from outside. The whole door slammed into the center of the living room with whistling wind. In the dust, a team of fully armed men in black stormed in like ghosts. They moved fast, without making unnecessary footsteps. In just a few seconds, all the entrances and high points of the villa were under control. The dark gun barrels coldly pointed at everyone in the living room. At the front of the line, a lieutenant colonel with 2 stripes and 2 stars on his shoulder stepped boldly over the shattered glass scattered on the floor. His face was stern, and his eyes held no trace of human emotion, like he was looking at a few corpses. Who is Gao Jiangwo? The officer's voice was as cold as ice. Gao's legs went weak, and he dropped to his knees with a thud, trembling all over. I am. Sir, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? The officer let out a cold laugh and pulled out a thick stack of documents from his pocket, throwing it at Gao's face like garbage. Tax evasion of 1.5 billion, illegal monopoly in the Jiang City beast feed market, illegal fundraising, involvement in gangs, involvement with firearms. And this one. The officer pointed to a line of red text at the top of the document, his eyes suddenly filled with killing intent. Suspected of repeatedly threatening, intimidating national top talents and their families, intending to harm important national researchers. Director Gao, the other charges are enough for you to sit in prison for the rest of your life, but this last one. The officer leaned down, his cold face nearly touching Gao's nose, his voice low like a devil's whisper. It's enough to make you be executed on the spot. Ah! Gao let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, instantly collapsing. He desperately knocked his head against the marble floor, blood pouring out. Sir, spare my life. Spare my life. Those those were all that ungrateful son's doing. It has nothing to do with me. I will stand up for justice and sever ties with my son. To save his life, this once dominant business tycoon displayed an extreme desire to survive. He suddenly got up, grabbed a solid ornamental golf club nearby, and rushed towards his son, Gao Tianhao, who was still on the ground. Dad! What are you doing? I'm your son. Gao Tianhao screamed in terror, desperately shrinking back. I don't have a son who brings shame to the family like you. If you want to die, don't drag the whole family down with you. At this moment, Gao was completely enraged, raising the club high with all his strength, and brutally smashed it down on Gao Tianhao's intact left leg. Crack! The sickening sound of breaking bone echoed clearly in the living room. Ah! Gao Tianhao let out an excruciatingly painful scream, his eyes almost bulging out, his body curled up like a shrimp, and then, he fainted. Watching this scene of paternal affection, the dragon tooth officer didn't even raise an eyelid, his face still cold and indifferent. All right, stop the act. The officer waved his hand, and two soldiers immediately stepped forward, dragging the fainted Gao Tianhao out like a dead dog. Major General Lin has instructed that he is a researcher and doesn't like to see blood. The officer looked down at Gao, whose face was covered in blood and gasping for breath, and said indifferently. Sign this asset transfer agreement. Transfer all your companies, properties, and savings under your name to the National Support Fund for Poor Beast Masters. If you sign, you can spend the rest of your life in jail. If you don't sign. The officer touched the gun on his waist, smiling meaningfully. Gao dared not hesitate anymore. He trembled and picked up the pen, signing his name on the document that could ruin him completely. With each stroke, his heart bled. That was the fruit of half his life. That was his capital that commanded storms in Jiang City. Just like that, it was all gone. All because of that waste Lin Ke, whom his son had once trampled on. Even he never showed up, only moved his lips, or the higher-ups acted to please him. This local emperor of Jiang City instantly turned to ashes. Is this a dimensionality reduction strike? Is this absolute power? After signing the last word, Father Gao seemed to have had all his bones pulled out, collapsing like a pile of mud on the ground. He raised his head and saw, right on the TV screen, the news conference had ended, the image frozen on Lin Ke's young, confident face, yet with a hint of indifference. In that moment, Father Gao seemed to see a god. A god he would never dare provoke, one who he was not even worthy of gazing at. Take him away. The officer put away the documents, waved his hand, and several soldiers moved forward to lift Father Gao up. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the South Skygate base, Lin Ke was sitting in a quiet lounge, holding a steaming cup of goji berry tea, which Academician Chen had insisted he drink. The red classified phone on the table rang. Hello? Lin Ke answered the phone, his tone calm. Chief Lin, this is Captain Zhao Gang from the Longjiang Jiangqing team. On the other end, the cold, ruthless officer now spoke with a tone as respectful as a schoolchild reporting to a teacher. The matter you instructed has been handled. All of the Gao family's assets have been nationalized, and both the father and son are under criminal detention, awaiting the severe punishment of the law. Good job, Lin Ke responded faintly, as if simply asking someone to take out the trash. Gao Tianhao broke both his legs, and he will probably be in a wheelchair from now on. What do you think? That's his business. Lin Ke interrupted, his gaze drifting through the window, staring at the vast starry sky, as long as he never appears in front of me again. Yes. Understood. After hanging up, Lin Ke placed the teacup down, his expression showing no real change. Revenge? Maybe. But to him now, the Gao family was simply too small. So small that, they didn't even deserve a second of his thought. At that moment, the door to the lounge was pushed open. Academician Chen walked in, holding a new document with a mysterious smile on his old face. Did you kill the flies at home? Academician Chen asked knowingly. Lin Ke nodded. Good. Academician Chen slapped the document onto the table. Now that personal matters are settled, it's time to get to work. Lin Ke, pack up and get ready to head back to the P5 laboratory. Academician Chen pointed to a slightly blurry but unsettlingly eerie picture on the document, his gaze growing intense. The new toy has arrived. Jiangcheng, the old district. In the Lin family's small, 50-square-meter-old house, with peeling walls, an emergency evacuation was unfolding. Old man. Hurry up. The leaders over there are still waiting. Lin's mother frantically stuffed pickled vegetables and old clothes into a woven bag, shouting at Lin's father, who was still rummaging through the bedroom. Stop rushing me. I'm looking for our bank book. And the photos of Xiaoko wearing his open-crotch pants when he was little. I can't lose those. Lin's father emerged, drenched in sweat, tightly clutching a metal biscuit tin, as if it were a royal seal. Just 10 minutes ago, a camouflage-painted military helicopter unexpectedly hovered above their dilapidated apartment building. Then, several fully armed soldiers descended from the sky, knocked on their door, saluted, and simply said, "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, we have been ordered to take you to a safe place for recuperation." The elderly couple was stunned. Recuperation? That word sounded so fancy. They had never even been to a top-tier hospital in the city in their lives, and the greatest recuperation they'd ever had was a walk in the nearby park. Comrades, Lin's father cautiously asked, looking at the soldiers standing like statues at the door, is it that our Xiaoko has gotten into trouble? It was no wonder he thought so, this display was terrifying. Helicopters, soldiers, if this were a TV drama, it would be the treatment for capturing an international drug lord. Report. The soldier snapped a salute, his voice so loud it made Father Lin shiver. Chief Lin is carrying out a national-level mission. You two are family of national meritorious figures. This is the highest level of protection. Please rest assured. Chief? Meritorious family? The old couple looked at each other, seeing deep confusion and a trace of unbelieving joy in each other's eyes. This child has succeeded? Half an hour later. Vroom vroom vroom. As the helicopter blades gradually calmed, the cabin door opened. Father Lin and Mother Lin helped each other out of the cabin, and the scene before them instantly made them doubt if they had crossed into a fairyland. What kind of sanatorium is this? This is clearly a palace for an emperor. In the distance were rolling green mountains, nearby rippling lakes, and the air so fresh that a single breath felt sweet in the lungs. The detached villas hidden among green trees and red flowers were delicate as if cut from a magazine. Even more unbelievable, next to the helipad stood a row of doctors and nurses in white coats, led by an elderly man with gray hair and gold-rimmed glasses, looking extraordinary. Seeing the old couple come down, the elder quickly stepped forward, his face full of sincere and even slightly respectful smiles, gripping Father Lin's rough hands tightly with both hands. Welcome. Brother Lin, sister-in-law. I am the director here, call me Xiao Wang. Father Lin almost had a heart attack at the word Xiao Wang. This old man looked a few years older than himself, and judging by his presence, he must be a high official, right? Calling himself brother? Director Wang, Father Lin stammered, this place is too high-end. We can't afford it. Our family passbook only has 30,000 yuan left, it is money saved for Xiaoko to get married. Can't afford? Director Wang seemed to hear the biggest joke, waving his hands repeatedly, Brother Lin, you are slapping my face with those words. This is a national special-level sanatorium, normally only chiefs above major general or national-level scientists can stay here. You two coming here adds glory to our hospital. As for money, Director Wang pointed to the guards patrolling around, then to the medical team behind him holding various precise instruments, every blade of grass and tree here, including a 24-hour exclusive medical team, top nutritionist, life steward for you two all free. This is standard for the family of Chief Lin. Oh no, Chief Lin himself. Free? Mother Lin's eyes widened, almost dropping the jar of pickles in her hand. Not only free, there is also a special monthly allowance. Director Wang added with a smile, the country said your health must be adjusted to the best state, absolutely no worries for Chief Lin on the front line. The old couple was completely stunned. They had lived their whole lives frugally, bargaining with vendors for a few cents difference, never enjoying such treatment. This child, Mother Lin's eyes turned red as she wiped her tears. What kind of atomic bomb did this child make for the country to treat us so well? At this moment, a steward holding an encrypted satellite phone quickly approached. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, a call from Chief Lin. Hearing their son's name, the old couple seemed electrified, quickly grabbing the phone. Xiao Ku. Is that you? Mother Lin's voice choked with tears. Mom, it's me. On the other side, Xiaoku's voice was calm and warm. Have you arrived? Are you used to the environment? Yes. This place is so good that Mom didn't dare step down. Mother Lin chattered, the director is so polite to us, saying it's because of your face, son. Tell Mom the truth, what exactly did you do? You didn't do anything illegal, right? Mom, what are you thinking? Lin Ke smiled, I just used all the lessons you and Dad taught me before. I am now helping the country do research, very important research. The country treats me well, treats you well, because I am worthy. Good. Worthy is enough. Lin's father snatched the phone, shouting loudly, "Son, don't worry about home. Your mom and I are in good health. Here there is food, drink, and people to serve. It is simply a God's life. You work hard for the country. Don't bring shame to our Lin family. If you dare be lazy, I will break your legs." "Got it, Dad." He hung up the phone. Nanshanman base, in the lounge. Lin Ke looked at the vast starry sky outside the window, the warmth in his eyes for his parents slowly faded, replaced by an unprecedented sharpness and determination. That look was like a just sharpened, peerless sword, ready to draw and drink blood. With his parents settled, the heaviest stone on his heart finally fell to the ground. The threat from the Gao family was resolved, the life difficulties were solved. Now, he could finally, with no distractions, complete that crazy and great plan. Old Chen. Lin Ke turned around to look at Academician Chen, who had been standing behind him, a chilling curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. All worries behind are gone. He walked to the table, fingers lightly tapping the document with the 4 big words, "Carp leaps over Dragon Gate," his voice calm, but seemed to contain a storm. Next. It is time to change this world. Chapter 65 Returning with Honor. Data beyond A level. Nanshanman Base, P5 Laboratory. This is the most mysterious and core research holy land in all of Huaxia. Normally, it is always full of serious academic discussions, the ticking of precise instruments, and researchers' cold faces saying, "Strangers keep away." But today, the atmosphere changed. "Here he comes. Chief Lin is back." Someone shouted, and the originally quiet lab instantly exploded with excitement. Dozens of top experts, who normally act too proud to even look at a major general, suddenly surged to the door like fans waiting for an idol. The automatic door slowly slid open. As soon as Lin Ke appeared, the thunderous applause burst like a tsunami, almost lifting the lab's dome. "Chief Lin. Awesome. God Lin. That space-cutting move was so cool. Can you teach me the principle? I can wash beakers for you for a month." "Chief. Look here. Sign for me. Sign on my A-level psychic detector. This is my wife, signing it will make her appreciate and value." At the front was Dr. Li, usually the most proud and strictly scientific. Now, this genius called the supercomputer magician, with big dark circles under his eyes, obviously from staying up all night analyzing data in excitement, waved a marker, eyes crazed like a husky seeing a meat bone. "Dr. Li, calm down." Lin Ke laughed and pushed away the marker near his face. "With your stubble face, someone would think you are a refugee escaped from somewhere." "Refugee? No. I am a pilgrim." Dr. Li seriously corrected, "Chief Lin, do you know what your battle at the bird's nest meant? That was not just slapping faces, it was redefining textbooks for physics and biology." While speaking, he, like offering a treasure, pulled Lin Ke to the huge holographic platform in the lab center. Come. Chief Lin, look. This is the real-time combat data of Spacetime Dragon Butterfly we captured backstage. As Dr. Li's fingers quickly typed on the virtual keyboard, a holographic screen instantly lit up. On the screen was the exact moment Lin Ke commanded the Pioneer to use space cutting. Unlike the images broadcasted on television, the visuals here are broken down into countless complex energy curves and spatial models. Look at this peak. Dr. Li pointed to a red line that instantly broke through the top of the coordinate axis, excitedly spitting everywhere. In that 0.01 seconds, the spatial curvature at the edge of the Pioneer wings reached an astonishing value. This directly led to the permanent collapse of the spatial structure in that small area. Permanent? Academician Chen came over, unable to hide his shock. "Are you saying that the cut cannot heal?" "Exactly. It cannot heal." Dr. Li nodded vigorously. "The reason that B-class diamond giant ape was cut apart like tofu was not that its defense was insufficient, but because the space it occupied was erased. Don't say it's a diamond body, even if you put a piece of aircraft carrier armor there, it would meet the same fate. And..." Dr. Li pulled up another comparison chart. "According to our calculations, the energy level of this attack, although it appears to be S-class initial, in the attribute of breaking defense, it even surpasses some SS-class skills known for their destructive power. This is truly ignoring defense. Real damage." In the laboratory, there was a chorus of gasps. Ignoring defense. Real damage. Everyone present knew what these 8 words meant in Beastmaster battles. It meant that even a pioneer with an F-class body could retaliate and even kill a god if given a chance. It's so perfect. Academician Chen gazed at the elegant black butterfly model on the screen, his eyes full of obsession. "Is this the masterpiece of the Divine Beast Reproduction Project? Chief Lin, you have created a miracle. As long as we can promote this technology." At this point, Academician Chen's voice suddenly stopped. The fervor in his eyes gradually cooled, replaced by a deep sense of regret. What a pity. The old Academician sighed deeply. This technology is too difficult to replicate. Yes. Dr. Lee also drooped his head like a deflated balloon. We just reviewed it. The birth of the pioneer requires the incomplete genes of the time-space dragon, A-class, or higher spatial materials, the perverse gene-editing environment of the P5 laboratory, and even more, your hands, Chief Lin, that seem to be kissed by God. This kind of cost, this kind of success rate, is simply impossible for mass production. Dr. Lee spread his hands helplessly. Even if we empty the national treasury, we can't produce a second time-space dragon butterfly special force. The atmosphere in the laboratory suddenly became a bit gloomy. Everyone understood that a miracle that couldn't be mass-produced, while it could serve as a strategic deterrent, was just a drop in the bucket for enhancing the Beastmaster's strength of the entire country. At this moment, who said we need to mass-produce the time-space dragon butterfly? Lin Ke's voice sounded calm yet abrupt in the quiet laboratory. Everyone paused, turning to look at him in unison. No, not mass-produced? Academician Chen frowned. Then what is our next direction? Continue developing stronger individual divine beasts? Like SS class? No. Lin Ke shook his head, walking to the control console, resting his hands on the table, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the top experts present. Old Chen, Dr. Lee, and everyone. Have you ever thought about why our Beastmasters are always at a disadvantage against those foreign strongmen who have A-class and S-class beasts? Is it because our top combat power is not strong enough? No, we have Dragon's Tooth, we have the White Tiger War God. The real reason is... Lin Ke's voice became heavy. Our base number is too weak. Base number? Dr. Lee pushed up his glasses, a bit confused. That's right. Lin Ke continued, China has a population of 1.4 billion, with over 300 million registered Beastmasters. But among these 300 million people, 80% of them. The initial beasts of the contract are all F-level. Green caterpillars, sparrows, earth dogs, koi fish. These so-called trash beasts form the base of our country's beast power pyramid. And this base is too fragile. As long as the base is unstable, no matter how high the peak is stacked, it is just a castle in the air. Academician Chen nodded thoughtfully, you're right. But there's nothing we can do. The genetic locks of F-level beasts are too rigid, their potential too low. This is a biological fact. Trying to improve them is harder than climbing to the sky. Climbing to the sky is hard? Lin Ke's lips curved slightly, revealing a smile full of confidence, even a touch of madness. That's because you didn't have a ladder to climb to the sky before. But now, I have one. As his voice fell, Lin Ke stretched out his hand and gently tapped on the virtual interface of the gene cube. Buzz. The image on the holographic screen changed instantly. The time-space dragon butterfly, representing cutting-edge technology and mythical power, vanished. In its place was a picture. A picture so ordinary, so plain, even a fish stall at any local market could have it. It was a red koi fish. It was bubbling in the murky water, its eyes vacant, its scales dull. Apart from being braised or used as an ornamental fish, it seemed to have no value. The laboratory was dead silent. Everyone stared at the fish, their minds filled with question marks. Lin. Chief Lin? Dr. Lee stuttered, are you inviting us for dinner? Braised koi fish? No. Lin Ke raised a finger and gently tapped on the forehead of the koi fish on the screen. There, as if an invisible shackle was trembling under his fingertip. I want to show you. Lin Ke's voice, in this room representing the highest wisdom of humanity, exploded like thunder. A real dragon transformation. Chapter 66, The Koi Leaps Over the Dragon Gate. The locked 60%. At the South Sky Gate base, the highest strategic meeting room. The atmosphere here was 100 times heavier than in the previous P5 laboratory. Around the long conference table, not only were there academic giants like Academician Chen, but also military bigwigs with a stern and imposing presence, carrying the stars of generals. Everyone's gaze was focused on the young boy at the end of the table, a boy so young it almost seemed unreal. Lin Ke stood before the enormous holographic projection, his expression calm. At this point, he had already taken off his slightly childish school uniform and replaced it with a crisp white research coat, with a shining special researcher badge pinned to his chest. Ladies and gentlemen, seniors. Lin Ke's finger gently traced through the air, and the red koi fish on the screen instantly split into thousands of tiny red dots, covering the entire waters of the China map. According to the latest data from the National Beast Registration Bureau, 60% of the F-level beasts registered in our country are koi and its variants. That means, in China, out of every 10 low-level beast masters, 6 of them have this fish as their initial beast, a fish that's useless except for bubbling and being braised. Hearing this, a hot-tempered army major couldn't help but knock on the table. Chief Lin, we already know this data. Ornamental trash, right? Besides fooling children in parks, it's useless on the battlefield. Are you calling us here to discuss how to raise fish? A low laugh spread across the conference room. Indeed, in the eyes of these bigwigs who had seen A-level and even S-level divine beasts, an F-level koi fish was practically a synonym for the bottom of the food chain. Lin Ke didn't get angry. Instead, he gave a faint smile. The general is right. Right now, they are indeed trash. But Lin Ke's tone shifted, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. What if I tell you that these so-called trash have the bloodline of a dragon flowing through them? What? The air in the conference room instantly froze. The major stared wide-eyed. Dragon? Chief Lin, are you joking? Koi and dragons? Apart from having scales, what connection is there even worth a dime? There is. Lin Ke answered firmly. He waved his hands, and the holographic screen suddenly magnified, displaying the gene chain map of koi fish after deep analysis by the gene cube. Deep within that seemingly chaotic, even somewhat incomplete gene chain, there was a segment wrapped in layers of black chains, glowing faintly with golden light. This is the common gene segment I extracted from thousands of koi samples. I named it Ancient Dragon Gate Sequence. Lin Ke's voice echoed in the quiet conference room, carrying a convincing magic. In ancient mythology, koi leap over the dragon gate and can transform into dragons. This is not just a legend, it is an evolutionary instinct engraved deep within their genes. However, due to the decline of spiritual energy in the world, this gene has fallen into deep sleep, locked away by nature with a gene lock. That's why they have degenerated into ordinary fish now. Academician Chen adjusted his glasses, leaning forward, breathing a bit faster. Lin Ke, are you saying you have a way to unlock this lock? Of course. Lin Ke snapped his fingers. On the screen, the golden gene wrapped in chains suddenly erupted with dazzling light. Traditional beast evolution relies on heavenly materials and earthly treasures and opportunity. To make a koi evolve might need rare S-class treasures like dragon's saliva grass or deep-sea dragon pearls. This is simply impossible for an ordinary beast master. But my method is different. Lin Ke called up a complex chemical molecular formula diagram. I don't need any heavenly materials. I only need chemistry. This is the gene catalyst formula I derived in reverse from the ancient dragon gate sequence characteristics. Its main ingredients are deep-sea blue algae extract, highly concentrated spiritual energy liquid, and extremely cheap industrial-grade calcium powder. Cost? Lin Ke raised a finger, $500 per ton. As long as this catalyst is mixed into the feed, even a common pond koi, after eating for a month, its dragon gate sequence will be forcibly activated. And then Lin Ke opened his hands wide, making an explosive gesture. Boom! It will undergo a qualitative change, evolving into D-class, iron-armored dragon koi. D-class? The army major frowned, clearly somewhat disappointed. After all this effort, just for a D-class? Chief Lin, D-class on the battlefield is just high-level cannon fodder. General, it's not calculated that way. Lin Ke looked at the major, his eyes flickering with madness. A D-class dragon koi is indeed not strong. Its combat power might be equivalent to a small underwater torpedo. But what if it's 10,000? 100,000? 100 million? Lin Ke's finger dragged fiercely across the long coastline on the map. This catalyst can be industrially mass-produced. We have endless reserves of these koi. We can, at an extremely low cost, in a short time, raise an army of over 100 million, with steel scales and initial dragon-might a dragon horde. Imagine, when the enemy's A-class battleship enters our waters, facing not just a few S-class divine beasts, but billions of dragon koi, sweeping like a tsunami, fearless and ready to charge at a single command. Lin Ke's voice lowered, yet made everyone there feel their scalps tingle. At that time, what battleship, what aircraft carrier, will be chewed into scrap metal? Silence. A deathly quiet. Everyone was stunned into silence by the picture Lin Ke painted. The vivid imagery was so strong it made people shudder. This is not the individual heroism of being invincible, this is extremely cold, extremely violent, filled with industrial beauty of sea tactics. Or fish sea tactics. Bang! A loud sound broke the silence. The frowning army major general suddenly slammed the table and stood up, his weather-beaten face turning bright red, eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement. Good. What a living torpedo! What a billion dragon fish! The Major General's voice was as loud as thunder. If this is truly achievable, our military's coastal defense power will increase tenfold. No, 100-fold. This is not fish farming, this is clearly planting bombs in the sea. And these biological bombs can find their own targets, cooperate, and reproduce infinitely. Another Navy Lieutenant General could no longer sit still, his eyes shining brightly. Chief Lin, this formula really only costs 500 per ton? Fair to all. Lin Ke smiled. If mass-produced, the cost can drop even further. Approved. It must be approved. The Navy Lieutenant General looked at Academician Chen eagerly, saying, "Old Chen, if this project can be piloted in our East Sea Fleet, I would donate my private savings." Academician Chen was also filled with excitement at this moment. As a strategic scientist, he could see farther than these generals. Lin Ke's plan was not just about enhancing combat strength. Its more important significance was that it broke the class barrier of blood supremacy, giving even the most useless beast tamers at the bottom a chance to become the foundation of the nation. This had immeasurable value for the stability and cohesion of the entire beast taming society. Huff. Academician Chen took a deep breath, trying hard to calm his trembling fingers as he picked up the signing pen from the table. He solemnly signed his name on the document marked, "Carp leaping over the Dragon's Gate." The pen tip glided across the paper, making a scratching sound, as if the wheels of history were slowly turning. Approved. Academician Chen raised his head, looking firmly at Lin Ke, his voice steady and powerful. From now on, start the Carp leaping over the Dragon's Gate plan. Categorized as SSS-level National Strategic Project. Use all resources, spare no effort, and ensure that as soon as possible. Let the fish in the sea turn the world upside down. Chapter 67, Highest Order. Take over National Fish Farms. 3 a.m. At this time, when most people were fast asleep, the highest administrative center located on the central axis of the capital was still brightly lit. A fleet of Hongqi cars with special licenses, like ghosts in the night, silently drove into that mysterious courtyard. Half an hour later, a document marked with a bright red national emblem, classified as top secret, was transmitted at light speed via a secure line to the desks of the top leaders across provinces, cities, and autonomous regions nationwide. The document title contained only a brief line. Emergency notice on immediately requisitioning national freshwater aquaculture resources and related industrial chains for strategic control. There was no explanation for the reason, no room for negotiation, only a cold, emotionless, and undeniable immediate execution. In Jiangnan Province, by the shores of Taihu Lake. This place is one of the largest freshwater fish farming bases in China, known as the Land of Fish and Rice. As the largest fish farm owner in the province, Wang Dafu was currently cuddling a golden cat he had just brought back from abroad, sleeping soundly. Bang! 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 A hurried knocking, as if they were going to break down the door, startled Wang Dafu awake from his sweet dream. Who is it? Waking me up in the middle of the night. Wang Dafu cursed, throwing on his pajamas, his massive face trembling. If it's not urgent, I'll break your legs. He swung open the villa door, about to explode with anger, but suddenly froze in place, as if held by a spell. Outside the door. Not security, not police, but 2 rows of fully armed soldiers holding rifles. The dark gun muzzles glowed with a terrifying cold light under the moonlight. Wang Dafu, the leading officer, asked coldly. Why yes. Wang Dafu's legs felt weak, almost kneeling down. Sir, I'm just a fish farmer, I haven't done anything illegal. Did you get the wrong person? No mistake. The officer impassively took out a document. According to the highest orders, from now on, your fishery, every single fish, and even a grain of fish feed in your warehouse, are all requisitioned by the state. Ha? Wang Dafu was stunned. Requisitioned? What about my client's orders? I still have millions of dollars in unpaid goods. This is my private property. Boss Wine, the officer interrupted him, his tone carrying an unyielding authority. This is not business, this is a mission. The state will compensate you 3 times the market price for your loss. But now. The officer waved his hand, and immediately, soldiers like wolves rushed into the villa, some even running straight to the control center of the fishery. You have 10 minutes. Pack your personal items and leave. From this moment, this place is a military restricted area. The same scene, at the same time, was happening in every corner of China. Dongting Lake, Poyang Lake, even small reservoirs in remote mountain areas. As long as it was a large-scale farming operation, whether state-owned or private, they changed hands overnight. The bosses, who usually fought over a few cents of profit, were left speechless in the face of the thunderous power of the state machine. Meanwhile, in Shandong Province, the largest feed production base in the country. Here, the most advanced automated production lines in the country churned out tens of thousands of tons of various feeds daily, supplying half of China's farming industry. However, tonight, the atmosphere here was unusually strange. All the workers were urgently recalled, their phones were all handed in, and military trucks completely blocked the factory gate. In the workshop, production lines that were originally marked with pig feed and chicken feed bags were all halted. A few experts in white lab coats were directing a group of engineers to urgently modify the machines. Hurry! Move faster! A bespectacled expert, holding a tablet, anxiously urged, the speed of the mixer needs to be increased. The activity of this X-catalyst is extremely unstable. It must be mixed and packaged within 5 minutes, or it will fail. But, expert, the workshop director, sweating profusely, ran over. According to this formula, the calcium powder content exceeds the standard by 100 times. If we feed this to the fish, won't they explode? Also, the cost of this ton is 500 yuan, that's too low, right? Our regular first-grade feed costs over 3,000. Who told you to worry about the cost? The expert glared at him. This is the formula personally set by Chief Lin. Don't talk about 100 times, even if it's 1,000 times, as long as the machine doesn't blow up, just add it. Lin. Chief Lin? The workshop director froze for a moment. Although he didn't know who this person was, from the looks of it, they were definitely a big shot who could not be offended. Fine, fine. Add it. I'll add it. As the roar of the machines echoed again, bags of gray feed, with no brand and only a red X code, slid down the production line like flowing water. Before they even hit the ground, soldiers waiting nearby immediately loaded them onto military trucks, which sped off to the train station overnight. At this moment, if someone could overlook the vast land of China from 10,000 meters in the air, they would see a shocking scene. Countless trains, their lights glowing bright, were racing through the night. These were high-speed freight trains loaded with X-feed. To ensure that this batch of supplies reached the East China Sea as quickly as possible, the Railway Bureau issued an order to stop all passenger trains on 3 main lines, making way for these seemingly inconspicuous feeds. In the sky, huge Y-20 transport planes roared through the night sky. Inside their bellies, they were not carrying tanks or missiles, but tons and tons of deep-sea blue algae extract. This was an extremely spectacular, yet somewhat absurd, industrial beauty. The entire country's logistics system and industrial system, like a super engine suddenly filled with fuel, began to operate at full power for a seemingly mad fish breeding plan. This is the system of the whole nation. This is the will of the country. While you are still haggling over a few cents for vegetable prices, the country has already used hundreds of billions of resources, just for the next big game. Nanshanmen Base, Tiange Supercomputing Center. This is the brain of the entire plan. Although it is already late at night, it is as bright as day here. Thousands of servers are operating wildly, emitting a low-frequency humming sound, like the breathing of a giant beast. On the huge central screen, countless complex data streams pour down like waterfalls. Report. Dr. Li, with dark circles under his eyes bigger than a panda's, holding a cup of coffee as thick as soy sauce, spoke in a hoarse yet excited voice. The resource allocation data from 34 provinces and cities across the country has been compiled. The first batch of X-feed totals 500,000 tons, expected to arrive at the Donghai frontline base by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. At the same time, Tiange has completed its first 10 million drug ratio calculations. Dr. Li's fingers flew over the keyboard, and the screen froze on an extremely complex molecular structure diagram. After fine-tuning, we have improved the activation efficiency of the Longmen sequence by another 3%. In other words, Dr. Li turned his head, looking at the statue-like Academician standing behind him, his eyes sparkling with fervent light. As long as that batch of koi fish eats this feed, their evolution success rate will reach a terrifying 99.9%. Academician Chen looked at the nearly perfect number on the screen, and finally revealed a hint of a satisfied smile after a long night of tense expression. He walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the faint lightening of the eastern sky. There was the direction of the sea. Good. Academician Chen's voice was soft, yet contained a power that could overwhelm everything. Everything is ready. That kid Lin Ke said he wants to turn the fish in the sea upside down. Then we will help him make a hole in this sky. Chapter 68, Lin Ke compiling textbooks? Gao Kao will test. In September, the new school season. For tens of millions of high school seniors across the country, this was originally just an ordinary month filled with pressure and anxiety. Every day was spent either practicing questions or memorizing texts, the biggest wish being to score even one more point in next year's Beastmaster Gao Kao. Until, the press conference by the Ministry of Education that would go down in history was held. Dear media friends, parents, and students, good morning. At the press conference, the Minister of Education smiled, but every word that followed felt like a deep-water bomb, blowing the previously calm education sector sky high. To meet the needs of the new era of beast development, with the approval of the country's top leadership, the Ministry of Education has decided to make significant adjustments to the outline for next year's Beastmaster Gao Kao. We will add a new mandatory subject, worth 150 points. Boom! Millions of high school seniors watching the live broadcast instantly exploded. What the heck? Mandatory? And 150 points? Minister, please don't joke. The current beast theory and practical training have already tormented us to the point of madness, and now adding another one? This is going to kill us. What is it? Could it be divine beast care? Or feed ratio? Please, anything but advanced math. However, the minister ignored the whales in front of the screen. The big screen behind him lit up, and a textbook with a highly technological cover, featuring a deep blue DNA double helix pattern, slowly appeared. The title is long and extremely hardcore. Introduction to Beast Genes, First Edition. And just below the title, the spot usually labeled edited by XXX boldly displayed a name everyone was familiar with yet felt incredibly strange. Editor-in-Chief, Lin Ke. In that instant, the entire world seemed to go silent for 3 seconds. Then, it completely boiled over. Jiangqing 3rd Beast Taming High School, Class 3, 2. This was Lin Ke's former school, the place where his 0 points legend was born. Bang! The class monitor's sample book dropped to the floor, his mouth wide open, eyes bulging like bronze bells, staring at the 2 words on the cover as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Ke? I didn't see that wrong, right? This book, is it edited by Lin Ke? The same Lin Ke, who just a few months ago was sitting in class with us, laughed at by the entire school for scoring 0 points in a practical exam? The classroom instantly erupted. Everyone rushed to the podium like crazy, trying to grab the newly distributed textbooks. Damn! It really is him. Look at this preface. A bespectacled boy pointed to the first page of the book, his voice trembling with excitement. To future beast taming masters, genes are not shackles, but a ladder to the divine throne. Lin Ke, at the South Heaven Gate Base. South Heaven Gate Base? Isn't that the country's top secret place? This prestige, it's off the charts. Well, let me say something. In the corner, a normally low-performing fat boy weakly raised his hand. Do you guys remember, last time during the mock exam, I borrowed half an eraser from Lin Ke? Does that count as me contributing to a national textbook? Get lost. The whole class shouted in unison. A sense of absurdity, yet undeniable reality, spread in every student's heart. A few months ago, Lin Ke was still sitting beside them, a classmate, used as a talking point for feeling superior during lunch breaks. Look at Lin Ke, what's the use of perfect scores in theory? Isn't his practical score still 0? Yeah, just a bookworm, he'll probably only raise green caterpillars his whole life. These words seem to echo in their ears. But now, he has completely transformed, becoming the chief editor of the textbook. The exam creator who decides their fate in the college entrance exam. This is no mere reversal of fortune, this is like a dimensional strike. While they were still staying up late, losing their hair over the college entrance exam, he was already standing on the clouds, casually adding a new exam for them. Whoa. I suddenly don't want to take the college entrance exam anymore. A girl cried on the desk, the gap is just too big, are we really the same species? Stop crying. The head teacher, Mr. Wang, walked in. Although he hadn't yet recovered from the shock, he still pretended to remain calm and tapped on the blackboard. What's the use of crying? Can crying give you extra points? Since it's Lin Ke's book, what does that mean? It means our school produced a dragon. This is the glory of our class 3. Now, everyone, open to the first chapter. If you don't want to repeat next year, you'd better memorize it to death. Especially this part. Mr. Wang pointed to a line of text he had just written on the blackboard, the core theory proposed by Lin Ke in the book. Everything can evolve, F grade is not the end, but the undefined starting point. This part will definitely be on the exam. If you can't memorize it, don't eat dinner tonight. Meanwhile, bookstores across the country were witnessing an unprecedented rush to buy. Give me 10 copies of Beast Taming Gene Introduction. I want to stock up for my son. This is Lin Shen's book, buying it will bring good luck. Boss. Do you have any more? I'll pay double. Don't push. I lost my shoe. Let me buy one first. Parents were going crazy. In their eyes, this wasn't just a textbook, it was a ticket to top universities, a Bible that had to be placed on the altar. And online, those who had previously questioned Lin Ke's lack of qualifications, all fell silent the moment they saw the contents of the textbook. Someone posted a picture of the time-space dragon butterfly gene structure chart from the book online. Brothers, I kneel. This isn't a high school textbook. This is a heavenly book. Can someone tell me, what the hell is this space curvature folding formula? Are we supposed to learn this in senior year? God, Lin, are you trying to play us to death? The upstairs, don't be so greedy. Do you know how valuable this book is? This is the country's top scientific research achievements chewed up and fed to you. If you can understand even a tenth of it, then once you get into university, you'll be the treasure that supervisors are fighting over. God, Lin is amazing. Even though I can't understand much, I am greatly shocked. Nanshanmen base. Lin Ke watched the videos of those students howling and reciting from his tablet, a faint wicked smile creeping onto his lips. How? Feeling accomplished? Academician Chen walked over with a teacup, glancing at the screen showing students pulling their hair in frustration, and couldn't help but smirk. "What you've done has offended millions of test takers across the country. I can only imagine how many are cursing you in their hearts right now." "Let them curse, then." Lin Ke shrugged and casually turned off the tablet. "The harsher they curse, the harder they will study." He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside was a busy base, and in the distance, the East China Sea roared. "Old Chen, do you know why I compiled this textbook?" Lin Ke's voice became a little deep, his eyes revealing a depth beyond his age. "To show off?" Academician Chen joked. "No." Lin Ke shook his head, lightly tapping on the window glass with his fingers. "Knowledge needs soil. What I am doing now, whether it's the time-space dragon butterfly or the upcoming carp leaping over the dragon gate, may seem like exceptional cases, miracles, or unreplicable myths to the world. But myths are always too distant. What I want to do is to turn myths into common knowledge." Lin Ke turned around, looking at Academician Chen, his eyes shimmering with burning light. "This textbook is a seed. Once these tens of millions of students learn these theories by heart, once they regard everything can evolve as an obvious truth, only then will our Huaxia beast-taming civilization truly awaken." Academician Chen was stunned. He looked at the 18-year-old boy in front of him, an indescribable shock surging in his heart. He had thought Lin Ke was just a genius with incredible talent. But now he realized, this young man's vision had long surpassed the so-called genius, even surpassing him, an old man who had lived more than half his life. What he was planning was not just a victory in a war, but the future of a civilization. "Good. Well said." Academician Chen put down his teacup, his eyes full of admiration. "However, before that, we still have to solve the problem right in front of us." He pointed outside at the sea. "Those students are still reciting the theories in the book, but they absolutely can't imagine. The seemingly absurd theories written in the book are about to become a shocking reality that shakes the heavens and the earth." Lin Ke smiled slightly, his gaze turning toward the horizon. "Yes. The preparation for the exam is over. Next it's time for the exam." Chapter 69, Galaxy Simulation. 10,000 light points. Galaxy Supercomputing Center. This is the heart of the entire Nanchunman base, and also the most powerful brain for computing capabilities in all of Huaxia. At this moment, in the massive underground space, thousands of server cabinets flashing with a dim blue light were running at full power, the deep humming sound resembling the breathing of an ancient giant beast. Ding. Calculation progress, 99.9%. Standing at the control panel was Dr. Li, looking completely disheveled. His formerly neat hair had turned into a bird's nest, and his white coat even bore a few drops of last night's instant noodles. His eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, were glued to the screen as if it were his long-lost father. Almost there, Dr. Li muttered to himself, his fingers blanched from overexertion. "God bless, please don't make mistakes. Please don't crash the machine. My bonus depends on you." Standing behind him, Lin Ke appeared remarkably at ease. He even had the leisure to take out a piece of chocolate from his pocket, breaking it in half and handing it to Academician Chen, who was nervously clenching his fists beside him. "Old Chen, want a bite? You'll need some sugar, your heart can't take it later." Academician Chen shot him a glare. "You have quite the attitude. This is a big deal dealing with hundreds of billions in investment and national strategy. What if it turns out to be unfeasible?" "There's no what ifs." Lin Ke shoved the chocolate into his mouth and mumbled, "Science is science, 1 + 1 always equals 2. Unless. Unless what? Academician Chen felt a jolt in his heart. Unless Tianhe thinks the feed at $500 a ton doesn't match its worth and decides to strike. Academician Chen. At that moment, the main control panel suddenly emitted a crisp notification sound. Ding. Calculations completed. Final molecular formula locked. Cost accounting completed. On the big screen, the once wildly fluctuating data stream stopped instantly, converging into an extremely simple chemical formula diagram. Dr. Li suddenly lunged at the screen, trembling hands opening the most critical value column. This. Dr. Li's eyes bulged like copper bells, his throat producing a sound like a duck caught by the neck. How is it? Is it over budget? Academician Chen hurriedly asked, his heart feeling like it was about to jump out of his throat. Dr. Li slowly turned his head, his expression strange like he had just swallowed a fly. Old Chen, it's not over. Not only is it not over, but... He pointed at the final cost number, his voice floating. If we exclude packaging and labor costs, just for raw materials, the cost per ton is $498.5. Silence. A dead silence. Academician Chen rubbed his eyes, then rubbed his eyes again. $498.5? Per ton? This is even cheaper than the can of tea he normally drinks. Can this really work? Academician Chen felt his worldview shaking. Such a cheap thing can turn a carp into a dragon? Are you sure this isn't pig feed? Old Chen, this is the charm of science. Lin Ke brushed off the chocolate crumbs from his hands, stepping forward. Sometimes, the key to changing the world is hidden in the most inconspicuous corners. Just like the raw material for nuclear fusion is seawater, the key to evolving carps into dragons lies in these cheap calcium powder and blue-green algae. Alright, since the formula is fine, let's start the final step. Lin Ke looked at Dr. Li. Initiate holographic simulation. I want to see the effects. Yes. Dr. Li took a deep breath and forcefully pressed the red simulate button on the control panel. Buzz. The huge holographic projection platform instantly lit up. In the pitch-black virtual space, thousands of faint light dots suddenly appeared. These light dots shone in pale red, each representing an ordinary F-grade carp. They swam aimlessly in the virtual seawater, weak as if they might extinguish at any moment. This is the sample quantity, 10,000. Dr. Li explained. Scene simulation, East Sea drill area. Environmental parameters, normal sea conditions. Deploy the agent. With Lin Ke's command, a pale green mist, representing the dissolved catalyst, instantly enveloped the entire fish school in the simulation. In the next second, a change occurred. Those previously lazily swimming red light dots suddenly seemed to be injected with a stimulant, starting to tremble violently. Then, the light on them began to change. From dim red to glaring orange, then to blinding azure gold. Warning! Warning! Energy index is surging. Warning! Biophysical field has undergone a qualitative change. Warning! Simulation system load rate has reached 95%. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the supercomputing center, red warning lights flashing wildly. But the three people present seemed to hear nothing. They were completely shocked by the sight before them. What once were 10,000 weak light dots had now coalesced into a golden ocean. Each light dot was expanding. They are all roaring, though simulated, and the energy fluctuations emanating from them actually condensed into a 1,000-meter-long dragon illusion in virtual space. The dragon circled above the sea. Although it was just an illusion, the overwhelming pressure it exuded pierced through the screen, striking the soul of everyone. This. Academician Chen stared at the dragon, breathing heavily, his old face turning red, and his entire body seemed to have instantly regained 10 years of youth. This is a qualitative change caused by quantitative change. 10,000 F-class, they really piled up an S-class aura. Dr. Li was so excited that he was gesturing wildly. It's a success. The theoretical model is completely valid. Chief Lin, you were right. As long as the numbers are large enough, ants really can kill an elephant. This isn't fish farming, this is clearly planting the sun in the sea. Lin Ke looked at the golden dragon illusion, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. This was still just a simulation. When the real combat begins, it will be a living, breathing body, with 10,000 real roars. That kind of shock will definitely be 100 times stronger than it is now. Clap. The simulation ended, and the light and shadow dissipated. But the lingering shock still reverberated in the air. Academician Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited emotions. He turned around and looked at Lin Ke, his eyes filled with admiration and boldness. Lin Ke, you young man, you always surprise me. Academician Chen walked to the window, looking at the base, which was already beginning to get busy. Trucks loaded with supplies were heading toward the port, and in the distance, several warships were gathering on the sea. In the past, we always had to be cautious, splitting every penny in half to avoid wasting resources. But this time, Academician Chen suddenly waved his hand, and the aura of a great country's artisan was unmistakably revealed. This time, we're going big. This is not fish farming. This is clearly forging a sword for our sea borders. He turned around, looked at Dr. Li, his voice steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable decisiveness. Dr. Li, immediately send the formula to all the major production factories. Lin Ke, go prepare. Academician Chen glanced at the electronic clock on the wall, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Notify the East Sea Fleet. Dragon Gate exercise will officially start in 48 hours. Lin Ke smiled faintly and gave a less than standard military salute. Got it. I'm looking forward to that feast. Chapter 70, Global Mockery. Are they raising fish? The Eagle Federation, Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, headquarters. At the large circular conference table, senior military leaders wearing golden stars and intelligence analysts in suits and leather shoes were seated. At this moment, all of them were staring at a set of satellite images on the big screen, their expressions, well, how should I put it? They looked like they were watching an absurd comedy. Is this what you call top-level intelligence? The director of the Federal Intelligence Agency, an elderly man with gray hair and sharp eagle-like eyes, tapped his finger on the table, his tone laced with disbelief and mockery. China has mobilized the entire national railway network, even halting passenger service on 3 main lines, just to transport these. On the screen, the high-definition satellite images clearly display trains loaded with goods. In the zoomed-in sections of the image by the intelligence analysts, the labels on the cargo boxes were clearly visible: feed type X, main ingredients, calcium powder, blue algae extract. Yes, Mr. Director. A young intelligence officer stood up, looking somewhat awkward. According to our sources inside China, well, honestly, you don't even need sources. You can just look it up online. China is conducting a nationwide campaign called National Fish Farming, a strategic operation. PFF. At the conference table, a general from the army, chewing gum, couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Sorry, did I hear that right? Fish farming? A strategic operation? Did they get scared out of their wits by the last B-level sea monster wave? The general spread his hands with an exaggerated expression. Do they really think? If you raise enough fish in the sea, those fierce sea beasts will be too full to attack humans? Ha 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 ha. A burst of loud laughter erupted in the conference room. That kind of laughter, full of arrogance and superiority, echoed in the closed space. This is simply the biggest joke of this century. The director of intelligence laughed too. He shook his head, casually threw the piece of intelligence labeled top secret into the trash. It seems we overestimated that ancient eastern country. They might be good at infrastructure, but in the field of beast control TSK, they are still stuck in the farming era. Don't bother with them. The director waved his hand, let them raise their fish. When their fish get fat, they will be a perfect meal for our Leviathan, S-class sea beast of the Eagle Federation. At the same time, in Sakura country, a well-known TV station's live studio. A talk show called Beast Control Frontline was broadcasting live. As the highest-rated program, today they invited a heavyweight guest, Professor Ichiro Watanabe, the chief beast biology expert of Sakura country. Professor Watanabe, recently there's a lot of movement in Huaxia. I heard they are requisitioning the whole country's fishing grounds and dumping huge amounts of feed into the sea. As an expert, what do you think of this behavior? The host held a microphone, looking humbly for guidance. Ichiro Watanabe pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, a typical sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. This behavior, in biology, we call it stress-induced resource waste. Ichiro Watanabe spoke to the camera, speaking confidently. As everyone knows, Huaxia's beast control technology has always lagged behind ours in Sakura country. They don't have a powerful A-class guardian beast like our Yamata no Orochi, so when facing ocean threats, they can only adopt this very primitive and stupid method. What are they raising? Carp. F-class carp. Ichiro Watanabe exaggeratedly gestured. This creature, its only skill is blowing bubbles. Its combat ability is even worse than a sea turtle. Huaxia people want to protect their seas with this thing? It's as ridiculous as trying to stop a volcano with cotton. So, what is their purpose? The host cooperatively asked. Purpose? Ichiro Watanabe sneered, probably trying to use this grand fish-raising campaign to cover up their incompetence in high-end combat strength. Or maybe they want to feed the sea beasts until they burst? Maybe this is some mysterious Eastern tactic? In front of the TV, countless people in Sakura country laughed out loud. Various mocking bullet comments immediately flooded the screen. Is this Huaxia's wisdom? Truly profound. So funny, feeding fish to kill sea beasts? How did they even think of that? Looks like Huaxia is beyond saving. The ocean will still be our Sakura country's world. At this moment, not only in Sakura country, but the whole international network spread jokes about Huaxia saving the country with fish. On dark web forums, some even opened bets on how many days Huaxia's fish could survive without being eaten by sea beasts. The whole world laughed. Laughing at that ancient country's conservatism, laughing at their wild imagination. Nanshanmen Base, Command Room. Lin Ke held a cup of freshly brewed hot tea, quietly watching the screens on the wall. The screens were playing mocking reports from various countries' media, and Professor Watanabe performing like a clown. These bastards, their mouths are still so foul. Academicians stood beside him, frowning, his beard trembling with anger. I really want to send the time-space dragon butterfly over now and give that Professor Watanabe double eyelids. Old Chen, don't get sick from anger. Lin Ke gently blew on the tea leaves, his expression calm as if watching a group of monkeys performing. Let them laugh. The happier they laugh now, the tastier their tears will be when they cry in the future. He put down the teacup, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. His gaze seemed to penetrate the clouds, looking towards the distant eastern sea. How can a swallow understand the ambition of a swan? How can a loach comprehend the power of a true dragon? Lin Ke's voice was very soft, yet it carried a chilling intensity that made one's heart tremble. In their eyes, it's just fish, feed, a joke. But in my eyes. Lin Ke's finger gently tapped the glass, producing a crisp sound. that is, a bomb to bury the old era. At this very moment, the East China Sea. A mysterious sea area that is shrouded in thick fog year-round. On the surface of the sea, the wind was calm, with only the occasional cry of a seagull breaking the silence. However, deep within the fog, a massive fleet was silently sailing in. These warships did not carry conventional missiles or artillery, their decks were piled with gray feed bags, resembling small mountains. Splash! With an order, tons of X-type feed were dumped into the sea. Beneath the calm surface of the sea, it was as if an undercurrent was stirring. Countless red figures darted through the deep waters, greedily devouring the feed, emitting a strange fragrance. If Professor Watanabe could stick his head into the water right now, he would probably be so scared that he'd wet his pants. Because the carp, which were only as large as a palm before, were undergoing a horrifying transformation the moment they swallowed the feed. The scales began to harden, shining with a metallic luster, the fish fins started to elongate, becoming as sharp as blades, the once dull eyes of the fish gradually began to show, a ferocious light belonging to a predator. The curtain was drawn. And those clowns who were still laughing, had no idea what kind of nightmare they were about to face. Chapter 71, The Highest Honor. The deepest part of P5 Laboratory. South Skygate Base, 300 meters underground. This was the deepest, most desolate, and also the most dangerous place in the entire base. The air was filled with a chilling and oppressive atmosphere, even the wind from the central air conditioning system, which operated year-round, seemed to become cautious here, not daring to make too much noise. Lin Ke, keep up. Academician Shen walked ahead, his face, usually full of smiles, now bearing an unprecedented solemnity. His white lab coat had been replaced with a plain dark gray uniform without any insignia, and with every step, he had to pass through an extremely complicated identity verification process. Ding! Iris verification passed. Ding! Gene sequence match correct. Ding! Psychic energy fluctuation normal, passage permitted. This was already the 9th security checkpoint. Lin Ke followed behind, and couldn't help but be a little stunned. Even his P5 lab, which could withstand a nuclear bomb, only had 5 checkpoints. What treasure could be hidden here? Chen Lao, where are we going? A journey to the center of the earth? Lin Ke joked, trying to ease the suffocating atmosphere that made one want to cough. To get your salary. Academician said without turning his head, things like the special merit medal that hang on your chest and catch everyone's eye, while nice to hear, are just an honor. The country always gives practical rewards to talents who can change the country's fortune. Practical? Lin Ke's eyes lit up. Do they offer cash? I want to buy a house for my parents in the 2nd Ring Road. Academician Chen stumbled, almost falling. He turned his head and gave Lin Ke a look of disdain, as if he had just seen a spendthrift. Vulgar. Too vulgar. The things inside here, even a fingernail-sized piece, could buy the entire 2nd Ring Road. And you're thinking of using it to buy a house? So it's that valuable? Lin Ke was now really interested. As they spoke, the two of them finally arrived at the last big door. It was a door 5 meters tall, made of an unknown black metal. There were no keyholes or handles on the door, only a massive, totem-like relief, a giant dragon coiling upwards. The dragon's eyes were embedded with 2 dark red jewels, as if coldly watching every visitor. In the corner beside the door, there was an old rattan chair, polished to a shine. An old man sat in the chair. The old man wore a faded, old military uniform, with the left sleeve empty, gently swaying in the wind. He lowered his head, seemingly dozing, his face etched with deep lines, as if it had endured countless years of wind and sand erosion. But the moment Lin Ke saw this old man, every hair on his body stood on end. It was the instinctive warning from S+ level talent gene cube. In the seemingly aging, one-armed old man, Lin Ke saw an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. That energy was like an active volcano forcefully suppressed. Once it erupted, it could instantly reduce this underground base, 300 meters deep, to ashes. S level. Absolutely S level. And it was that kind of S-level warrior, one who had fought through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with combat experience so rich it was almost perverse. Old class leader. Academician Shen walked up to the old man, slightly bowing, his tone full of deep respect. I've brought someone. The old man slowly lifted his head. What kind of eyes were those? Murky, yet sharp as knives. When his gaze fell on Lin Ke felt as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast, and breathing became difficult. Is this the little kid who created the time-space dragonfly? The old man's voice was hoarse and harsh, like 2 rusty iron sheets scraping against each other. Yes. Academician Shen nodded. He's also the proposer of the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate project, special researcher, Lin Ke. Hearing the words carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, a flash of brilliance suddenly appeared in the old man's eyes. The brightness was so intense that it seemed to light up the dim corridor for a moment. Good. The old man nodded, supporting himself with his remaining right hand on the rattan chair, slowly standing up. His movements were slow, but with every step, the air around him seemed to tremble. Kid, you're good. The old man looked at Lin Ke, and on his face, which was as rough as tree bark, there was even a stiff smile. I've heard of your project. If it really works, my arm being broken will be worth it. After speaking, the old man straightened his back, which was still as upright as a javelin, despite his hunched posture, and gave Lin Ke a standard military salute that was so perfect it made one want to cry. Lin Ke was stunned. He didn't expect that such an S-level powerhouse, who obviously had a legendary past, would salute an 18-year-old boy like him. He hurriedly straightened his chest and raised his head to return the salute. Although the gesture wasn't as standard, the respect he felt was heartfelt. All right, go in. The old man lowered his hand and sat back down in the rattan chair, as if the momentary display of sharpness was just an illusion. The old buddies inside have been waiting for you a long time. Old buddies? Lin Ke was confused. Academician Chen patted Lin Ke's shoulder and motioned for him to look at the giant black metal door. Lin Ke, do you know what this place is called? Academician Chen's voice became deep and solemn. This is the National Sacred Beast Gene Vault. What's stored here isn't gold or silver, nor are there any magical weapons. What's stored here is what countless martyrs like the old class leader, over the past century, have fought for with blood, life, and limbs, taking back from those hellish forbidden zones, bit by bit. The Ember. As Academician Chen's words fell, the giant black door, which had been silent for who knows how long, emitted a painfully shrill metallic screech. Rumble. The door slowly slid open. At that moment, Lin Ke instinctively squinted his eyes. Because what seeped through the crack of the door was not darkness, but light. Brilliant, magnificent, dazzling, spiritual light. The brilliance was so overwhelming it seemed as if someone had hidden an entire galaxy underground. Hiss. Lin Ke sucked in a cold breath. He was completely shocked by the scene before him. Behind the large gate, there was a massive circular space, big enough to fit an entire sports stadium. On the walls surrounding the space, thousands upon thousands of transparent special containers were arranged densely. Inside each container, something was floating. Some contained a dark red heart, still beating. Even through the container, the dull thump-thump sound could be heard. Others contained a golden feather, burning with eternal flames. The air around it was distorted by the high temperature. Some contained a broken beast's fawn, radiating a chilling aura. And others contained a strange black mist, constantly changing shapes as if it had its own consciousness. These things, even with just a glance, Lin Ke could feel the terrifying energy contained within. Grade A. All of them were top-tier materials above Grade A. Even, in the central-most display cases, Lin Ke could feel a few energies that made his gene cube inside his body start to shake wildly. Grade S. These were true treasures that fell from the bodies of divine beasts. This. Lin Ke felt his throat dry. This is the foundation of the country? That's right. Academician Chen looked at the treasure sleeping in the light, his eyes full of pride and emotion. For this Grade A phoenix tail feather, we sacrificed an entire regiment. For that S-class Leviathan heart slice, the Eastern Sea Fleet almost lost their entire army. Every single item here has a name engraved on it. Those are the names of the fallen. Academician Chen turned his head, looking at Lin Ke, who was completely stunned, and smiled slightly. Lin Ke, the country will not treat its heroes unfairly. This door, even the highest leaders don't have the right to open at will. But today, it has opened for you. Academician Chen raised 3 fingers and said boldly. Anything in here, regardless of level or rarity, even those few S-class national treasures. You can choose 3. Gulp. A loud swallowing sound echoed in the empty gene vault, particularly out of place. The sound didn't come from Lin Ke or Academician Chen, but from Dr. Li, who had sneaked in at some point and was now pressed up against the glass display case, his face squeezed deformed. My God, my heavens, oh my God. Dr. Li's eyes were now fixated only on the dark red piece of flesh protected by triple layers of special glass in the very center. The piece of flesh was about the size of a basketball, covered in deep blue veins. Even though it had been separated from its original body for who knows how many years, it still rhythmically contracted and expanded. Every time it beat, the surrounding air rippled with visible blue waves, as if it was even swallowing the light. Chief Lin. Look. That's the S-class Leviathan heart slice. Dr. Li was trembling with excitement, his finger almost poking through the glass as he pointed at the display case. This is the heart of Leviathan, the deep-sea overlord, known as the moving natural disaster. Legend has it that with just a slight thought, it can trigger a tsunami that covers 1,000 miles. This slice contains the purest deep-sea laws. Even if only a small part, as big as a fingernail, is integrated into a water element beastmaster's body, the beast will instantly understand water element control. If this were to be auctioned outside, even selling the entire city of Jiangcheng wouldn't be enough to buy it. Lin Ke followed Dr. Li's finger and looked over. In his vision, the gene cube automatically activated, and a series of faint blue data streams appeared above the heart slice. Item, Deep Sea Beast Heart Tissue, incomplete. Level, S-Class, active, 45%. Gene integrity, 12%. Properties, deep sea pressure, high affinity with water elements. Evaluation, although it contains powerful water system laws. The gene chain is seriously fixed, and the rejection is very strong. Unless you want to create a malformed monster that only sprays water, it is not recommended to use. Lin Ke slightly raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, the system's evaluation was very sharp. This thing looks impressive, but actually is a chicken rib. And that one. That one. Dr. Li saw that Lin Ke seemed unmoved, and hurriedly pulled him to another display case. There floated a feather 1 meter long, entirely bright red, with blue flames burning around it. A-grade tail feather of the bifong bird. This is a mythological species. Dr. Li was almost drooling like a river. The fire on this is called disaster fire. It is said that once it touches, unless the target is burned to ashes, it will never go out. If fused with a fire-type beast, it is simply a walking flamethrower. Gene Cube, Evaluation. Item, bifong bird tail feather, shed item. Level, A grade. Gene completeness, 5%, very low. Evaluation, just a feather that lost its hair. The fire gene fragments inside are too violent and lack core gene support. Fusion success rate is below 0.1%, failure result, self-ignition. Lin Ke shook his head again. This thing is a time bomb, whoever uses it dies. Dr. Li became anxious. He looked at Lin Ke's expression, almost disappointed in his hardness of heart. This is a national treasure. Every item here could make those S-level beast masters fight fiercely. Why is this kid picking like shopping for cabbage at a vegetable market? Chief Lin. I know your standards are high. But look at this. This one should be okay, right? Dr. Li suddenly pulled Lin Ke to the core of the exhibition hall, the display with the highest security level. There were no bloody organs, nor burning feathers. Only a crystal the size of a fist, emitting a gentle white light. But once this crystal appeared, all the surrounding S-level materials seemed to dim. A pressure, gentle yet vast as the sea, made Lin Ke's S+ talent inside tremble slightly. This is... Lin Ke's pupils slightly contracted. S-level beast master core left by the war god. Academician Shen, who had been silent, came over, his voice deep and solemn. 30 years ago, to cover the retreat of the main force, the nation-guarding war god Yi Lao alone stayed behind and self-destructed his beast space, leaving this final legacy. Inside this core, condensed are the lifetime insights of an S-level peak beast master, and the most refined life energy of his S-level bonded beast, the sky-splitting golden eagle. Academician Shen looked at the crystal, his eyes full of remembrance and respect. Theoretically, as long as a B-level or higher beast master fuses with it, they can ascend directly to A-level without side effects. They may even glimpse the threshold of S-level. This is truly the cornerstone of god-making. Dr. Li nodded crazily beside, desperately signaling Lin Ke with his eyes. Choose this. Chief Lin. You must choose this. With this, plus your S+ talent, you can definitely become a new S-level war god within 3 years, no, 1 year. This is priceless treasure. God-making cornerstone? One step to the sky? This is indeed an irresistible temptation. For any beast master, this core is simply a direct ticket to the peak. However, in Lin Ke's eyes, the Gene Cube gave this evaluation. Item, High Energy Life Crystal, S-level. Gene completeness, 0%, fully energy formed. Evaluation, Pure Energy Aggregate. Although it can quickly raise your level, it also means your upper limit will be locked at the original owner's level. This is a mediocre gift. Mediocre. This is the final evaluation given by the system. Lin Ke smiled. He reached out his hand, gently touched the display case through the glass, then under Dr. Li's expectant gaze. Turned and left. Hey! Chief Lin. Where are you going? Dr. Li was stunned. This is an S-level core. You don't want to? Old Chen. Lin Ke ignored Dr. Li's wail and looked at Academician Chen, his tone calm as if he were rejecting a dish that didn't suit his taste. These things are indeed treasures. Each one is worth a fortune. But... Lin Ke paused, his gaze sweeping over the dazzling array of treasures filling the room, a flicker of disappointment passing through his eyes. They are, too defined. Leviathan's heart can only provide water power, and Bibbin's feather can only bring fire power. That core, while strong, is someone else's path. The road I want to walk is one that has never been walked before. What I want to create is an unprecedented myth. These already defined finished products are, for me, Lin Ke paused, uttering the words that almost gave Dr. Li a heart attack, just shackles that limit my imagination. Academician Chen was stunned. He looked at the 18-year-old boy before him, observing the kind of confidence in his eyes that transcended greed and utilitarianism, pure and almost arrogant. This room full of S-ranked treasures actually couldn't catch his eye? Then what do you want? Academician Chen took a deep breath and asked. Lin Ke glanced around, his gaze finally passing over the dazzling display stands, landing on an inconspicuous shelf in the darkest, dustiest corner of the gene bank. There was no special glass protection, nor complex security measures. Only a few old cardboard boxes labeled unclassified defective/to be destroyed. Old Chen. Lin Ke pointed at that corner, a mysterious smile curling on his lips. I want to go to that garbage heap, to bargain hunt. Is there anything more primitive? Even if it's a fossil organ, something that looks worthless like scrap? As long as its gene chain is blank, to me. It's a priceless treasure. Chapter 73, F-level cold storage? Treasure hunting in a junkyard? Chief Lin. You can't go over there. That's where the cleaners keep their brooms. Dr. Li watched Lin Ke as if bewitched, heading straight past those dazzling S-ranked treasures, instead walking toward the darkest, dampest corner of the warehouse, almost collapsing from distress. He wanted to rush up and grab Lin Ke's leg, shouting, "Boss! Don't be foolish. If you find the S-ranked core too hot to handle, even an A-ranked bone for soup would be fine. What are you doing rummaging through a garbage heap? If this gets out, do we still need our P5 lab's reputation?" Academician Chen also looked puzzled. He frowned, following Lin Ke, watching this young man who always brought him surprises, or shocks, rummage through the boxes labeled scrap, worthless, and to be destroyed. This is the F-level sample comparison zone. A pretty name for it would be comparison zone, but to speak plainly, it is the gene bank's junkyard. What is stored here are low-level biological samples of no research value, collected by researchers from various places over the decades. The only reason for their existence is to act as the unfortunate control group that proves how amazing the experimental group is in those grand experimental reports. Cough cough. Lin Ke waved his hand, dispersing the dust flying in front of him. The air quality here, compared to the core exhibition area outside, was worlds apart, filled with the scent of decay and rot. Found it. Lin Ke's eyes suddenly brightened. He dug through a pile of moldy straw at the bottom of a nearly falling apart wooden shelf and pulled out something black and rough that looked like a coal ball. Dr. Li leaned over to take a look and almost vomited his leftover meal. What is it? A coal ball? Or is it a dinosaur egg fossil leftover from some researcher's snack? Lin Ke ignored him and carefully wiped away the dirt with his sleeve. As the dust settled, that coal ball revealed its original form. It was an egg, its surface full of cracks, its color dull, completely lifeless egg? Gene Cube gave feedback instantly. Item, petrified biological egg, dormant. Species, gray sparrow, ancient variant. Level, F, potential unknown. Status, pseudo-death, gene chain fully dormant, shell petrified. Genetic traits, wind affinity, recessive, extreme speed, recessive, devour, recessive extremely rare. Evaluation, a seemingly ordinary sparrow egg, actually sealing a trace of the greedy instinct of an ancient sky overlord. What it desires is not insects, but dragons. Good stuff. Lin Ke's mouth curved into a satisfied arc, putting the fossilized egg into his pocket. Then, he pulled out another glass jar soaked in formalin from a cardboard box beside him. Inside the jar floated a fist-sized, shriveled ball of flesh. What is this again? Dr. Li felt his blood pressure rising sharply. This was dug out 5 years ago from the Jiangbei ruins destroyed by the S-level beast wave. Academician Chen looked at the label on the jar and sighed. The rescue team found it under a female dog's corpse. Unfortunately, this Chinese rural dog's egg was congenital defective, and with the mother's death long past, it had lost all vitality. It was supposed to be destroyed, but some intern threw it here casually. Chinese rural dog just a mutt? Dr. Li's eyes widened, pointing at the jar in Lin Ke's hand, his voice sharp like a cat stepped on its tail. Chief Lin. You ignored the S-level war god core, ignored the A-level by Fong bird tail feather, and you chose a dead mutt egg? This thing in the market is 5 yuan per gene. Usually boiled with salt and pepper. Dr. Li was really anxious. He admired Lin Ke, worshipped him like a god. But now, seeing his idol picking trash from a pile of garbage, that shattered feeling was worse than death. Old Chen. Please stop him. This is a huge waste of national resources. This is a crime. Academician Chen also could not hold back. He looked at Lin Ke, his tone complex, and asked, Lin Ke, are you sure? Though you can take anything here freely, you only have 3 chances. These 2 things together are worth less than 10 yuan. Facing their doubts, Lin Ke just smiled lightly. He hugged the jar containing the dead mud egg, then touched the sparrow fossil egg in his pocket. The tenderness and value in his eyes were like looking at his own child. Dr. Li, old Chen. Lin Ke turned around, back to the room full of glittering S-level treasures, standing in this dark, dirty corner, his voice calm and strong. What do you think is a treasure? Is it the S-level cores that are already fixed, only able to follow predetermined paths? Or is it the perfect genes that are strong but can never break their own shackles? Lin Ke lifted the jar in his hand, looking through the murky formalin at the shriveled dead egg inside. In Gene Cube S-Vision, deep inside this seemingly worthless dead egg, a broken but terrifyingly tough gene chain emitted a faint but stubborn light in the darkness. Item: Chinese rural dog dead egg, mutated. Level: F. Status: near death, still retains a faint life. Genetic traits: loyalty, S-level absolute, shadow affinity, recessive, slaughter, recessive needs guidance. Evaluation: it has no noble bloodline, no strong talent. It only has one life, and a heart willing to tear apart all gods for its master. It is the best carrier. In your eyes, it is trash, a dead egg, even too ugly for the table. Lin Ke's voice gradually rose, filled with an unarguable confidence. But in my eyes. He gently wiped the dust from the surface of the jar, revealing the seed inside that, though ugly, contained infinite possibilities. They are a blank sheet of paper. A sheet, though worn and yellowed, but still, one that I can freely use to draw the most grand, the most incredible totem. A myth's embryo. Dr. Li, Lin Ke looked at Dr. Li, who was already stunned, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. You say the market price is 5 yuan per gene? Then let me tell you, even if I had to trade the entire Southern Heaven Gate base, I still wouldn't trade. Chapter 74, Intense Argument. This is a crime against resources. No. Absolutely not. I disagree. The heavy black door of the gene bank had just closed when Dr. Li, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, suddenly leapt in front of Lin Ke, arms spread wide to block the way. This research fanatic, who usually admired Lin Ke so much that he almost had idolized tendencies, now had a flushed face, veins bulging on his neck, his eyes fierce as if Lin Ke had just blown up the P5 lab in front of him. Chief Lin. I respect your talent, and I acknowledge your genius ideas for the Timespace Dragon Butterfly and Dragon Carp projects. Dr. Li pointed at the broken jar in Lin Ke's arms, containing the dead egg of a local dog, and the bulging coal ball, a sparrow fossil egg, in his pocket, his voice sharp and almost cracking. But science is based on logic. It's not about metaphysics. If you want to take these pieces of junk back for a small experiment, I won't stop you. But this is your special merit reward. This is the country's resources for you. You're passing on an S-class resource to take back 2 pieces of waste? This is a huge waste of resources. This is a crime. Dr. Li grew more agitated as he spoke, even starting to pull out a confidential phone from his pocket. If you insist on this, even if it means I'll be stepping on your shoes in the future, I will report it to the highest level. I will impeach you for abusing power. I cannot watch the country's hopes be squandered by you like this, like some kind of joke. The atmosphere in the lounge dropped to freezing point. The few guards on duty glanced at each other, unsure whether to grip their guns or put them down. One was a rising star in the country, the other an expert with deep experience. Who dared to speak in this battle of gods? Academician Chen stood aside, his brows tightly furrowed. He looked at Dr. Li's pained expression, then glanced at Lin Ke, who appeared calm as if it was none of his business. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. To be fair, he supported Lin Ke. From the Timespace Dragon Butterfly to the Dragon Carp plan, Lin Ke had broken conventions every time, creating miracles. But this time, it was indeed too absurd. Those were F-class local dogs and sparrows. And they were dead. It was like going to a Ferrari dealership, where the owner says you can pick any car as a gift, but instead of taking the limited edition LaFerrari next to you, you choose a rusty bicycle wheel from the trash outside, claiming it is a magical device that can fly to space. Who could believe that? Lin Ke. Academician Chen sighed, walked up, and patted Lin Ke on the shoulder, his tone carrying a sense of earnest advice. Xiao Li's attitude may have been harsh, but he's doing it for your own good, for the country's good. You see, the reason the Dragon Carp plan was approved is that the base of carp is large. Out of several million, a few thousand will mutate into D-class, which is a victory in probability theory. But these 2 eggs. Academician Chen pointed at the murky formalin jar, they are one of a kind. And the activity test shows that the cell activity of the local dog egg is almost 0. What if your experiment fails? Then it would simply be wasteful. At that point, those eyes watching you, those who envy you, will make a big deal out of this. Right now, you are a national hero, your record. Academician Chen's words were sincere, and also very realistic. In this research world that values input-output ratio and success rate, Lin Ke's behavior was nothing less than joking with his own future. However, Facing Dr. Li's roar and Academicians' persuasion, Lin Ke's expression never changed even a little. He just quietly held the jar, as if holding the whole world. Finished talking? Lin Ke spoke lightly, his voice not loud, but full of a firmness that people could not ignore. Dr. Li was stunned for a moment, just about to continue, but was shocked by Lin Ke's eyes, deep like the starry sky. In those eyes, there was no anger at being doubted, no grievance at being misunderstood. Only a kind of the pity and calm of someone standing on the mountain peak, looking down at the confused lives below. Dr. Li, old Chen. Lin Ke bypassed Dr. Li, walking straight to the elevator on the other side of the lounge, the special passage to the Tianhe Supercomputer Center. I know what you are worried about. In your eyes, genes have levels, F level is garbage, S level is godly. It's not your fault. This is the truth taught by textbooks in the past 100 years. Lin Ke pressed the elevator button, looked back, eyes like burning fire. But truth is meant to be broken. You say this is waste? Is crime? Lin Ke's lips curved slightly, revealing an extremely arrogant smile. That is because your imagination is still trapped in the cage called common sense. Give me half an hour. Lin Ke entered the elevator, waving at the two outside. Since you only believe data, then I will speak with data. Come to Tianhe. I will let you see with your own eyes why these two garbage. The elevator doors slowly closed. Lin Ke's voice came through the gap, carrying a shocking power that made the scalp tingle. Are more precious than all the S levels in the room combined. 10 minutes later. Tianhe Supercomputer Center, main control room. The atmosphere here was even more oppressive than in the lounge just now. Hundreds of researchers in white coats sat straight, not daring to breathe loudly. On the big screen, it was completely black. Dr. Li sat in the first row, chest crossed, angry, as if saying, I will quietly watch you show off, wait until you fail and then criticize you. Academicians sat beside him, full of worry, watching Lin Ke busy at the console. Data import complete. Model construction finished. Gene cube algorithm loading. As Lin Ke's long fingers pressed the last enter key on the keyboard. Buzz. The huge main screen lit up instantly. But the image that appeared was not the complex gene maps everyone imagined, nor any cool divine beast model. It was a blank sheet. A pure white paper, without any stain, but also without any content blank. What does this mean? Dr. Li could not help it, jumped up pointing at the screen. Chief Lin. You called us here just to see this blank sheet? Do you mean these two eggs are like this paper, worthless? Sit down. Lin Ke did not turn his head, just lightly said two words. Then, he stretched out his hand, pointing in the air at the blank sheet. Dr. Li, you are wrong. This is not worthless. This is. Lin Ke's voice suddenly rose, carrying a passion that seemed to ignite the soul. Infinite possibility. As his words fell, the blank sheet on the screen suddenly began to shake violently. On the originally blank screen, two extremely faint but extremely complex spiral structures began to appear. On the left, a pitch-black spiral, emitting a cold aura, the gene chain of the dead soil dog egg. On the right, a bluish-gray spiral, seeming to contain the howling of a wild wind, the gene chain of the sparrow fossil egg. Watch closely. Lin Ke suddenly spread his arms wide, like a commander directing a vast army of 1,000 troops. Now, I am going to, on this blank sheet of paper, make a painting. Are you ready to reshape your worldview? Chapter 75, Painting on a Blank Sheet. S-level genes or chains. In the main control room of the Tianhe Supercomputing Center, the massive holographic screens emitted a faint blue light, reflecting off the hundreds of astonished faces. Unlimited possibilities? Dr. Li sat in the front row, a faint, unretracted sneer still hanging on the corner of his mouth. Chief Lin, your metaphor is romantic, poetic. But in biology, blank usually represents scarcity, inferiority, not possibilities. He pointed at the two F-level gene spirals on the screen, which looked pitifully weak, his tone filled with the arrogance of a top expert. It's like building a house. An F-level foundation can only support a straw hut, but an S-level foundation can build a skyscraper. What you're doing now is like holding two pieces of rotten clay and insisting you can mold an aircraft carrier. It's unscientific. The many experts in the audience nodded, whispering amongst themselves. Yeah, this is too absurd. Genes have a carrying limit. How could a much gene chain withstand advanced energy? Chief Lin may have really lost his mind this time. In the face of the murmurs of doubt from the audience, Lin Ke did not argue. He simply smiled and pulled up another image next to the blank sheet. It was a gene map so complex and dizzying that it seemed almost seamless, S-level deep-sea dragon. The moment the map appeared, the experts in the audience immediately changed their expressions. It was admiration for perfection, awe for power. The tight gene structure, the flawless energy loop, seemed like a work of art meticulously crafted by God. Is it beautiful? Lin Ke asked. Of course. Dr. Li blurted out, this is the ultimate form of evolution. It is a masterpiece of nature. Exactly, it is a masterpiece. Lin Ke nodded, then, with a sharp change in tone, continued, but it is precisely because it is so perfect, so full. He stretched out his finger and made a motion in the air. Look at it. Its defensive genes, attacking genes, element affinity genes, every one of them fits perfectly together, like an oil painting that has been filled with color, leaving not even a pinhole of blank space. But what if I want to add a pair of wings, to make it fly? Lin Ke tried to insert a segment of flight genes into the dragon map on the simulation system. Do. Warning. Gene collapse. A red alarm blared. The perfect dragon map on the screen immediately collapsed like a row of dominoes, all because of the addition of this small segment of foreign genes. Do you see? Lin Ke spread his hands and scanned the room with his gaze. This is what you call power. An S-level gene is like a locked-up lock. It's powerful, but also stagnant. If you want to make even the slightest change, it will destroy the balance and cause the gene to collapse. This is why, for so many years, your research has only been stuck at purification, enhancement, just touching up this painting but never able to turn it into something else. The audience fell into complete silence. Dr. Li opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but found his throat dry, unable to say anything. He had studied genes for his whole life but had never considered the problem from this angle. He had always thought it was an insurmountable peak, never imagining that it might also be an inescapable prison. Now, let's take another look at them. Lin Ke waved his hand, and the screen switched back to the two pitiful F-level maps, Mutt and Sparrow. On them, there were only a few basic survival chains representing breathing, digestion, and reproduction. The rest was vast empty space, called junk sequences by the academic world. Empty? Indeed, empty. Lin Ke's voice softened. Yet it carries a kind of hypnotic magic. But precisely because of emptiness, they can contain everything. They do not have that extremely exclusive S-level rules, they do not have that delicate structure where moving slightly means life or death. They are like a blank white canvas, or a lump of clay that can be kneaded freely. On this white paper, if I want to draw wings, I can draw wings, if I want to draw claws, I can draw claws, even. Lin Ke's eyes became fanatic. Even if I want to forcibly fuse several completely different, even mutually conflicting S-level rules together, they will not collapse like a dragon, but will accept everything like a sponge absorbing water. Boom! As if a thunderclap exploded in everyone's mind. Dr. Li suddenly stood up, his pale face, always tired from staying up late, now flushed red with excitement, cold sweat running down his cheeks. This is gene blank theory? His voice trembled. You mean using F-level low rejection as a carrier? To carry the fusion of multiple S-level genes? Not just a carrier. Lin Ke corrected him. Before, our research was about repairing divine beasts, it was like waxing a perfect sports car. But what I am going to do today. Lin Ke leaned over the console with his hands, the oppressive feeling making everyone unconsciously hold their breath. Is to use the most basic parts to assemble, to construct a monster that exists only in imagination, beyond nature. This is not evolution. This is creation. The whole room was silent. Even the usually calm Academician Chen could not help but take a deep breath, feeling his heart pounding violently in his chest. Although it sounded crazy, although it completely violated traditional biological knowledge, logically it actually made sense. And it was the kind of genius logic that, once understood, made people want to worship. Repairer and creator. Is this the gap between them and Lin Ke? Lin Ke. Academician Chen's voice was a little hoarse. He stared at the two light clusters on the screen representing the local dog and the sparrow, like looking at two universes yet to hatch. Then what do you plan to draw on these two blank papers? Since it is creation, the things drawn cannot be ordinary cats and dogs, right? Hearing this question, Lin Ke smiled. That smile carried a kind of pride unique to the descendants of Yan and Huang, and a mischievous delight ready to shock the world. Old Chen, you are right. Since I am going to draw, I cannot draw ordinary things. What I want to draw. Lin Ke's finger hovered above the confirm execute enter key. Our two gods, that exist only in the deep memory of our Chinese civilization, once made people look up in awe, once made people worship. Gods. Snap. The enter key was pressed heavily. The screen split instantly. Countless complex data streams poured down like waterfalls, crazily grabbing materials from the huge gene library. On the left, the local dog's gene chain twisted and recombined wildly, terrifying gene fragments forcibly inserted. On the right, the sparrow's gene chain stretched and expanded infinitely, faintly forming a shape that could block the sky. Myth sequence activate. Lin Ke's echoed whisper slowly resounded in the dead silent control room. Chapter 76 Blueprint 1, Three-Eyed Sky Swallow. Milky Way System, Load Plan A. With Lin Ke's command, the huge holographic projection table in the center of the control room instantly shone brightly. Everyone's eyes fixed tightly on the list of materials just retrieved from the gene library on the left side of the screen. Even the well-experienced Academician could not help twitching at the corner of his eye. Material 1, F-level Chinese rural dog, dead egg. This was still a shabby carrier. Everyone has already gotten used to it. But what comes next? Material 2, A-level white tiger war god, live bone marrow extract. Material 3, B-level hell Cerberus, shadow core essence. Material 4, S-level deep sea Lin Ke, pineal gland/divine eye. Hiss. A uniform sharp intake of breath echoed at the scene. Dr. Lee felt his brain was a little overworked. He pointed at the screen, his fingers trembling. Chief Lin, are you planning a full feast? White tigers killing golden energy, hell dog's cold shadow, and Lin Ke's water divine power. These three energy attributes completely conflict. Putting them together is a biological bomb. Are you sure that F-level little dog can hold it? It might explode like fireworks before it even hatches. Conflict? Lin Ke smiled, his fingers dancing rapidly on the virtual console, moving so fast they left only after images. Dr. Lee, you just didn't find the right method to use force with force. Watch carefully. Under the stunned gaze of all the experts, Lin Ke began that gene operation, which could be called wasting a treasure yet full of violent beauty. First, I want the shadow body of hell Cerberus. This creature may look ugly, but its fur resists physical and energy attacks excellently. On the simulation interface, Lin Ke mercilessly cut off the three terrifying heads of the hell Cerberus like chopping vegetables, only keeping its jet black body genes that seemed able to swallow light. Too many heads are a burden. Only fools need 3 brains to decide who to bite today. Next is the white tiger skeleton. Lin Ke forcibly injected the golden gene stream representing the white tiger's killing energy into that black shadow mass. Metal generates water. Although there is no water here, the metal energy drives killing, giving the originally soft shadow a sharpness to tear everything. I want every bone to be harder than alloy. I want every tooth to crush S-level defenses. On the screen, the black mass began to churn violently, its loose structure rapidly solidifying under the golden energy, and a skeleton full of power slowly formed. Finally, the finishing touch. Lin Ke's fingers hovered over the faintly blue-glowing, S-level Lin Ke's eye, which seemed to contain endless majesty. The little dog is too silly, the hell dog too dumb, the white tiger too wild. This god needs a brain that is absolutely rational, absolutely cold, able to see through all illusions. S-level dragon power is not just pressure, it is divinity. Bang! Lin Ke pressed hard. The light point representing the S-level Lin spirit core was instantly compressed to the extreme, then embedded like a bullet into the center of the forehead of the not yet fully formed body. Boom! Though only a simulation, the holographic console erupted with a roar like it came from ancient times. The sound was neither a dog bark, nor a tiger roar or dragon cry, but a terrifying wave mixing metal friction and soul shriek. The light faded. A creature that had never appeared in this world floated silently in midair. It was long and agile, entirely jet black, not ordinary black, but pure darkness that absorbed light like a black hole. On its limbs and back, a layer of dark golden, tiger-striped like bone armor radiated a killing aura that made hearts quake. But the most terrifying was its head. There, besides 2 normally flickering cold eyes, in the center of the forehead, was a vertical golden slit tightly closed. It was a third eye still unopened. Even closed, the S-level pressure seemed able to pierce souls and judge all beings. Everyone present still felt their scalps tingle, as if they had become prey in the mouth of this giant beast. What kind of monster is this? Dr. Lee muttered to himself, feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression from this creature. It did not belong to any existing lineage, it was a brand new, perfect killing machine. Monster? Lin Ke looked at his masterpiece, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. No, it is not a monster. It is a god. Lin Ke turned around, looking at Academician, who was completely shocked and unable to speak, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up as he slowly uttered a name deeply buried in the blood memory of every child of Huaxia. Mythical Sequence 002. Three-eyed howling celestial dog. Howling. Dog? Academician trembled violently. This name was like a key, instantly opening a long-sealed door in his mind. The legendary creature that fought alongside Erlangshan, crushing countless demons and even daring to bite that mischievous monkey, the #1 divine dog in the heavenly realm? 3 eyes. Swallowing heaven. Academician looked at the golden vertical mark on the giant beast's forehead, his shock gradually transforming into fervor, even causing his eyes to glisten. Good. A great name. A magnificent howling celestial dog. This is the divine beast of our Huaxia. This is the god we want to create. Compared to names like Hell Dog or Leviathan, which sound foreign and fancy, the 3 characters Howling Celestial Dog not only represent power but also embody a cultural confidence and a sense of belonging to bloodlines. Using the most ordinary dog to create the most divine name. Academician Chen muttered, Lin Ke, your ambition is even bigger than I imagined. You flatter me, Chen Lao. Lin Ke replied with a faint smile, this is just the beginning. Then, Dr. Li, who had not dared to speak until now, finally snapped out of his shock. He swallowed hard, pointing at the faintly floating light spot in the corner of the screen representing the sparrow fossil egg, his voice trembling as he asked. Then, what about that sparrow? Since the local dog has become the howling celestial dog, then this sparrow. Chief Lin, you wouldn't be thinking. Countless possibilities flashed through Dr. Li's mind, but he rejected them one by one. A sparrow? That is an existence even weaker than a local dog. At least a local dog can guard the home, what can a sparrow do? Besides pecking at some grains, it can only chirp on a power pole. Could this creature, sitting at the bottom of the food chain, also rise up? Sparrow? Lin Ke glanced at the faint light spot, and his gaze suddenly grew deep. That gaze was even more fervent and mad than when he introduced the howling celestial dog. Dr. Li, have you heard a saying? What saying? Dr. Li asked instinctively. Lin Ke walked to the control panel, his hands hovering again over the keyboard. In the North Sea, there is a fish, called koan. It transforms into a bird, called. Lin Ke paused, then suddenly hit the enter key. Pang. If a dog on the ground can swallow the heavens, then this bird in the sky naturally should fly up to 90,000 miles. Chapter 77, Blueprint 2, Soaring Up to the Sky. Pang? As soon as this word came out, Academician Chen's hand trembled, and the half piece of chocolate he hadn't finished dropped to the ground. As the top biologist in Huaxia, he studied ancient texts more deeply than anyone else. He of course knew what Pang meant. It was the largest and fastest creature in mythology, capable of preying on dragons. But Academician Chen pointed at the weak and fragile F-grade sparrow, fossil egg, on the screen, his mouth twitching wildly. Lin Ke, are you serious? You want to use this thing to create a Kuanping? This is no longer called a sparrow turning into phoenix, this is called ant swallowing an elephant. What's wrong with that? Lin Ke looked calm, his fingers dancing across the virtual keyboard again. Tianhe, pull up the second group of material library. With the order given, the right side of the screen refreshed again with a list that made anyone feel their blood pressure rise at a glance. Carrier, F-grade gray sparrow, ancient mutated fossil. Material 1, B-grade thunder eagle, thunderwing genome, note, taken from the data backup of Gao Tianhao's explosive thunder eagle. Material 2, A-grade by Fong, fire of the heavens / immortal fire seed. Material 3, S-grade Biming giant koan, dorsal fin fragment / wind law. Wait. The data of that thunder eagle. Dr. Li's sharp eyes instantly recognized it. Isn't that the previous bug? The defect gene with a self-detonation rate as high as 30%? You are using this as material? Are you trying to make the sparrow die faster? Defect? Lin Ke sneered, in the hands of a mediocre, it's a defect. In my hands, it's a characteristic. The reason the thunder eagle self-destructs is because its body can't bear the overload of lightning elements. But what if its body could infinitely grow larger? Lin Ke's finger suddenly pointed to the faintly glowing S-grade material koan fragment. The S-grade giant koan has the most terrifying growth law in the world. I will forcibly wedge this law into the sparrow's gene chain. On the screen, the originally tiny and pitiful sparrow gene chain began to tremble, stretch, and expand wildly as it made contact with the koan law. It was like a rubber band being blown up. The container that could only hold a drop of water was instantly stretched to a size that could hold an entire sea. Next, the power source. Lin Ke clasped his hands together, pushing the B-grade Thunder Eagle's thunder wings and A-grade by Fong S fire of the heavens into the expanding gene vortex. Thunder rules speed, fire rules attack. I want its wings to spread, bringing forth thunderous might. I want its rage to burn, turning the heavens to ash and boiling the seas. That's not enough. A hint of madness flashed in Lin Ke's eyes. The sparrow may be small, but it has all 5 internal organs. But since we're creating a god, it must have the appetite a god should have. I will rewrite its diet. Lin Ke called up the sparrow's digestive system gene map. The simple structure that could only digest grains and insects began to undergo terrifying mutations under Lin Ke's manipulation. The stomach wall thickened, digestive acid increased by 10,000 times, teeth, which originally didn't exist, began to grow and became as sharp as knives. Finally, the entire digestive system turned into a terrifying furnace capable of melting gold and iron. Now it no longer eats insects, no longer eats rice. Lin Ke's voice was low, full of murderous intent. It feeds on dragons. Simulation activated. Boom. This time, the holographic projection platform didn't roar, but directly unleashed a terrifying energy storm. Even the lights in the main control room began to flicker, as if the entire base's power was being drained by the monstrous creature being born. In that virtual sky, a small sparrow hatched out of its shell. But the next second, it began to grow with the wind. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, a giant bird with a wingspan blocking the sun, feathers like golden casting, and wings wrapped in cyan lightning and crimson fire filled the entire screen. It was so big. So big that half of its wing couldn't even fit on the screen. As its wings flapped, the oceans in the virtual space were stirred into a towering wave, mountains were leveled, as if the apocalypse had arrived. And beneath its feet, an escort Jalom that was causing waves in the sea was now like a pitiful little loach. Screech! A piercing, earth-shattering cry echoed through the skies. The golden giant bird suddenly dove down, and with its claws wrapped in lightning and fire, easily tore through the Jalong's proud scale defense, grabbing the escort Jalong and lifting it into the clouds. Then, torn apart. Devoured. The escort Jalong that once gave the East Sea Fleet a headache became the snack of this giant bird? Gulp. This time, it wasn't just doctorly swallowing. The hundreds of experts present all swallowed at once. That scene was too shocking. The absolute pressure from the top of the food chain made even those S-level retired veterans present feel their knees go weak, igniting an impulse to worship. This is not a creature. This is a natural disaster. It is a true ruler of the skies. Myth Sequence 003. Lin Ke looked at the golden shadow soaring in the clouds, slowly uttering the name that made everyone feel their blood boil. Thunder Wingolden Winged Rock. The rock rises with the wind, soaring up to 90,000 miles. Academician Chen muttered this line of poetry, tears streaming down his face. I never expected that in my lifetime I would actually see the mythical beast from ancient texts come to life. This was not just a visual shock, it was an extreme revival of Huaxia culture. What Western dragons, what Nordic giant wolves, in front of our golden winged rock, they are just younger siblings. They are food. Feeding on dragons. Dr. Li had already slumped completely in his chair, but the light in his eyes was brighter than ever. He murmured, as if he had already seen the future. If this thing really gets made, those dragon beast tides lurking in the deep sea, believing themselves to be invincible. Wouldn't they become our Huaxia buffet? That's right. Lin Ke turned around, looking at everyone with a brilliant smile on his face. So, Dr. Li, Academician Chen. Do you still think that those 2 eggs are garbage? Dr. Li shook his head wildly, his head shaking like a rattledrum. No. Not garbage. That's a treasure. A treasure 1,000 times more precious than S-level cores. Anyone who dares to call that garbage, I will argue with them. Then, Lin Ke pointed to the system interface that was still reporting errors. There's a small issue. Everyone's gaze followed his finger. Next to the majestic and powerful golden winged rock model, there was a line of glaring red small text. Simulation success rate, 0.001%. Warning, gene rejection reaction is too strong, the carrier, Sparrow, will explode at the moment of fusion. The air fell silent again. Dr. Li's face suddenly collapsed. This success rate is too low, isn't it? What's the difference from sending one to death? Although the blueprint was beautiful and the effect was explosive. If it can't be made, then it's just a worthless piece of paper. F-level mortal flesh can't ultimately carry the power of the gods, can it? Don't panic. Lin Ke still appeared calm and composed. He moved his fingers and walked towards the control panel again. Tianhai can't calculate, the algorithm is too rigid. Since a one-time injection will explode. A glimmer flashed in Lin Ke's eyes. Then we will pay in installments. 0.001%. Dr. Li stared at that glaring red number on the big screen, with 3 zeros after the decimal point, feeling like his bones had been sucked away, slumping in his chair. I knew it. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. He took off his glasses, rubbed his swollen brow, his tone filled with deep helplessness. Chief Lin, your idea is genius, even groundbreaking. But... Dr. Li pointed to the red warning box flashing on the screen. Warning, energy overload. Carrier, theft level gray sparrow / Chinese rural dog, gene chain strength is insufficient. Predicted physical disintegration, explosion, will occur 0.03 seconds after injecting divine factors. F level is still F level. Even if it's a blank sheet, it's still a piece of damp toilet paper. You want to draw that along the river during the Qingming festival on this paper, and the result is that the pen doesn't even touch the paper before it rips. Mortal flesh ultimately cannot bear the power of the gods. Academician Chen also sighed, patting Lin Ke's shoulder. Lin Ke, how about, let's just forget it. Let's take a step back and try using A-level or even B-level carriers first? Although the effect is a bit worse, at least we can keep our lives. The surrounding experts all nodded in agreement. Science emphasizes step-by-step progress. Taking a big step can easily lead to failure. Lin Ke's step wasn't just big, it was as if he had split himself in half. Forget it? Lin Ke looked at the mocking 0.001% with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. In my dictionary, there are no words forget it. If there were, it would be forget it, I'll handle it. He pushed aside Dr. Lee, who tried to shut down the system, and stood back at the control panel. Dr. Lee, do you know why the success rate calculated by Tianhe is so low? Because it's a machine. Its algorithm is linear, it's rigid. It thinks I should stuff S-class energy into an F-class body like inflating a balloon. Of course, that would cause it to explode. Lin Ke stretched out his hands, hovering above the holographic keyboard. His long fingers quivered slightly, like a pianist about to play a masterpiece. But what if I don't force it in? What if I first melt this balloon and turn it into a blob of moldable blue, then knead the energy in bit by bit? Before his voice faded, Lin Ke's fingers suddenly struck down. Bang 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 bang. A dense sound of keyboard strikes echoed through the control room like a torrential rain. The speed was astonishing, even leaving traces in the air. Gene recombination mode starting. Activate, Gene Cube, Auxiliary Algorithm. Locking Gene Node 7, 12, 35. Remove. All removed. On the big screen, the gene model representing the sparrow began to shake violently. With Lin Ke's operations, the fundamental gene chains that maintained its sparrow form were mercilessly cut off. Chief Lin. What are you doing? Dr. Lee screamed in terror, you've cut off its skeletal growth genes and muscle growth genes. It will turn into a puddle of mud. That's right. That's exactly what I want, mud. Lin Ke didn't even look back, his speed still rising, no pain, no gain. Since the mortal body can't bear the divine power, then let it deteriorate. Deteriorate into the most primitive, most chaotic, most inclusive, life primordial soup. On the screen, the sparrow's genetic map completely collapsed, turning into a shapeless chaotic mass. Then, Lin Ke brought up the Wind Law of Esclascuan's fragment, and instead of injecting it directly as before, he broke it down into millions of tiny fragments, sprinkling them evenly into that chaotic mass like salt. Multi-stage evolution method. First stage, cocooning. Using S-class energy as amniotic fluid, wrapping the carrier inside, forming an independent evolution space. With Lin Ke's operations, that chaotic mass began to spin and contract, eventually forming a cocoon that emitted a faint green light on the screen. The original red warning box disappeared. In its place was a green progress bar. Fusion plan is being revised. Carrier form, egg/cocoon, mutated state. Gene rejection reaction, significantly reduced. The once despairing 0.001% began to soar like it was on a rocket. 0.1%. 1%. 5%. It's rising. It's rising. A young researcher pointed at the screen, his voice breaking with excitement. 10%. It's still rising. 20%. 30%. Dr. Lee's jaw dropped to the ground, unable to close. He stared at the constantly changing cocoon on the screen, his mind only holding 4 words. Godly craftsmanship. Is this the thought process of a genius? Since the body is too weak, then don't have a body. Directly turn the body into a breeding ground for evolution. Second stage, reshaping. Lin Ke's fingers didn't stop, he invoked the genes from B-class Thunder Eagle and A-class Bifang. This time, he showed no hesitation and directly injected these 2 storms of energy into the cocoon. Boom! The cocoon on the screen shook violently, as if it would explode at any moment. Steady! Lin Ke's gaze sharpened, and the power of the gene cube became countless fine threads of mental energy, precisely inserting into the collision points of the 2 energy forces. Here. Here. And here. Lin Ke was like an expert defusing a bomb, manually adjusting more than 300 gene conflict nodes that could lead to an explosion at a microscopic level. He used his mental power as a lubricant, forcing thunder and fire to reach a delicate balance in that tiny space. Melt for me. With a low growl, Lin Ke made the final strike. The cocoon on the screen stopped shaking. Golden lightning patterns and fiery red fire patterns emerged on the originally cyan shell. The 3 colors intertwined, forming a strange yet harmonious beauty. At the top of the screen, the number representing the success rate finally stopped. Simulation finished. Final success rate, 98.7%. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at that number, as if it wasn't a number, but a miracle. From 0.001% to 98.7%. The difference wasn't in the probability, the difference was in a variable, named Lin Ke. Who? Lin Ke exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair with a bit of exhaustion. His forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat, but the light in his eyes was even brighter than the stars. How is it, Dr. Lee? Lin Ke turned his head, looking at Dr. Lee, who was completely stunned, a mocking smile on his lips. Now, do you still think this is a waste? Dr. Lee was stunned for a full 3 seconds before he suddenly reacted. Clap. 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 He clapped loudly. Then, Academician Chen clapped as well. Next, hundreds of experts and researchers in the room clapped. Thunderous applause echoed through the entire supercomputer center, more enthusiastic and sincere than ever before. It was a salute to the strong, a submission to the truth. As Dr. Li clapped, he walked up to Lin Ke and bowed deeply. Chief Lin. His voice was a bit choked, but filled with unprecedented respect. I take back what I said earlier. You are not committing a crime. You are creating a miracle. He lifted his head and looked at the overly young boy, his gaze blurry. Are you really a god? Lin Ke smiled, took out the piece of chocolate that was still unfinished from his pocket, and shoved it into his mouth. A god? No. He chewed the chocolate, speaking vaguely. I'm just a student who's better at solving problems. Alright, enough with the emotions. Lin Ke stood up, clapped his hands. Since the problem is solved, it's time to submit the paper. Old Chen, notify them. Lin Ke's gaze turned toward the gene pool, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Our divine beast is hungry.